Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 2157 to Chapter 2221. Qi Ling'er discreetly shot a glance at Xianxia, and seeing that the latter was not intending to reveal her identity, she could not help but praise him for keeping a low profile. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "It was obtained by a friend of mine, and it's worth 1,500 divine coins each. Furthermore, there's no market for it." 1,500 divine coins? That's not expensive at all. Contact your friend and tell him that no matter how many there are in the future, our Qi clan will buy them all. Even though the medicinal pill from before did not have much of an effect on him, it could allow a God King powerhouse to recover from some of their internal injuries. Its effects were terrifying. Most likely, the old ancestor was the only one in the Qi clan who was capable of such a feat. If such a powerful pill were to be distributed to a talented descendant of the Qi clan, the entire Qi clan would surely go crazy. Alright. Not expecting the clan head to become the biggest buyer of the beauty pills, Qi Ling'er scratched her head awkwardly. "I still have 14 of them here, I'll take them all." Clan head Qi nodded. He took the jade boxes from Qi Ling'er and flicked his finger lightly. Qi Ling'er immediately felt an additional 22,500 divine coins appearing on her card. The pill that she had just consumed was already considered money. As a God King, he could not allow himself to be greedy for the benefits of his juniors. "Thank you, clan head." Qi Ling'er's eyes lit up in excitement as she bowed deeply. Money did not mean much to her anymore. However, with the beauty pills in hand, the attitude of the clan head would change, and her authority would increase significantly in the future. Without saying anything else, clan head Qi turned around and left with the remaining beauty pills. He had quite a few internal injuries on his body, so if he were to consume these pills, he might be able to raise his fighting prowess once more. While it was impossible for him to become a conferred God King, at the very least, he would be able to raise his fighting prowess significantly. Clan head. Qiyu and Qi Ling'er fell silent. They had thought that the clan head would punish the other party harshly after exposing them, but who could have thought that they would suffer such heavy losses in the blink of an eye? Putting everything aside, just the profits from the beauty pills alone was more than enough to sustain a branch for several decades. Putting aside the fact that they were in charge of the beauty pills, the connections they could draw to their side were priceless. "Qi Ling'er, there's no need for you to gloat over it. I don't care how you managed to stay here for more than 2 hours, and I don't care what magic your so-called beauty pill has. It's mine, and you'll never be able to get it." Gritting her teeth, Qi Ling'er harumphed coldly before turning around to leave. He had already lost a match today, so there was no point in saying anything else. Since she had returned to the Imperial City, there would be more and more opportunities for them to fight in the future. He refused to believe that he would lose again and again. Watching as his younger sister left, Qiyu frowned, seemingly unable to make sense of what was going on. He shot a glance at Qi Ling'er before turning to look at the motionless Xianxia, but it seemed like he did not notice anything amiss at all. So, he could only shake his head and follow behind Qiyu. As a peerless genius, his breadth of mind was naturally not something his sister could compare to. In his eyes, it didn't matter whether he was in power or not. As long as he could break through to the Divine King realm, everything would disappear. No matter how powerful one's influence was, it was all fake if one did not have the strength to match it. With strength, power, and money were easily obtainable. "Xianxia, thank you for your help." Seeing that everyone had left, Qi Ling'er turned to the young man before her and kneeled down to kowtow. If not. For the young man, putting aside being placed in an important position, it was likely that she would have been stuck in Twilight City for the rest of her life as the manager of an underground trading firm. "There's no need to stand on ceremony," Xianxia replied with a wave of his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to hide anything anymore. "Since the lucid lunar lake is so powerful, can I give it a try?" This was the main reason he was there. Since he had already seen it, he wanted to experience it for himself. The lucid lunar lake is filled with violent energy. Without the bloodline of our Qi clan, I fear that I won't be able to withstand it, Qi Ling'er said hesitantly. She had experienced the violent energy in the lake for herself. Without the corresponding bloodline, there was a good chance that she would be reduced to ashes if she entered the lake. "I'll give it a try. If there's any danger, I'll come up right away," Xianxia said. "All right. Thinking that the young man who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch would surely have a way to protect himself, Qi Ling'er gritted her teeth and said, "However, outsiders aren't allowed to enter the lake. I'll stand guard outside for you. You mustn't be discovered. Furthermore, you mustn't tell anyone about it either." While the Qi clan did not forbid outsiders from entering the lucid lunar lake, there was no way they would allow outsiders to enter the lake. "Don't worry, I've always kept a low profile, so I won't say a word about it," Xianxia replied with a smile. As a low-profile person, there was no need for him to explain himself. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia leaped into the lake. Tzzzzzz, he immediately felt an innumerable amount of energy gushing toward him, reminiscent of the spatial storm from before. In the blink of an eye, his body was already bleeding profusely, and he found himself on the verge of collapse. Heaven's path Xianxia. With a thought, Xianxia channeled his Xianxia into his body, nourishing his torn muscles and allowing them to swiftly recover. However, the rampaging energy was simply too powerful. No matter how quickly his Xianxia recovered, it was still unable to keep up with the destructive force. "Come out." With a thought, little Chick darted out from his dantian. "What violent spiritual energy. I like it. Hurry up and kill me. I'm coming." Upon seeing the lake, little Chick's eyes immediately lit up. It dived into the lucid lunar lake and began swimming. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He had told that fellow to prepare a bath for him, but it had gone swimming instead. "Remember your identity, you're a chicken, chickens don't know how to swim." Just as Xianxia was about to reprimand little Chick, the little fellow suddenly lowered its head and dived into the depths of the lake. Selah, the lake water boiled, and the rampaging energy gushed toward little Chick. As if a porcelain vase that had been struck, its body burst apart in the blink of an eye, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. This, Qi Ling'er was completely dumbfounded. Who was that chicken? Where did it come from? Why did it commit suicide? Wasn't it better to be alive? A series of questions popped up in her mind, forming a series of ellipses. "You wastrel." Xianxia nearly burst into tears. "That chicken was simply too unreliable. I told you to come out and save me, but you chose to commit suicide instead. Can't you have some dignity?" Qi Ling'er clutched her forehead. It seemed like he would have to rely on himself in the end. That chicken had never let him have his way before. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia quickly drove his Xianxia to his limits. But all of a sudden, the lucid lunar lake beneath his feet began shaking intensely, as if it was on the verge of exploding. Taken aback, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze forward. The calm surface of the lake was on the verge of exploding, and it looked as if it would explode at any moment. What's going on? Xianxia felt his scalp twitching in frenzy. Previously, when the Huanyu Kingdom's lucid lunar lake exploded, it was because he and his clone had absorbed too much energy. But this lucid lunar lake had only just entered the lake, and he hadn't absorbed a single mouthful of energy at all. He had been focused on recuperating his body and suppressing the energy. He really hadn't done anything at all. It was one thing if he couldn't withstand the energy, but before he could even do anything, he was already in such a state. Was this even reasonable? Explosion your head, it really has nothing to do with me. Frustrated, Xianxia knew that if the lucid lunar lake were to explode, the God King would surely skin him alive, and he wouldn't be able to escape at all. Thus, with a helpless look on his face, he decided to leap out and leave this place first. But before he could do so, he suddenly saw the raging energy of the lucid lunar lake gushing toward him. The rampaging energy sealed off the surrounding space, and in an instant, he felt as if he had been bound by ropes. He wanted to leave, but he was unable to do so no matter how hard he tried. The heck? Xianxia was on the verge of going insane. Why, are you trying to pin it on me? Do you think that I am a lighter and you are a firecracker? Xianxia cursed inwardly, but since he couldn't escape, he could only endure it. Tzzzzzz, just as he was at a loss as to what to do, the raging energy was already right before him. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if his body would be torn apart at any moment. His Heaven's Path Xianxia was completely helpless before the raging energy. It wasn't that his Heaven's Path Xianxia was weak, but the energy in the lake was simply too powerful, far beyond what he could withstand. Pung pung, fresh blood splattered all over the place, and Xianxia felt a little lightheaded. Am I going to die here if I fail to temper my physical body? Xianxia was on the verge of tears. He was only here to temper his physical body. It was one thing for them to stop him from tempering his physical body, but to trap him here and threaten him with an explosion. Are they afraid that I won't die? This won't do. I'll just have to use the golden page to smash the lake. Feeling that he was on the verge of collapsing, Xianxia felt deeply stifled. Qi Ling'er had used the god essence pill that he had given her, which was infused with his heaven's path Xianxia, to last for 2 more hours. He had thought that the lake wouldn't reject his energy, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Forget it, it seems like I'll have to use the golden page. I have no idea whether it will be able to save me or not, but I don't have any better ideas at the moment. Gritting his teeth tightly, Xianxia decided to use the golden page that he had just obtained. As long as I possess the Qi clan's bloodline, the lake won't go berserk. While I don't have the Qi clan's bloodline, I should be able to disguise myself as a member of the Qi clan with the disguise token that Ruoxin gave me. Back then, he had used the disguise token to disguise himself as Luo Tianya, so he did not have to fear the bloodline test at all. Knowing that time waits for no one, he immediately altered the aura of his Xianxia soul. In an instant, he became similar to the head of the Qi clan and Qi Yu, emanating the aura of the Qi clan's bloodline. Even though the boiling lake water was still pulsating, the tearing sensation gradually subsided, as if acknowledging his identity. It works. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had not harbored much hope for it, but he had actually succeeded. With the tearing sensation of the lake water dissipating, he was no longer in any danger. At the same time, he was no longer in such a hurry to escape. As his physical body absorbed the energy from the surroundings, his cells were constantly being torn apart and reconstructed, becoming even more resilient and powerful. What incredible speed of cultivation! Feeling the changes occurring in his body with every breath he took, Xianxia's nervous eyes began to glow in excitement. He had nearly lost his life previously, but who could have known that he would be able to absorb the energy from the lake water so easily? Based on the rate at which the energy was fusing with his physical body, it would take him less than 10 minutes to raise his physical body's resilience to an astounding level, as expected of the renowned physical body cultivation center of the Sky of Drifting Spectre. The risk he had taken was worth it. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken for him to raise his physical body so swiftly? Celestial God Realm Primary Stage, Celestial God Realm Intermediate Stage. In the blink of an eye, his physical body had already reached Celestial God Realm Advanced Stage, and it was still growing stronger by the moment. Not only so, there was a faint golden glow emanating from his muscles, forming thin threads that were connected to his body. He had no idea what it was, but it gave him an extremely comfortable feeling. It felt as if his physical body had grown many times stronger with it. Big brother, I can't take this lying down. As soon as Jisuna returned to her residence, she smashed 8 flower vases and tea sets on the ground. She gritted her teeth furiously. She never would have thought that she would end up in such a miserable state. Chi waved his hand and said, "There's no point in getting angry now that things have come to this. It seems like you know too little about Qi Ling'er. Let's just treat this as a lesson." In the end, it was all because he knew too little about his opponent. If only he had known that her talent had increased by so much, he would not have challenged her to a duel. I know. I just can't accept it. Jisuna shook her head. I grew up with her, so I know what kind of talent she has. There must be a reason behind her sudden increase in talent. As for the beauty pill, Humph, I'll look into it right now to see what kind of pill it is and who the person who forged it is. As the head of a trading firm and a rival of Qi Ling'er, it went without saying that she was no ordinary person. Not only that, we should also look into the person behind her, Xianxia as well. Qi Yu said. Big brother, you are suspecting that fellow? Jisuna looked at Jisuna doubtfully. He doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Qi Yu shook his head. Judging from his cultivation, he's only a low-tier celestial god. There's nothing special about him, but for some reason, he's simply too composed. Even I would feel my heart trembling a little when facing the clan head. Even the strongest high-tier celestial god would be unable to withstand the wrath of a god king. Yet, he didn't even budge an inch. It's really perplexing. This. Hearing those words, Xianxia thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like there was indeed something wrong with that fellow. Now that you mention it, it does seem like there's something unusual about him. On top of that, he's also very handsome. Chiyu's eyebrows shot up. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. The most important thing right now is to raise your cultivation. She has already reached the celestial god realm, so it's only a matter of time before you lose your position in the clan head's eyes. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly felt the ground trembling slightly. The spiritual energy in the distance swiftly gathered together. Chiyu got to his feet and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. It's the lucid lunar lake. Let's head over to take a look. Ignoring Xianxia, Xianxia hurriedly rushed over. The place where they were staying was not too far away from the lucid lunar lake. With his speed, it only took him a few breaths to arrive at the lake. Following which, he saw the young man at the center of the lake and the worried Xianxia standing by the shore. To actually allow an outsider to enter the lucid lunar lake, that Xianxia is done for. Xianxia also arrived behind Xianxia, and upon seeing this sight, her eyes lit up. It was precisely because she was unable to find any evidence that she could use against the other party that she was unable to get rid of. With this, no matter how important the other party was to the clan head, she would surely be punished. Woo! While Xianxia was still filled with excitement, he suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. He quickly turned around, only to see the clan head and the high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle elders standing behind him with livid faces. The lucid lunar lake was one of the most important treasures of the Qi clan. Outsiders were allowed to observe it, but outsiders were not allowed to enter it. Yet, not only did the other party enter the lake, he even caused such a huge commotion, threatening to cause an explosion. This was unforgivable. What's going on? The head of the Qi clan harumphed angrily. He had just returned to his residence to study the formula of the beauty pill when he suddenly felt a surge of energy. How could he possibly hold himself back, knowing that this was a golden opportunity? Xianxia hurriedly clasped her fist and pointed forward. Clan head, it's Xianxia. She actually allowed an outsider to enter the lucid lunar lake. The head of the Qi clan turned his gaze over and saw a young man sitting in the middle of the lake. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was trying to resist the energy coming from the lake. Preposterous. Seeing that an outsider had really entered the lucid lunar lake and was even cultivating in it, the head of the Qi clan was so furious that he nearly exploded on the spot. How audacious. Men, arrest her and send her to the punishment bureau. She has revealed the secrets of the clan and colluded with an outsider. There's no need to interrogate her, just strip her of her identity as a core disciple. He had harbored some goodwill toward the young lady, but who could have thought that she would actually commit such a despicable act? Yes. Xianxia's eyes lit up as she rushed over to Xianxia's side. Hearing the footsteps, Xianxia finally noticed the crowd, and her face paled in fright. She hurriedly kneeled to the ground. Hee, Xianxia, you're the one who's courting death. You can't blame me for this. Xianxia was still thinking about how she could make up for the humiliation she had suffered earlier, but who could have thought that the fellow would actually do such a despicable thing? Chuckling coldly, Xianxia raised her hand, intending to take Xianxia down. However, a moment later, she suddenly felt a powerful aura descending from the sky. Raising her head, she saw an old man descending from the sky with an aura that could crush the heavens. The old man was dressed in a coarse hemp robe, and he had a white beard. His eyes were sharp as lightning, and as he floated in the air, the space around him began to tremble slightly, as if it would shatter at any moment. Paying respects to the old ancestor. Xianxia's face paled as she hurriedly kneeled down. The head of the Qi clan and the others also kneeled down. The old man was no other than the strongest old ancestor of the Qi clan, conferred God King Qi Meng. What's going on? Qi Meng asked with narrowed eyes. Old ancestor, an outsider has entered the lucid lunar lake. I'll take him out right now, Xianxia said as she clasped her fist. If even the old ancestor was alarmed, no one would be able to save Xianxia anymore. An outsider? Perplexed, old ancestor Qi Meng turned to look at the lucid lunar lake, and with a single glance, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Following which, his body swayed weakly. And he kneeled onto the ground. Conferred God King Qi Meng of the Sky of Drifting Spectre pays respect to God Monarch. 2 in 1, just one chapter today. The person before him was seated in the lake, making it impossible for him to make out the appearance of the person before him. However, he could clearly feel the pressure that came from the depths of his soul. It was a pressure that was impossible to avoid. A God Monarch, this was a feeling that only the 9 God Monarchs of the 9 skies could give off. As a conferred God King, there was no way he would be mistaken. He had no idea who the person before him was, but regardless of who it was, he knew that he could not afford to offend him. Without any hesitation, he kneeled onto the ground. A God Monarch? The 2 words were not loud, but they sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The head of the Qi clan and the elders behind him trembled in fear, not daring to even raise their heads. The Qi clan was formidable, but before a God Monarch, they could be wiped out with a single thought. They were not even on the same level. Pada, Qi Sun'er's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. She had thought that this was the perfect opportunity to kill Qi Ling'er, but who could have thought that the person who had entered the lucid lunar lake would be a God Monarch? Even a conferred God King would not dare to say anything about such a person. In fact, it was an honor for her to be able to enter the lucid lunar lake. She could not believe her eyes. She quickly turned to look at the lake, and even though the spiritual energy was still gushing in, she was still able to see that the person seated in the lake was none other than Xianxia. He was the God Monarch. Her eyes widened in shock, and the pain in her heart left her unable to breathe. What did he mean by ordinary? If that was the case, what was she? Qi Ling'er was just an insignificant figure who had been banished to Twilight City. How could she possibly be related to a God Monarch? Furthermore, she was even able to invite the other party over? God Monarch? Everyone was shocked, speechless. Xianxia, who was in the midst of cultivating, was also stunned by those words. Did I mistake him for someone else? The actions of the old man before him were in accordance with the will of the heavens, exerting pressure on one's soul. It was so powerful that one would not dare to look him in the eye. To think that such a formidable figure would be addressed as such, could it be that even a conferred God King would have moments when he was mistaken? Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "You're dismissed. I don't like to be disturbed." Even though he didn't know how the other party could have mistaken him for the God Monarch, it was best that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. This way, he wouldn't be blamed for stealing the lucid lunar lake. Otherwise, given his current strength, he would have had no choice but to use his only golden page to crush the conferred God King to death. Hearing the words of the God Monarch, old ancestor Qi Meng didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly beckoned the crowd over and left, fearing that another member of his tribe would barge in, so he went as far as to seal off the surroundings. Qi Ling'er was at a loss for what to do. He had thought that young Master Zhang would come out of the lucid lunar lake on his own accord after realizing that he was unable to cultivate. Who could have thought that he would cause such a huge commotion, alarming even the clan head and the old ancestor? Alarmed by them, he thought that he would surely die. Who would have thought that such a turn of events would occur? Emperor. Previously, he had only thought that Xianxia possessed the bloodline of a God Monarch and was a descendant of a God Monarch. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party was actually a God Monarch himself. He had actually made a deal with the Celestial Emperor and even earned his money. Qi Ling'er felt as if she was going insane. Come out. Don't disturb the Emperor's cultivation. Seeing the state that Qi Ling'er was in, old ancestor Qi Meng frowned. Yes, old ancestor Qi Meng. Since the old ancestor had personally issued the order, Qi Ling'er dared not say anything else. After leaving the lucid lunar lake, old ancestor Qi Meng arrived at a massive hall. After sealing off the surroundings with a formation, he turned to Qi Ling'er and asked, "What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on?" He couldn't understand why the God Monarch would suddenly appear in the lucid lunar lake. It's like this. Old Ancestor Qi told Old Ancestor Qi Meng about the matter regarding Qi Ling'er's talent test. Are you the one who brought him here? Old Ancestor Qi Meng asked. Old Ancestor, I only know that he possesses the bloodline of a God Monarch, but I didn't know that he's a God Monarch himself. Qi Ling'er replied anxiously. Bloodline of a God Monarch? Everyone was stunned. Old Ancestor Qi Meng quickly turned his gaze over. Qi Ling'er quickly recounted what had happened in the Netherworld pool to Old Ancestor Qi Meng. God monarchs are known for their many transformations. Sometimes, they would disguise themselves as ordinary mortals in order to live the life of an ordinary person. I heard that the God monarch of the sky of freedom once suppressed his cultivation to descend to the lower worlds, old ancestor Qi Meng said. Old ancestor Qi Meng nodded. You were able to notice that something was amiss so quickly and come up with a countermeasure. From today onward, I'll have Qi Xiao arrange better tasks for you and provide you with the best cultivation resources possible. You can't be too lowly to work for a God monarch. Qi Xiao was the name of the head of the Qi clan. Thank you, old ancestor Qi Meng. Qi Linger bowed deeply. Even now, she still couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming. Old ancestor Qi Meng glanced at Qi Linger and said, All right, you should know what to say and what not to say. If I hear anyone gossiping, regardless of who they are, kill them on the spot. Yes, old ancestor Qi Meng. Everyone shuddered upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Qi Linger burst into tears. If only she had known that this would happen, she would have kept her mouth shut. Great, this time, she was doomed in the Qi clan. Even her elder brother wouldn't be able to do much even if he became a god king. While she was relying on her god monarch cultivation, the other party was relying on a god monarch. Forget it. While those in the lucid lunar lake were shocked and helpless, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He continued cultivating. Surge after surge of pure energy flowed into his body, inducing changes to his physical body. After some time, he finally came to a halt, unable to advance any further. High-tier celestial god realm pinnacle, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he felt the strength of his physical body. He had thought that it would be a miracle if his physical body could reach middle-tier god, but who could have thought that it would actually reach high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle? He wasn't too far away from becoming a god king. With such a powerful physical body, he could be said to be invincible beneath God King realm in close combat. He finally had what it took to dominate the firmament. At this point, the energy in the lucid lunar lake had also reached its limit, unable to advance any further. What are those golden threads? Xianxia asked doubtfully. He didn't know what was going on with his cultivation this time, but thin golden lines had appeared in his muscles, running through his entire body. He couldn't feel the power of this thing, but it gave him a feeling of endless vitality. They were filled with vitality. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be studying them, Xianxia walked out of the lake. Tzzzzzz, with the Xinqi in his body gushing into the lake, Xianxia swiftly dried his drenched clothes. He turned his gaze back to the lake, only to see that the surface of the lake had already calmed down. A moment later, the water rippled, and a little yellow chick swam back to the surface. He's indeed fine. He had seen Little Chick being killed by Kongshi's clone before coming back to life, so he wasn't too surprised to see the little yellow chick again. Your strength, Xianxia was astonished to see Little Chick swimming over. Little Chick had only been a low-tier god previously, but at this very moment, its aura felt like that of a celestial god. After dying once, it managed to achieve a breakthrough to become a celestial god. He had put in so much effort to become a celestial god, and yet, Little Chick had managed to do so with just a single death. It was truly infuriating to compare a human to a chicken. I need to rest, Little Chick said with a tired look on its face. After saying those words, it dived back into his dantian. Alright, you should rest, Xianxia said. Knowing that Little Chick had just achieved a breakthrough, it was normal for it to be in such a state. Regardless of why the conferred God King had mistaken him for someone else, he had to face what he had to face. Walking out of the seal, Xianxia saw old ancestor Qi Meng, the head of the Qi clan, and the others walking up to him. Paying respects to the god monarch. Old ancestor Qi Meng bowed deeply as he discreetly took a look at the young man before him. What he saw left him astonished. He had clearly sensed the concentrated bloodline of a god monarch in the lake earlier, but he could not feel it at all at this moment. It was as if the young man before him was no different from an ordinary person. As expected of a god monarch, it was impossible for ordinary people to see through his disguise. I used your lucid lunar lake, so I'll offer you a few pointers in return. Seeing that old ancestor Qi Meng was still misunderstanding his intentions, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Absorbing the energy from the lucid lunar lake had damaged it significantly. As a master teacher, he could not possibly use the lucid lunar lake for no good reason. This old ancestor Qi Meng was just about to turn down Xianxia's offer when he realized that the god monarch would not owe them anything. Thus, he turned to the head of the Qi clan, Qi Xiao, and said, "What are you waiting for?" Hearing that Xian was going to offer him pointers, clan head Qi Xiao immediately stood up in excitement and executed the battle technique that he had used earlier. He had already learned the battle technique when Qi Linger executed it earlier. It was only at this moment that he realized that the god monarch was the one who had modified the battle technique. It was no wonder why there was not the slightest flaw in it. There isn't much of a problem with your cultivation. It's just that there are quite a few internal injuries in your body, preventing you from accumulating your strength to greater heights. Xianxia explained. Even god kings were able to point out the flaws of their cultivation through the Library of Heaven's path. In a sense, he was compensating for using the lucid lunar lake. "I'll be leaving now." After saying those words, Xianxia stood up. "Qi Linger, you should leave with the god monarch," old ancestor Qi Meng said. Not daring to say anything, Qi Linger quickly followed behind Xianxia and left the room. Seeing that Xianxia had left, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. A long moment later, clan head Qi Xiao turned to Xianxia and said, "Old ancestor, the god monarch only spoke about the flaws in my cultivation. He didn't offer any pointers at all." What the god monarch had said previously was only about the problems in his cultivation, not how he could resolve them. This is the god monarch's test for you. He pointed out your flaws so that you can find a way to correct them yourself. If he were to tell you how to correct them, wouldn't that make you his direct disciple? Do you think that you're worthy of it? Old ancestor Qi Meng harumphed. "I'm not worthy of it. I was thinking too much." Clan head Qi Zhao's eyes narrowed in horror. As expected of the god monarch, his foresight was indeed profound. In the end, he was the one who had been too greedy. An old ancestor Qi Meng nodded. If he had any doubts about the god monarch's words earlier, all of them had vanished without a trace. Only a god monarch would possess such eye of discernment to see through a flaw that even he was unable to see through. "Old ancestor, may I know which of the 9 god monarchs he is?" Clan head Qi Xiao asked curiously. "I've been fortunate enough to meet a few of the 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies, and I have a rough idea of their identities. If I'm not mistaken, he should be." Old ancestor Qi Meng narrowed his eyes. "The spirit god monarch." "Spirit god?" Clan head Qi Zhao's eyes narrowed. "Old ancestor, are you talking about that?" "That's right, that's him. However, forget it. A sovereign monarch is not someone we can figure out. It's good that you know about this, but don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, the entire clan will be implicated." Forefather Qi Meng waved his hand. "I understand." Clan head Qi Xiao quickly nodded. "You may leave." Old ancestor Qi Meng said no more. Everyone retreated in unison. "Who?" After returning to his room, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Going to the Qi clan this time was really dangerous. He had thought that he would be able to raise his physical body cultivation discreetly, but who could have known that he would cause such a huge commotion that even the conferred god king of the other party would be alarmed. Why does old ancestor Qi Meng think that I'm a god emperor? Given the strength and discernment of a conferred god king, there was no way he would make a mistake. That didn't make sense. However, in that situation, it was impossible for him to ask. In fact, even though he knew that the other party might know about the spirit god, he didn't dare to say anything. This was because the moment he opened his mouth, his identity as a sovereign would immediately crumble and arouse suspicion. Forget it. Even though I didn't dare to ask around, Qi Linger's identity is much more useful than before. I should be able to use her to help me ask around. Xianxian smiled. While he had nearly lost his life on the expedition, he had still benefited greatly from it. Putting aside the misunderstanding with old ancestor Qi Meng, Qi Linger would be able to get things done much more easily, and he had also managed to advance his cultivation significantly. Even though his Xinqi cultivation was still at low-tier celestial god pinnacle, the improvements that he had made to his physical body were already comparable to the strongest celestial god artifacts. Even if he were to stand on the spot and allow a high-tier celestial god to attack him, they would not be able to hurt him in the slightest. In particular, the golden threads in his body gave him a feeling that no matter how serious his injuries were, he could easily recover. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a weapon and slashed it lightly on his arm. Crack, the long sword was broken into several pieces, and not even a white mark was left on his arm. Other than God King artifacts, even celestial God artifacts won't be able to harm it, Xianxia said helplessly. He was still thinking of inflicting some injuries to see if the feeling was right. However, he realized that he was too poor right now. He didn't have any suitable weapons that could pierce through his body. If it couldn't even pierce through the skin, how could it injure someone? Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. Looks like I need to get a powerful weapon as soon as possible. It couldn't be helped that his cultivation improved too quickly. Just in terms of weapons, he would have to spend a lot of money. It wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Forget it for now. Cultivation is the most important thing. Now that my fleshly body is strong, I have to think of a way to upgrade my soul. The weapon was just the icing on the cake. The most important matter at hand was to raise the level of his soul so that his Xianxia could achieve a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god or even higher, God King. Only by becoming a God King would one truly be able to stand at the pinnacle of the immortal world. Only then would one be able to find Luozi and even speak to Xianxia on equal footing. Xianxia, as soon as Xianxia walked out of the room, he saw the silver-armored General Xuefeng walking up to him with an apologetic look on his face. I'm really sorry about that. I had someone apply for the Lucid Lunar Lake, but it's a pity that the Qi clan doesn't allow outsiders to use it. There's really no other way around it. Thank you for your help, but I don't need it anymore, Xianxia replied with a smile. It was Xuefeng who had told him about the mystical properties of the Lucid Lunar Lake, and he had tried to find some connections to see if he could repay the debt of saving his son. Yet, who could have thought that no matter how hard he tried, it would be futile? Xuefeng's face turned crimson, and he wished that there was a hole in the ground that he could dive into. Xianxia has done me a great favor, but I can't even do such a small favor for him. It's really embarrassing, Xuefeng said awkwardly. He flicked his wrist and said, here is the body-tempering pill that I have prepared. It might not be comparable to the Lucid Lunar Lake, but it should be of some help to Xianxia. There's really no need for it. Seeing that Xuefeng had taken out the body-tempering pill, Xianxia shook his head and replied honestly, I have already been to the Lucid Lunar Lake, and I have already cultivated there. You have? Xuefeng was stunned. His eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. He had asked around many times, and he had even alarmed the elders of the Qi clan. According to them, other than the offspring of the Qi clan, anyone who entered the Lucid Lunar Lake was bound to die. He had been there before? And he had even cultivated there? Was this for real? Didn't he just learn of the Lucid Lunar Lake, and he had no connections at all? Try stabbing me with your sword, Xianxia said with a smile. Xuefeng was perplexed, but seeing how insistent the other party was, he gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and stabbed it toward the other party. He had used all of his strength in this attack, and a powerful burst of sword chi pierced right into Xianxia's arm. Kacha, a chunk of the middle-tier celestial god sword immediately shattered, but there wasn't the slightest mark on the other party's body. This? Xuefeng's body trembled uncontrollably. He had seen Xianxia achieve a breakthrough to celestial god realm with his own eyes, and it had only been a few hours. Yet, not only did the other party manage to enter the Lucid Lunar Lake, he even managed to cultivate his physical body to such a level. This speed? Was he still a human? Even a high-tier celestial god shouldn't be this fearsome. What a pity. Seeing that even a middle-tier celestial god artifact and a middle-tier celestial god were unable to leave a mark on him, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. It would be difficult for him to injure the other party in his current state. Where can I raise my soul cultivation swiftly? Xianxia asked. The information that Xuefeng had given him was accurate. The only thing he needed now was to raise his soul cultivation swiftly. As long as he could raise his soul cultivation, he would be able to raise his Xianxia cultivation swiftly. It's hard to say in the other skies, but in the sky of Drifting Spectre, there's only the Netherworld Pool, Xuefeng replied. Netherworld Pool? Are you referring to the place where the anima of yearning is gathered? Xianxia asked curiously. That's right. The anima of yearning can nourish one's soul and revive the dead. As such, the netherworld pool is able to strengthen one's soul as well. There are many cultivators who make use of the netherworld pool to raise their soul cultivation. Putting everything aside, the god monarch found a formidable soul in the netherworld pool a while ago, and within a short month of nurturing it, it has already reached the level of a god king. Shuifeng revealed the news that he had just heard. Reached the level of a god king in less than a month? How strong was it before? Xianxia was taken aback. It had been a month since he had arrived in the firmament, but he had only managed to become a low-tier celestial god. To think that there would be someone who was even faster than him, this was way too scary. I heard that it wasn't even a god in the past, but a sliver of a soul from a lower world. For some reason, it was absorbed by the netherworld pool, and it ended up in the firmament. However, due to its overwhelming obsession, it devoured the anima of yearning from all over the world to grow stronger. Due to that, it caught the attention of the god monarch. A lower world? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as a thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Qiqi, based on what Luo Xianqing had said, Qiqi should have been the artifact spirit of the dimension silencer. After breaking free from the shackles of space, she had disappeared without a trace. Back then, Xianxia had suspected that she might be the soul that Shuifeng was referring to. Do you know if the soul that was absorbed by the netherworld pool is a man or a woman, and what does it look like? How would I know? It's just that I heard some news when I was looking into the lucid lunar lake, Shuifeng replied with a bitter smile. He was only a silver armor general, and while his standing was higher than that of ordinary cultivators, he was not qualified to probe into the secrets of the god monarch. At the very most, he would only be able to gossip about it. Then, do you know which netherworld pool she is currently in? Xianxia asked. I don't know whether the netherworld pool in the god monarch's royal palace is still around or not. However, I heard that the god monarch is going to forge a body for her, so I don't think a small figure like me is qualified to know about it, Shuifeng replied. Fearing that he might arouse suspicion by asking too many questions, Xianxia suppressed his curiosity. There was a good chance that the soul from the lower worlds was Luo Qiqi. Even though he did not have much feelings for the young lady, the other party had done a lot for him. Furthermore, he had promised Luo Xianqing that he would find her no matter the cost. You said that the netherworld pool is a place that can temper one's soul, and anyone can enter it. Does one have to apply for it in advance, or does one just have to pay a price to enter it? Xianxia asked curiously. Regardless of whether the other party was Luo Qiqi or not, the fact that she was a god king meant that she was not in any danger. He had to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible so that he could catch up to her. Otherwise, it would be awkward if his cultivation was too low. After all, he was a cold and indifferent man. There's no need for you to apply for it, and you don't have to pay a price either. However, you have to make a name for yourself so that others will know of your existence, Shuifeng said. Make a name for myself? It's similar to why conferred god kings are so much stronger than ordinary god kings. It's because they have a title and a conferred land, allowing them to absorb more anima of yearning. If an ordinary person wishes to tap into the anima of yearning, they have to first leave their soul imprint in the netherworld pool so that more people will remember and be grateful to them. Only then will they be able to generate a steady stream of anima of yearning and convert it into soul energy to nourish one's soul. Shuifeng explained. You mean to say that I should make myself a celebrity so that the more people know of me, the more grateful they will be to me, and the stronger the anima of yearning generated by the netherworld pool will be? Xianxia asked. Theoretically speaking, that's the case. Of course, what I want is a good reputation, not a bad one. Putting aside how little anima of yearning one has to offer, there's also a chance that one might develop inner demons in one's heart. That's why every city is so particular about the rules, and the experts don't kill the innocent. What they fear is that their state of mind will be affected, and the anima of yearning won't be able to form, thus limiting the rate at which one's soul cultivates. Xianxia finally understood what Shuifeng was trying to say. The anima of yearning was indeed indispensable in the firmament. Becoming a celebrity, gaining a good reputation, and earning the gratitude of others. It seemed like it was time for him to put on a show. That's not right. I am a respectable person, not a show-off like my clone. I am going to do something big. What was the key? Could he let everyone know and appreciate his good deeds? This was the royal capital of the sky of drifting spectre, a place filled with countless experts. While Xianxia had made significant improvements in his physical body, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the world. Putting everything aside, even Qiyu might not be a match for him. The breakthrough of one's true energy and the breakthrough of one's physical body were two different concepts. The latter could at most enhance one's defense and make it invincible in close combat. However, once the distance was too great, it would be dangerous. If the former were to attack from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, he would not be able to resist at all. Especially when he borrowed the power of heaven and earth, he could only passively take a beating. Therefore, if he wanted to gain the recognition of others and gather the power of will, not only did he have to act cool, he had to do it just right. He couldn't be too flashy, and he couldn't attract too much attention. Otherwise, he might incur the jealousy of others and be killed instantly. At this point, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, how can I make more people remember me so that I can obtain more anima of yearning? He had only just arrived in the immortal world, and had only just begun to understand this principle. There were bound to be many people who knew about it, and had already gone to do it. If he asked around, it would definitely be much faster than thinking about it himself. In order to quickly gain the gratitude of others and generate anima of yearning to challenge the god monarchs, just like the heaven subjugation monarch, he would be able to shake the entire firmament if he were to succeed. Naturally, the anima of yearning would be endless. Shuafeng smiled bitterly. This is not a joke. Xianxia said. If he really did that, he would probably be killed by the other party as soon as he finished speaking. He had never seen a god monarch before, but he had seen a conferred god king before. Such experts could easily crush him with a single finger, let alone the 9 god monarchs. That's right. Shuafeng's expression froze. This kind of teasing was indeed a little rash. It seemed that his son had recovered and broken through today. He was too happy and had become a little arrogant. The normal way to obtain wish power is to become a leader in an industry. For example, refining weapons. As long as the weapons you forged were powerful and useful, as long as the cultivators were proud to own the weapons you forged, the power of will would naturally increase. Also, when it comes to concocting medicine, if your medicine is able to cure illnesses and it's cheap, I can't help but be grateful. Shuafeng continued. Concoct medicine? Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's right, he wasn't good at smithing, and his speed wouldn't be very fast, but when it came to concocting medicine, he didn't need it at all. As long as one could find an inferior grade god essence pill and infuse Xianxia into it, it would immediately turn into a beauty pill. Not only could it improve one's skin, it could also heal internal injuries and clear meridians, allowing one to improve rapidly. However, the price of the beauty pill was simply too high. It wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. If they sold it cheaply, it would be equivalent to destroying the market that had just been established, and it would definitely cause an even greater backlash. A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind as he asked, are there any cheap pills in Drifting Spectre Royal City that aren't limited to the purchase? What he needed at the moment wasn't necessarily the god essence pill. As long as it was a pill that could contain his heaven's path Xianxia, it would suffice. After thinking for a moment, Shuafeng said, the best-selling pill in the Imperial City is the Divine Origin pill that can help people recover their divine power. The price of the simplified version of the Divine Essence pill was very low because too many people used it. You can buy as many as you want with a divine coin, and there's no limit to how many you can buy. Every cultivator would usually prepare a few hundred of them. Even though they aren't as effective as the God Essence pill, they can still allow one to swiftly recover one's strength in times of danger. I'll go with him then. Xianxia nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Only by selling it cheaply would he be able to appeal to the masses. At the very most, he would only be able to earn money by going for the high-end market. It would be impossible for him to earn the gratitude of the masses. Thus, he would continue to produce the beauty pill to win over the hearts of the masses. As for the God Essence pill, he would find a way to win over the hearts of the masses. However, he would also have to have a good grasp of the ratio of the Heaven's Path Xianxia. He could infuse a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia into the beauty pill, and 1/100th of the Heaven's Path Xianxia into the God Essence pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sell his high-end products. Furthermore, there was a saying that goes, kindness is a saying, and hatred is a saying. If he were to sell pills with high effects at a low price, not only would he not be able to win over the hearts of the masses, he might even cause a huge uproar. There was a limit to everything. Only by doing so would he be able to balance the world. Thank you. Xianxia turned to the middle-aged man before him and said with a smile, thank you. It was fortunate that he had asked the middle-aged man this time around. Otherwise, as an outsider, he wouldn't have known these things at all. Just like what I've said before, General Xianxia, feel free to speak, and I'll do my best to help you. Shuafeng said. I do have something that I'll have to trouble you with. I wish to purchase a large number of God Essence pills, and the more, the better. If General Zhua is free, feel free to lend me a hand, Xianxia said. That's a simple matter. The barracks have to purchase them every year, and I'll be able to find the best sellers for them, Shuafeng said with a smile. That's for the best. Xianxia nodded. Go and collect them now. The more, the better. No matter how many there are, I'll need them all within 7 days. By then, I'll hand over the money. And the goods. All right, leave this matter to me. Don't worry. He had no idea what the middle-aged man was up to, but since he had already said so, there was no reason for him to say anything else. He turned around and left. Shortly after Shuafeng left, Xianxia found Qi Linger and Sun Chang and said, there are 2 things that I need you to do. Young Master Zhang, feel free to speak. The 2 of them bowed deeply. Xianxia said, firstly, I want you to gather at least 10,000 low-tier God Essence pills. I want to forge all of them into beauty pills and sell them. Try to shorten the sales to 7 days. I'll handle this matter. It's impossible for me to gather 10,000 God Essence pills in Twilight City, but I should be able to gather them in Royal City within half a day. Qi Linger nodded. As for selling them, our clan head has said that he wants all of them, but 10,000 is simply too much. I doubt that the Qi clan will be able to gather all of them. However, it doesn't matter. Since the Qi clan has given me the authority, I should be able to sell more than half of the beauty pills within 7 days. Even in a small place like Twilight City, Qi Linger was already able to command the wind and rain. Not to mention, she had gained the old ancestors' recognition in Royal City, granting her authority and connections. 10,000 God Essence pills and 10,000 beauty pills might seem like a difficult task, but as long as she did it well, it should not be too difficult. As long as the time was not too tight, she would be fine. Also, find a way to purchase jade bottles. They have to be good-looking and cheap, and they have to be able to contain medicinal herbs without emanating spiritual energy. Similarly, the more the better. Get this done within 7 days as well. Also, gather at least 100,000 people from the upper echelons of Royal City based on the connections your Qi clan has to have. I need a large venue that can be used in 7 days. Xianxia. There was only one way for her to promote the beauty pills within a short period of time, and that was to promote it as quickly as possible, gathering all of them together, just like what Qi Linger had done in Twilight City. She would have to do it on the spot so that everyone could witness it with their own eyes. I'll get it done right away. Qi Linger nodded. Had it been in the past, she would have been unable to do so. However, with the acknowledgement of the clan head and the old ancestor, she would be able to tap into more and more resources. It would not be too difficult for her to accomplish this within 7 days. Seeing that Qi Linger had agreed to the matter, Xianxia turned to Sun Chang and said, I'll leave the second matter to you. Rent 100 shops in the city. Don't be too big, just around 10 square meters in area. You'll just have to refurbish all of them and change them into a unified storefront. Name the shops under the name Xianxia's Medicine. Xianxia's Medicine? Sun Chang's face twitched upon hearing those words. Wasn't that name a little too vulgar? It didn't sound grand at all. Noticing the other party's expression, Xianxia could tell what he was thinking about, so he explained, this is the easiest way for me to spread my name far and wide. As long as my name spreads far and wide, everyone will know my name. Since he was only dealing with low-end consumers, it would be best for him to make it as simple as possible. If he made it too complicated, it would only make it harder for others to remember him. While Xianxia's Medicine might seem vulgar, as long as he made it public, it would surely cause a huge uproar. With that, he would be able to gather anima of yearning as well. More importantly, once his name spread, Lozozi and Luochichi learned of it, they might come looking for him in advance. That would be much better than wandering around aimlessly. I'll need to refurbish all of the shops and look for a suitable buyer within 10 days. Are you able to do it? Xianxia asked. This? Sun Chong's chubby neck shrank back in fear. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right. To refurbish 100 shops within 10 days, that would be equivalent to opening 10 shops a day. That was simply too difficult. However, as long as he was not afraid of spending money and found the right middleman, it should not be too difficult. Very well. Hurry up and get it done. Xianxian waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Qi Ling'er and Sun Chong walked out of the residence together, and it did not take long for the two of them to disappear from sight. With fame, I'll be able to gather a large amount of anima of yearning. What I need to do now is to find a way to leave my soul imprint in the Netherworld pool. God Monarch Qianquan's Netherworld pool is too high tier, so I won't be able to use it. However, I can still take a look at the Netherworld pool in Drifting Spectre Royal City. With a light chuckle, Xianxian got to his feet. Since he had already made arrangements for the others, there was no way he would remain idle. The most urgent matter at hand was to leave his soul imprint in the Netherworld pool. Otherwise, even if he were to make a name for himself, he would not be able to nourish his soul. The Netherworld pool in Drifting Spectre Royal City was located in the Netherworld Palace. This was something that he had learned from Mingshi Tang's books, and he also knew the exact location of the Netherworld pool. Since he had some free time now, he might as well head over to take a look. Leaving the residence, Xianxian began making his way over to the Netherworld Palace. 4 hours later, an extremely spacious palace appeared before his eyes. The Netherworld Palace is a restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. As soon as Xianxian walked up to the palace, 2 guards blocked his path. May I make a trip to the Netherworld pool? Xianxian asked with a smile. You want to enter the Netherworld pool? Do you have an appointment? Who are you going to visit? One of the guards frowned and asked. I'm not here to visit anyone. I'm here to pay attention and gather the power of yearning. Xianxian replied. The guard was perplexed. The power of vow isn't something that just anyone can bear. Furthermore, those without merit are not qualified to receive it. However, if you really want to do it, the Netherworld Palace won't reject you. You'll have to pay 10,000 divine coins. 10,000? Xianxian nodded. Okay. Qi Ling'er had transferred over all of the money that the head of the Qi clan had given her earlier to Xianxian. To others, 10,000 divine coins was a sum that could very well bankrupt them, but to Xianxian, it was still a sum that he could fork out easily. Xianxian took out his card, transferred the money over, and followed the other party into the main hall. The Netherworld pool was located in the depths of the hall. It was completely different from the lucid lunar lake. Standing in it, one would feel their soul being nourished by an unknown energy that seemed to be flowing from afar. However, if he wanted to absorb this energy, he would be like a kite with a broken string, unable to catch it. This is the Netherworld pool. If you wish to leave your mark, just leave your blood on the stone tablet, the guard said as he pointed. Xianxian turned his gaze over and saw a stone platform beside the Netherworld pool. There were unique inscriptions carved on the stone platform, making it look like a sacrificial altar. It's similar to the altar of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but at the same time, it's completely different. Xianxian did not know who the spirit god was, but he had asked around to find out who in the firmament was skilled in rituals, and the answer he received was none other than the experts of the sky of Drifting Spectre. Initially, Xianxian thought that he had some sort of connection with the spirit god, but when he saw the patterns before him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Although they were somewhat similar, they were completely different in terms of structure and content. They did not belong to the same system. From the looks of it, this place had nothing to do with the spirit god. Just as Xianxian was about to walk up to the stone pedestal and infuse his blood into it to leave his mark, the water in the pond suddenly bubbled, and a series of illusory figures began moving about. These phantoms varied in size. The tallest ones were 3 meters tall, while the shortest ones were no taller than a thumb. There were thousands of them, and as the water in the pool boiled, they kept jumping. The special energy that he had felt in the air earlier sprinkled down like sunlight. The tall figure became more and more solid, while the small figure kept swaying like a candle, flickering. Pop, a thumb-sized shadow broke apart and disappeared. What's going on? Xianxia was puzzled. The larger phantoms are formed due to the large number of people commemorating the deceased, which is why there is a large amount of anima of yearning. As for the smaller phantoms, they are probably just family and friends. As time passes, these people die, and no one remembers them anymore, so they are naturally extinguished. The guard glanced at Xianxia and shook his head. Actually, there are quite a few people who pay a heavy price every year to leave their mark here, hoping that they will be able to come back to life once they die. However, it's a pity that death is like an extinguished lamp. If it wasn't one's own flesh and blood, the power of will would rarely be produced. Therefore, unless one was extremely rich, even if one left a mark, one would still be unable to revive. Otherwise, if everyone in the god realm didn't die, wouldn't it be overcrowded? Xianxia was deeply convinced. Kindness and gratitude were all short-lived. Who could remember it for long? Just like many web novelists in his previous life, readers would forget about them if they did not update for a few days. If he couldn't remember it, the anima of yearning would dwindle, and it would be difficult for him to maintain the anima of yearning, needless to say, condense it into a physical form. Therefore, the so-called resurrection was just a form of consolation. In the entire firmament, the number of people who had succeeded in doing so could be counted on one's fingers. Who is that tallest phantom over there? It seems like it's going to take shape soon. Xianxia thought as he looked at the tallest one in the lake. It was only a matter of time before the thumb-sized one dissipated. However, the tallest one, which was more than 3 meters tall, would surely take shape soon. It was hard to imagine which martyr it was that was able to receive such worship and worship. I'm not too sure who it was exactly. It suddenly appeared around 40 years ago, and I can't see its appearance clearly. There's no corresponding deity either, so we aren't too sure either. The guard shook his head. Who in the world is able to gather the anima of yearning? Xianxia was taken aback. The anima of yearning appears according to the person who commemorates the deceased. As long as the deceased is in their heart, it will exist. It's not surprising that no one knows of it. After all, many souls have been gathered here for more than 1,000 years. Not everyone is able to remember them, the guard said. Xianxia nodded. He walked up to the stone platform, bit his finger, and dripped a droplet of fresh blood over. Wang, as soon as the droplet of fresh blood came into contact with the stone platform, it immediately caused a ripple of energy to spread along the inscriptions on the stone platform. Following which, Xianxia felt his soul connecting with something, and an illusory figure even smaller than a thumb suddenly appeared in the water. This is my soul imprint? Xianxia did not know whether he should laugh or cry. To have such a huge anima of yearning in the netherworld pool. The guard remarked. Ordinary cultivators were unable to form anima of yearning in the netherworld pool when they had just left their soul imprint. Yet, the young man before him actually had an anima of the size of a thumb. This meant that there were already quite a few people who were thinking of him. Could there be an even smaller anima of yearning in the netherworld pool? Xianxia asked. Most of them are even smaller than this, and there are quite a few that can't even be seen with the naked eye. In my 20 years of service, the largest anima of yearning I have seen was God King Bai, who died 10 years ago. He was killed in the flood of spiritual energy. His subordinates placed the items he left behind into the netherworld pool, and a palm-sized illusory figure immediately appeared. The guard said. That shocked quite a few people. Does God King Bai have a lot of respect? Xianxia asked. That's not the case. As a god king, he must have quite a few powerful subordinates. Putting everything else aside, just these subordinates alone are enough to generate a huge amount of anima of yearning, the guard replied. Could it be that the generation of anima of yearning is related to the strength of the person who commemorates him? Of course it's related. The stronger one is, the longer one's lifespan will be, and the longer the anima of yearning can be generated. Under normal circumstances, the amount of anima of yearning produced by gods, celestial gods, and god kings is 100-fold higher. The guard said with a smile. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. If one's lifespan and cultivation were different, how could the anima of yearning produced be the same? Birds of a feather flocked together. The higher one's cultivation, the easier it was for them to revive. It wasn't just due to their fame and the number of people who remembered them. More importantly, those who were related to them were all experts. The amount of anima of yearning produced by them was equivalent to 100 or even 1,000 weaker cultivators. You aren't too bad yourself. The fact that your anima of yearning is only the size of a thumb means that it's not just gods but celestial gods as well, the guard said with a smile. A thumb-sized anima of yearning might not seem like much, but it was likely that a celestial god had appeared in the memorial. Otherwise, there was no way they could generate such a powerful anima of yearning. Celestial god? Xianxia nodded. Qilingar and Xianxia were both celestial gods. One was loyal to him while the other was his tamed beast, so it was likely that they would be able to generate anima of yearning. Feeling that the energy in the netherworld pool had already connected with his soul, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He clasped his fist and took his leave. After walking out of the hall, a guard came in. He looked at the first person and asked curiously, "How is the one who just arrived?" "It's only the size of a thumb. I reckon that it'll dissipate in less than half a year," the guard replied with a harumph. "It's already not too bad that he was able to last half a year," the guard replied. "He's not too bad, but he's already thinking of coming back to life before he's even dead. He doesn't have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Even I look down on him, so how could anyone possibly think of him and admire him? It's likely that some of his kin aren't aware of the anima of yearning, but once they learn of it, they'll surely extinguish the anima of yearning," the guard replied. "That's true." The guard nodded in agreement. In the firmament, the strong reigned supreme, and those who were strong would always be admired by others. It would be one thing if one was an old man, but a young man in his early 20s still had a long life ahead of him. However, those who were afraid of death would leave their soul imprint behind. With just a look, it was clear that they were cowards. Even if they were able to produce an illusory image now, it wouldn't take long for them to dissipate. "Let's go." The first guard sighed deeply. Just as he was about to leave, the lake before him suddenly began to tremble. Halting their footsteps, the two guards turned their gazes over. The illusory image left behind by the young man was trembling nonstop. Despite its small size, it caused the netherworld pool to tremble nonstop. A moment later, a thought suddenly struck the first guard, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. More people are yearning for him, resulting in more anima of yearning? There could only be one possibility for such a situation to occur: the anima of yearning was increasing as well. Boom! Before the guard could finish his words, the thumb-sized illusory image suddenly jolted, and it grew to the size of a palm. At the same time, the illusory image became even more corporeal. Even though there are many people yearning for him, most of them are God realm experts, so the effect isn't too great. He had no idea why the anima of yearning would take so long to arrive, but based on the purity and quantity of the anima of yearning, most of the people who were yearning for him were gods, and they were the weakest of the gods. There were very few celestial gods, so the effect was minimal. Furthermore, the anima of yearning wouldn't last for long. Boom! Before the guard could finish his words, the palm-sized illusory image suddenly grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. "This is the yearning of a god king?" The first guard narrowed his eyes in shock. The other party was only a low-tier celestial god, so how could he possibly obtain the anima of a god king? Hoo-hoo! The illusory image grew once more. "There are 2 more god kings?" the second guard exclaimed in shock. "For 3 god kings to be yearning for him at the same time. Is he really just a low-tier celestial god?" the first guard muttered through gritted teeth. It was just a moment ago that he had said that the anima of yearning would vanish in less than half a year, but who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, countless gods and 3 god kings would be yearning for him? Boom! The illusory image grew to the size of a human. The 2 guards glanced at one another as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. Some time later, they finally began muttering. "This is the anima of yearning of a conferred god king?" Conferred god kings were still god kings, but they were commanded by the heavens and the god monarchs. Ordinary god kings were no match for them. In terms of strength, even if a conferred god king were to stand still on the spot, it would still be impossible for a conferred god king to kill them. It was just like how numbers could not make up for the difference between an ant and a human. It was for this reason that a power could only be considered to have a conferred god king. Anything else could not be considered as top-notch. To be able to induce the anima of yearning in such an expert, the other party had to be an expert of the same cultivation realm or even a god monarch, 3 god kings and a conferred god king. Could it be that the unassuming young man was not an ordinary celestial god but a powerful figure who had dominated the myriad worlds? Regardless of who he is, he's not someone we can talk about. Forcing his teeth to stop chattering, the first guard replied. He had thought that the other party was a coward, but at this moment, he realized that they were not even in the same world. Naturally, he could not understand the other party's intentions. "What's his name?" the second guard asked. The first guard was stunned. "I don't know either." He had thought that the other party was just a wealthy young master who was afraid of death, so he could not be bothered to ask. In any case, the other party's silhouette would dissipate very soon, so it did not matter whether he remembered it or not. Who could have thought that the other party would be such a powerful figure? "Don't leak this matter for now, or else we might lose our heads," the second guard said. "Yes." The first guard nodded. An expert of that level was no longer someone they could come into contact with. If something were to happen to him, they might even lose their heads. After leaving the Netherworld Palace, Xianxia immediately felt that the anima of yearning he had absorbed had grown significantly. His mind had become more agile, and his soul energy, which had been restricted to the low-tier celestial god realm previously, was starting to feel an urge to make a breakthrough. It's indeed very useful. Xianxia's eyes lit up. If he had cultivated according to the method he had in the past, it would have taken him at least several years to achieve a breakthrough to the middle-tier celestial god realm, but now, it would only take him a few months at most. In other words, leaving this imprint and absorbing the anima of yearning had allowed his soul cultivation to advance more than tenfold. With more anima of yearning, it would not be too difficult for him to push his soul to the god king realm anymore. No wonder Zhuofeng held it in such high regard. This method was truly powerful. Thus, Xianxia had delegated most of the work to the others, leaving him free to do whatever he wanted. Every day, apart from cultivating his soul, he would go to Mingshi Tang for a stroll and give lessons, explaining some knowledge. He had taught quite a few students, but he had yet to form a book of Heaven's Path. Most likely, it was just as the Azure had guessed. This world didn't have a strict master-teacher system, so the respect one had for one's teachers was lacking. Unless one had a close relationship with one's teacher, such as the other party who had saved one's life. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for them to form. However, even before the golden page was completed, more and more people were grateful to him, and his reputation grew. As the anima of yearning grew stronger and stronger, the rate at which his soul grew stronger and stronger. On the 5th day, Xianxia finally managed to make a breakthrough from low-tier celestial god to middle-tier celestial god. At the same time, his physical body also reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle. He entrusted Qi Ling'er to purchase sufficient high-tier god essence pills and successfully pushed for a breakthrough to middle-tier celestial god. High-tier god essence pills were effective only on god kings, but under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to purchase them. However, with his previous experience, the head of the Qi clan knew that Qi Ling'er had the backing of a god monarch. Thus, not only did he manage to purchase high-tier god essence pills, he was also able to obtain them at a lower price. 7 days passed in a flash. Of the 10,000 beauty pills, the Qi clan has bought 1,000 of them and sold 6,000 of them. However, Royal City has probably reached its limit, so it won't be easy for them to sell them off. Qi Ling'er clasped her fist. No matter how effective the beauty pills were, there was still a limit to how many of them they could sell. Not bad, Xianxia nodded. It was already beyond his expectations to be able to sell so many of them within such a short period of time. 7,000 beauty pills were priced at 1,500 divine coins each, making a total of 5 million divine coins. Even in drifting Spectre Royal City, there were less than 20 clans who could fork out such a sum at once. In just 7 short days, Xianxia had gone from a penniless outsider to one of the 20 wealthiest people in Royal city. Not even the Qi clan, which had a conferred god king, could pull off such a feat. In just 7 short days, the name Xianxia had become the most popular name in Royal City. There was no one who could replace him. As for the gathering, I've already sent word to the others. Based on the reports, not only have the people from Royal City gathered, experts from the Sky of Drifting Spectre and even the other skies have gathered. The venue will be the largest square in Royal City, Qi Linger said. Recalling the events that had transpired over the past few days, she could not help but be astonished. Had it been anyone else, even if the old ancestor of the Qi clan had summoned them, it would have been impossible for so many experts to gather in just a few short days. Yet, the young man before her had managed to do it. It was not that he was a rallying force, but the reputation of the beauty pill had spread across the entire firmament in just a few short days. If a woman were to consume it, it could enhance their beauty, and if a man were to consume it, it could heal their internal injuries, raise their talent, and even raise their cultivation. The effectiveness of the beauty pill had far exceeded her imagination. Of course, one of the reasons why the beauty pill was so popular was due to Qi Linger and the Qi clan's unstinting promotion. More importantly, it was due to an incident that had happened 4 days ago. In the Sky of Drifting Spectre, a low-tier celestial god was nearing the end of his lifespan. Just as he was about to take his last breath, a junior suddenly bought a beauty pill from somewhere and fed it to him. As a result, his lifespan was extended. While it was hard to tell how long his lifespan had been extended, it was unlikely that he would die anytime soon. This matter was witnessed by many in the same trade as the Qi clan, and as soon as the news got out, it was impossible to contain it. Beauty pills, healing of internal injuries, raising one's aptitude. While it sounded tempting, it was no longer of much use to most experts. However, an extension of one's lifespan was something that no one could resist. It was for this reason that the beauty pill managed to sell more than 2,000 of them. However, it was not just the beauty pill that had drawn the attention of so many experts and powers to the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Rather, it was the news that Xianxia had Qi Linger spread. The creator of the beauty pill was going to sell a cheaper and more effective recovery pill on the same day, and it was also going to sell a breakthrough pill that was targeted at cultivators, regardless of whether one was a celestial god or a divine spirit realm pinnacle cultivator. Consuming the breakthrough pill would increase their chances of making a breakthrough by 50%. Ordinary breakthrough pills could be considered as miraculous pills that would drive countless people crazy over them. But to increase one's chances of making a breakthrough by 50%, coupled with some of the unique abilities of a cultivator, one would be able to make a breakthrough as long as they consumed the breakthrough pill. If the news was true, the allure of the breakthrough pill was far greater than that of the beauty pill. Even a pill that could extend one's lifespan would not be that impactful. There was a huge gap between gods and celestial gods. Not only was there a huge difference in strength, more importantly, the difference in lifespan was tenfold. To be able to increase one's chances of making a breakthrough by 50%, that was equivalent to giving those who had no chance of making a breakthrough before. No matter who it was, they would give it their all. More importantly, there were no side effects to it, so it would not affect their future cultivation. As such, as soon as the news spread, it caused a huge uproar among the crowd. If not for the miraculous effects of the beauty pill, most people would have thought that it was an act to please the crowd. However, with the precedent set by the beauty pill, even though there were some who doubted it, there were still more people who believed it. As a result, more and more people came to the beauty pill. It did not take long for countless experts to pay a huge sum of money to come over. The more, the better. He had been paying close attention to the matter over the past few days, and he knew that Qi Linger was doing a good job. In fact, she was even more influential than him. With a smile, Xianxia turned to Sun Chang and asked, "How are things on your side?" Sun Chang replied, reporting to young master, "The renovations for the 100 shops have been completed. General Zhuofeng has also given me the God Essence pills, and there are more than 3 million of them. I have also prepared the jade bottles that young master asked me to buy previously." Over the past 7 days, Xianxia had been sleeping for less than 4 hours a day. As fatigued as he had made great progress. Qi Linger did not lack funds from selling the beauty pill, so it was much easier for him to find the right shops. Otherwise, putting aside 100 shops, it would have been difficult for him to open 10 of them in such a short period of time. He passed the storage ring containing the beauty pill and the jade bottles over. Xianxia took a look at the storage ring and nodded in approval. The breakthrough pill was targeted at high-end customers, the beauty pill was targeted at middle-tier customers, and the god essence pills were targeted at the most ordinary cultivators in the firmament. These people were only ordinary gods, and most of them were not even gods. As such, the amount of anima of yearning that they could generate was simply too little. As long as he could open up this market and let everyone know of his name, the anima of yearning would surely surge toward him, and he would be able to push for a breakthrough from middle-tier celestial god to high-tier celestial god or even god king. Most likely, it was through such means that Xianxia had used the Master Teacher Pavilion to become the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, breaking the shackles of the 9 god monarchs. Let's head to the square. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia confirmed that the two of them had completed all of the tasks that he had requested, and he nodded in satisfaction. The others quickly got onto the aerial celestial beasts and headed to the square where they had agreed on earlier. Now that everyone had been gathered, it was time for him to put on a show. As long as he put on a good show, pooey, how could he say that he was putting on a show when it came to being a master teacher? As long as he performed well, the name Xianxia would resound throughout the sky of Drifting Spectre and even the firmament. Lozozi, since I can't find you, I'll just have to stand at the highest point and let you find me. The largest square in Drifting Spectre Royal City was already packed with people even before the appointed time. Xianxia had thought that 100,000 people would be the limit, but the number before him had far exceeded that number. Other than the elevated platform that had been set up in advance, the square was filled with people. There were even quite a few people riding on aerial celestial beasts to float in the air. The number of people who have come has probably exceeded 500,000. A grey-robed elder sitting on the back of an aerial celestial beast looked at the huge crowd before him with a frown. I can only say that the influence of the beauty pill is simply too great, a black-robed elder said. Indeed. I bought this pill and studied it carefully. From the looks of it, it's just an ordinary low-tier god essence pill. Be it the medicinal composition or the forging method, it's identical. However, for some reason, its effects are truly astounding. The grey-robed elder shook his head. The beauty pill was extremely popular in Royal City, so he had ordered his men to buy it and study it. It took him 3 whole days to come up with the conclusion that it was just an ordinary low-tier god essence pill. Back then, he felt like he had been screwed. A low-tier god essence pill could be bought with a single divine coin, but the price of the beauty pill was 1,500 times that of the beauty pill. He had consumed it himself, and he could clearly feel its effects. The trauma that he had sustained from an accident had been healed with ease, and his skin looked much better than before. Yet, he had taken out an ordinary god essence pill, but it was completely ineffective. Even after studying it for several days, he was still unable to make sense of what was going on. That was why he had rushed over to take a look at the person who was able to forge such a pill with his own eyes. I have studied it as well, and the conclusion I came to is the same as yours, the black-robed elder said with a bitter smile. Based on what I know, the entire apothecary guild in Royal City is doing the same as well, and they came to the same conclusion. It seems like their guild leader is on the verge of going insane. You mean Apothecary Zhou Feng? The grey-robed elder asked. That's right. The black-robed elder nodded. Zhou Feng is Fu Jiangchen's direct disciple. His skill in pill forging is above even yours and mine, but even he failed to figure it out, the grey-robed elder asked doubtfully. Fu Jiangchen was the most famous apothecary in the firmament. It was said that he had once forged pills for a god monarch. His disciples could be found all over the god world, and every single one of them was famous. Among his disciples, Zhou Feng could be considered to be one of the strongest. I once taught an apothecary in their guild, and he told me personally that when the beauty pill first appeared on the market, they had already purchased 3 of them through a special channel. They had even studied the medicinal herbs used to forge the beauty pill in reverse, and the forging method is identical to that of low-tier god essence pills. Xianxia said. The grey-robed elder said. Reverse research on medicinal herbs was to use a special method to deduce the composition of the medicinal pill and the heat control needed to refine it. To reverse engineer a finished product, one would need to master extremely profound alchemy knowledge. Even if they wanted to do it, it would take a lot of time. Indeed. However, it's a pity that the beauty pill isn't a god essence pill. There must be something within it that we are unable to detect. Hearing that the guild leader of the apothecary guild was in the same state as them, the black-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that even the guild leader of the beauty pill was unable to do so did not mean that his pill forging skills were lacking. Rather, the apothecary who had forged the beauty pill was simply too powerful. Just as the black-robed elder was about to finish his words, the anxious voice of the gray-robed elder sounded. "Look, isn't that Grandmaster Fu Jianchen?" The black-robed elder quickly raised his head and saw an aerial divine beast appearing not too far away. At the very front of the divine beast was an old man with a white beard. There were a few people standing behind him, not daring to sit down. The one standing at the very front was the apothecary Zhou Feng whom they had spoken of earlier. "It's him!" the black-robed elder exclaimed in disbelief. "Back then, when I was traveling the myriad worlds, I was fortunate enough to meet him and listen to his lecture. His demeanor as a grandmaster is truly mesmerizing. But why would he come here personally? Indeed. He's a god king. Why would he come here personally? Could it be that he has studied the beauty pill before and is unable to figure out what's going on?" the gray-robed elder asked hesitantly. This was the only reason he could think of. That's possible. Even the most famous apothecary of the firmament is unable to figure out how formidable the person who forged the beauty pill is. The black-robed elder looked at the elevated platform with a look of disbelief. That was Fu Jianchen, a god king who had forged pills for even god monarchs in the past. He didn't even know who the creator of the beauty pill was. "Since the beauty pill is so formidable, why don't you sneak over and capture the apothecary to obtain the pill forging method?" Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man looked at his companion doubtfully. "Don't tell me that you are afraid of the rules of the Sky of Drifting Spectre and the fact that this is Drifting Spectre Royal City?" As the capital of the Sky of Drifting Spectre, even though there were many rules in place, robberies were still a common occurrence. The beauty pill was clearly a profitable business, and it had stolen the livelihood of many people the moment it was released. How could the experts of Royal City possibly allow the apothecary to remain unscathed and appear in public? In the face of profit, who would care so much? His companion replied with a bitter smile. "I've sent my strongest subordinates out, but 3 high-tier celestial gods didn't return at all. They were easily killed." 3 high-tier celestial gods were killed? Is the apothecary that formidable? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in astonishment. In the firmament, high-tier celestial gods could already be considered as experts. Yet, all 3 of them had been killed. Could it be that the apothecary was a god king? "It's not that he's formidable, but the Qi clan," his companion replied. "The Qi clan?" "That's right. The god king of the Qi clan has publicly declared that anyone who touches the apothecary is equivalent to offending the Qi clan. There was once a god king who refused to submit to the Qi clan, but before he could even get close to the Qi clan, he was severely injured and chased out of the Qi clan." "The old ancestor of the Qi clan? Are you referring to the conferred god king Qi Meng?" The middle-aged man's face paled. He had been thinking that if the apothecary's medicine was really as miraculous as the rumors made it out to be, he would find an opportunity to capture the apothecary and force the apothecary out of him. Who could have thought that the old ancestor of the Qi clan would make a move on him? Qi Meng was an expert who had once fought alongside a god monarch. In the Sky of Drifting Spectre, he could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the world. As long as a god monarch did not make a move, no one would be able to stop him. If someone like that dared to cause trouble for him, he must be tired of living. Indeed. "I advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself, or else you might not even know how you died," his companion warned. If the apothecary did not have any means to protect himself, he would have been killed long ago. The firmament, even the royal city of the Sky of Drifting Spectre, was not as peaceful as it seemed. "Old ancestor, I have looked into the matter, and it was indeed the old ancestor of the Qi clan who made a move." In a massive floating residence in the Sky of Drifting Spectre, a middle-aged man clasped his fist and reported. "Qi Meng is the same as me. He has been injured in the past, and his lifespan is already nearing its end. He has never cared about worldly affairs, so why would he suddenly protect a mere apothecary? No matter how miraculous his pill is, it shouldn't be of much use to a conferred god king." A perplexed voice echoed in the room. It was the other conferred god king of the sky of drifting specter, Beitang Shui. At their level of cultivation, there were very few things that could attract their attention. Under normal circumstances, they would spend their time in seclusion, not bothering themselves with worldly affairs. Why would they suddenly choose to protect a mere apothecary? Not only so, they even made a move to deal with a god king and severely injure the latter. By doing so, they would have offended the power behind the other party, and that could very well lead to an even greater conflict. I'm not too sure about the exact details, but I do know that the Qi clan has purchased 1,000 beauty pills. Those who consume the pills are able to enhance their talents and fighting prowess significantly. This is especially so for Qiyu. It's said that he has already managed to peer into the secrets of the God King realm, and he's on the verge of making a breakthrough. The middle-aged man outside reported respectfully. On the verge of making a breakthrough? Beitang Shui was taken aback. Are the pills really that miraculous? That's right. The middle-aged man flicked his wrist, and a jade box appeared in his palm. I have specially purchased this. Old ancestor, please take a look. Who? The jade box flew over. In the room, Beitang Shui picked up the pill and examined it. Perplexed, he swallowed the pill. This, Beitang Shui narrowed his eyes. I sense the aura of a god monarch. A god monarch? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, this pill is only an ordinary low-tier god essence pill. However, it harnesses the god monarch Xianxia that only god monarchs are capable of cultivating. Of course, this is only my conjecture. A true god monarch Xianxia should be even purer than this, but it doesn't have the effect of healing internal injuries. I'll have to meet Qi Meng to understand the details. He had fought alongside a god monarch, and he had seen a god monarch in action. Their strength was pure, and it carried with it the pressure of the world. The pill before him exuded such a feeling as well, but it was clearly many times weaker. Old ancestor, are you going to meet that person from the Qi clan? The middle-aged man asked. Indeed. I thought that the old fellow doesn't care about anything, but from the looks of it now, it seems like I've fallen behind. Even if the person who forged this pill isn't a god monarch, he must be closely related to a god monarch. Once we fall behind, we'll always fall behind. It's one thing if we don't know about it, but once we do, our Beitang clan will be left in the dust by the Qi clan. Beitang Shui said as he stood up. He had no idea how the pill was forged, but the fact that it was effective meant that it was real. Given that he was unable to comprehend the authenticity of the pill, there was no doubt that it had something to do with a god monarch. Even as a conferred god king, he dared not say too much about the matter. It would be best if he could find a way to interfere in the matter, or else it would be too late if he missed this opportunity. In the depths of the Qi family's floating mountain peak, Qi Meng, the ancestor of the Qi family, sat on top of a misty rock with a fishing rod in his hand. In front of him was a small pond. Fishes swam by from time to time. Qi Meng remained motionless like a statue. After some time, he smiled and said, if you have any questions, just ask them directly. There's no need to go back and forth. There was no one in front of him, so he didn't know who he was talking to. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the water not far away. His speed was so fast that it seemed as if he had teleported, but he didn't even stir the wind or the water. It was as if he had always been standing on the surface. The ancestor of the Beitang clan, Beitang Shui. Old Qi, what's going on with the beauty pill and Xianxia? Knowing that Xianxia would surely ask about it, Qi Meng smiled and said, Xianxia is coming over as well, so why don't you explain it to him as well? As soon as he finished speaking, another figure appeared on the surface of the water not far away. He was also an old man. The other conferred god king of drifting specter royal city, Xianxia. Follow me. Seeing that everyone was present, Qi Meng stood up and with a slight sway of his body, a ripple appeared in the air. In the next instant, he appeared right before the lucid lunar lake. Can the two of you see any changes in the water? With his hands behind his back, Qi turned around abruptly. Change? The two conferred god kings took a closer look, and a moment later, their faces warped in astonishment. There's a god monarch's blood in there? Even though the aura in the lucid lunar lake was extremely chaotic, with the ores of all sorts of divine beasts and treasures mixed together, making it difficult for one to discern what was going on in a short period of time. The two of them were able to tell what was going on with a single glance. If the lucid lunar lake was just an ordinary place for physical body cultivation, it would have been rare in the sky of drifting spectre. However, there were still a few places in the firmament that were even more powerful than that. After fusing with the blood of a god monarch, the undying lava reservoir had become the best cultivation ground, second only to the undying lava reservoir. Yes. Qi Meng nodded. Can you tell which sovereign emperor left it? This. Xianxia frowned. His powerful spiritual sense spread out and quickly looked at the nearby Cultivation. As if confirming something, he nodded his head and said, could it be that person from the undying sky? I think so too. Qi Mei responded and said with a wry smile, after that Xianxia came here to cultivate, this place became like this. But, although the power here is stronger, it's almost the same as being useless. The lucid lunar lake had fused with the bloodline of a god monarch, causing the spiritual energy in the area to grow stronger, to the point where it was only slightly inferior to the deathless lava lake. However, at the same time, the energy in the lake had become even more violent, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to enter. Sovereign emperors were lofty existences. The blood essence of such experts was not something that just anyone could get close to and absorb. Previously, this pool could allow the tribesmen to strengthen their physical bodies, but now, even a genius like Qi would find it hard to approach it. It had clearly increased his strength, but now it had become a waste. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. Paying no heed to Xianxia's words, the two of them were stunned speechless upon hearing that Xianxia had been reduced to such a state after just one visit. You mean to say that, there's a high chance that Xianxia is, at this moment, they finally understood why the Qi clan supported Xianxia wholeheartedly, even going to the extent of offending others. In the end, it was all because of a god monarch. The 9 skies 9 god monarchs, including the heaven subjugation monarch, only numbered 10 in the entire firmament. More importantly, there were also a few god monarchs who never appeared, such as the one from the Sky of Freedom and the one from the Sword Hut. In other words, there were only 8 god monarchs who could come into contact with them. In the firmament, no matter who it was an honor to be able to have a relationship with a god monarch. Yet, the other party had actually gone to the Qi clan to cultivate and modified the lake such that no one was allowed to enter. That was more than enough to prove their relationship. As powerful as they were still no match for a god monarch. No, that's not right. Cultivation suddenly exclaimed. If it's the blood essence of a god monarch, even if it isn't comparable to the deathless lava lake, it shouldn't be too far off. Other than those whom he has chosen, even we wouldn't be able to get close to it. But even though it hasn't reached that level yet, you and I are still able to absorb the energy within. This means that the blood essence in the lake is still a long way off from reaching the level of a god monarch. How fearsome was a god monarch? Putting aside this floating mountain range, even the entire sky of drifting spectre might not be able to withstand the weight of a single droplet of blood. Even though the lucid lunar lake had undergone some changes, it was still far from reaching the level of a complete metamorphosis. It was clear that it was still a distance away from reaching the level of a god monarch. That's what I don't understand as well. However, you should have heard a little about the situation regarding the god monarch of the Sky of Deathless, Qi Meng said. At the thought of some secrets, the two king-conferred martial artists were speechless. A long time later, Xianxia looked at them and said, if our deduction is correct, we must report this matter to His Majesty. That His Majesty that he spoke of was the strongest expert of the Sky of Drifting Spectre, Demon Monarch Qianquan. Qi Meng shook his head. His Majesty has gone to the Acheron Ocean, so we won't be able to contact him for the time being. The Acheron Ocean? The two conferred god kings were taken aback. They had no idea about this matter at all. It's for the person who appeared in the Netherworld pool a month ago. Qi Meng replied. I see. The two conferred god kings nodded in realization. More than a month ago, a figure had suddenly appeared in the Netherworld pool. The figure possessed incredible talent, and it had caught Demon Monarch Qianquan's attention. He had gone to the extent of using his space-time arts to make the figure grow swiftly. Even though the figure had not reached the level of a conferred god king yet, he was already stronger than most god kings. It could be said that the demon monarch had gone to great lengths to forge a body for him. This is the first time that the demon monarch has paid so much attention to an ordinary person, Xianxia remarked curiously. I wonder what's so special about that person. Could it be a lady? Putting aside god kings, even a conferred god king was no different from an ordinary person in the eyes of a god monarch. After all, he was the one who had bestowed the title to the demon monarch. It would be a lie to say that a god monarch of his caliber was actually forging a body for an ordinary person. He had been with the demon monarch for many years, but he had never seen him do such a thing. Could it be that the demon monarch's heart had been moved by a lady? Qi Ming frowned. Watch your words. Ha ha ha, it's just a passing remark, Xianxia replied with an awkward chuckle. He had no intention of prying into the secrets of a god monarch. He was just curious about it, so he had no one to talk to about it with. I know about this matter. That person is from a lower world, but he isn't a lady. It seems like the person who imbued him with the anima of yearning has a constitution similar to that of your majesty. That's how he managed to prevent his soul from dissipating. It's also out of curiosity that his majesty stepped in to help him. Beitang Shui revealed what he knew. Demon monarch Qianquan did not pay much attention to the affairs of Drifting Spectre Royal City, so the three of them were in charge of many matters. As such, they were privy to many secrets that others were unaware of. Hearing that it wasn't a lady, the other two nodded in agreement. Regardless of what kind of relationship Xianxia has with that person from the sky of deathlessness, it's not something that we can speculate about anymore. Qi Ming said. It's one thing if you don't know about it, but since you do, I don't think I need to tell you what you should do. Go back to your work. Xianxia and Beitang Shui nodded before vanishing from the spot. The reason why conferred god kings were unable to teleport was because their speed was simply too fast for the naked eye to discern. In the netherworld pool of drifting specters, the guard who had received Xianxia previously walked up to the netherworld pool once more. The silhouette that he had just formed 7 days ago had already grown to the size of an ordinary human, and its aura was growing more and more powerful. There are actually more people producing anima of yearning? The number of celestial gods and gods has increased by so much, the guard gulped as he cowered in fear. Previously, the anima of yearning produced by a conferred god king and 3 ordinary god kings had caused the silhouette to grow to the size of a real person. He had thought that it would be impossible for the silhouette to grow any further, but who could have thought that it would still grow by quite a bit after 7 days? However, most of the anima of yearning produced by the ordinary celestial gods and gods were not as effective as before. The anima of yearning from the celestial gods and gods is still a little weak. If there are more god kings, I fear that this silhouette will become the second strongest silhouette in our netherworld pool, the second guard said with a nod. Indeed. However, god kings aren't cabbages that can be found anywhere. It's already a frightening feat to have 3 god kings yearning for him. How could he possibly have more? The first guard shook his head with a smile. But before he could finish his words, the silhouette before him suddenly blurred once more. Boom, the silhouette grew to the size of an ordinary human, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown by nearly 2-fold. If the silhouette was 1.7 meters tall before, it was now more than 3 meters tall. It was no weaker than the strongest conferred god king in the netherworld pool. This is the anima of yearning from 2 conferred god kings? The 2 experts' knees caved in, and they fell to the ground simultaneously. They were so shocked that they could not even speak a word. They had just said that god kings weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere, but the anima of yearning from 2 conferred god kings suddenly popped up. There were only 30 conferred god kings in the firmament, and on average, each god monarch would only receive the anima of yearning from 3 conferred god kings. Yet, this young man had done it so easily. Just what was his background? For a moment, the 2 of them could only tremble in fear, unable to say a word. While they had their guesses, it seemed like they had not reached the limits of the young man yet. When Xianxia arrived at the square and saw the huge crowd before him, he could not help but leap in shock. The sheer number of people had far exceeded his expectations. Controlling the aerial celestial beast, he was just about to land on the stage to begin his performance when his body suddenly stiffened. He felt a surge of warmth flowing into his head, and his soul energy, which had been stagnant a moment ago, began growing at a visible rate. He was on the verge of making a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god. This? What's going on? Xianxia blinked his eyes in shock. Could it be that someone had charged the wrong anima of yearning? It had not been long since Xianxia's soul cultivation reached middle-tier celestial god, so it should have taken him at least half a month to reach high-tier celestial god. His soul cultivation was still growing steadily a moment ago, so how did it suddenly increase by so much? It was just an ordinary stream a moment ago, but it had suddenly turned into a yellow river. At this rate, I should be able to make a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god by tonight. Nodding in satisfaction, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. When he first became a celestial god, he had thought that he would be able to push for a breakthrough to God King within a few days. However, it had already been 8 days, and he had not even reached high-tier celestial god yet. He felt so embarrassed that he wanted to bury himself in a hole. If he were to remain stuck at the same spot, he would really have no idea how he would face his students in the future. They had been taken away by the god monarchs, and they had been given countless resources. Most likely, their rate of cultivation was even faster than his. Once his soul cultivation made a breakthrough, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough with his Xianxia as well. At the very most, he would just have to spend a breath or two to reinforce his cultivation. Cultivation was not as simple as he had imagined. It was full of hard work and effort. After adjusting his emotions, Xianxia, Qi Ling, and the others landed on the elevated platform. Upon seeing the main character of the event, the crowd in the square immediately stopped their discussions and turned to look at Qi Ling. Is that the apothecary who forged the beauty pill? He looks so young. Not only is he young, he's also very handsome. Alright, I admit that I'm tempted. You must be tempted by his beauty pill, right? As news of the beauty pill spread, many people had imagined the appearance of the apothecary. All along, they had thought that the apothecary would be a white-haired old man, but who could have thought that he would actually be a young man in his 20s? More importantly, he was so handsome, the eyes of countless ladies were filled with excitement. No matter where one went, one would be worshipped by the opposite sex. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Qi Ling from the Qi clan. It's all thanks to my invitation that many of you are able to make it here, Qi Ling said as she looked at the crowd. She was only a low-tier celestial god, so her voice wasn't loud enough for everyone to hear her. However, she had already set up a powerful formation around the elevated platform, allowing the 500,000 people in the square to hear her clearly. They weren't affected by the voices of the crowd at all. Not many people knew Qi Ling from the Qi clan in the past, but after this invitation, it was clear that she would be the one to speak for the Qi clan at this moment. It could be said that he was second only to the clan head. The young man behind me, Xianxia, is the inventor of the beauty pill. Today, I've invited all of you here not only to introduce the beauty pill but also to 2 new pills that I've designed. Seeing that the crowd had gotten to know her, Qi Ling quickly introduced the young man behind her. I'm sure everyone knows the effects of the beauty pill. After that, Xianxia looked around. Those who were able to come here must have heard of the effects of the beauty pill or had benefited from it. Otherwise, given how busy the gods were with their cultivation, no one would be so free as to attend a gathering like this for no reason. The beauty pill can make one's skin smoother, heal internal injuries, and even extend one's lifespan. Needless to say, I'm sure those who have consumed it have heard of its effects. Earlier, Qi Ling mentioned that I'll be introducing 2 new pills on top of the beauty pill. Allow me to introduce the effects of the 2 new pills to you all. Alright then, I'll be introducing them to you all. First of all, I'd like to introduce the upgraded version of the beauty pill, which is the barrier-breaking pill. Just like what you have heard, there's nothing exaggerated about it. It can increase a cultivator's chances of achieving a breakthrough by 50%. In other words, anyone who consumes the breakthrough pill will be able to achieve a breakthrough. There are no side effects at all after consuming it, so there's no need to worry about it affecting one's cultivation. Furthermore, the breakthrough pill has all of the effects of the beauty pill. It can make one's skin smoother, heal internal injuries, and extend one's lifespan. More importantly, it tastes delicious. 50%? Almost all of them will achieve a breakthrough. All of the effects of the beauty pill? As long as one cultivates one's cultivation well, it's not too difficult to raise one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to 20%. If one consumes the breakthrough pill on top of that, the chances of achieving a breakthrough will increase to 70%. With such a high chance of achieving a breakthrough, there's no doubt that all of them will achieve a breakthrough. More importantly, there are no side effects at all. This breakthrough pill is way too overpowered. Such discussions could be heard in the surroundings. Even the experts riding on the aerial divine beasts were tempted by the breakthrough pill. They might not be able to use the breakthrough pill, but if their descendants or children could get their hands on one, they would be able to establish a powerful clan and empire within a short period of time. Teacher. Does the breakthrough pill really exist? On the back of the beast, Zhou Feng could not help but look at the old man sitting cross-legged in front of him. He was the most famous apothecary in the firmament, Fu Jiangchen. I don't know whether it exists or not, but the firmament isn't as simple as it seems. Let's continue watching. As long as the breakthrough pill appears, we'll be able to tell the difference. Without turning around, Fu Jiangchen's eyes were fixed on the elevated platform as he spoke in a calm voice. As a god king, he had lived for at least several thousand years, and he had seen innumerable experts and geniuses in his time. Under normal circumstances, a pill that could raise one's chances of achieving a breakthrough by 50% should not exist in the world. However, there was no such thing as an absolute in the world. Back then, the heaven subjugation monarch had created innumerable miracles that no one could fathom. Perhaps, this young man was the same as well. I understand your doubts, so I brought the breakthrough pill here to demonstrate its effects to everyone. Xianxia interrupted the crowd's discussion. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a jade container and opened it. A round pill immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. There was no violent fluctuation of spiritual energy or any powerful aura emanating from it. From afar, it looked extremely ordinary. It looks like a middle-tier god essence pill. I've been forging this pill for more than 100 years now, so I should be able to recognize it with a single glance. The beauty pill is identical to a low-tier god essence pill, and the breakthrough pill is identical to a middle-tier god essence pill. Can't you change it to something more grandiose? Everyone frowned. Even Fu Jiangchen was at a loss as to what to do. He thought that as long as he saw the pill, he would be able to discern its medicinal effects. But from the looks of it now, he had been thinking too much. This thing was similar to the beauty pill. Even if one were to cut it open and reverse engineer it, they would probably not be able to find anything, let alone differentiate it. That man sure is a genius in pill forging. Fu Jiangchen sighed deeply. Teacher, why do you say that? Zhou Feng asked. The effects of the pill hadn't even been revealed yet, so why was his teacher praising it in advance? As long as it's a pill, there's bound to be a reason behind it. If it's used to treat injuries, it'll require the addition of blood-staunching grass and bruise-dispelling flour. If it's used to raise one's cultivation, it'll require the addition of barrier-breaking flour and meridian-smoothing incense. The beauty pill that the other party forged is extremely effective, but it's impossible to tell the difference between it and the god essence pill. Do you know why? Fu Jiangchen asked. Zhou Feng shook his head. If he knew, he wouldn't have called his teacher over. It's simple. He's intentionally using a unique pill forging technique to conceal it. Fu Jiangchen remarked. Hide? Zhou Feng did not understand. Low-tier god essence pills are one of the most basic pills in the firmament. Given your capabilities, how many ways can you forge them? Fu Jiangchen asked. I should be able to do it with several hundred methods, Zhou Feng replied. Low-tier god essence pills were made by stacking spiritual energy together. There were many pill forging techniques, and it was just a matter of which one was more economical and economical. The reason why you're able to forge the pills with several hundred methods is because you're able to forge them with ease. You're able to forge them with the same effects using any medicinal herbs you want. Fu Jiangchen said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The same goes for the young man before me. Even though the breakthrough pill looks identical to a middle-tier god essence pill, such that even spiritual perception won't be able to detect it, it's actually forged using many valuable medicinal herbs. He intentionally used the medicinal herbs of the god essence pill as a disguise in order to prevent others from learning the pill forging technique. This way, he'll be able to ensure that no one will be able to replicate the pill forging technique. Incredible! Zhou Feng nodded in realization. He might not have understood why Fu Jianchen had used a unique method to conceal the pill, but this explanation made sense to him. There were some poison experts in the firmament who would fuse lethal poison with ordinary pills to conceal the effects of the pill. It was the same for Fu Jianchen as well. Otherwise, how could a middle-tier god essence pill increase one's chances of achieving a breakthrough by 50%? Seeing is believing. Since I've already brought out the pill, I'll have to verify it on the spot. On the stage, Xianxia continued. May I know if there's anyone who is willing to test the pill? However, the prerequisite is that the person must possess a respectable identity and standing, and it just so happens that he's on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. Otherwise, I'll just say that I'm the one who arranged it, and it won't matter how many tests you try. If he wanted to test the pill, he would have to find someone whom everyone acknowledged. Otherwise, no matter how good the pill was, he would still be viewed as a fraud. I am Zhang Heng, a low-tier god from the city guards of Drifting Spectre Royal City. I have been trapped for more than a decade now, and all of the city guards can vouch for me. An elder leaped onto the stage. What's the point of the city guards vouching for you? Allow me. I'm a low-tier celestial god from the formidable escort agency, and the butler of the Qi clan can vouch for me. None of you have any credibility at all. Let me. A commotion broke out, and in just a few breaths, 30 to 40 people had already leaped onto the stage. Even though they were still a little doubtful about the breakthrough pill, the fact that the person dared to boast about it before so many people and had the backing of the Qi clan meant that he was no ordinary person. Perhaps he might really be able to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, these people rushed onto the stage hoping that they would get lucky. This? Xianxia frowned. Just as he was at a loss as to what he should do, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. I'll send someone to give it a try. Fu Jianchen, who was sitting on the back of the aerial beast, slowly straightened his body. It's the #1 apothecary of the firmament, Fu Jianchen. He might be the most famous apothecary in the firmament, but he can't be considered as the #1 apothecary. It's said that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch's pill-forging skills are unparalleled. God monarchs are lofty existences, and they can't be compared to ordinary cultivators. Other than them, Fu Jianchen is definitely one of the top apothecaries in the firmament. Even if he isn't the #1 apothecary, he should at least be in the top 5. After all, true experts don't like to show themselves in public. That's true, but isn't he in the sky of Linglong? Why is he here? Upon recognizing Fu Jianchen's identity, a huge commotion broke out in the square. Just his identity as the most famous apothecary in the firmament was enough to win the respect of countless people, let alone a god king. Even though Xianxia didn't know who Fu Jianchen was, he could tell that the latter was no ordinary person. Thus, he nodded. Very well. Without any hesitation, Fu Jianchen waved his hand, and a young man behind him leaped onto the stage. This is my grand student, Han Chu. He's a high-tier god, but due to his recent breakthrough, the chances of him making a breakthrough are only 30%. Fu Jianchen said calmly. Since the other party had given him the opportunity to test the pill, he had to explain himself. Otherwise, if he were to be accused of colluding with the other party, his reputation would be severely damaged. Right after saying those words, Han Chu immediately displayed his cultivation. He was indeed a high-tier god, but his cultivation wasn't too deep. It was likely that he was still a long way off from making a breakthrough. Apothecary Fu is renowned throughout the firmament, so there's no way he would lie. We believe him. I believe him too. I have long heard of Apothecary Fu's character. Someone immediately shouted, and it didn't take long for the crowd to drown the entire square. With so many people present, it would be doubtful if anyone were to step forward. In fact, if the Qi clan were to send out an expert, it would be suspicious. However, no one dared to doubt the young man before them. It wasn't just because he was a god king. More importantly, he had made his name several thousand years ago, and his reputation was known throughout the firmament. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems with him sending out his grand student. Since everyone believes me, let's begin then. Xianxia said. Initially, Xianxia was still thinking that he would have to spend a lot of effort to convince the crowd to believe his words, but the appearance of Apothecary Fu resolved the awkwardness. With a flick of his finger, the medicinal pill in the box flew toward the young man, Han Shu. Taking the pill, the latter raised his head and swallowed it. Rumble, dense spiritual energy flowed into the young man's dantian. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to digest the medicinal energy. The crowd held their breaths, not daring to speak, afraid that they would disturb his cultivation. It did not last for long. In less than 3 minutes, everyone could clearly feel the energy in Han Shu's body gathering together like a tidal wave, producing a thunderous sound that grew louder and louder. Boom, with a loud explosion, a powerful aura rushed into the heavenly court, and the shackles above their heads were immediately broken. He broke through just like that? Not even 5 minutes, everyone swallowed their saliva.
99.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.999.
Most high-tier gods would spend their entire lives trying to make a breakthrough, but the young man before them had actually succeeded in less than 5 minutes. Was this medicine really that heaven-defying? Fu Jiangchen narrowed his eyes in disbelief as well. He knew how to forge the breakthrough pill that could increase the chances of a god becoming a celestial god, but the maximum effect was only 20%. Furthermore, a person could only consume a single pill at most. Even if the other party's medicine could increase the chances of a god becoming a celestial god by 50%, given his grandstudent's capability, he would still need at least 10 Xianxia circulations. In other words, he would need at least 16 hours of cultivation before he could achieve the breakthrough. Yet, he had done it in 5 minutes. The breakthrough pill was even more frightening and powerful than he had imagined. He turned to his grand student and asked, "How do you feel?" At this moment, Han Shu had just stabilized the rampaging Xianxia in his body, and he stood up with a glint in his eyes. "It's even more formidable than I thought. It has increased my chances of making a breakthrough by at least 60%. If he hadn't consumed the pill, his chances of making a breakthrough would have been extremely slim. 30% was already an exaggeration. Yet, he had managed to achieve a breakthrough so easily without any hindrance. This meant that the effect of the pill was far greater than 50%. 60, 70, or even 100%. Is it really that effective? Fu Jiangchen could hardly believe what he was hearing. My grand student dares not lie at all. If I dare lie, I'd rather die from a hole in my stomach, unable to forge pills anymore, Han Shu said with a serious look on his face. Hearing Han Shu make such a solemn vow, those who were still doubtful a moment ago fell silent. Since young friend Han Shu has personally verified the effectiveness of the breakthrough pill, I believe that everyone should have seen it for themselves as well. Seeing that everyone was rendered speechless, Xianxia knew that he had caused a huge commotion among the crowd. Thus, he said, "Allow me to announce the price of the breakthrough pill." "And the quantity?" The crowd turned their gazes over. It was true that the effectiveness of the breakthrough pill was shocking, but what mattered the most was its price. Zhang Xian said, "Since the breakthrough pill is able to break one's bottleneck, it goes without saying that it's more expensive than the beauty pill. The retail price of the beauty pill is 1,500 divine coins, so the breakthrough pill is 10 times that. In other words, it's worth 15,000 divine coins. 15,000 divine coins? Isn't this daylight robbery? That's way too expensive. Some people can't even afford it even if they spend their entire life savings. It might be expensive, but if it's really as effective as the breakthrough pill just now, it's worth it." Complicated expressions surfaced on the faces of the crowd. 15,000 divine coins was enough to buy a house in the 5th ring of Drifting Spectre Royal City, and yet, it was only for a single breakthrough pill. However, even though there was only a thin line separating high-tier god and low-tier celestial god, the difference between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. If the breakthrough pill could really help Han Shu achieve a breakthrough, money wouldn't be a problem. After all, one's lifespan and standing were completely different from one another. "Do you think that it's too expensive?" Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian chuckled. "I think that it's too expensive too. This is the first day that the breakthrough pill is on sale, so there's no doubt that many people will back down at this price." As such, I don't want 15,000 divine coins, 12,000 divine coins, or even 10,000 divine coins. It's only 998 divine coins. It's only 9,980 divine coins, and you'll be able to get a single breakthrough pill for less than 10,000 divine coins. You won't be making a loss, but you won't be fooled either. What you're buying is a breakthrough, a peace of mind, strength, and a completely different standing. 9980. Less than 10,000 divine coins? That's great. That's a third less. Everyone's eyes lit up in excitement. 9,980. Even though it was still expensive for a pill, it was still a far cry from the previous 15,000. It was not even 10,000, and he had a chance to break through to the heavenly God realm, so why not? As long as one had the money, only a fool wouldn't buy it. I want it, Apothecary Zhang, give me 2 of them. I want 4 of them. The crowd was agitated. Everyone, please calm down. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that I don't want to sell it, but the forging process of the breakthrough pill is simply too complicated. Limited by the resources and energy required, there aren't many of them that I can sell, so I can't satisfy everyone. Today, I'll only sell 100 of them until they're all sold out. I'm not sure if there'll be another time or when they'll be sold out. Hunger marketing, even though it wasn't too much trouble for him to concoct the breakthrough pill, he couldn't possibly take it out all at once. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as valuable as it was, and he wouldn't be able to attract more anima of yearning. There's only 100 of them. Hurry up and get your family to prepare the money. How are you going to do that? Hurry up and sell the houses. As long as I reach the celestial God realm, I'll be able to buy as many houses as I want. You don't have enough houses to buy? Do you think I'm worth anything? Even if I have to sell everything I have, I'll buy one. Don't you dare fight with me over it. I'll kill anyone who tries to snatch it from me. Everyone was in a frenzy. They were gritting their teeth in agitation. It took a very long time for Fu Jianchen to finally close his mouth after witnessing this sight. He was the most famous apothecary in the firmament, and the pills that he forged were hard to come by. There were many people who spent money in advance just to get their hands on the pills that he had forged personally. But compared to the pill before him, it was still a little lacking. The pill had yet to go on sale, but the crowd was already on the verge of fighting over it. Everyone, quiet down. Xianxia nodded. There's no need to worry about how you're going to purchase the pills. Once this convention is over, you can head over to Qi Linger's place to register. The first 100 people who register will be eligible to purchase the pills. Also, the beauty pill will be reduced today. Instead of 1,500 divine coins, you can purchase it for 998 divine coins. There will only be 3,000 of them, and it'll be on a first-come, first-served basis. If you miss out today, the price will revert to its original price. The crowd grew agitated once more. Those who had not bought the beauty pill previously were so excited that their faces flushed crimson. The breakthrough pill costs 9,980 divine coins, and the beauty pill costs 998 divine coins. I know how expensive these 2 pills are, and there are many friends in the firmament who are unable to afford them even if they spend their entire lives. However, there's no need to worry. Zhang waved his hand, and Qi Linger took out a jade bottle. She poured out a few pills from it and placed them on her palm. Aren't these the God Essence pills used for cultivation? You can buy 10 of them with a single divine coin. It's the cheapest batch, they look the same, but they can't be. The crowd turned their gazes over once more. This is called the Spirit Gathering Pill, Xianxia said. It looks similar to the God Essence pill, but it has a completely different effect. Not only can it replenish one's energy, it can also gather one's spirit, revitalize one's mind, and speed up one's cultivation. However, it's only suitable for cultivators below the God realm. The price is 998 divine coins each, which is less than 10 divine coins. After introducing the spirit gathering pills, Xianxia continued, for those who wish to buy some, you can head to Royal City's Xianxia Medicine 3 days from now to purchase them. I have already prepared 100 pills, and those who wish to test them are free to come up to the stage. However, your cultivation doesn't have to be too high. It would be best if you are at least a low-tier god. Halala. Right after saying those words, several hundred cultivators immediately rushed up to the stage. They were all low-tier gods. Xianxia was not stingy at all. He had Qi Linger take out a dozen bottles of pills and distributed a pill to each of the cultivators. After consuming the spirit-gathering pills, the cultivators felt more focused and refreshed. There were even a dozen of them who took this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to middle-tier god. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia in agitation. To think that the spirit-gathering pills could actually allow one to achieve a breakthrough, the price of the pills was not even 10 divine coins, so anyone could afford them. In an instant, the 500,000 cultivators in the square remembered the name Xianxia medicine and the source of the pills. Xianxia, looking at the excited crowd below, Xianxia smiled. He was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt a jolt in his head, and his eyes lit up in excitement. The sale of the 3 great pills had made more people remember him, and his anima of yearning had increased significantly. He had thought that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough that night, but who could have thought that he would be able to reach high-tier celestial god right now? Swallowing a few high-tier god essence pills, he swiftly felt his god energy reaching the same level as well. He had finally reached high-tier celestial god. From now on, be it the breakthrough pill, beauty pill, or spirit-gathering pill, you can purchase them from Xianxia medicine or pre-order them in advance. Xianxia was in a good mood after achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. After making the necessary introductions, Xianxia left the remaining matters to Qi Linger while he rode on the aerial divine beast and returned to his residence. Even though he had put on quite a show, he was not a show-off. He had always kept a low profile, so there was no need for him to remain outside. Shortly after he returned to his residence, Sun Chang walked up to him and reported, "Young master, there's a person named Fu Jianchen requesting to meet you. Invite him in." Xianxia hurriedly stood up. From the discussions of the crowd just now, he already knew the identity of this person, not to mention that this person had helped him before. Without him adding fuel to the fire, the barrier-breaking pill wouldn't have been recognized so quickly. Alchemist Zhang. After entering the room and taking a seat, Fu Jianchen assessed the young man before him curiously. The other party had concealed his strength very well, such that others might not have been able to see through it, but Xianxia could tell that the other party was a high-tier celestial god. The energy harnessed within the other party's body was frighteningly powerful, and it was likely that the other party was on par with him. His strength, alchemy skills, business operation methods, all of them showed how outstanding this person was. "I'm truly flattered that Alchemy Master Fu could come," Xianxia said courteously. "As fellow apothecaries, there's no need for you to stand on ceremony with me. I'm just here to discuss pill forging with Apothecary Zhang," Fu Jianchen said. "It's my honor." Xianxia nodded. Back when he was still on the master-teacher continent, he had already reached the pinnacle of the art of pill forging. Thus, he was able to easily explain all kinds of pills to Fu Jianchen. It didn't take long for Fu Jianchen to express his admiration for Xianxia. Everyone in the firmament said that he was the #1 apothecary, but he knew that his understanding of pill forging had yet to reach the pinnacle. He had met with the Heaven Subjugation Monarch before, and they had discussed pill forging techniques. He knew that the other party's pill forging skills were unparalleled in history, and there was no one who could match him. However, after interacting with the other party for a while, he suddenly realized that the young man before him wasn't any weaker than the other party, to be able to rival the Heaven Subjugation Monarch in pill forging despite being in his 20s. How in the world did he learn that? "May I know if Apothecary Zhang has any barrier-breaking pills here? I'm willing to buy them at the original price." After chatting for a while longer, Fu Jianchen asked awkwardly. This was the main reason why he had come here. As the most famous apothecary in the firmament, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to compete with others for it. Thus, he had come here in hopes of buying a few pills. It wasn't because he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, but because he wanted to study them properly. "That won't be a problem at all," Xianxia replied with a wave of his hand. Sun Chang immediately walked up to him and passed him a jade bottle. Fu Jianchen uncorked the bottle, and he immediately saw 10 pills inside. His face reddened in agitation as he passed a card over. "Here's 150,000 divine coins, there's no need for coins." May I know if Apothecary Fu has any pinnacle god essence pills? Would you be willing to sell some to me? Xianxia asked with a smile. High-tier god essence pills weren't that useful to him anymore. If he wanted to reach God King realm, he would have to rely on pinnacle god essence pills. However, pinnacle god essence pills were incredibly valuable. They were effective even on conferred god kings, so it was extremely difficult to purchase them. Since the person before him was known as the #1 apothecary in the firmament, he should be able to forge pinnacle god essence pills. If he could buy some from him, he would be able to save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Perhaps, he would be able to successfully become a god king and stand at the very peak of the firmament. Pinnacle god essence pills? Sure. Fu Jiangchen was taken aback for a moment before nodding. The number of apothecaries in the firmament who could forge pinnacle god essence pills could be counted on 2 hands, but he happened to be one of them. Flicking his wrist, Fu Jiangchen took out a jade bottle and said, "Pinnacle god essence pills are of a high tier, and the medicinal herbs required to forge them are extremely rare. Even for me, it takes me a lot of time and effort to forge a single one, so I only have 3 of them with me right now. That's more than enough." Xianxia was a little disappointed to hear that, but he still took the jade bottle with a smile. After which, he beckoned to Sun Chang. "Here's 2,900,000 divine coins. Please accept it." Sun Chang walked up to Fu Jiangchen and passed a card over. The price of god essence pills varied by 100-fold. A low-tier god essence pill cost 1 divine coin, a middle-tier god essence pill cost 100 divine coins, a high-tier god essence pill cost 10,000 divine coins, and a pinnacle god essence pill cost 1,000,000 divine coins. For this reason, even though the breakthrough pill cost 15,000 divine coins, it wasn't too expensive. Fu Jiangchen passed the card over to Zhou Feng before standing up to leave. "Apothecary Fu, please wait a moment." Xianxian also stood up. "May I know if Apothecary Zhang has any instructions for me?" Fu Jiangchen asked doubtfully. "I wouldn't dare to say that I have any instructions for you," Xianxian replied. "Apothecary Fu, as a God King realm expert and a renowned apothecary in the firmament, you should have been to many places in the firmament. It just so happens that there's a matter that I would like to ask you about. Other people might not know about Lozozi, but Fu Jiangchen might know a thing or two about her. As an apothecary who was capable of forging pinnacle god essence pills, no matter where he went, he would be respected as an esteemed guest. It was only natural that he would know more than anyone else. Apothecary Zhang, feel free to ask me anything. As long as I know the answer, I'll surely tell you the truth," Fu Jiangchen replied with a smile. Having traveled extensively over the past several thousand years, he had learned quite a few secrets of the firmament. If I'm not mistaken, her cultivation should be at least a god king. Her name is Lozozi. Xianxian said expectantly. Lozozi? Fu Jiangchen frowned. "I've heard of all the god kings in the 9 skies, but I've never heard of that name before." There were only 100 god kings in the 9 skies, and he had heard of most of them. That name was definitely not one of them. Xianxian frowned. Could he have guessed wrongly? Lozozi wasn't a god king at all. Was she a high-tier celestial god like him? As for being a conferred god king or a god monarch, he dared not even think about it. "That's right," Fu Jiangchen replied. "If you've heard of her name, I'll surely know of her. She once told me that she's the spirit god," Xianxian said. He had once guessed that the name Lozozi was fake, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was right. "Spirit god?" Fu Jiangchen narrowed his eyes in disbelief. "Did she tell you that personally, or did she hear it from others?" "Of course, I heard it from her," Xianxian replied. He had asked about Lozozi's identity as the spirit god, and the latter had admitted to it. "When did she say that?" Fu Jiangchen's breathing hastened, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. "Around a month ago," Xianxian replied after calculating the time in the firmament. After parting ways with Lozozi, he had traveled from the azure to the firmament, and it had been less than a day in the firmament. Thus, the total time he had spent in the firmament was only around a month. "A month ago? Titus. How is that possible?" Fu Jiangchen asked with a hoarse voice as his body trembled uncontrollably. "Why is that not possible?" Xianxian asked in bewilderment. Because, the spirit god, 40 years ago, Fu Jiangchen's body stiffened as he spoke with a quivering voice. The composure of a god king was nowhere to be seen. Is already dead. End of Volume 16, The Spirit God is Dead. Volume 17, The Fall of Emperors. Xianxia had just entered the firmament, and he had already established himself as an existence second only to the god kings. As such, he had made better arrangements for his disciples. The next volume would be, The War of the Two God Monarchs, The Fall of a God Monarch. With that, the real chapter of the firmament would officially begin. Kongshi and Luozi would reveal their identities in this volume, and Xianxia would grow stronger and stronger. He would eventually become a god king, or even a god king. Please look forward to it. Xianxia's head buzzed as he thought of something. She died 40 years ago? How is that possible? Could it be that the spirit god is just a title passed down from generation to generation? What I'm looking for is the new spirit god. He had only parted with Luozi a month ago, so how could she have died 40 years ago? He couldn't possibly be talking to a ghost, could he? If he was not mistaken, the spirit god was just a title that would be used by the successor after the death of the previous spirit god. It was for this reason that Wu Chen and Lu Yong were both sovereign Qinyong and sovereign Qinyong. It's possible for someone to inherit the spirit god's position? Fu Jiangchen was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. If that's really the case, the entire firmament would have known about it by now. The entire firmament has known about it? Xianxia was even more perplexed. Is the spirit god really of high standing? Even if a conferred god king were to be replaced, there was no way the entire firmament would know about it. One of the 9 skies 9 god monarchs. Do you think that she's of high standing? Fu Jiangchen asked with a bitter smile. Xianxia froze. Are you saying that Luozi is one of the 9 god monarchs? He had already guessed that his girlfriend's identity was not simple, but who could have thought that she would be one of the 9 skies 9 god monarchs, one of the strongest experts in the firmament? This was way too shocking. Xianxia felt like he was dreaming. If that was really the case, it would make sense why the other party had refused to reveal his identity and why she had been unwilling to interact with him from the start. Even if she was the successor of the 9 skies 9 god monarchs, her standing was simply too high. It was not something that a mortal from a lower world could match up to. That's right, Fu Jiangchen replied with a nod. May I know which sky of the 9 skies 9 god monarchs she is? Xianxia asked. The 9 skies might know, but the 9 god monarchs might not. They did not know which sky Luozi was, so it would be easier for them to find her. You don't know? Fu Jiangchen could tell that the young man before him was not trying to feign ignorance, so he shook his head and said, The spirit god is the ruler of the sky of spirit origin. Sky of spirit origin? Xianxia was taken aback. A thought suddenly struck him, and his body stiffened. You mean, the sky of deathless? Immortal emperor? Yeah. Fu Jiangchen nodded. This? Xianxia was dumbfounded. The spirit god was the immortal emperor, but the immortal emperor was clearly dead. I even saw his grave in high heavens. Could it be that, after the deathless emperor died, Luozi succeeded him and became the new spirit god? After hesitating for a while, a thought flashed through his mind, and he thought of the most likely answer. Since she was a spirit god and so was the immortal sovereign. This was the only explanation. I don't know about that. Fu Jiangchen paused for a moment before replying with an awkward look on his face. However, it's hard to say. Reaching the level of a god monarch isn't something that we can easily guess. Ever since the 9 skies came into existence, there has never been a god monarch who has fallen. This is the first time something like this has happened. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia realized that Xianxia did not know much about the spirit god of the sky of spirit origin, so he decided not to pursue the matter any further. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, May I know who the 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies are? There was no record of the 9 skies 9 god monarchs in the books. What Xianxia knew of the 9 skies 9 god monarchs was something that he had only learned from Mo Yuan when he first arrived in the firmament. Since the young man before him had a deep understanding of the firmament, it would be a good opportunity for him to ask him about it. This isn't much of a secret. You can find out with just a little investigation. Seeing that Fu Xianxia was not asking about any confidential matters. Fu Jiangchen decided not to hide anything. You should know about the 9 skies, so I won't go into too much detail. The Cloud Dragon monarch presided over the eastern sky of Cloud Dragon, and he possessed the bloodline of a pure-blooded dragon. God monarch Fuming ruled over the western sky of adamantine gold. The sky of spirit origin, also known as the sky of deathlessness, is located in the south of the firmament. The ruler of the sky of spirit origin is the deathless monarch, also known as the god of spirit origin. To the north of the firmament is the sky of Acheron, also known as the sky of Acheron. It's a massive ocean that even god kings would find themselves trapped in. The ruler of the sky of blazing sun is the Acheron monarch. The sky of blazing sun is located in the southeast of the firmament, and god monarch Shuiyang rules over the sun in the sky. Wherever he goes, he's like an unstoppable inferno. The sky of heavenly sword in the northeast is the most mysterious place in the firmament. The territory that it controls isn't too large, but there isn't a single power that dares to provoke it. It's said that the sword god of the sword hut is the strongest of the 9 god monarchs, and other than the one in the sky of freedom, no one is a match for him. The southwest is the sky of Linglong. I spend most of my time there, and Fairy Linglong is the only female monarch among the 9 god monarchs. I've met her a few times, and she doesn't put on any airs at all. The northwest of the firmament is this place, the sky of drifting spectre. The god monarch of the sky of drifting spectre is demon monarch Qianquan. Do I need to introduce him to you? The 8 skies guard 8 different locations, and the one in the center is the sky of freedom. I've never seen the god monarch of the sky of freedom before, and I've never heard of him or her either. In fact, I don't even know his title, so I dare not talk about it. All I know is that he possesses unfathomable strength, and the other 8 god monarchs view him as their leader. Soon, Fu Jiangchen introduced the 9 sky god monarchs to Xianxia. Cloud Dragon Monarch, God Monarch Fukong, God Monarch Shuiyang. Xianxia muttered the names of the 9 god monarchs in his mind to commit them to memory before heaving a sigh of relief. Lozozi was the self-proclaimed spirit god, the god of spirit source. It seemed like there was a good chance that she was the successor of the deathless monarch. If Xianxia wanted to verify this, he would have to head to the sky of spirit origin to take a look. However, the sky of spirit origin was located in the south of the firmament, whereas the sky of drifting spectre was located in the northwest of the firmament. If there's nothing else, Apothecary Zhang, I'll be taking my leave now. After explaining the 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies to Xianxia, Fu Jiangchen revealed a few more secrets that he could divulge before finally rising to his feet. Apothecary Fu, thank you for your honesty, Xianxia replied with a bow. Most people were reluctant to speak too much about matters that involved the 9 sky god monarchs, so it was already extremely benevolent of Fu Jiangchen. Apothecary Zhang, there's no need to stand on ceremony. To be able to reach high-tier celestial god at such a young age and forge incredible pills like the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, it's only a matter of time before you become a god king. Even if I didn't tell you this, you would have learned of it sooner or later. It's only a small matter, so there's no need to mention it, Fu Jiangchen said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to speak too much about matters that involved the 9 sky god monarchs. However, the young man before him, be it in terms of strength, potential, or skill in pill forging, was on par with him. There was a good chance that they would stand on equal footing in the future, or perhaps even surpass each other. Rather than fawning over the other party in the future, it would be wiser for him to befriend him now. Providing timely assistance was far better than gilding the lily. I've just finished observing my mourning period at home. I'm returning home today, so I'll have to travel for the entire day. Please forgive me. Also, I'd like to recommend a book to a friend, Lord Dragon King above. The Rain Demon is a regular on the world's wealthiest author leaderboard, and he's an expert with an annual income of over 10 million. He's returning to the website to write a book. Everyone, you must go and support him. After Fu Jiangchen left, Xianxia did not rush into making a decision. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He had 2 options at the moment. First, he could head to the sky of spirit origin to look for Lozozi and tell her that he was already a high-tier celestial god. While he did not know how far away he was from becoming a god monarch, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he should be able to get closer and closer to becoming a god monarch. Secondly, he could continue selling breakthrough pills, beauty pills, and the like to expand his influence so that more people would know of him. Through this, he would be able to absorb more anima of yearning and achieve a breakthrough to God King, conferred God King, or even a God Monarch like Xianxia. Only by being on equal footing with the other party and possessing the same level of strength would there be no obstacles. No one would dare to say anything, and they would be able to be together openly. Otherwise, given his current cultivation, he would not dare to make it public. Just that, it'll be hard for me to expand my influence any further within a short period of time. Xianxia thought. While the amount of anima of yearning he was collecting had been increasing ever since the announcement of the 3 pills, the rate at which it was increasing was gradually slowing down. Furthermore, as a high-tier celestial god, the demand for soul energy was extremely high. Even if the rate at which his soul energy was increasing did not decrease, it would take at least a month or 2 for him to push for a breakthrough to the God King realm. Putting aside the fact that he had yet to comprehend a God King realm cultivation technique, even if he succeeded, it would be impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time. Given how difficult it was for him to even reach the God King realm, how many years would it take for him to reach the God Monarch realm? That was way too slow. Xianxia sighed deeply. It was one thing if he did not know where Luo Linger was, but now that he knew, how could he possibly hold himself back? Let's head to the sky of spirit origin. I should meet her first. Xianxia thought. He had no idea how the deathless monarch had died, but as his successor, even if Luozi was a god monarch, it was unlikely that she would be safe. He had to find her so that they could face any difficulties together. Having made up his mind, Xianxia was just about to head out when Qi Linger suddenly walked in. Young Master Zhang, the 100 breakthrough pills and 3,000 beauty pills have all been sold. As for the spirit channeling pill, we're waiting for the official opening of Xianxia's apothecary to start selling it. The spirit concentrating pill was targeted at ordinary people, and it needed time to ferment before it could produce a greater effect. If he sold it now, everyone would get it immediately, and the anticipation would be reduced. Instead, it would be better to sell it 3 days later, and it would produce more power of will. Xianxia nodded. I intend to make a trip to the sky of spirit origin. I'll leave the matters here to you and Sun Chang. She and Sun Chang, the 2 professionals, would handle the business. There was nothing to worry about. He should think about how to find Luozi. The sky of spirit origin? Qi Linger was taken aback. Young master, why are you heading there? If I were to ride on a flying divine beast, I'm afraid it would take me several years to cover such a long distance. The sky of drifting spectre was located in the northwest of the firmament, whereas the sky of spirit origin was located in the south. Can't we use the teleportation formation? Xianxia asked. I've been using this ever since I left Twilight City, so why is the other party questioning me now? That teleportation formation can only be used within the sky of drifting spectre, and it's also known as the minor displacement teleportation formation. If you wish to head to the sky of spirit origin, you'll need a great displacement teleportation formation that can transcend beyond the firmament. It's not that easy to use this kind of teleportation formation. Seeing that Xianxia was clueless, Qi Linger explained. The Great Displacement Teleportation Formation? Xianxia really had no idea what it was. The 9 skies' 9 god monarchs rule over the firmament, which is equivalent to 9 countries. Each country has its own borders, so how could they possibly allow anyone to enter their borders so easily? Otherwise, the 9 skies would have fallen into chaos by now, Qi Linger explained. That's right, Qi Linger replied. The 9 skies was similar to the 9 empires. It was easy to teleport to the same country, so how could one enter another country so easily? What if the other party was an enemy? Since there's a great displacement teleportation formation, there must be a way to use it, right? Xianxia asked. There are indeed ways to use it. Based on what I know, there are 3, Qi Linger said. Firstly, one has to become a god king or one of the top 30 on the board of potential god kings. Furthermore, one has to possess a non-combat occupation and reach the peak of the firmament. Take Grandmaster Fu Jiangchen for example. He's a god king and a grandmaster apothecary as well. Even though he's in the sky of Ling Long, he's still able to travel freely within the 9 skies. Secondly, one has to become an envoy from the sky of drifting specter to the sky of spirit origin. At the very least, one has to be a golden armored general, and one has to have sufficient contribution points and be appointed by the Qianquan demon monarch. Thirdly, one has to have a special permit from the Sky of Freedom. The reason why the Sky of Freedom is known as the Sky of Freedom is because of their special permit, allowing them to use the teleportation formations of the other skies freely. However, the prerequisite is the same as the first one. One has to be a God King or one of the top 30 on the board of potential God Kings. Regardless of which of the three options you choose, the most important factor is one's strength. Even the weakest of them is a high-tier celestial god. Young Master Zhang's strength. Qi Ling'er did not continue speaking. She had seen Xianxia's cultivation with her own eyes. When they first met, he was still a low-tier god, but he had managed to raise his cultivation all the way up to low-tier celestial god. Spurred by this, she had also been working hard on her cultivation. Even with the rise in her standing in the Zhang clan, she had only managed to reinforce her low-tier celestial god cultivation a little. It was still a long time before she could make a breakthrough to middle-tier celestial god. Celestial gods were not gods, so every single cultivation stage was far more difficult to raise. Since that was the case, there was no way Xianxia would be able to withstand the pressure. After all, the lesser displacement teleportation formation required the protection of the City Lord token. Larger displacement teleportation formations were not something that just anyone could use. My strength? I'm already a high-tier celestial god, Xianxia said as he released his cultivation from the restraints on his body. He had always kept a low profile, and he had not told anyone about his breakthrough either. God kings might have been able to see through his true cultivation, but it was normal for a low-tier celestial god to be unable to do so. The aura of a high-tier celestial god was so powerful that Qi Ling'er subconsciously took a step back. Her eyes widened in shock. He couldn't stop trembling, clutching his chest. His heart was convulsing, and he couldn't speak. This was simply too shocking. The first time they met was in the underground market of Twilight City. Back then, Xianxia's cultivation had been far beneath hers. Yet, in just 10 short days, he had managed to make 6 breakthroughs in a row, far surpassing her. This rate of cultivation. Was he still a human? She really couldn't bring herself to talk to this fellow about cultivation and strength anymore, or else her heart wouldn't be able to take it. What? My strength is not enough? I have to be a pinnacle high-grade celestial god? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, Xianxia frowned. Those who are able to get into the top 30 on the board of potential god kings must be high-tier celestial gods. Suppressing the stifled feeling in her heart, Qi Ling'er nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, it turned out that the young man had only reached high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle. It was really scary. High-tier celestial god pinnacle was just a small realm away from the god king realm, but the amount of energy required to do so was simply too great. There were many cultivators who had spent hundreds or even hundreds of years in order to reach the God King realm, but none of them had succeeded. As such, even though Xianxia was also a high-tier celestial god, he was still a long way off from being ranked on the board of potential god kings. Without many years of hard work, it would be impossible for him to do so. The reason why Qi was ranked 6th was because the Qi clan had paid a huge price for him. Even so, it took him close to 10 years to raise his current strength from high-tier celestial god primary stage. Is that so? Hearing that it had to be at high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle, a troubled look surfaced on Xianxia's face. A moment later, he sighed deeply and said, "It seems like I have no choice but to use it." With a flick of his wrist, a pill appeared in his palm. These were the pinnacle god essence pills that Fu Jiangchen had just bought. Ordinary high-grade divine essence pills were no longer very effective for him. Only this thing could help him improve further. He stuffed the supreme grade divine essence pill into his mouth. "Young Master Zhang, are you going to?" Qi Ling'er was completely dumbfounded to see Xianxia swallowing the pill right before her. "What are you doing? It can't be that you're trying to make a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle, right?" When other people tried to break through, they would accumulate it bit by bit and slowly consolidate it. What the hell was taking medicine in front of others? Didn't he need to go into seclusion, adjust his state, and prepare in advance? Just as Xianxia was about to ask, the other party suddenly closed his eyes for a moment before opening them once more. Alright, I'm already a high-tier celestial god now. Rumble, along with those words, an invincible aura gushed out, giving off an intense pressure that felt like it could crush anyone into dust. Qi Linger had lost her mind. From the moment you swallowed the pill to the moment you reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle, I only said 6 words in total. In less than 3 breaths, you achieved what Qiyu took more than a decade to achieve. Qi Linger clutched her chest once more, and the pain in her heart intensified. Fortunately, Qiyu wasn't here. If he were here, he would probably be so shocked that he would start doubting his life. This was 2F** King infuriating. This was not the way to cultivate, how is it? Are you strong enough now? If that's not enough, I can always wait until my soul cultivation reaches high-tier celestial god pinnacle as well. Xianxia. His Xinqi and physical body had both reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle, but his soul was still far from reaching that level. He still needed the support of the anima of yearning. No need, she was afraid that Xianxia would use some other means to achieve a breakthrough in his soul cultivation in the blink of an eye. If that happened, she would be unable to speak anymore, so she quickly rejected Xianxia's suggestion. Young Master Zhang, you do possess sufficient strength, but none of the 3 conditions that I mentioned are easy to fulfill. Putting aside becoming a god king or reaching the pinnacle of a unique occupation, just becoming a golden armored general in the sky of drifting specter isn't an easy feat either. Besides, it's going to be even harder to get a special permit from the Sky of Freedom. That's true. Xianxia nodded. Of the 3 that the other party had mentioned, each was more difficult than the last. If it came down to it, he could just spend a month or 2 to achieve a breakthrough to God King first. It was just that, this was too slow, and it was a bad plan. Unless he could find a way to achieve a breakthrough within the next 2 days or so, however, the chances of that happening were slim. This was because he had yet to make any headway in cultivating his cultivation technique. Furthermore, reaching the God King realm was simply too difficult. What are the unique occupations that you mentioned? Xianxia asked. Apothecary, physician, blacksmith, master teacher. I'm fine with any of them. These occupations don't specialize in combat, and they can be of great help to the cultivator as well. Qi Linger replied. The fact that young Master Zhang is able to forge the breakthrough pill is more than enough to show how skilled his apothecary skills are. If you can take the examination, you might just be able to earn the right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. How does the examination work? You can take the examination at the Apothecary Guild in Royal City, and you might have to forge a pill on the spot. As long as you can forge a high-tier God Essence pill, you should be able to clear the examination. Qi Linger said. High-tier God Essence pill? Xianxia was rendered speechless. While he was able to forge pills like the Breakthrough Pill and Beauty Pill, his pill forging skills were extremely lacking. Putting aside high-tier God Essence pills, he might not even be able to forge low-tier God Essence pills. If he were to take the examination in front of others, the forging method of the Breakthrough Pill would surely be exposed. As for smithing, other than bricks, there was nothing else that he could forge that was too good at. After much thought, the only 2 possibilities that he could come up with were master teachers and physicians. If I were to take the examination for the physician examination, what kind of standard do I have to reach? Xianxia asked. The master teacher examination was bound to be related to Kongshi. With his current strength, he didn't want to come into contact with Kongshi yet. The matter regarding the Azure was more than enough for him. You want to take the physician examination? Qi Linger was taken aback. This? I'm not too sure. I'll have to head to the physician guild to look into it. Aren't you a formidable apothecary? Why are you taking the physician examination? Could it be that you know medicine as well? Let's head there together. Seeing that Qi Linger was clueless, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying. In any case, even if she knew the rules, she would still have to take the examination. Since that was the case, she might as well head there together. All right. Qi Linger nodded. There were also guilds in the firmament, but they were not as powerful as those on the master-teacher continent. In the firmament, strength was still the most important factor. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, the other occupations would flock to them. This was also the reason why apothecaries, physicians, and blacksmiths were not as respected as they were on the master-teacher continent. The master-teachers here aren't as respected as those on the master-teacher continent either. Recalling Fange's actions, Xianxia sighed deeply. The master-teachers on the master-teacher continent were not only skilled in guiding one's cultivation, but they also had a deep understanding of the other occupations as well. On the other hand, the master-teachers here were only capable of teaching, and they had a very low requirement on their teachers' ethics. It seemed like Xianxia was in a hurry as well. He was trying to spread the master-teacher continent as quickly as possible so that he could gather more anima of yearning. Unlike the master-teacher continent, he wasn't able to take things one step at a time. It was no wonder he was able to make a name for himself in the firmament and challenge the 8 god monarchs of the 8 skies. If things had gone according to plan, Mingshi Tang would have been flattened by the other powers before he could even establish himself. The physician guild was located quite a distance away from Zhang Xian's residence, so it took the duo more than an hour to arrive at the physician guild. Just like the master-teacher pavilion from before, the building was neither grand nor grand. It felt more like a private clinic. Upon entering, they saw that the main hall was filled with people. They were all dressed in the same robes, and they looked to be in a hurry. Physician Wang Qing, Physician Yu Quan, Physician Shen Zimu, Qi Ling'er quickly recognized some of the people in the main hall, and she was perplexed. Are these people very famous? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. They can be considered as the most formidable physicians in Drifting Spectre Royal City. They usually have their own matters to attend to, and even though they are all in Royal City, they don't interact with one another. Why would they be gathered here? Qi Ling'er asked in bewilderment. Physician Wang Qing was the physician of the Qi clan, and he specialized in treating the upper echelons of the Qi clan. Yu Quan was the physician of the Beitang clan, and Shen Zimu was on the side of the Shentu clan. While the 3 great clans appeared to be at peace with one another on the surface, there was quite a bit of competition going on behind the scenes. Even when the physician guild held a general assembly, they would avoid meeting one another as much as possible. Yet, all of them were gathered here at this very moment. Why don't we ask someone about it? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. He found a physician and passed 10 divine coins to him. What is going on here? The physician was a young man in his 30s. Seeing how generous the young man before him was, he decided not to hide anything from him and replied, "It's a physician competition." Physician competition? Zhang Xian was perplexed. There were pill forging and smithing competitions, but there was a physician competition as well. In pill forging, the one who took the shortest amount of time and used the least amount of herbs would emerge victorious. In smithing, the one who could forge the best weapon would emerge victorious. So, how could the physician competition possibly be held? Surely, they couldn't test their medicine on patients. Right? It's normal for an outsider like you to be unaware of this matter. The physician competition is the most direct way for physicians to exchange their skills. Through diagnosis, treatment, and so on, one can judge whether one's medical skills are superior or not, the young physician explained. While other occupations could judge a person's strength, physicians could do so as well. If I simply wait for you to be unable to treat the illness before I make a move, how long will I have to wait? Therefore, many doctors would participate in this kind of medical competition in order to quickly become famous. If they could stand out, everyone would admit that their medical skills were brilliant. Diagnosis and treatment. We need to have patience, right? Could it be that we need to prepare patients with difficult and complicated diseases in advance for this kind of competition? And we have to wait together? Zhang Xian found it strange. As a physician, he could understand what the other party was saying. However, without a patient, no matter how skilled a physician was, it was impossible to cook without rice, but once the patient was prepared and used for the competition, it would involve the issue of humanity. It was not as simple as it seemed. There's no need for that. The medical competition has a special system. Some require special patients, but some don't. After all, it's impossible to have so many patients, and it's also impossible to make the patients wait for the competition, the young doctor said. Saving a person's life was like putting out a fire. By the time all of the contestants arrived, they would work together and try all kinds of medicine. Even if they didn't die, they would most likely die. A medical competition would definitely be different from a normal competition. Then, Xianxia was just about to ask about the details when a commotion broke out among the crowd. Following which, he saw a middle-aged man walking up to the stage with a grim look on his face. It's the leader of the physician guild, Sun Xian. Qilinger immediately sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Xianxia did not ask any further questions. Instead, he turned to look at the middle-aged man. The leader of the physician guild seemed to be in his 40s. Just like him, he had also reached high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle. Everyone, the Sky of Cloud Dragon has challenged our Sky of Drifting Spectre to a duel of medical skills, and they even issued a life and death contract. If we lose, the physicians of our Sky of Drifting Spectre will have to admit that the Sky of Drifting Spectre is stronger than them. On top of that, we'll have to dispatch 10 of our best physicians to serve the Sky of Drifting Spectre for 100 years for free. What do you think? Sun Xian bellowed furiously. Of course we won't. The Sky of Cloud Dragon only relies on their bloodline. What medical skills do they have? How can they possibly compete with us? If they serve the Sky of Drifting Spectre for 100 years for free, we'll never be able to raise our heads again. A huge commotion broke out as everyone's complexion turned livid. Since none of you are willing to accept the duel, let's fight then. For the sake of the Sky of Drifting Spectre, we mustn't lose. Seeing that everyone was riled up, Sun Xian nodded. I'll now announce the names of the 5 who will be participating in the duel. They are the most reputable physicians in the Sky of Drifting Spectre. If any of you have any objections, feel free to raise them. However, you'll have to defeat the chosen candidates first. The crowd nodded in agreement. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Just like literature, it was difficult to determine who was the best in the field of medicine. However, within the same circle, it was still possible to tell who was better. I'm indebted to all of you for choosing me as the leader of the Physician Guild. If I don't accept the duel, I'll surely be criticized by others. Thus, I'll be considered as one of the candidates. Does anyone have any objections? Sun Xian asked. Since you're going to make a move personally, there's no problem at all. The crowd nodded in agreement. Wang Qing, Yu Quan, and Xin Zimu were able to serve the 3 premier clans, and they were even able to treat the affliction of a conferred god king. There's no doubt that their medical skills are top-notch, so they're qualified to accept the duel, Sun Xian said. The crowd nodded in agreement. The fact that the 3 of them were able to become the physicians of the 3 premier clans was more than enough to prove their capabilities. They were qualified to represent the Sky of Drifting Spectre in the duel. As for the final candidate, I'd like to ask everyone to make a recommendation to see if there's anyone suitable. In the blink of an eye, 4 candidates had been confirmed, and there was only 1 candidate left. I'd like to recommend Physician Chen Chao. 8 years ago, when the Calamity Affliction appeared, he single-handedly turned the tides and saved thousands of experts. He's an outstanding figure in the field of medicine. I'd like to recommend Physician Zhao Chong. I'm sure that all of you have seen his contributions over the years. He's able to treat all kinds of incurable illnesses with ease. Over the past decade, he has saved more than 100 lives, and everyone calls him the Divine Physician. He's definitely qualified to challenge the Sky of Cloud Dragon. I think that Physician Qianhai is the most qualified candidate. While he isn't too famous, he's a man of his word. In the blink of an eye, 8 candidates had already been named. Every single one of them was a renowned figure in Drifting Spectre Royal City, and they were revered by countless people. While the crowd was discussing among themselves, it was impossible for them to come to a decision in the short term. Zhang Xian turned to Qilinger and asked, if I become one of the 5 candidates, will I be qualified to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation? The reason he had come here was to find a way to assess the qualifications of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, but given the current situation, it was unlikely that anyone would have the time or energy to do so. Since that was the case, he might as well compete for the slots. That's impossible. Even Wang Qing, Yu Quan, Xin Zimu, and the others aren't qualified to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. In the entire Sky of Drifting Spectre, only guild leader Sun Xian is qualified to use it. If we really want to obtain one of the 5 slots, We'll have to surpass those from the sky of Cloud Dragon and emerge victorious in the physician competition. Qi Linger pondered for a moment before replying. The fact that the first requirement to use the Great Displacement Teleportation formation was to be a God King was more than enough to show how difficult it was. If the top 5 of a single occupation in a city could succeed, it wouldn't be as difficult as it was rumored to be. It's that difficult? Xianxia was taken aback by Qi Linger's question. If it's that difficult to use the Great Displacement Teleportation formation, doesn't that mean that the 9 skies barely communicate with one another? If even the top 5 of a single occupation were unable to use the Great Displacement Teleportation formation, how many occupations were there in the myriad skies? If that was the case, if those from the Sky of Drifting Spectre were unable to enter the Sky of Drifting Spectre, how were they supposed to conduct business? How were they supposed to communicate with one another? If that was the case, wouldn't the firmament be a stagnant pool of water? How can they not communicate with one another? Qi Linger shook her head bitterly. What you need is a slot to use the Great Displacement Teleportation formation, not a slot to enter the Sky of Drifting Spectre. If you ride on an aerial divine beast, you'll be able to enter the Sky of Drifting Spectre freely. There are many merchants who don't care about the time, so they choose to ride on aerial divine beasts to enter the Sky of Drifting Spectre. This? Xianxia slapped his forehead and sighed bitterly. He was being too stubborn. Qi Linger was right. The reason why the Great Displacement Teleportation formation was limited was because it could teleport one to the royal capital of the other party in an instant. If an ordinary cultivator were to fly on a celestial beast, it would take them at least 10 days to half a month to travel to a nearby city. Ordinary gods might find 10 days to half a month long, but those who had reached the celestial god realm could easily live up to 1,000 years. Any single one of them would have to cultivate for several months or even several years, so time was meaningless to them. Since no one is able to make a decision, let's use the simplest method to gather the selected physicians and conduct a physician examination. The one who emerges as the champion will be the most skilled physician, and he'll represent the Sky of Drifting Spectre in the battle against the Sky of Cloud Dragon. While the discussion was going on, Sun Xian had also come to a decision. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. Everyone had a physician whom they admired, and it was unlikely that they would be able to find a physician who was truly skilled through the selection process. Since that was the case, they might as well conduct an internal physician examination. The one who emerged victorious would be the strongest. Seeing that the crowd had agreed to it, Sun Xian said, "Then, I'll have to invite the candidates to the dueling platform." Soon, the selected physicians walked up to the dueling platform. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were all the most renowned physicians in Drifting Spectre Royal City in the past decade. Each of them had made a name for themselves in their own right. Is there anyone else who would like to challenge the dueling platform? As long as you are able to defeat them, you'll have a chance to represent Drifting Spectre Royal City in the dueling platform. Sun Xian turned to the crowd and said, "Young Master Zhang, do you want to participate in the dueling platform as well?" Qi Linger asked. She had no idea how skilled the young man before her was, but considering that he possessed the bloodline of a god monarch, she dared not say too much. Thus, she could only ask him to gauge his attitude. "Of course I'm participating," Xianxia replied with a smile. The reason he was here was to obtain a slot to enter the Great Displacement Teleportation formation. If he didn't participate in this duel, he wouldn't be able to get a slot. Very well then. Hearing Xianxia's affirmative reply, Qi Linger stepped forward and said, "Our young master wishes to participate in the duel as well." Her voice was loud and clear. Coupled with the fact that she was in charge of many matters in the Qi family, it naturally gave off an aura that was hard to refuse. As soon as her voice came out, it immediately attracted countless gazes. "Young Mistress Linger, you, on the stage," Physician Wang Qing asked doubtfully. As the imperial physician of the Qi clan, he was well aware of the changes that had taken place in the Qi clan. He had also met Qi Linger a few times, so he knew how highly the Qi clan was regarded. Could the young master that she spoke of be one of the famous figures in the Qi clan? But, he had watched them grow up, and he had never heard of any of them who were proficient in medicine. Perplexed, Physician Wang Qing scanned the area, but he couldn't find any familiar faces. "May I know who the young master you are talking about is?" Physician Wang Qing asked. It's young Master Xianxia. Qi Linger replied with a smile. Xianxia? Could he be the person who sold the breakthrough pill, Xianxia? That's him. I attended the press conference a while ago, and I saw him with my own eyes. That's right, but isn't he an apothecary? Why would he come all the way here to participate in the physician duel? Physicians and apothecaries are two completely different occupations. The breakthrough pill and beauty pill have the effect of healing internal injuries. Could they be related to medicine as well? Along with the beauty pill, Zhang Xian's name had spread far and wide across Royal City, including the Physician Guild. Just that. The other party was an apothecary. If he didn't head to the Apothecary Guild, could it be that he was skilled in the way of medicine? You are a physician? Sun Xian asked with a frown. I have read some medical books, Zhang Xian replied. Do you have a physician's license? Sun Xian asked. This? Zhang Xian was taken aback. I haven't taken the examination yet. He had taken the 9 stars physician examination on the Master Teacher continent, but it was unlikely that he would be able to use his identity here. What a joke. Sun Xian waved his hand grandly. Without the physician's certificate, how can you represent the physicians of the sky of Drifting Spectre in a duel? Are you mocking our Drifting Spectre Heavenly Emperor City? I am proficient in the way of medicine. Even if I don't have a physician's license, I'll just have to take one. It shouldn't take too long. Zhang Xian frowned. Do you think that we would allow a person who has just obtained his physician license to represent the sky of Drifting Spectre in the duel? Sun Xian's face was livid. He waved his hand and said, besides, all of us are here preparing for a bloody battle with the enemy. No one is here to take the physician's certificate test. Even if you have the ability to practice medicine, today is not the time. Apothecary Zhang, the beauty pill and breakthrough pill that you forged are indeed incredible, but being a physician isn't the same as forging pills, and saving people isn't the same as forging pills. If the pill is forged wrongly, the most we can do is to look for the medicinal herbs again. However, once a person dies, there is no way for him to come back to life. We know that you are trying to help us defeat those from the sky of Cloud Dragon, but you are indeed unsuitable for the job. You should focus on developing your pill forging skills. Don't come to our physician guild to cause trouble anymore. Amidst the heated discussions, physician Wang Qing and the others also stepped forward to persuade Zhang Xian otherwise. This? Zhang Xian wanted to say something, but he was at a loss for words. The other party was right. This was a matter that concerned the honor of an entire city. Even if he were to emerge victorious in the duel, without the physician's certificate, he would not be able to represent these people. I apologize for my intrusion. Farewell. Zhang Xian shook his head before leaving. Qi Linger was taken aback for a moment before she quickly followed him out of the physician guild. Unable to hold back her curiosity any longer, she asked, Young Master Zhang, do you really not have the physician's certificate? To think that the other party dared to come here without the physician's certificate, hoping to earn the right to use the great displacement teleportation. He sure was brazen. Zhang Xian shook his head. Then, what do we do now? Qi Linger was rendered speechless. The physician guild was different from other occupations. Without the physician's certificate, one had to have the courage to treat others. From the looks of it, it seemed like his plan to earn the right to use the great displacement teleportation formation through the physician guild was a goner. Forget it. Didn't you say that in order to earn the right to use the board of potential god kings, on top of reaching the pinnacle of their unique occupation, one has to be in the top 30 as well? Zhang Xian shook his head. Given the current circumstances, there was no way the physician guild would allow him to participate in the duel. As a low-profile person, he would not go as far as to challenge the entire physician guild. Rather than getting into a conflict with the physician guild, it would be better for him to get into the top 30 of the board of potential god kings first. That's right. For the 9 skies, there will be a board of potential god kings every single day. As long as one can get into the top 30 of the board of potential god kings, young Master Zhang will be able to get into the board of potential god kings, Qi Linger explained. It's not that complicated to get into the board of potential god kings. All you have to do is find someone in the top 30 of the board of potential god kings and defeat them fair and square. Of course, this duel must be conducted by the person who sets the board of potential god kings, the Sky of Freedom. Freedom God Guards? Yes, the 9 heavens godly king potential ranking is determined by the free god guards of the Sky of Freedom. They are all godly kings, and their eyesight is extraordinary. They can determine a person's exact position based on the strength of both sides. Xianxia nodded in response. This was similar to the Guinness World Records in his previous life. In order to earn the recognition of the other party, it was not how long one could last but how long one could last in the process. It was indeed the fairest way to determine the board of potential god kings. Where are the Freedom God Guards located? Are there any in Drifting Spectre Royal City? Xianxia asked. It would be troublesome if he had to head to the Sky of Freedom himself. They are located in the Netherworld Palace in Royal City. Qiyu is looking for them to conduct the examination, Qilinger explained. Let's head over to take a look then, Xianxian said with a wave of his hand. Young Master Zhang, what rank are you intending to take? Do you need me to prepare the information on the top 30 of the board of potential god kings for you? Seeing how anxious Xianxian was after making up his mind, Qilinger was a little speechless. Even if you really wanted to get a good ranking on the board of potential god kings, you would have to find the person you wanted to challenge first and issue a challenge in advance. Those who were able to make it onto the board of potential god kings were all geniuses who had experienced countless battles. If they were easy to defeat, there would have been countless people who would have come forward to challenge them. To rush over without knowing anything at all. How reckless. There's no need for the information. Just find the Freedom God Guard and have him arrange a duel with the top 30. As long as it's someone who is closest to him and can agree to the duel first, I'll challenge him, Xianxian said. To him, the top 30 of the board of potential god kings did not mean much to him. He did not know how strong he was at the moment, but his physical body had already reached the pinnacle of high-tier celestial gods after being tempered by the lucid lunar lake. Even ordinary god kings would not necessarily be a match for him. The pathos of heaven was extremely powerful. Even though he did not have the time to polish his swordsmanship after making a breakthrough to celestial god realm, as long as a god king did not make a move, there was no one in the same cultivation realm who would be a match for him. If his soul was slightly weaker, he could just forget about it. Close to him? Qilinger's lips twitched. As expected of an expert who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch. His words sure were domineering. In other words, he knew that there were not many beneath the god king realm who could defeat him, so there was no need for him to worry. While Xianxian and Qilinger were making their way to the Netherworld Palace, there was a group of people gathered there with grim looks on their faces. The person whom they were talking about, Qiyu, was among them. I am one of the top 30 cultivators on the board of potential god kings of the Sky of Drifting Spectre. I was invited here by the Physician Guild of the Sky of Drifting Spectre to have an exchange in the way of medicine. Since the Physician Guild of the Sky of Drifting Spectre didn't dare to accept the duel, I thought that it would be a good opportunity for me to witness the strength of those on the board of potential god kings. May I know if any of you are willing to accept the duel, just like our Sky of Cloud Dragon? A white-robed man looked at the crowd with his hands behind his back. There were 2 dragon horns protruding from his forehead, and they were of a faint golden color. While they were not long, they were exceptionally eye-catching. How arrogant. In the past, we would always invite the other heavens in advance to communicate with them. How dare a doctor speak in such a manner? Who gave him the guts to do so? Everyone, calm down. The golden dragon horns on his head indicate that he possesses the pure bloodline of the Cloud Dragon Monarch, making him a core disciple of the Cloud Dragon Monarch. I'm afraid that things aren't as simple as they seem. He's just relying on his bloodline. We're all experts from the same faction, so I don't believe that he can be that strong. Hearing the arrogant tone of the white-robed young master, the crowd burst into an uproar, filled with anger. Even if a doctor who had come for an exchange was ranked in the top 30 on the God King potential ranking of the Cloud Dragon Sky, it was still a great taboo for him to charge over like that. It was tantamount to challenging the prestige of a faction. If they did not do anything, the Sky of Drifting Spectre would be mocked by the other skies, and they would never be able to raise their heads again. May I know how I should address you, and what is your ranking on the board of potential of the Sky of Cloud Dragon? One of the young men in the crowd waved his hand grandly, and the crowd immediately stopped their discussions. narrowing their eyes, they turned their gazes over. Number 1 on the God King potential board of the drifting specter sky, Xianxia. He was the strongest member of the Xianxia family clan's younger generation. He had failed to break through to the godly monarch realm, but he did not die. His soul and body had reached the godly monarch realm, but his cultivation level was unable to break through. Even if he couldn't match up to a God King, he wasn't far from it. He was the number 1 expert beneath the God Kings of the sky of drifting specter, and it was for this reason that everyone looked up to him. I'm Ao Hua. I'm fortunate enough to be ranked 9th on the Cloud Dragon Heaven's God King potential board. White-robed young Master Ao Hua said arrogantly. 9th? Everyone's expression turned solemn. The Cloud Dragon monarch of the sky of Cloud Dragon possessed the body of a pure-blooded dragon, the sovereign of all beasts. His bloodline was so powerful that it could be said that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Before the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the sky of Cloud Dragon was the strongest of the 9 skies, and other than the sky of Carefree and the sky of Sword God, the sky of Cloud Dragon had the highest chances of winning. This was especially so when he transformed into a pure-blooded dragon, which could stretch for several hundred meters. Coupled with his invincible defense, it was impossible for human cultivators to stand a chance against him. It was for this reason that the sky of Cloud Dragon's God King potential board was much more valuable and powerful. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have dared to challenge him so openly. For Ao Hua to be ranked 9th on the list, there was no need to even think about how terrifying his strength was. Since you are so boastful, why don't I have a duel with you? Let's see if the cultivation of an expert from the sky of Cloud Dragon is as strong as you claim to be. A young man from the sky of drifting specter walked out. Ao Hua looked over and saw that it was a man in his 30s. He was dressed in a black robe with smooth lines that seemed to fit his body like a suit of armor. Tell me your name. I don't beat up nameless people. Ao Hua said calmly. Seeing how the other party was looking down on him, the young man gritted his teeth furiously. In the end, he still harumphed coldly and said, I am Chen Mu, ranked 10th on the board of potential God Kings of the sky of drifting specter. My victory or defeat is my own, and it has nothing to do with the sky of drifting specter. Xianxia and the others nodded their heads and didn't stop him. Ao Hua was the 9th ranker of the sky of Cloud Dragon, and the 10th ranker of the Zhang clan had challenged him to a duel. If he won, he would be able to raise his prestige, and if he lost, it would not be embarrassing at all. At the same time, he could also test the other party's exact cultivation and strength, so that those who came later could prepare in advance. What nonsense are you spouting? Ao Hua harumphed coldly as he stepped forward. As if teleporting, he appeared right before Chen Mu and rammed right into the latter. You're courting death. Not expecting the other party to give up on his defense and use his physical body to deal with him, Chen Mu's face reddened in fury. The air trembled, and a crimson glow emanated from his palm. Blazing flame palm, this palm art was forged by borrowing the power of the lava beneath the ground. As soon as it was executed, one's palm would become as hot as a searing iron, capable of incinerating anything that came into contact with it. It was due to the mystical nature of this palm art that he had managed to rise to the top 10 of the board of potential God Kings and defeat countless experts. Even though he was infuriated by this battle, he knew that the other party was not as simple as he thought. Thus, he used his strongest move right from the start. Pung, the white-robed young man did not dodge, allowing the blazing flame palm to land on him without any hesitation. Chen Mu's face lit up in delight. Just as he thought that victory was in sight, he suddenly saw a hint of mockery flashing across the other party's eyes. This is bad. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Retreating swiftly, he stomped his foot on the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions. To be able to rise to the top 10 of the board of potential God Kings, it went without saying that his cultivation and battle sense were extraordinary. However, even though Chen Mu was quick to react, the other party was even quicker. Ao Hua accelerated once more, and his movements didn't change in the slightest. Kacha, Chen Mu's outstretched arm fractured under the impact. Following which, his chest was struck, and before he could even say a word, he was already sent flying with a dull groan. Pooh, blood spurted from his mouth as his shoulder and ribs shattered. The white-robed young man, Ao Hua, finally came to a halt. He placed his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "You've gone easy on me." It was as if the one who had defeated the other party earlier wasn't him at all. Everyone narrowed their eyes in astonishment. From the start to the end, the other party had only used a single move, and that was to use his body to ram into Chen Mu. However, even with Chen Mu's strength, he wasn't able to withstand this single move at all. "I am Qi Yu. I'm ranked 6th on the board of potential god kings." Qi Yu stepped forward. It had only been a few days since they last met, and his aura had become much more stable and powerful than before. Powerful Zhenqi flowed through his body, making him seem like a grandmaster. "Let's begin," Ao Hua said as he charged toward Xianxia once more. In the blink of an eye, they began fighting one another. Is this the place in charge of compiling the board of potential god kings in the sky of drifting specter? Why is there a single person here? Following behind Qi Linger, they arrived at the Netherworld Palace, and soon, they arrived at a majestic room. Zhang Xian scanned his surroundings, and a deep frown appeared on his face. As spacious as the room was, there was not a single person to be seen. It was as if there wasn't anyone in the room at all. "I have no idea either." Qi Linger was also a little confused. In order to compile the board of potential god kings, the battles of the experts on the board of potential god kings would be recorded on it. As such, there would be quite a few people coming here every day to observe the recordings and comprehend what was going on. Why was there not a single person here today? Just as Zhang Xian was perplexed by the situation, he suddenly noticed something. He turned in a certain direction and said, "There's someone over there." Without waiting for Qi Linger's reply, he began making his way over. The two of them walked past a door, and a massive dueling ring appeared before their eyes. Following which, they saw a sight that left them unable to believe their eyes. There were more than a dozen people lying on the ground, and their faces were pale. A white-robed young man stood proudly among them. Half a minute ago, after a series of battles, only Shen Tufeng was left. Is this the board of potential god kings of the sky of drifting specter? I don't think there's a need for it to exist anymore. There was no disdain or contempt in his words. Ao Hua was simply stating the facts. None of the top 10 experts on the board of potential god kings were a match for him. It did not matter whether they existed or not anymore. "You'll have to defeat me first." Shen Tufeng spat through gritted teeth. In just a few short minutes, not only did Ao Hua defeat Qi Yu, he had also defeated the remaining 7 people in the top 10. There were no moves or battle techniques, just physical clashes. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he was able to end the battle with a single move. There was no need for him to resort to a second move. Ao Hua's physical body had already reached a frightening level. "Let's begin then," Ao Hua said as he charged forward once more. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Tufeng whipped out a sword and thrust it forward. Woo 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 woo, a cold gleam shone from the edge of the sword, and it seemed as if it would slice space apart. As the number 1 expert beneath the god kings, there was no need to doubt his strength. His physical body was extremely powerful as well. Even the high-tier celestial god sword seemed to be unable to withstand the might of his swordsmanship. Interesting. Seeing how fearsome Shen Tufeng's sword was, Ao Hua no longer dared to underestimate him. He abruptly halted his charge, and with a shake of his hand morphed into a massive dragon claw. In an instant, a powerful aura gushed forth, exerting pressure on Shen Tufeng's blood. Pure-blooded dragon bloodline, ding ding ding, Shen Tufeng's sword struck the dragon claw, and the sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. At the same time, Shen Tufeng felt as if all of his strength had been sealed within his body. A god king's physical body? Shen Tufeng's body turned cold. Only after fighting with him personally did he realize how powerful Ao Hua was. It was no wonder he dared to clash head-on with his body. His physical body was already comparable to a god king artifact. No, it's not his physical body that has reached such a level. It's his claws. His dragon claws are comparable to a god king artifact, and even if his physical body isn't as strong, it's still comparable to a high-tier celestial god artifact. A moment later, Ao Hua came to a realization. The other party had yet to reach the God King realm, so it was impossible for his physical body to be comparable to a God King artifact. As expected of a pure-blooded dragon. Relying on his bloodline was indeed unsolvable, leaving others with no way to deal with it. Pong, after a few blows, the sword in Shen Tufeng's hand was severed by the other party's claws. Following which, he was struck squarely in the chest, causing his face to pale. Just like the others, he was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. He gasped heavily for breath, unable to utter a single word. The number one expert on the board of potential god kings of the Sky of Drifting Spectre was actually not a match for Ao Hua. It seems like the board of potential god kings of the Sky of Drifting Spectre isn't much after all. Ao Hua shook his head. Placing his hands behind his back once more, Ao Hua shook his head. Just as he was about to finish his words, two figures walked in. They were Xianxia and Qi Linger. You came just in time. It seems like he's taking the board of potential god kings. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had been wondering how long he would have to wait before he could arrange a duel with someone, but who would have thought that he would see someone in the midst of a duel as soon as he arrived. Since that was the case, it did not matter what Xianxia's ranking was. As long as he could defeat Xianxia, he would be able to obtain the same ranking as him. This would save him a lot of trouble. Sure enough, a pillow was delivered to him when he was sleepy. His luck was indeed invincible. To be able to challenge so many people in one go, it seems like you are quite strong. While walking, Xianxia glanced at the injured crowd lying on the ground, and he couldn't help but ask. Even the 6th-ranked Qiyu had been defeated. Could it be that the young man before him was aiming for a higher ranking? However, it did not matter to him whether he was ranked high or not. All that mattered was that he was qualified to use the Great Displacement Teleportation formation. Here comes another one who is not afraid of death. Seeing how fearless Xianxia was, Ao Hua sneered coldly as he raised his head and asked, "What? Do you wish to have a duel with me?" What's your ranking on the board of potential god kings? If your ranking is lower than 30, I won't be challenging you anymore. It'll be a waste of effort, Xianxia replied. Even though he had seen the 6th-ranked Qiyu lying on the ground, he was still unsure whether the other party was the one who had beaten him up or not. He had yet to see the God King in charge of the trial, so it would be best for him to confirm the other party's ranking first so that he could defeat him and replace him. He did not think that the other party would be even more arrogant than him despite his young age. Ao Hua's face twitched as his eyes turned cold. 9th, no wonder. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. It was no wonder the other party was able to defeat so many people. Most likely, he had encountered some kind of fortuitous encounter that had raised his strength, such that even the 6th-ranked Qiyu was no match for him. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, as if he did not care about his ranking at all, Ao Hua was displeased. Just as he was about to introduce himself, he said, "There's no need to talk about your ranking or whether your challenge is valid or not. As long as you are in the top 30, it doesn't matter to me." Xianxia chuckled softly as he released his aura of invincibility. Raising his right hand, he said, "Let's begin." "Brat, you sure are arrogant." Seeing that the other party was even more arrogant than him, Ao Hua knew that the only way to deal with such a person was to use his fists. Thus, he narrowed his eyes and stomped on the ground, using his teleportation ability once more. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. As expected of a person on the board of potential god kings, his speed was much faster than ordinary high-tier celestial gods. Even Ming Lixiang and the others whom he had met previously were far inferior to him. Despite his shock, he did not bother to dodge the other party's attack. Using his physical body to clash head-on was exactly what he wanted. Right now, what he was most afraid of was the other party using a soul attack. Don't fight recklessly. When Shen Tufeng saw that the young man who suddenly appeared wanted to fight with Ao Hua, he endured the pain in his body and shouted. Xianxia was an expert from the Sky of Cloud Dragon, and his forte lay in his physical prowess. Facing him head-on instead of dodging, was he not courting death? Just as Ao Hua thought that the young man would be severely injured just like them, Ao Hua's face suddenly warped in shock, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Bang! His indestructible physical body suffered a heavy blow in an instant. Unable to control himself any longer, he was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground. Ah! Shen Tufeng and the others who were lying on the ground all stared with their eyes wide open. Just now, that fellow had used the same move to defeat them. Who would have thought that this fellow who suddenly appeared would use the same move to defeat them? He had defeated a monster from the sky of Cloud Dragon with his physical body. How did he do it? Unable to believe their eyes, they quickly raised their heads, only to see the young man who had sent Ao Hua flying with his shoulders shaking his neck as he turned to look at Ao Hua with glowing eyes. You seem to have cultivated your physical body quite well. Hurry up and attack me. Don't worry, I won't retaliate either. Ever since he had achieved a breakthrough in his physical body, he had not been able to find a suitable weapon to pierce his skin. As such, he had not been able to test the effectiveness of the golden threads in his body. Now that someone with a similarly powerful physical body had suddenly appeared, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip by? You. Ao Hua was so furious that he could explode on the spot. Was the other party trying to humiliate him with such a fearless attitude? That's right, it was an insult. To think that an expert of the dragon tribe like him would be defeated by someone using his physical body and humiliated in such a manner, unforgivable. Slapping the ground, Ao Hua abruptly got to his feet and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Jai. While he was still in midair, a layer of scales had already appeared on his body. The Cloud Dragon tribe's defensive ability was second only to their true form, and when one was in such a state, dragon scales would appear all over their body, making them impervious to all weapons. As a result, their defensive prowess had more than doubled. Pung, once again, Ao Hua collided with Xianxia, and he felt as if all of his bones had been shattered. He was sent flying once more. You actually grew stronger again? Not bad, you can do it. Good luck. As long as you can injure me, I'll give you money and accept you as my disciple. Xianxia said with glowing eyes. To be able to cultivate his physical body to such a level, the young man before him was indeed not bad. More importantly, he was still so young. There were indeed many experts in the firmament. This young man was much stronger than Shui Yan, and he was already qualified to become his disciple. You are courting death. Ao Hua roared furiously. He had thought that all those beneath the God King realm in the sky of drifting spectre would be trash, but who would have thought that there would be such a person here? Who would have thought that such a person would appear instead? Not only was his physical body so powerful that it felt invulnerable, his arrogance was unparalleled. You want to pay me for injuring me? Accept me as your disciple? Was that even something a human should be saying? Who do you think you are? This, Shen Tufeng and the others also felt as if they were going insane. They had thought that Ao Hua was already arrogant enough, but who could have thought that this young man would be even more arrogant? It's him. The severely injured Chiyu clenched his fists tightly, not daring to utter a single word. Others might not know about Xianxia, but he had seen the old ancestor kneeling before him and addressing him as God Monarch with his own eyes. How could such a person possibly be defeated by a mere 9th ranker of the sky of Cloud Dragon? Die. Ao Hua charged forward once more, and this time, he didn't hold back at all. His palm morphed into a claw as he slashed it downward. You are a divine beast in human form? Xianxia asked with a frown. He had thought that this was just an ordinary duel, so he didn't use his Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path. However, upon seeing the other party's palm in such a state, he realized that there was a good chance that the other party was a divine beast in human form. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Roaring furiously, Ao Hua's claw struck Xianxia's shoulder, but the latter didn't move at all. Kacha, the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. Xianxia lowered his head to take a look, only to see that the clothes on his shoulder had been torn apart. There was a deep white mark on his exposed skin, and it seemed like he was on the verge of bleeding. This is great. Xianxia was just about to speak when the white mark abruptly vanished, as if it had never been there in the first place. It seemed like his recovery ability was simply too strong, and the mark he had left behind was simply too weak. As such, he didn't even have the time to test it out before it had already recovered. Xianxia hurriedly raised his head and said, "Your claws aren't too bad. Continue. I'll stand on the spot. If I dodge, I'll concede defeat." I'll kill you." Ao Hua clutched his head in agony. So. His two claws slammed down relentlessly on Xianxia's body like a windmill, exerting all of his strength with each strike. It didn't take long for his clothes to be torn apart, and white marks were left on his body one after another. However, there was still no bleeding. Furthermore, the white marks healed almost as soon as they appeared, as if they were just scratching an itch. Gotcha! Gotcha! A moment later, Ao Hua finally came to a halt. He lowered his head to look at his claws, and tears began flowing down his cheeks. The consecutive strikes had torn his claws apart, and his scales were scattered all over the place. He raised his head to look at the young man before him, only to see the latter getting even more excited. Continue. Move faster and harder. I'm about to bleed. Ao Hua's body swayed weakly. The heck, I'm trying to kill you. Can you not speak so ambiguously? Dragons have their dignity too. You have truly infuriated me. Roaring furiously, Ao Hua's clothes burst apart, and his body began to morph. In an instant, a massive dragon several hundred meters long appeared before him, circling around the hall. You are a pure-blooded dragon? Xianxia was stunned. He had thought that the other party was just an ordinary celestial beast, but who could have thought that he was actually a pure-blooded dragon? He had heard of the pure-blooded dragon back when he was still on the Master-Teacher continent, but he had always thought that the bloodline of the pure-blooded dragon was a mess. Even in the Azure, the pure-blooded dragon was only a pseudo-dragon. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to morph into a pure-blooded dragon. Indeed. You have angered a pure-blooded dragon. Prepare to face the wrath of the pure-blooded dragon. After morphing into his true form, how could Ao Hua possibly allow Xianxia to continue speaking? He immediately sent a surge of dragon breath right at Xianxia. In an instant, flames burst forth from the dragon breath, and the space in the room seemed to have exploded. It's over, Shen Tufeng, Qiyu, and the others paled in fright. Dragon breath was the strongest offensive technique of the pure-blooded dragon, and it was even more powerful than the claws of a pure-blooded dragon. Even a god king would have to back down if they were to face a dragon breath. They had been too careless, they should have stopped while they were ahead. Now that they had forced the other party to reveal his true form, how were they supposed to continue fighting? No matter how powerful their physical body was, they would not be able to withstand it. Young Master Zhang. Qi Linger muttered with a trembling voice. It was not too long ago that they had entered the room, and before they could even figure out what was going on, the young master had already started fighting with the other party. Initially, they had thought that the other party would have the upper hand, so they had not wanted to interfere. However, after seeing the white-robed young man morph into a pure-blooded dragon, they realized that they were in deep trouble. A high-tier pure-blooded dragon ranked on the board of potential god kings was truly invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Everyone was shocked speechless. Looking at the massive dragon floating in the air, Xianxia did not panic. Instead, he stroked his lower jaw as a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. The 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon is effective against pure-blooded dragons and all life forms that possess the pure-blooded dragon bloodline. I wonder if it will work on a pure-blooded dragon as well. Let's give it a try then. It won't be a waste of time anyway. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia raised his head and pondered. Meow. Meow, boom, in the room, the massive dragon that was in the midst of unleashing its dragon breath was suddenly struck by something. Its face paled, and it plummeted to the ground. Its massive body convulsed non-stop, reminiscent of a snake that had just been electrocuted. What happened? Shen Tufeng, Qiyu, and the others were dumbfounded. Tufts of their hair were being pulled out, but none of them knew what was going on. No wonder they looked like this. That was the 9th strongest expert on the board of potential god kings of the Sky of Cloud Dragon. Even the number 1 expert of the Sky of Drifting Spectre, Shen Tufeng, was no match for him. Xianxia had thought that if he were to be challenged by the other party, he would surely embarrass himself and become the laughingstock of the 9 skies. Who could have thought that such a person would appear out of nowhere? Not only was the young man able to defeat the young man with his physical body, he was even sent sprawling to the ground by the roar of a pure-blooded dragon. How did he do it? It's the voice of a true dragon. As long as it's a dragon, can't it make such a sound? How did this Ao Hua end up like this? It can be produced, but the true dragon's voice has different levels. It seems to be related to a legend, but I don't know if it's true or not. Legend? It's said that many years ago, when the heavens and earth were still in chaos, the lands of the east were unable to withstand the gravitational pull of the rising sun. Thus, the cloud dragon monarch appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the entire territory. He observed the eastern purple chi and the birth of the multicolored chi, and created the 8 heavenly dragons' music. As long as one is a true dragon, one can produce these 8 notes. However, the more one's voice matches the heavenly Tao, the more powerful it will be. In order to match the heavenly Tao, one's bloodline must be incomparably pure. The cloud dragon monarch isn't like our Chankuan demon monarch, who has no desires in his life, and he hasn't even gotten married yet. He has many descendants, and he even has 9 sons in his first generation. As the saying goes, a dragon has 9 sons, that's right. Who knows how many generations have passed since then? Even though they are also true dragons, their bloodline is extremely thin. The so-called true dragon voice is also not as pure as it used to be. Those with purer bloodlines would naturally not be able to withstand the dragon race's unique language. In the end, it would evolve into bloodline pressure. So that's how it is. In that case, this person before me is also an expert of the dragon clan? And it's very likely that his bloodline is even purer? Shen Tufeng and the others communicated with one another in hushed voices. Qiyu and Qi Linger widened their eyes in disbelief. Didn't the ancestor say that he was a spiritual god? How did it end up being someone from the sky of Cloud Dragon? His identity had changed too much. The bloodline of a sovereign lord can be exchanged. How did he do it? If not for the fact that he knew that the spirit god and the Cloud Dragon monarch were both male, he would have really thought that the two of them had some sort of inhumane relationship. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Xianxia didn't know. At this moment, he slowly walked up to the twitching dragon and stared at its eyes that were taller than him. He smiled and said, "How is it?" Did he admit defeat? If you admit defeat, inform the God King who certified you to give me your ranking. Who? The trembling dragon shrank rapidly before reverting back to Ao Hua's appearance. He bit his lips and took a step forward before kneeling onto the ground. Junior Ao Hua pays respect to ancestor. Ancestor? Xianxia was stunned. He had only wanted to try out the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to see if it would be effective against a pure-blooded dragon. Who would have thought that it would really work, and it would be extremely effective as well? It was just that. He had only called them out once. Why did he have to call them ancestors? Could it be that he had lost his memory? He was perplexed, but he didn't let it show on his face. He nodded and asked, "So, I'm now ranked 9th on the potential board?" This, Ao Hua's lips twitched as he looked at Xianxia awkwardly. "You haven't participated in the Sky of Cloud Dragon's examination?" The young man before him possessed a bloodline that was many times purer than his. As long as he participated in the potential board, his position should have been very high. However, everyone knew who was in the top 8, and he was not one of them. Could it be that he had not participated in the assessment before? "I'm in the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Why would I participate in the Sky of Cloud Dragon's selection?" Xianxia sighed. There was no need to look, he was truly a fool. Sky of Drifting Spectre? Ao Hua was stunned. Could he be an elder who had been left behind in the Sky of Drifting Spectre? Every year, the Sky of Cloud Dragon would bring back quite a few of its members from the other heavens. "I am the 9th ranker of the Sky of Cloud Dragon, so I have nothing to do with the Sky of Drifting Spectre. The first ranker of the Sky of Drifting Spectre is Shen Tufeng, and I have just pummeled him. Look, he's lying over there." That's right, the one with blood flowing out of his mouth and white eyes. Chuckling awkwardly, Shen Tufeng pointed to himself and said, "That's right, I'm number 1. Xianxia's face twitched. That fellow was number 1? Did that mean that he had already died before he had even entered the Sky of Drifting Spectre? It was no wonder that fellow was able to transform into a pure-blooded dragon. In the end, he was actually from the Sky of Cloud Dragon. Qi Linger was stunned as well. She was simply too weak to come into contact with the board of potential god kings, so it was not surprising that she did not recognize the number 1 ranker. She had thought that the others were weaker than Qiyu, but who would have thought that the number 1 ranker would be among them as well? Was the fellow who had been pummeled so badly that he was the idol of countless young ladies in the Sky of Drifting Spectre? That was way too weak. It was no wonder young Master Zhang said that it did not matter which rank he challenged. It turned out that he was actually that strong. It took him 2 breaths to achieve a breakthrough. but even the number one ranker who had cultivated for several centuries was unable to withstand his might. The bloodline of a god monarch was truly fearsome. Qi Ling'er nodded in agreement. She decided not to think too much about it. Whatever incredible things happened to Xianxia in the future, she would just have to accept it as normal. If he was not strong, how could he be called a god monarch? You defeated the number one ranker, and I defeated you. Does this mean that I have the strength to rank within the top 30 of the Sky of Drifting Spectre? Who would have thought that Zhang Xian would be able to pummel the other party to such a state? Zhang Xian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Why don't I challenge the top 30 again? Since there was no God King to bear witness to the matter, he had no idea whether it would count as a result or not. In his previous life, there were many things that did not count because there was no one to bear witness to it. There's no need for that. We'll report this matter to the God King and have him acknowledge that you're the number one ranker, Shen Tufeng quickly said. This way, he would be able to remain on the board of potential God Kings in the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Not to mention, before Ao Hua, he was as weak as an infant. On the other hand, Ao Hua was not too far off either. It was clear that he was no match for Ao Hua, so he might as well just admit that he was the number one ranker. That's good. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the top 30 of the Sky of Drifting Spectre was much easier than he had expected. However, those with unique occupations would be a different story. Wait a moment, Zhang Xian turned to Ao Hua and asked, "Are you from the Sky of Cloud Dragon?" "That's right." Ao Hua nodded. "I heard that a group of physicians from the Sky of Cloud Dragon have come to challenge the Physician Guild. Is that true?" "That's right. There is indeed such a thing. I am one of them." Ao Hua nodded. "I would like to take an examination in the way of medicine so that I can earn the right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. However, the Physician Guild is currently preparing for the challenge, so they don't have the time to deal with other matters. Since you are a physician, why don't you help me take the examination?" Zhang Xian. Through the questioning, Zhang Xian finally understood that the recognition of the Physician Guild referred to the respect of the experts of the Nine Skies. Since the Sky of Drifting Spectre was so busy, he might as well let the physician from the Sky of Cloud Dragon take the examination. In any case, his goal was to earn the right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. "You wish to take an examination in the way of medicine?" Ao Hua was taken aback. "Yes." Zhang Xian nodded. "The leader of Cloud Dragon Royal City's medical guild is here with us, and he's indeed qualified to take the examination. However, he isn't here. He'll have to go to our lodgings." Ao Hua said hesitantly. The Sky of Cloud Dragon was a celestial being, but not all of its inhabitants were from the dragon tribe. The president of the medical guild did not have the bloodline of the dragon clan, but his medical skills were extremely high. Even within the 9 heavens, he was ranked at the top. "That's good," Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way out of the mountains and rivers, but there is a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. He had thought that the Sky of Drifting Spectre's Physician Guild would not allow him to take the examination, but who could have known that he would actually meet a physician from the Sky of Cloud Dragon just like that, to avoid the trouble of looking for other guilds. Even though he was still able to stand at the top of the firmament in his other occupations, he had already made a name for himself as an apothecary. Deep down, he was still that low-key, reserved person who viewed fame and fortune as dirt. There was really no way to change it. Just the thought of it left him depressed. Knowing that Ao Hua was qualified to take the examination, Zhang Xian quickly arranged for Shen Tufeng to look for a God King to confirm his position in the top 30 of the board of potential God Kings. After that, he and Qi Ling'er followed behind Ao Hua to look for a physician from the Sky of Cloud Dragon. The residence of the physician from the Sky of Cloud Dragon wasn't too far away. It was due to this that Ao Hua was able to find an opportunity to challenge Ao Hua. "Are you intending to take the examination through the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation?" Not too long later, 2 figures walked out of the room. The elder on the left looked at Zhang Xian with a grim look in his eyes. "That's right," Zhang Xian replied with a nod. "The right to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation concerns the safety of the 9 skies, so it's impossible for anyone who has comprehended the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation to obtain it. Our Sky of Cloud Dragon only has 2 slots, so as long as your medical skills are able to surpass either one of us, we'll give you the slot. The elder said. Very well, Xianxia replied with a nod. He had already known that there were not many people who were qualified to use the Great Displacement Teleportation formation, so he had already mentally prepared himself. Alright, let's begin. The elder said. I am the head of the Sky of Cloud Dragon Royal City's Physician Guild, Xianxia. May I know how I should address you? Since it was a challenge, it went without saying that he would have to verify the identities of both parties first. I am Xianxia replied. Xianxia? Xianxia muttered under his breath. All of a sudden, his eyes widened in agitation. Are you, the person who forged the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, Xianxia? Apothecary Zhang? That's me, Xianxia replied with a nod. Xianxia's body trembled as he suddenly kneeled to the floor and kowtowed. Thank you for saving my life. There's no need for me to compete with you in the way of medicine. Xianxia was stunned. Qilinger was stunned once more. What was going on this time around? Can you not be so flustered? If this goes on for too long, my lower jaw won't be able to take it anymore. Guild leader Liao suffered from some internal injuries during the previous flood of spiritual energy. As he is a physician, he has consumed all kinds of medicinal herbs and books over the past decade, but none of them have worked. The middle-aged physician explained. Over the past 2 years, his internal injuries have been spreading, and he thought that he had reached the limit of his lifespan. However, just a few days ago, someone bought him a beauty pill and gave it to him. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but after consuming it, his internal injuries actually began to recover. He begged someone to buy him a few more, and after consuming 10 of them, not only did his internal injuries recover, his lifespan also seemed to have increased significantly. Thus, it isn't too much to say that you saved his life. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. The principle behind the beauty pill was that it harnessed his heaven's path Xianxia, thus allowing him to recover from his internal injuries easily. Once his injuries were healed, his vitality would be enhanced, and his lifespan would be extended. I have studied the internal injuries for a long time, and yet, your pills were able to cure them easily. Doesn't that mean that your medical skills far surpass mine? Xianxia asked. This? I don't see it that way. Xianxia wanted to be humble, but after thinking for a moment, he realized that Xianxia was right. Thus, he could only nod reluctantly. Most illnesses could be treated with his heaven's path Xianxia, and those that couldn't be treated could only await death. To admit that his medical skills were inferior to others. Just the thought of it made his face redden in embarrassment. That was the extent of being outstanding, just the thought of it left him with a headache. Alright, I'll send a message back right now to help you apply for the Great Displacement Teleportation formation, Xianxia said. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for him to come here personally to challenge the Physician Guild of Drifting Spectre Royal City. The reason he came all the way here was to meet Apothecary Xianxia and thank him personally. Since the other party had a request, he could just agree to it. Just as Xianxia was about to take out a communication jade token to send a message, an elder walked out of a room and hurriedly waved his hand. Guild leader, you mustn't. Vice Guild leader Wang, why not? Xianxia frowned. The elder was the vice guild leader of the Cloud Dragon Royal City Physician Guild, Wang Fei. An apothecary is a master apothecary, and a physician's skill is a physician's skill. The two can't be confused. Wang Fei hurriedly said. Even though he had to admit that the young man's beauty pill was unparalleled in the world, pill forging was still pill forging. No matter how skilled the young man was, it couldn't be compared to the way of medicine. Medicine was to prescribe the right medicine to treat the illness, while alchemy was to use a special method to fuse medicinal ingredients together, with the goal of increasing the medicinal effect. The two were completely different, and could not be mentioned in the same breath. If Guild Leader Liao were to make a mistake in the way of medicine, it would mean that he was no match for Guild Leader Liao. If something were to happen to the latter, Guild Leader Liao's reputation would go down the drain. Guild Leader, please reconsider. Another person walked out. The 5 physicians from the Sky of Cloud Dragon had already arrived. He saved my life, and I'm planning to retire. At most, I won't treat anyone anymore. Alright, there's no need to say anything more. I've made up my mind. Liao Xian waved his hand. Although he admitted that Zhang Xian's pill concoction was indeed unparalleled, deep down in his heart, he shared the same opinion as the rest of the crowd. Although Zhang Xian's pill concoction was impressive, his medical skills might not be as good as his. The reason why he agreed was to repay the debt of saving his life. Compared to his life, the damage to his reputation was nothing. How about this? Isn't there going to be a physician tournament? Since we're already here, there's no harm in competing with one another. Zhang Xian understood the other party's worry, but he did not get angry. He was still young, and it had not been long since he arrived in the firmament. It was only natural for him to be doubted. You want to compete in the way of medicine? Guild leader Liao frowned. I'm already here, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. This? Seeing that Zhang Xian was determined, guild leader Liao nodded in agreement. The way of medicine is divided into 4 steps: observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. At each step, one has to write down one's own judgment, diagnose the illness, write down a prescription, and see if one is able to prescribe the right medicine. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He had been wondering what was going on with the way of medicine, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was no different from treating a patient. Just that, what about the patients? Are we going to let them suffer the pain and wait for the competition instead of treating them? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. That wasn't showing the compassion of a physician. Instead, he was treating his patients as a bargaining chip to build his reputation. This was a complete violation of the professionalism and ethics of a physician. Of course not. Guild leader Liao looked at Zhang Xian in bewilderment. You don't know about the way of medicine? The young man before him actually didn't know a single thing about the way of medicine. He had thought that he would be returning the favor by admitting that he had lost to the other party. Even if the other party's medical skills weren't as good as his, given that he was able to forge the beauty pill, his skills shouldn't be too bad either. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. To not even know about the way of medicine, it was likely that the other party's medical skills weren't inferior to his. Rather, it was likely that he didn't know anything about it at all. The way of medicine is a method that the medical experts of the 9 heavens have come up with to assess one's medical skills. It relies mainly on the stone of physician. Seeing that Zhang Xian really didn't know anything about the way of medicine, guild leader Liao shook his head helplessly. It seemed like Vice Guild leader Wang's worries were true. The young man's medical skills were probably mediocre. Otherwise, who wouldn't know about the way of medicine? Stone of Physician? It's a unique artifact that has the ability to record the patient's physical data and create an illusory image of the patient for physicians to examine. As long as you can give him the most accurate prescription, he'll be able to recover from his illness as well. As guild leader Liao spoke, he took out a stone and tapped it lightly. Amidst the light buzz, 10 silhouettes suddenly appeared before Zhang Xian. They were illusory images formed by a unique formation. Every single one of them looked sickly, as if they had contracted some kind of illness. If they weren't treated in time, they could very well die on the spot. The illnesses that these 10 people are suffering from are the latest incurable illnesses discovered within the 9 heavens. There are also illnesses from several hundred or even several thousand years ago that have been imprinted through a unique method. Through observation, smell, question, and diagnosis, one can determine the cause of the illness and find a way to concoct a medicine, guild leader Liao explained. Seemingly seeing through Zhang Xian's worries, he said, "Don't worry, these illnesses span from the ancient times to the present. In fact, some of them are even intertwined with one another, so it's impossible for anyone to memorize all of them. Furthermore, the person who appears after each infusion of energy is completely different from the previous one, so it's impossible for them to memorize the answer." Zhang Xian nodded in response. Treating a patient wasn't as simple as memorizing a question. Even though the illness seemed to be the same, it would still be treated differently depending on the individual's constitution and gender. This was precisely the reason why Zhang Xian was worried that someone might have memorized the characteristics and treatment method of the patients beforehand. From the looks of it, it wasn't as easy as he had thought. Even though the memory of the experts of the firmament was incredible, there were still many illnesses that had appeared over the millennia. On top of that, there was a lack of historical records, so it was unlikely that it would be easy to memorize all of them. Guild leader Liao said, "Since you know the rules, let's begin. The rules are as you treat the illusory images. You have to write down your deductions at every step of the process, and once you're done, you have to pass the prescription to the illusory images. If the prescription is identical to the one you used previously, the illness of the illusory images will be cured. Even if there are any mistakes, the outcome will still be the same." Xianxia nodded. He placed his palm on the stone of physician and touched it lightly. The 10 illusory images on the stone changed, becoming completely different from before. "Begin." Following which, 2 physicians passed a brush and paper over. Guild leader Liao walked up to the illusory images and took a closer look at them. As a physician, observation was the first step. Through observing the patient's expression, appearance, posture, and tongue, a physician would be able to determine the illness within the patient's body. Watching as guild leader Liao walked over to one side of the group, Xianxia walked over to the other side. Soon, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Walking to the center of the group, he exclaimed, "Flaws. Hoo, 10 books materialized in the library of Heaven's Path." Even though he had already deduced the illness of the 10 illusory images, he was still a little worried. Thus, he decided to use the library of Heaven's Path to see if his deduction was correct. He had to head to the sky of spirit origin to look for Lozozi as soon as possible, so he didn't want to waste any more time. Even though they were only illusory images, the library of Heaven's Path was still able to provide the flaws of the patients. He quickly took a look, and after confirming that his deduction was correct, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he did not have much exposure to the firmament's medical knowledge, he was still one of the greatest physicians on the master-teacher continent. His understanding of the human body and the medicinal properties of every single medicinal herb had reached down to the very marrow of his bones. As long as he could understand the difference between the gods and ordinary humans, as well as the difference between the medicinal properties of medicinal herbs on the master-teacher continent, he would be able to assimilate the 2 types of knowledge together. Xianxia quickly went through the calculations in his head before sitting down on the spot and writing down the results. It did not take long for him to finish writing down the 10 sheets of paper. "All right, I'm done," Xianxia said with a smile. "You're done? How long has it been? 10 minutes? 8 minutes? And you're writing down the results? You managed to diagnose the illnesses of 10 patients in such a short period of time, and you even wrote down a prescription? You must be joking." Everyone was taken aback. Even though they were pressed for time, to diagnose 10 patients with one of the most intractable illnesses in the history of the way of medicine in less than 10 minutes and even wrote down a prescription, "Are you sure you're not joking?" The crowd glanced at one another before turning their gazes back to guild leader Xianxia, only to see the latter rubbing his glabella as he took the first patient's pulse. A moment later, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down the illnesses he had diagnosed and the prescription he had written down. After he was done, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he turned around and saw that Xianxia had actually stopped in his tracks, he frowned and said, "Don't waste time. Under the same circumstances, the one who is faster will emerge victorious." He had been too focused on examining the patient that he had not noticed the young man's actions. After saying those words, he was just about to move on to the second patient when the others suddenly turned to look at him speechlessly. "What's wrong?" Xian asked. "Guild leader, he has already diagnosed the illness and written down the prescription." "You should hurry up," Wang Fei said awkwardly. "The prescription has been written out?" Guild leader Liao was taken aback. He had only seen 1 patient, but you've already treated 10, shaking his head, he felt even more pessimistic about the young man before him. Treating a patient was not like embroidery, nor was it a martial arts competition. It involved the patient's age, strength, medical history, and so on. Even the slightest mistake could lead to irreversible changes and ultimately failure. The 4 steps of looking, smelling, asking, and cutting were not completed, and he was prescribed medication. Veterinarians, even a veterinarian would have to ask the owner about the illness before taking the pulse. Xianxia felt that the young man before him was indeed unreliable, so he decided to ignore him and continue examining the patient before him. 2 hours later, Xianxia had finished researching all the symptoms of the 10 patients, and he had written a prescription for them. Rubbing his glabella, he passed the prescription over. Let's examine it. Vice Guild leader Wang Fei walked up and took out the first piece of paper. Everyone looked at it and saw 6 words written on it: suspected demonic E syndrome. This was the conclusion he came to after observing his first patient. The second and third results were the same. After the 4th examination, the result was overturned. This is a demonic nightmare, not a demonic nightmare. Prescription. Bewitchment was a special illness that tormented one's mind. Sufferers would often have nightmares when they slept, feeling like they were being haunted by demons. As time passed, they would be unable to extricate themselves. Actually, this was a manifestation of cultivation deviation. His mind was damaged, but as long as he cultivated his soul and didn't give himself too much pressure, he would be able to alleviate it. No matter how one looked at it, the symptoms were exactly the same as the nightmare syndrome. The only difference was that the former would happen as long as one was asleep. It would only weaken one's mental state and was not fatal. The latter, on the other hand, had to be in a deep slumber. Furthermore, once one fell into a deep slumber, it was very easy for one to fall asleep and never wake up again. Through the description, Xianxia realized that the symptoms of the two were practically identical. Unless one felt their pulse and sensed the changes in their energy, it would be impossible to tell them apart. A perfect answer. Vice President Wang Fei nodded. The first step of a doctor's diagnosis was observation. It could only make a preliminary judgment, and it was impossible to confirm it directly. To put it bluntly, the 4 steps were a process of eliminating many diseases. President Liao Xian had used this most basic method to determine the focus of the disease, find the root cause, and solve it in one fell swoop. He took the prescription and placed it in the hand of the phantom. Buzz, the next moment, the virtual image's complexion and spirit recovered as if it had taken medicine, gradually improving. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean one thing: the medicine used was correct. Liao Xian nodded in satisfaction as he stroked his beard. Even though it had been many years since he had participated in a physician competition, it seemed like he was still as good as ever. His very first patient ended perfectly. He turned to look at Xianxia. He wanted to see what kind of answer the young man before him would come up with in less than 10 minutes. Xianxia chuckled and stretched out his palm, gesturing for him to examine the prescription he had written. Wang Fei opened it and frowned. Everyone looked over, and a strange look appeared on their faces. The name of the patient is not written on it? Was it not diagnosed? If you haven't diagnosed it, you can't give me a prescription. I'm not sure about that. Written on the white paper was a type of medicine, but there was no indication of what illness the patient was suffering from. Furthermore, his prescription is slightly different from Guild Leader Liao's. It's not just a little, it's completely different. Guild Leader Liao's answer is perfect. It happens to be able to treat illnesses, but his answer is different. It seems like he has already failed. At this moment, everyone had an answer in their hearts. Sure enough, Xianxia was only an apothecary. He was still a long way from becoming a physician. It was one thing for him to be unable to diagnose the other party's illness, but he didn't even prescribe the right medicine. It was fortunate that the other party was a fake patient. Do you still want to continue? Wang Fei looked at Xianxia impassively. He had already lost the first round. If he were to continue, he would only be humiliating himself. You mean to say that I have lost? Xianxia was taken aback. Isn't it obvious? Wang Fei replied. You can test the prescription on the illusory figure, Xianxia said. With Guild Leader Liao's prescription taken away, the illusory figure reverted back to his sickly state. You're asking for it. Seeing how the other party still refused to acknowledge his good intentions despite giving him some face, Wang Fei shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the pill formula over. When the medicinal formula landed on the illusory figure, his originally weak and waxen face instantly turned pale. Just when everyone thought that this fellow would definitely die from the treatment, a rumbling sound rang out, and the illusory figure's aura suddenly exploded. Then, it slowly decreased, and the power area stabilized. Not only did his body recover, but his complexion was also rosier and stronger than before. This is a breakthrough in his soul cultivation? Not only did his herbs cure the illness, but they also helped him achieve a breakthrough? The surroundings were completely silent. Even guild leader Liao Xian's eyes widened. His treatment was only to treat the pain, but the other party not only solved the problem from the root, but also turned a disadvantage into an advantage, allowing him to break through in one fell swoop. This formula was no longer perfect. It had far surpassed perfect and reached an even higher realm. Not only so, the medicinal herbs required for apothecary Zhang's prescription aren't too rare either. Even ordinary apothecaries can gather them, and the price isn't too high either, Ao Hua suddenly said. On the way here, he had received instructions from Xianxia not to address him as ancestor but apothecary Zhang. The latter did not want to reveal his identity as a true dragon for the time being. In truth, it wasn't that he didn't want to expose himself, but he was afraid that the people from the Sky of Cloud Dragon might find out about it. Indeed, it was only then that the crowd finally came to their senses. They turned their gazes to the prescription once more, and their eyes burned with passion. Not only was the prescription able to cure the illness and allow the cultivator to achieve a breakthrough, more importantly, the medicinal herbs were cheap, easy to sell, and the cost was also low. In crucial moments, the effects they could bring were immeasurable. The easier it was to buy a medicinal herb, the more effective it would be in saving a person's life. However, if there were too many rare medicinal herbs, it would be difficult to find them within a short period of time. How could your prescription be so effective? It took a long time before guild leader Liao Xian finally recovered from his shock and asked. For a prescription to be able to cure one's illness and achieve a breakthrough at the same time, just how in the world did it work? To put it bluntly, his illness is neither nightmare affliction nor demonic affliction. Rather, it is a kind of hallucinogenic poison, Xianxia said. So, in truth, it can't be considered as an illness, so I didn't write a name for it, poison? Guild leader Liao Xian could hardly believe what he was hearing. This is clearly the symptoms of nightmare affliction. Through looking, smelling, asking, and feeling the patient's pulse, his judgment had been spot on. The other party should have recovered after consuming the medicine, so how could he possibly be poisoned? Xianxian explained, it's the crux of the nightmare affliction. However, this affliction only harms one's soul, making one feel fatigued and weak. It doesn't affect one's Xianxia and physical body too much. Look at the patient before you. Not only is his spirit weakened, his physical body is also starting to wither and turn yellow, reminiscent of weeds in autumn. It's as if his life is coming to an end at any moment. From this, it seems like there's something wrong with his bodily functions as well. Gods possess powerful physical bodies and Xianxia, and the patient before us is a low-tier celestial god, so it goes without saying that he's even stronger than us. For him to still be in such a state under such circumstances, it doesn't make sense that he's suffering from nightmare affliction anymore. That's why I deduced that he might be poisoned, and his condition just so happens to match the symptoms of the nightmare snakes. I also noticed that he's a cultivator from the Deathless Skies Xianxia Peak, and nightmare snakes are the most abundant species in this region. Most likely, he was bitten by a venomous snake when he went out. Ordinary nightmare affliction prescriptions can alleviate the symptoms, but they won't be able to cure it completely. He might look fine for a short period of time, but it will relapse once every 2 years, and after 5 times, the venom will flow through his entire body, and no one will be able to treat him anymore. The crowd blinked their eyes in bewilderment as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Are you really here to seek treatment? The person whom the illusory figure copied has been dead for many years, and his corpse has already been reduced to dust. How could you tell that he's a cultivator from the Deathless Skies Xianxia Peak? From the looks of it, you only took a glance at him without asking any questions. Guild leader Liao Xian looked at the illusory figure before him with a doubtful look and asked, "Where do you live?" The environment of one's residence could be the cause of one's illness as well, just like Qi Linger. Thus, the illusory figure was able to answer the question. Deathless Skies Xianxia Peak, the illusory figure nodded. Hearing the answer, everyone's jaws dropped. This was no longer just shock, it was utter horror. With just a glance, not only was the other party able to diagnose the illness accurately within less than a minute, he was even able to devise a plan for the other party to achieve a breakthrough and see where he lived. How in the world did he do it? The Deathless Sky is located in the south, and the weather there is hot and humid. You can tell this from his attire. Sensing the doubts in their minds, Xianxia explained. The crowd turned their gazes over, and as expected, the clothes that the illusory figure was wearing were more refreshing, breathable, and waterproof. Due to the humid climate, southerners tend to have fair and tender skin, whereas northerners tend to have dry and rough skin. Xianxia continued. But of course, this isn't the crux of the matter. Regardless of whether it's the nightmare affliction or the poison, it's his soul that has been damaged. If it's the former, his soul will surely be damaged as one. On the other hand, if it's the location where he was poisoned, his injuries will be more severe. Taking a closer look, you'll be able to see that the distribution of his soul isn't uniform. Through this, it should be easy for us to deduce the location of the poison. I see. It was only then that everyone came to a realization. They turned to look at the young man before them in disbelief and admiration. They had thought that the other party was just a bronze king, but who could have thought that the other party would actually be a lofty king? Let's continue. After explaining the first question, the rest was simple. The answers that guild leader Liao had provided were all correct, but compared to Xianxia, they were still lacking. Every single one of the latter's prescriptions was not only effective in treating one's illness but also helping one achieve a breakthrough. It could be said that consuming the nightmare affliction would not only cure one's illness, one's cultivation would also benefit from it. All 10 of the prescriptions were perfect. I have lost, with a bitter smile, guild leader Liao said, I concede defeat. Initially, he thought that the other party's medical skills were far beneath his, but at this moment, he realized that the difference between his medical skills and the other party's was like the difference between a firefly and the sun. It was a completely different concept. Since I admit defeat, does that mean I can get the right to use the Great Shift teleportation formation? Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, but don't worry, I still can't admit it. I still need to report this matter, and then I can issue it to you. The token should be in your hands by this afternoon at the latest. Xianxia explained. Even though the young man before him had cleared the top 30 of a Powers God King potential board of potential God Kings and was superior to him in terms of medical skills, he still had to report the matter to the All Heavens first. Only after the token was issued could he proceed with the teleportation. All right. Xianxia nodded before turning around and leaving with Qi Linger. He had already delayed for so long, so there was no point in wasting another half a day. After they left, the room became quiet. Xianxia turned to Ao Hua and asked, Ao Hua, did he really defeat you with his physical body? Yes. Ao Hua nodded. His physical body surpasses yours, his pill forging has even won Fu Jianqin's admiration, and his medical skills are unparalleled. Even I am no match for him. The world sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Xianxia sighed. He had thought that he would be able to wreak havoc in the sky of Drifting Spectre and destroy the Physician Guild, thus establishing his immortal reputation. Yet, who could have known that he would suffer such a crushing defeat before he could even see the Physician Guild? If he wasn't a match for him, the others wouldn't even need to think about it. They would only lose more. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia sighed deeply and said, let's return. Are we not going to compete with the Royal City Physician Guild anymore? Wang Fei was taken aback. As long as Physician Zhang is from the sky of Drifting Spectre, it won't be a glorious victory even if we defeat him. Rather than that, we might as well be generous. Xianxia replied. Their motive for coming to the sky of Drifting Spectre was simple, to raise the reputation of the Sky of Cloud Dragon's Physician Guild. However, it turned out that there would always be someone stronger than them. So what if the Sky of Cloud Dragon's Physician Guild didn't have anyone stronger than them? As long as this Xianxia was here, they would still lose. Rather than being so shameful, it was better to just let it go. Alright, understanding this principle, everyone agreed at the same time. Sky of Drifting Spectre's Physician Guild. Congratulations, Physician Zhao Chong. After several rounds of physician duels, the final candidate in the list of 5 was finally decided. Physician Zhao Chong, even though he wasn't famous before, his medical skills were truly powerful. Everyone was impressed by his actions. Physician Zhao Chong is incredible, so naturally, the apothecary isn't a match for him. That's right. I admit that this Xianxia is good at concocting pills, but as for his medical skills, hee. It's fortunate that I didn't allow him to compete with me. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself greatly. Upon seeing Zhao Chong's performance, everyone recalled the arrogant apothecary Zhang from before, and they burst into laughter. What was the use of being good at alchemy? It wasn't as if a physician was competing in pill forging. It was fortunate that they didn't send this fellow up. Otherwise, wouldn't they be laughing at their physician guild for sending out all of their experts? Just as they were feeling emotional, a middle-aged man rushed in. President Sun Xian frowned. What's wrong? The middle-aged man quickly replied, all of the physicians from the Sky of Cloud Dragon have left. Gone? What does that mean? They're not going to compete anymore? Guild leader Sun Xian was stunned. Considering how the other party had rushed in with killing intent, why would they retreat before the duel had even begun? They said that. The middle-aged man gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Since they are inferior to the other party, they would only become a laughingstock if they stayed. Rather than being humiliated, it would be better for them to leave, inferior to the other party? What do they mean by that? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't the duel still ongoing? Why did they suddenly become inferior to the other party? Just a moment ago, a physician from our Sky of Drifting Spectre went to their residence and defeated guild leader Liao Xian with ease. That was the reason why they admitted defeat. The middle-aged man had already gathered quite a bit of information regarding the matter. Someone challenged and defeated guild leader Liao Xian? Guild leader Liao Xian's medical skills can be considered as one of the top in the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Indeed. His medical skills are unparalleled in the world. In any case, I'm still far from being able to match up to him. To think that he would be defeated so easily by a physician. A commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Everyone stared at one another, and a moment later, a physician asked, all of the registered physicians in Royal City are here, and none of them have left. Who was the one who defeated him? I asked around earlier, and the name of that physician seems to be. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man slapped his forehead and said, his name is Xianxia. Xianxia? The apothecary whom we chased away earlier? We said that he isn't qualified to become a physician, but in the end, he actually defeated guild leader Liao Xian in a medical duel? Surely this can't be real. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been slapped multiple times on their faces. It was just a moment ago that an apothecary wanted to take the physician examination, but who could have thought that the other party's medical skills would actually far surpass theirs and defeat guild leader Liao Xian so easily? Sun Xian's lips twitched. If there was a hole in the ground right now, he would dive right in. To think that the apothecary whom he didn't think highly of would actually possess such medical skills. It was a good opportunity for him to learn, but he had missed it just like that. At this moment, Xianxia was looking at an average-sized token on the table, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Is this the token for the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation? Before noon, someone had already delivered the token to him. It was roughly the size of an infant's palm, and there were unique inscriptions inscribed on it. There was also a powerful will infused into it, such that it would strike fear in one's heart. This inscription was personally inscribed by a god monarch. It can withstand the spatial storms of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, Qi Linger explained with a hint of envy in her eyes. Even though she was a core member of the Qi clan and wielded great authority, she was still not qualified to obtain a token of this level. With this token, it would only take her a few breaths to travel to the other skies. As long as she had sufficient wealth, she would be able to roam freely within the 9 skies. Xianxia nodded in response. With just a glance, he could tell that the inscriptions were extraordinary. Most likely, they had something to do with a god monarch. Alright, I need you to continue arranging the sale of the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. Try to expand your influence and have Sun Chong take care of my parents. As long as they are able to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation, don't be stingy with them. Xianxia instructed. It was highly likely that they would encounter danger if they were to head to the Sky of Spirit Origin to look for Lozozi. Thus, he decided not to bring his parents and the others along. Under the guidance of the experts of the Sword Hut, their comprehension of swordsmanship had grown deeper and deeper. Through this, their cultivation was able to advance by leaps and bounds. On top of that, Xianxia was providing them with an endless supply of resources. They were able to consume the breakthrough pill and beauty pill as if they were candy, and they were able to successfully push for a breakthrough to low-tier celestial god. With time, it was not impossible for them to push for a breakthrough to a higher realm. After making the necessary arrangements, Xianxia quickly confirmed the location of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation before getting on his aerial celestial beast to head over. As long as the Qi clan still thought that he was a god monarch, they would definitely do their best to protect him. As such, his parents, Sun Chang, and the others would not be in any danger. On the other hand, it would be even more dangerous for them to follow him. The effects and prices of the breakthrough pill and beauty pill would surely have attracted the envy of many. It would be fine if they did not leave Drifting Spectre Royal City, but once they did, there would surely be countless pairs of eyes staring at them. So, even though it seemed like they were going to enter the sky of spirit origin through the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, it was unlikely that the journey would be as easy as they thought. Sitting on the back of the aerial celestial beast, Xianxia closed his eyes and adjusted his state of mind. The Great Displacement Teleportation Formation was capable of teleporting experts from the myriad realms. Even though the user of the teleportation formation had to undergo a trial, it was still extremely dangerous. As such, the teleportation formation was not located in Royal City but on top of a mountain 100 li away from Royal City. It was heavily guarded. In other words, if one wanted to enter the teleportation formation, they would have to leave Royal City first. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed by others. Possessing the breakthrough pill and beauty pill was equivalent to wielding a huge purse of money. It was impossible for anyone not to go crazy over it. There's still 15 minutes before I leave the city. This is a good opportunity for me to study the celestial god realm swordsmanship. Xianxia fell into deep thought. It had not been long since he made a breakthrough to the celestial god realm, and he had been too busy trying to find news about Lozozi to raise his cultivation. As such, he did not have the time to comprehend the celestial god realm swordsmanship. In order to comprehend this sword art, one had to be in the firmament. In other words, even if the great codex of spring and autumn in the Library of Heaven's path were to be sped up by 10,000 times, it would not be able to help one comprehend the sword art in the slightest. Level 1 of the Pathos of Heaven Technique, Master and Servant Camaraderie. Sword Technique, Heart like 2 silk nets, thousands of knots. The second is Brotherhood. Brotherhood, Servant Control Power. Swordplay, how can it be called sightseeing, filial piety, and filial piety? The third is the friendship between teacher and student. The fallen flower is not a heartless thing, it turns into spring mud to protect the flower. Ever since Xianxia had comprehended his path of cultivation, the various cultivation techniques and swordsmanship had been surging in his mind. Like a scroll, it slowly unfurled. On it was a vast history of love. Some made people excited, some made people sweet, some made people frightened, and some made people sad. All sorts of emotions, encouraged one to keep cultivating and moving forward. Liking and love are emotions. Disgust are emotions. Happiness and pain were emotions. As long as there was life, no one would be able to escape from the path of love. Without life, there would be no meaning to the existence of the heavens. As such, if the heavens had emotions, they would grow old, the heavens might be destroyed, but as long as there was life, emotions would exist. The friendship between teacher and student was like a kin, a successor, it left one unable to turn down such emotions. I understand now. Just as Xianxia was about to execute the celestial god sword art, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, and he immediately stomped his feet on the ground. Pung, the aerial celestial beast beneath his feet abruptly exploded. Having lost his steed, he plummeted from the sky. Someone had launched a sneak attack. Lowering his head, he saw a dense forest beneath him. The massive buildings of Drifting Spectre Royal City were less than 5 li behind him. In other words, someone had already made a move on him as soon as he left Royal City. He had not told anyone that he had used the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation to leave, and the only ones who knew about it were Sun Chang, Qi Ling and the others. To be able to set up an ambush in advance, it seemed like someone had been watching his every move. The beauty pill was indeed something that could drive one mad. The speed at which Xianxia was descending was growing faster and faster. Raising his head, he saw 6 aerial celestial beasts swooping down from the sky. On each of them was a black-robed man wielding a spear in his hand. The aerial celestial beast that he was on was killed by the black-robed man. In the firmament, those who had yet to reach the God-King realm were unable to fly on their own. Even though Xianxia was currently a high-tier god, making him invincible among those beneath the God-King realm, it was still impossible for him to fly on his own without using an aerial divine beast. It seems like I'll have to learn how to fly before I finish researching my swordsmanship. Given his strength and experience in the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure, it should not have been too difficult for him to learn how to fly. However, he had not had the time to learn how to fly ever since he had reached high-tier celestial god. If he did not learn how to fly now, even if he did not die from the fall, he would at least lose half of his fighting prowess. If that were to happen, it would not be easy for him to defeat them. Boom! The 6 black-robed men in the sky thrust their spears toward Xianxia at the same time. They were actually 6 pinnacle high-tier celestial gods, not to mention, they were using their full strength right from the start. The 6 spears complemented the speed of the aerial celestial beasts. If Xianxia did not receive them head-on, he would not be able to dodge them. Even though he felt that his recovery ability had improved significantly after his physical body cultivation, he dared not take the risk. If he failed, he would really die here. There's no other choice. Seeing that the spears and the ground were getting closer and closer to him, Xianxia closed his eyes. The 6 black-robed men were dumbfounded by Xianxia's actions. Are you giving up just like that? Why don't you retaliate a little? The strategy we prepared in advance was completely useless. It's going to be awkward. Paying no heed to their expressions, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn. Even though time was tight, he still needed at least 2 more seconds to reach the ground. If converted to the time inside the great codex of spring and autumn, that would be 20,000 seconds, or 5.5 hours. If it was enough for him to comprehend flying techniques, he might be able to fly. The reason why he was so confident was due to the battle technique he had learned back on the Master-Teacher continent, Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps. This battle technique had allowed him to fly easily even when he was still at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan. Now that he was a high-tier celestial god, he was brimming with energy that was on par with ordinary god kings. As long as he could modify it to suit his current constitution, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to fly. With a thought, the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Correct. All of the cultivation techniques and secret manuals he had seen in the immortal world fused with it. A brand new secret art appeared in his palm. With a tap of his finger, knowledge flowed into his mind. It seems like the cultivation techniques of the firmament and the Master-Teacher continent can't be lumped together. He had thought that he would be able to compile a Heaven's Path divine art this way, but from the looks of it, he had been too naive. The heavens of the 2 worlds were different, and a cultivator's body and meridians were 2 completely different concepts as well. Thus, he could only modify the Heaven's Path divine art to suit his current constitution. Xianxia went through the secrets of the Heaven's Path divine art in his mind, and after some time, a new set of Heaven's Path divine art appeared in his mind. The Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps utilized the strength in one's body to resist the pull of gravity. While it sounded simple, it was extremely complicated to execute. If it had been any other time, it would have been difficult for him to fly normally. However, Xianxia had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art in the past, so he had a deep understanding of it. As such, he was able to execute it with ease. After driving his strength through his body, the air around him seemed to have come under his control, and he abruptly opened his eyes. At this time, it was less than 10 meters away from the ground. Seeing that the spear in the sky was still chasing after him, and that it didn't stop its attack just because he had fallen to the ground, Xianxia smiled lightly. He raised his eyebrows, and an extremely powerful divine might appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a roar came from his throat. Moo, moo, heavenly dragon's 8 notes. Although the true dragon's voice of the dragon race was not as effective on other beast races as it was on those that contained the dragon race's bloodline, it would still make them tremble in fear. Although it didn't last long, they were very close to the ground now. If they made even the slightest mistake, it would be difficult to recover. After that was done, Xianxia executed the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps and stomped on the back of his right foot with his left foot. With a powerful leap, he slithered across the ground like a loach, dodging the spear lights of the six-sword saints. In the next instant, he was floating in the sky not too far away. He dispelled the force of his fall and flew up. The six experts and their mythological beasts, who were in hot pursuit, were not so lucky. Coupled with the dizziness from the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, when they came to their senses, they saw that their bodies were less than a meter away from the ground. Bang! 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 6 dull thuds sounded, and the 6 experts and their mythological beasts crashed heavily into the ground, creating massive craters in the ground. Xianxia had been controlling the mythological beasts to fly at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. Under the influence of gravity, they were able to move at an incredible speed. On top of that, the 6 of them were even faster than before. In just a short moment, they were already in a daze. This was especially so for the 6 mythological beasts. Their internal organs had ruptured, and if they were not treated in time, they could very well be crippled. This is the moment. With a cold harumph, Xianxia's figure blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared right before one of the young men. Xianxia tapped his finger forward as a sword. Puha, the sword chi pierced right through the other party's glabella. Before the other party could even make a sound, he had already breathed his last. Despite being a high-tier celestial god as well, he was no match for Xianxia in the first place. On top of that, he was currently in a daze from the fall, so how could he possibly withstand Xianxia's attack? In less than a breath's time, all 6 of them had been pierced through their glabella, and they had all breathed their last. After killing all of them, Xianxia waved his hand and took their storage rings and spears. These spears were high-tier celestial god artifacts, so they were still of great use to him. As for the storage rings, Xianxia took a look and found that there was quite a bit of money inside. However, there were no more powerful weapons inside. After taking everything, Xianxia was just about to choose an injured mythological beast to help it recover before continuing on his journey when he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He instinctively dodged to the side. Voila! A burst of sword chi struck the spot where he was standing a moment ago, and the ground was sliced open, forming a massive ravine that spanned several hundred meters. Under the attack of the sword chi, the resilient rocks beneath him were as fragile as tofu. Even with his powerful body, he would still sustain severe injuries if he were to come into contact with the sword chi. With a livid face, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze in the direction where the sword chi had come from, only to see a middle-aged man flying toward him. He's able to fly? A god king? Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. After killing 6 celestial gods, the person who was after the beauty pill had finally revealed himself. It turned out to be a god king. Experts of such caliber stood at the very top of the firmament, and they were revered by countless people. Yet, they actually dared to launch a sneak attack as soon as he left Royal City. It seemed like the other party had really disregarded his identity. To be able to fly before reaching the God King realm, kill 6 of my subordinates effortlessly, and forge incredible pills like the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. It seems like you're much more formidable than I thought. The middle-aged man stopped 30 meters away from Xianxia. He had thought that he would be able to deal with an apothecary easily, but who could have thought that the other party would be so powerful as to kill all of his subordinates in the blink of an eye? Who are you? Why did you attack me? Aren't you afraid of offending the Qi clan? Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes. He had learned from Qi Ling'er that the Qi clan was very protective of him, so why was the other party not afraid of them? Qi clan? I do fear them, but all I want is the breakthrough pill. It's not like I'm here to kill you. Besides, they don't know that I'm here. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. The Qi clan had conferred god kings, the strongest experts beneath the god monarchs. Even a god king like him would be worried, but as long as the other party didn't notice him, he would be fine. Since he was already on the verge of making a move on the middle-aged man, how could he not consider the power behind the other party? Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and his face immediately darkened. There was a unique formation set up around the forest that concealed the aura of a battle perfectly. He had been too focused on cultivating earlier that he didn't notice that the aerial celestial beast had brought him in. In fact, it was very likely that the other party had used some kind of special method to lure the aerial celestial beast over. You want the breakthrough pill and beauty pills formulas? Xianxia exhaled deeply as he looked at the middle-aged man. It sure is easy to talk to smart people. The middle-aged man chuckled. Don't even think about escaping. You might be strong, but you're still a far cry from a god king. What if I refuse to give it to you? Xianxia asked. I'll just kill you. I already know that you have the Qi clan backing you. Do you think that I'll let you leave alive if you don't tell me? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Since he knew that Xianxia had a conferred god king backing him, he knew that this was his first and last assault. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he couldn't allow the other party to leave, or else he would be in deep trouble. It seems like you're determined to kill me? Xianxia didn't panic at all. Instead, he shook his head and said, but what if I refuse to give it to you? It's not up to you. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He flicked the sword in his hand lightly, and the roar of a dragon echoed in the air. In the next instant, he was already right before Xianxia. His sword pierced through the air for 100 meters, creating a deafening sound. As a god king, he was already standing at the peak of the firmament, making him even stronger than the ancient sages of the master-teacher continent. With a single move, he was able to control the surrounding space, causing it to tremble. He would not waste even the slightest bit of energy. Humph. Seeing how Xianxia did not even try to persuade him to surrender, Xianxia knew that even if he did not reveal the formula for the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, Xianxia would still find some other way to learn about them. Soul-searching art and the like were common on the master-teacher continent, so it was unlikely that the firmament did not lack them either. Knowing that the middle-aged man's killing intent had already been raised, Xianxia executed the red dust heaven ascending steps and retreated at lightning speed. The red dust heaven ascending steps allowed him to fly. However, compared to the speed of a god king, the difference was simply too great. Barely after retreating a dozen meters, the middle-aged man's sword was already right before him. Xianxia flicked his wrist. Xiaochen pushed his physical body and veritable energy to the limit. The 6 spears that he had just obtained gave off a whining sound as they charged forward. One after another, they formed a special formation. Every single spear harnessed the middle-aged man's spear quintessence, and it felt as if space itself had been sealed. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. The middle-aged man did not think that a fellow who had yet to reach God King realm would actually possess such a deep understanding of the spear, allowing him to react so quickly. He harumphed coldly as he turned his sword away from Xianxia and flicked it lightly. Pung! 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 The 6 spears were severed at the waist by the middle-aged man's sword. The formation and spear quintessence were immediately nullified. With the difference in their strength and the quality of their weapons, the middle-aged man was able to resolve the crisis in a single move. You aren't weak, but you're still far from matching up to a god king, the middle-aged man said with a smile. By this point, he had already surpassed the spot where Xianxia had been standing previously. His movements were not too fast, but there was an indomitable pressure emanating from him. The difference between a god king and a celestial god was simply too great. Even for Xianxia, who cultivated a cultivation technique that surpassed the heavens, to be able to overcome it. Otherwise, the god king wouldn't be so famous, and countless people would flock to him like ducks. Xianxia chuckled lightly. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to bet that at this rate, you'll definitely die, but I won't. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he was still just a god king. At the very most, he would just have to use the golden page in his head, putting aside god kings. Not even conferred god kings would be able to withstand the might of the heavens. Putting aside god kings, even conferred god kings might not be able to withstand it. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with sword qi, reminiscent of a rainbow. This time, Xianxia did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward. In the air, Xianxia used his fingers as a sword. The sword gleam at the tip of his fingers was like a candle in the dark night, or like a cocoon spinning silk. It suddenly appeared from a singular point of nothingness. It looked infinitely small, but it also gave off a feeling that it was infinitely large and hard to dodge. It was a very bizarre feeling. Even as a god king, the middle-aged man still felt as if he was wrapped in silk. Voila, the sword qi in the sky was devoured by the sword qi, and the aura of sword intent soon burst forth. What kind of swordsmanship is that? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Given how powerful the other party's swordsmanship was, wouldn't it be even more formidable if he were to use it with his sword? Just what kind of swordsmanship was that? Even if it was a god-king powerhouse, wanting to execute it, it was also not so easy, right? Just as the middle-aged man was about to drive his sword to fend off the attack, the young man's voice suddenly sounded. Silkworms will only run out of threads when they die, candles will only dry when their tears turn to ash. He had finally created the third realm of the pathos of heaven, the relationship between a teacher and a student. He had already come up with the concept before he was ambushed, and the situation was dire. Thus, he channeled his emotions and used his finger to execute the sword art. A day as a teacher, life as a father. A teacher was as strict as a parent, perhaps even more so than a parent. They were both friends and teachers. Only by communicating with one another would they be able to understand their students' movements and teach them in accordance with their aptitude. Taking care of the household chores was like a nanny, taking care of every single detail. The relationship between a teacher and a student was complicated in the first place. Silently contributing, silkworms will only run out of threads when they die, candles will only dry when their tears turn to ash. This sword art had channeled the most complicated emotions in the depths of his heart, and as soon as it appeared, it devoured the middle-aged man like a black hole. Even as a god-king, he was still unable to withstand it. In an instant, he was struck in the chest. A gash appeared on his chest. The middle-aged man lost his composure after being injured by a high-tier celestial god. With a furious roar, he was just about to charge forward and kill the other party when he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He immediately gathered all of his strength at his back. Pada, with a deafening explosion, a powerful force struck his back, sending him flying forward. He staggered backward, and a searing pain stung his back. Turning around, he saw a figure that was identical to the young man before him. Is that a clone? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. A clone that possessed the same cultivation as the main body? Where did this fellow get his hands on such a clone? Attack! Paying no heed to the middle-aged man's shock, Xianxia charged forward once more. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of his clone as he charged forward as well. Even though his clone had not been tempered by the lucid lunar lake, he had consumed sufficient god essence pills, allowing his physical body to grow by leaps and bounds. Without executing a sword art that surpassed the heaven's path, even the current Xianxia would not be a match for him. In other words, even the previous Ao Hua was no match for him. Even as a god-king, the middle-aged man still found it extremely taxing to deal with him. An ordinary god-king could easily crush a high-tier celestial god with a single finger, but the middle-aged man was actually finding it extremely taxing on him at this moment. His face turned livid, and he felt so stifled that he could explode at any moment. This was the first time he felt so stifled in a fight with someone who wasn't a god-king. It seems like I have still underestimated you. However, even if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape today. Xianxia exerted all of his strength, and the space around the middle-aged man seemed to have been sealed. Both Xianxia and his clone found it extremely taxing on them. As formidable as Xianxia's swordsmanship was, he did not have a suitable weapon. His clone's physical body was powerful, but his fighting prowess was simply too low. Compared to a god-king, he was still lacking by a huge margin. Pung pung pung, struck simultaneously, Xianxia and his clone were sent flying, sustaining severe injuries. Xianxia drove his Xinqi, and just as he had guessed, the wounds on his body healed up in an instant. The middle-aged man was stunned. For both the other party and his clone to recover from such severe injuries in the blink of an eye, just what kind of unique constitution did they possess? Lowering his head to look at his chest, he realized that the wound that the other party had inflicted on him earlier was still dripping with blood. In an instant, his condition worsened. With his god-king constitution, he should have been able to recover from such severe injuries in less than half a day. However, he dared not allow himself to be distracted by the other party, causing his injuries to worsen. At the same time, more and more blood was flowing out of his body. He thought that as long as he could injure the other party, he would be able to find more opportunities to strike back. Who could have known that the other party would be able to recover from his injuries in less than a single breath? No matter how badly he was injured, on top of that, his aura became even more violent and powerful. Are you a cockroach or something? Do you have to be so exaggerated? They might be fine even if they were injured, but he could very well die from his injuries. Even if he had not reached God King realm yet, he would still be at a disadvantage if the battle dragged on. Close combat. Just as he was feeling stifled, the young man suddenly bellowed and charged forward together with his clone. The best way to deal with the other party was to engage in close combat without fear of injury. Pung pung pung. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man's face turned ghastly pale. Even though the young man and his clone were in a sorry state, there was not the slightest injury on them. How am I supposed to fight him? The middle-aged man was on the verge of losing his mind. He had thought that he would be able to kill a high-tier celestial god with ease, but who could have known that he would end up losing his life at this rate? Let's go. Knowing that he would not be able to gain the upper hand, the middle-aged man turned around and fled. Even though they were surrounded by a formation, they were still in the vicinity of Drifting Spectre Royal City, so they were still within the range of the conferred God King's surveillance. Where do you think you're going? Seeing how the other party turned around and left so decisively, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his complexion turned awful. If the other party were to get away so easily, he would surely be ambushed in the future. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia put his clone away and activated the red dust heaven ascending steps to chase after the other party. However, his speed was simply too slow. Compared to a god king, it was nothing at all. I might not be able to kill you, but you won't be able to stop me from leaving. The middle-aged man turned around and harumphed coldly. The next time I find you will be the day you die. Without waiting for Xianxia's reply, the middle-aged man turned around and flew into the sky. However, before he could get far, he suddenly came to a halt. Ah, what is this? But before he could finish his words, a massive chicken beak appeared before him and pecked him lightly. Who, following which, a little chick appeared right before Xianxia's eyes. Burp. It burped loudly, and its bald tail trembled. Little chick, you're awake? Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. Little chick, who had fallen into a deep slumber after dying in the lucid lunar lake, had finally awoken. Furthermore, its strength had already reached the God King realm. All along, Xianxia had thought that he would be able to reach the God King realm very soon, but who could have thought that his anima of yearning would slow him down? There was still some time before he could reach the God King realm. A God King realm chick, just the thought of it left him agitated. The Ladies Drifting Melbourne has just released a new book. You can vote for it again after the main website recommends it. If you don't have a lady that you don't need, you can vote for Writing Encounter, a love story about equestrianism. It just so happens that it's the lady's birthday today, so you can go over and visit her. I knew in advance that it was a great beauty. He could not help but feel a little inferior. It had been more than a month since he had arrived in the firmament, but he had only managed to reach high-tier celestial god pinnacle. Just the thought of it left him stifled. Was his talent really that bad? It seemed like he would have to spend more time on his cultivation in the future. If his talent was lacking, he would have to work hard to make up for it. He would have to make a breakthrough to God King as soon as possible, or else he would never be able to raise his head proudly. This little chick had been with him ever since he was in the Sanctum of Sages on the Master Teacher continent, and it had been through the Kungsu domain and the Azure all the way until now. If it had been anyone else, they would have already felt inferior by now. I just woke up. Burp. Little chick stretched its neck and patted its round belly with its wings. It looked at Xianxia worriedly and asked, "You won't blame me for eating this fellow, right?" The man and chick had been through many battles together, and they had been warned many times for stealing food. "Don't worry, eat as much as you want," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. "If it's not enough, I'll let you eat all of them the next time you try to kill me." If little chick did not wake up, he might have to use the golden page. Even though it had ended up being eaten by the other party, at the very least, he had resolved a huge problem. God Kings were still rare at the moment, but there were plenty of them in the future. As long as he was not a picky eater, he would be able to eat as much as he wanted. "Thank you, boss." Little chick chuckled. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a sword. "This is that fellow's weapon. I have already erased the soul imprint on it. You just have to assimilate it and enchant it." Just now, he had swallowed this god king in a single gulp. At the same time, he had also swallowed his weapon. Xianxia quickly assimilated the sword and enchanted it. Then, he turned to Little Chick and nodded in approval. As expected of a fellow who had walked through the 3 realms with him, it still had a conscience. This was a God King divine weapon. If Xiaoqian did not erase the artifact spirit on it, he would not be able to refine it. Now that he had refined it and enchanted it, the will in the weapon would submit to him, and his combat prowess would definitely increase rapidly. With this weapon and the 3 sword arts that he had comprehended, he would be able to put up a fight even against a God King. From today onward, you shall be known as the God King Sword, Xianxia said as he looked at the sword in his hand. Woo, the dragon's roar disappeared, and the spirituality in the sword seemed to be a little sluggish. I'm the God King's sword. I have dignity. Others call me Do Qiao, Swallow Dance, Poison Dragon, Dark Owl, Fish Guts, and so on. I know I'm cold and domineering just by hearing them. What the hell does it mean that I'm called God King? Could he be any more perfunctory? You're not satisfied? Xianxian propped up his chin. You were given to me by Little Chick, so why don't you call me Chick Sword? Oh whoa, Xianxian nearly dropped his sword to the ground, not daring to utter another word. So be it, the Divine King Sword, it sounded much better than this name. Xianxian nodded in satisfaction. After confirming the name, Xianxian executed the sword technique for a while. Sure enough, he felt that he was able to bring out the full strength of his body. Although the battle this time was a little dangerous, it was also very rewarding. Not only did he gain the experience of fighting with a God King, he even obtained this chicken. Ah, no, the God King Sword, paired with his newly comprehended silkworm will only run out of silk, he would be able to put up a fight against even a God King, and perhaps even kill one. More importantly, he had confirmed that his physical body possessed incredible regenerative abilities that were on par with his clone. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, even if his head was severed, he would still be able to recover easily. It could be said to be an undying body. Could it be that the energy that I absorbed was infused with Little Chick's blood? Xianxian thought. Over the years, the Qi clan had sent many experts to the lucid lunar lake to cultivate, but he had never heard of any of them possessing an undying body like him. Yet, he did, and he did it so easily. Could it be related to the Little Chick before him? Back when the Little Chick was still a gourd, its bathing water was able to heal its wounds. It was even stronger than the Heaven's Path Xianxia. Even when it was blasted into smithereens in the azure and the firmament, it would still be able to come back to life as if nothing had happened to it. Even though Xianxian had no idea what kind of creature it was, he was certain that ordinary injuries wouldn't be able to cause it any harm. On the contrary, it could even strengthen itself. Every time it died, it would grow stronger. Back then, when it was blasted into smithereens in the lucid lunar lake, the energy that Xianxian had absorbed had fused with Little Chick's blood, thus forming the golden threads in his muscles. As such, even though he had sustained some injuries during his fight with the God King, he didn't feel his cultivation decreasing at all. On the contrary, his fighting prowess only grew stronger and stronger. Right, Little Chick, are you able to transmogrify now? Xianxian asked curiously. Ordinary divine beasts would be able to transmogrify once they reached low-tier god, high-tier god, or even celestial god realm pinnacle, such as Ao Hua. The core disciple of the Sky of Cloud Dragon, a high-tier celestial god, was also able to transmogrify into a human. Since this fellow was already a god king, he should be able to transmogrify into a human. I haven't tried it before, but it should be possible. Little Chick lowered its head to take a look at it hesitantly. It wasn't too sure whether it could transmogrify into a human or not. I'll give it a try, Xianxian replied with a smile. The Little Chick nodded and began to circulate the energy within its body. The chicken's body suddenly shook, and in the next moment, a strong and slender figure appeared in front of him. I succeeded. I'm really able to transmogrify into a human. Little Chick exclaimed excitedly. However, before it could finish its words, its master suddenly clutched his forehead with a dumbfounded look on his face. What's wrong? Am I not handsome when I transmogrify? Little Chick was taken aback. It had once fantasized about transforming into a handsome man so that it could drive its master to his grave. But why was there such an expression on his face now that it had succeeded? Perplexed, Little Chick reached out to touch its neck, only to freeze on the spot. Why isn't my head transformed? It had already transformed into a human, but its head was still that of a chicken. From afar, it looked like a monster with the head of a chicken and the body of a human. It was still wondering if it could transmogrify into a more handsome human, but with a chicken's head on its head. Handsome my ass. Even beauties would run away in fright upon seeing it. I think it's best if you don't transmogrify into a human. Just focus on being a chicken, Xianxia said helplessly. Knowing that it would scare others to death, Little Chick still reverted back to its chicken form and landed on Xianxia's shoulder. Let's go. After dealing with the God King who had ambushed him, Xianxia quickly found an injured celestial beast and treated its injuries. Then, he leaped onto it and flew off into the distance. That God King was an unaffiliated cultivator. During the battle, Xianxia had used the Library of Heaven's Path to take a look, and he knew that the God King was only an unaffiliated cultivator from the sky of Drifting Spectre. Given so, it made sense. Most powerful clans had their own foundations, so it was impossible for them to make a move on him despite knowing that he was protected by the Qi clan. After all, as valuable as the beauty pill was, it could not possibly compare to the rise and fall of a clan. Knowing that the God King was an unaffiliated cultivator, it also made sense that the reason why he had ambushed Xianxia was due to the temptation of wealth. Now that he was dead, the power behind him would surely vanish into thin air. With this experience, Xianxia did not encounter too much danger later on. Soon, he arrived at the teleportation formation. There were dozens of towering pillars erected on the peak of the mountain, each of them several hundred meters tall. They kept the spiritual energy in the surroundings at bay, and the teleportation formation was right in the middle. The Great Displacement Teleportation Formation involved the laws of space, so it required the spiritual energy in the surroundings to be stable. As such, the pillars were used to keep the surroundings at bay. Xianxia controlled the celestial beast to land on the ground. Without revealing the fact that he could fly, he continued walking forward. Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, please show me your teleportation token. A group of guards blocked Xianxia's path. Xianxia took a look at them with a grim look on his face. There were at least 100 of them, and every single one of them possessed the strength of a high-tier celestial god. Even a God King might not be able to gain the upper hand against them. From the looks of it, the sky of Drifting Spectre viewed the teleportation formation with great importance. It was no wonder why it was so difficult to obtain a slot. Xianxia passed the token over, and the leading guard verified it before clasping his fist respectfully. Young Master Zhang, this way please. Those who were able to obtain the teleportation token were all top-notch experts in their own right. Even they dared not offend them. Following closely behind the guard, Xianxia soon arrived at the teleportation formation. It did not look like a teleportation formation, but a series of corridors leading to different rooms. May I know which day young Master Zhang is heading to? I'm heading to the capital of the sky of Spirit Origin Royal City, Xianxia replied with a nod. Please take the southern door. The guard pointed in a certain direction. Xianxia nodded before walking over with widened strides with Little Chick in tow. He pushed open the door and entered. Behind the door was a revolving barrier of light. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the barrier, his teleportation token released a burst of light that enveloped him and Little Chick. The next moment, the world around him began to spin, and a unique power enveloped him. The teleportation formation of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation was indeed much more frightening than the teleportation formations in Twilight City. Even though Xianxia had reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle, he still felt as if his body was being torn apart. When he opened his eyes once more, he was already standing before another door. He drove his Xianxia to recover from his injuries before walking out. A guard verified his teleportation token before allowing him to leave. This is the sky of Spirit Origin? While walking out of the formation, Xianxia asked the guard not too far away. That's right. That's the sky of Spirit Origin Royal City, the guard replied. Xianxia took a closer look, and what he saw left him stunned. The Spirit Origin Royal City was completely different from Drifting Spectre Royal City. The latter was a massive city that was built on the surface of the earth, and it was extremely prosperous. On the other hand, what appeared before Xianxia was a massive crater reminiscent of the crater of a volcano. The crater had a diameter of over 1,000 li, and it was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. It was impossible to tell how deep the crater was. Above the crater was a massive city made out of rocks, and it floated quietly in the air. The entire Spirit Origin Royal City is floating in the air? Xianxia was astonished. There were also floating manors in the sky of Drifting Spectre, but most of them were occupied by a single clan or power. Yet, the entire city was floating in the air. How frightening. Young Master Zhang, if you wish to head to Royal City, I can send someone to escort you there. The guard said with a smile. This was a common expression that would appear on anyone who came to the sky of Spirit Origin for the first time. The amount of energy required to make a city float in the air was simply too great. It was not something that just anyone could accomplish. Even God Kings and conferred God Kings were incapable of such a feat, so only God Monarchs were capable of it. Not too long later, the aerial celestial beast was ready and brought over. Stepping onto the back of the aerial celestial beast, Xianxia followed the guard to the floating city. Even before arriving, he could already feel the immense pressure coming from above. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia examined the city for a moment before asking curiously, "There isn't any formation beneath the city, so how is it floating?" Under normal circumstances, such floating boulders and towns would require a powerful formation to sustain them. Yet, the floating boulder before him seemed to be even more powerful than that. Yet, why was he unable to see anything through his eye of insight? Spirit Origin Royal City doesn't require a formation to float. The guard chuckled, his tone filled with pride. How can it float without a formation? Xianxia asked. The laws of the firmament were extremely stable, such that only God Kings were capable of flight. Given the size of the city before him, the chances of anyone reaching the God King realm were close to zero. What kind of energy could make it float in the air without a formation? It's a feather. The guard explained. Back when the city was being built, no matter how hard we tried, it wouldn't fly. It was the fire feather conferred God King who found a feather from somewhere and placed it at the very bottom of the city. It's this feather that allows the city to float in the air. Xianxia was stunned. He turned his gaze toward the floating city, and he saw a massive feather beneath the city. The feather was supporting the city, allowing it to float in the air. The feather was several hundred li long, and it was hard to tell where it came from. While Xianxia was still in shock, Little Chick's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. I want to eat a chicken feather? Xianxia was rendered speechless. All you know is to eat. It was one thing for you to be a lackey in the past, but now that you are a God King, can you at least pay attention to your image? You might be shameless, but I am. This is chicken feather, I want to eat it. The chick was serious. No matter what hair it is, you can't eat it now. Xianxia advised. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible for the chicken to swallow the feather, just the aura and might that it harnessed were not something that ordinary God Kings would be able to approach, let alone a celestial god like him. Besides, it was this feather that had lifted the floating city to its current scale. If he were to really eat it, there was a good chance that the entire sky of Spirit Origin would rush over and chop him into mincemeat before stewing the chicken with the mushrooms. Alright, even though Little Chick was a little frustrated that its master wouldn't allow it to eat, it still shook its head helplessly. With a sway of its body, it disappeared from the spot and dove back into Xianxia's dantian. If he wasn't allowed to eat, it was best not to look at it. Otherwise, the more he looked, the more craving he would feel. The flying divine beast's speed was very fast. Soon, it arrived above the city and landed. Can you tell me what I need to pay attention to in Spirit Origin Royal City? Also, who is the fire feather conferred God King you mentioned earlier? Xianxia asked as he passed a middle-tier god essence pill over to the guard. The guard was an ordinary high-tier celestial god, so a middle-tier god essence pill was already extremely valuable. As expected, the guard's attitude immediately changed after receiving the pill. With a smile on his face, he said, Spirit Origin Royal City is the capital of the sky of Spirit Origin, and the Spirit Origin Monarch, also known as the Deathless Monarch, oversees it. The fact that young Master Zhang was able to obtain the Great Displacement Teleportation Token means that your cultivation is probably on par with a God King. The only ones that you need to pay attention to are the 3 conferred God Kings. The first one is the Fire Feather conferred God King I mentioned earlier. He possesses the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, and he is able to incinerate the entire world in a fit of rage. Even among the conferred God Kings of the 9 skies, he can be considered as an expert. He controls the southern area of Spirit Origin Royal City. The second one is the Ice Feather conferred God King. He possesses the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, and he is able to freeze everything in his path. He controls the northern area of Spirit Origin Royal City. As for the third one, he is the Wind Feather conferred God King. He possesses the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, granting him incredible speed. While his fighting prowess isn't on par with the first 2, he's still able to escape easily. He's stationed at the western area of Spirit Origin Royal City. Xianxia gazed at the floating city in front of him. He immediately saw the scorching sun shining brightly in the south while the snowflakes drifted in the air in the north. To think that the north and south of the same city would be like 2 different worlds, at the same time, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. If the 3 conferred God Kings all possess the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, could it be that the monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin, if the 3 conferred God Kings all possessed the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix, could it be that the monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin had something to do with them? After all, that was how the sky of Cloud Dragon was. Those who were able to become powerful experts possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe. For example, Ao Hua. Don't you know anything about it? The guard asked. What do I know? Xianxia was perplexed. The sky of Spirit Origin is also known as the sky of deathlessness, and the monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin is known as the Deathless Monarch. If that's the case, do you know why he has such a name? Xianxia shook his head. He had wanted to say that it was because he was undying, but recalling the grave he had seen in the firmament, he decided not to say it out loud. In the firmament, undying might not necessarily be true. The god monarchs were lofty existences who were undefeatable. Otherwise, why would Khonshu be able to challenge all 8 god monarchs unscathed? Why would the monarch of the sky of freedom be able to make the other 8 skies submit to him? The reason why the god monarch is known as such is because he is a beast in human form, and his true form is that of the noblest bloodline of the 9 skies Phoenix tribe, the deathless celestial phoenix, the guard explained. If not for the other party's generosity, he would not have said anything about the god monarch. Deathless celestial phoenix? The deathless phoenix? Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. So that was the case. He had thought that the Cloud Dragon monarch of the sky of Cloud Dragon was a beast, and the others were all humans. From the looks of it, it seemed like the sky of Deathless was the same as well. May I know if there are any other god monarchs in the firmament's 9 skies who are divine beasts in human form? Xianxia asked. Seeing how Xianxia, who was on the verge of making a breakthrough to God King, was actually ignorant of such basic knowledge, the guard shook his head and said, those who guard the 4 cardinal directions of the firmament are divine beasts in human form. In the eastern sky of Cloud Dragon, the true form of the Cloud Dragon monarch was an azure dragon. In the western heavens of Gengjin, Celestial Emperor Fuming's true form was a white tiger divine beast. In the southern undying sky, our undying monarch's true form is the undying sky phoenix, also known as the vermilion bird divine beast. As for the mystic dark heavenly emperor of the northern mystic underworld sky, his true form was a black tortoise. The 4 divine beasts guard the 4 poles. Xianxia's eyes widened. While he had asked Fu Jianchen about the names of the 9 skies' 9 god monarchs, he did not know much about them. He did not think that the 4 skies and 4 extremities would be guarded by 4 divine beasts. Azure dragon in the east, white tiger in the west, vermilion bird in the south, black tortoise in the north. I have already told you everything that needs to be said. If you have anything that you need to do, you can go ahead. Spirit Origin Royal City forbids you from causing trouble, so you mustn't cause any trouble. Seeing that Xianxia did not know anything at all, the guard turned his divine beast around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. I still have some questions that I would like to ask you, Xianxia quickly said. May I know where the god monarch of the sky of Spirit Origin lives? Is he addressed as the spirit god as well? Of course, the god monarch lives in the god monarch palace. We address him as the spirit god, which is the spirit god palace. However, it is said that the palace has not been opened for several decades, such that even Lord Huiyu is unable to enter it, the guard said. The guard said, also, if you want to ask about the emperor monarch, that's all I know. I don't know anything else. Xianxia nodded. He dared not ask too much about the death of the deathless monarch. After all, it was too shocking a matter, and it would not be good for anyone to learn of it. Then, if I want to gather information, who should I look for? Knowing that the guard was only an ordinary high-tier celestial god, Xianxian asked curiously. That will depend on what kind of information you are looking for. Most of the time, you'll be able to get it from the merchant houses. There are all sorts of people there, so it's inevitable that news will spread far and wide. Putting everything else aside, I heard that the Sky of Drifting Spectre is selling a new beauty pill. A hint of envy surfaced in the guard's eyes. Of course, if the matter that you are looking for involves the god monarchs, there's no way that they would know much about it. It would be best for you to look for the members of the 3 premier clans. Every single one of them is an esteemed figure, so they should be privy to a lot of information. Thank you, Xianxian clasped his fist. The other party was right. There were not many people who knew about the god monarch. He really wanted to know if Lozozi had inherited the position of the deathless monarch and become the new spirit god. If so, he wanted to know where she was and how he could get in touch with her. Only the 3 conferred god kings would be able to do such a thing. Next would be the god kings. As for the guards of the 3 premier clans, they were simply too weak. God kings were not people whom they could come into contact with. Naturally, they would not be able to find out anything. Just that, each conferred god king was stronger than the other. Given his strength, which even god kings could not defeat, how could he possibly come into contact with them? If he really went over, there was a good chance that the other party would slap him to death before he could even say a word. Unless, he had an identity that even the conferred god kings were wary of. For example, back in the Sky of Drifting Spectre, Qi Meng had mistaken him for a god monarch. After that, not only was it easy for him to purchase high-tier god essence pills, he was even able to obtain the green light for everything else. Otherwise, how could it have been so easy for him to sell the 3 medicinal herbs and hold such a huge convention in a place as chaotic as the Sky of Drifting Spectre? As long as he had such an identity, it would be much easier for him to look for information. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxian rubbed his glabella and fell into deep thought. Should I try disguising myself as a god monarch? However, Xianxian quickly tossed this thought aside. God monarchs were the strongest experts in the firmament. It was one thing for others to misunderstand him, but if he were to impersonate one, the news would spread easily. If he were to be exposed, it would be tantamount to challenging the authority of the god monarchs. Unless one's strength reached a certain level, there was a good chance that one would be killed. It was just like how someone in his previous life had tried to impersonate an emperor by carving a jade seal. That was a crime punishable by death. Besides, if he were to impersonate one, who would he be impersonating? The 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies all had their own names and unique abilities. Previously, conferred god king Qi Meng had misunderstood him, so he had asked Qi Linger about it. Now that he was in the god monarch's territory, he would really be courting death if he were to impersonate one. It would still be fine if it was Lozozi, but if it wasn't, he would really be in deep trouble. Besides, I'll only be able to interact with conferred god kings. Since they are all god monarchs, there's no doubt that I'll be exposed. With the disguise token that Lozozi had given him, he would be able to fool ordinary cultivators. However, if he were to meet a god monarch, he would definitely be able to see through his disguise. Others might not know about the 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies, but how could the 9 god monarchs not recognize their peers? If he dared not meet a god monarch, he would be exposed if he were to ask a conferred god king. Thus, there was no point in impersonating a god monarch. After pondering for a moment, Xianxian realized that he could not come up with a better idea. Rubbing his glabella, he turned to the guard and hesitated for a moment before saying, "To tell you the truth, I have some matters that I would like to discuss with the deathless monarch." "Do you know how I can do that?" "Meet with the god monarch?" "We would like to meet him as well, but it's a pity that we are too weak to do so. Most likely, only conferred god kings are qualified to meet him." The guard shook his head. As a citizen of the Nine Skies, who wouldn't want to meet a god monarch and listen to his teachings? However, since he had to meet with the god monarchs, there was no need for him to do anything else. Then, what about entering Spirit God Palace? Xianxia said, as the pillar of a force, you can't possibly stay in Spirit God Palace all the time, never coming out and never seeing anyone. It's indeed possible to enter the Spirit God Palace, but it's not that easy. Other than the god monarchs, no one is able to enter the Spirit God Palace on their own accord. Even for the offspring of the 3 premier clans, only the champion of the Spirit God Palace is qualified to enter and comprehend the Spirit God Palace for an entire night. The guard said. The first person to comprehend for an entire night? Xianxia frowned. The strongest ability of the Phoenix clan is the Undying Nirvana. However, only the Undying Heavenly Phoenix clan has this ability. His Majesty, the monarch, has no descendants. Hence, he allowed the other Phoenix clans to hold a competition once every 100 years to select the most outstanding descendant to enter the Undying Lava Pool to comprehend the Undying Lava Pool. Those who are able to comprehend the quintessence of Undying will see their cultivation and standing soar. It's very likely that they'll be able to achieve a breakthrough to God King within a short period of time. The guard's eyes were filled with envy. Undying Lava Pool? Xianxia was taken aback. Didn't you say that the Undying Lava Pool was destroyed decades ago? He had heard from Zhuofeng that the Undying Lava Pool was known as the #1 physical body tempering ground in the firmament. However, it had been destroyed, and there was no way to repair it. I can't say for sure whether it's destroyed or not, but the spiritual energy and laws that it harnessed should still be there. Furthermore, there are traces of the God Monarch's work in the Spirit God Palace. It should be beneficial to one's cultivation if one were to enter the Undying Lava Pool to comprehend it. The guard said. Xianxia did not refute the guard's words. The higher one's cultivation was, the more profound one's comprehension of the heavens would be. Once one reached the level of a god monarch, even the most casual actions of a god monarch would be filled with profound mysteries. Take Xianxia for example. Back then, he had left behind many ancient domains on the Master-Teacher continent, and many people were still able to comprehend them. Even if the Undying Lava Pool was destroyed, being able to enter the Spirit God Palace and comprehend it for an entire night would be beneficial to one's cultivation. Right. If I can enter the Spirit God Palace, I'll be able to meet Lozozi. It'll be much better than asking anyone else. All of a sudden, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. If he were to ask anyone about the Deathless Monarch, it would be very easy for him to get into trouble. Unless, he could enter the Spirit God Palace. If he could enter the Spirit God Palace, he might be able to find her and learn more about her. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia asked, do you mean that the champion of the 3 premier clans has to undergo a competition? How do you intend to compete? Of course, the guard replied. You came at the right time. The competition that happens once every 100 years happens to begin in 5 days' time. Every single clan will select their 10 most outstanding members to participate in the competition, and only the one who emerges as the champion will be qualified to enter the Spirit God Palace. As for what the competition is, I'm not too sure. However, it has caused quite a commotion in the past few days, and quite a few people have heard of it. Xianxia nodded in realization. After asking a few more questions, he finally understood what was going on. The opportunity to enter the Spirit God Palace was only available once every 100 years, so it went without saying that many people would be interested in it. However, the competition of the 3 premier clans was extremely harsh, so it was not easy to obtain a slot. First of all, one had to be below 30 years of age and a high-tier celestial god at the very least. Even though the Phoenix clan possessed a powerful bloodline, and as long as one's bloodline was pure enough, one would be able to make rapid progress in their cultivation. However, not everyone was as monstrous as Xianxia, who was able to reach the Spirit God Palace in just a few breaths. Furthermore, there was a high requirement on one's bloodline and one's comprehension ability. Otherwise, it would be a waste of opportunity. Even though the guard was unable to tell him the details of the competition, it was clear that only those with high cultivation, temperament, and comprehension ability would be able to pass. And once one was selected, one would be able to enter the Spirit God Palace straight away. In fact, one might even have a chance to meet the spirit god. Over the past few days, the 3 premier clans have been recalling all of their members back to the spirit god palace so that they can conduct the internal selection, the guard said. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Every year, countless members of the various powers in the firmament would leave the spirit god palace to train in various locations. Naturally, they would gather all of their members back to the spirit god palace. After asking a few more questions, the guard told Xianxia everything. After the guard left, Xianxia began making his way into the city. Even though Spirit Origin Royal City was floating in midair, it did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, it felt no different from being on the ground. Wandering around the city, Xianxia pondered as he continued gathering information. The Phoenix clan is similar to the Dragon clan of the Sky of Cloud Dragon. Most of the members of the Phoenix clan aren't familiar with them. I wonder if it's possible for me to create a fake identity like Luo Tianya and sneak into one of the clans so that I can fight for the only slot, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Clans that had existed for thousands of years were known to have many branches and branches. Their descendants could be killed, trapped, or stumbled upon fortuitous encounters when they ventured out to train, never to return. But in truth, there were still descendants of the Sky of Cloud Dragon who were still alive in the world. It was similar to how the Sky of Cloud Dragon had announced to the entire firmament that anyone who discovered the dragon bloodline would be prohibited from taming or trading it. The purpose of this was to bring the scattered branches back to the firmament. Given Xianxia's current situation, he could easily impersonate a branch of the Sky of Cloud Dragon and head to the firmament to participate in the examination. As long as there was nothing wrong with the bloodline, there would be no danger. As for who it was, most of the branches had lost their heritage for thousands of years, so where was he supposed to find them? There was no way he could find them at all. I guess I'll do that then. After confirming that there was no problem, Xianxia began making his way toward the closest branch of the 3 premier clans. This was the territory of the infernal feather-conferred God King. The buildings along the streets were all crimson in color, and the scorching sun shrouded half of the city. If not for the fact that the people living here were all gods, they would not have been able to last even a minute longer. Xianxia's physical body had been tempered by the lucid lunar lake, making it comparable to high-tier celestial god artifacts. This bit of heat was nothing to him. Along the way, Xianxia asked around for the location of the infernal Phoenix clan's residence. It was a massive residence, and just like the Qi clan's residence, it was surrounded by a massive formation that prevented anyone from entering. Xianxia did not rush over. Instead, he found a large tavern on the other side of the street. The guard did not know much about the 3 great clans. There were all sorts of people here, so perhaps he might be able to find out some useful information. At the very least, he would not be completely clueless. Xianxia found a table by the window and ordered some wine and meat. Barely after he took a few bites, the doors to the tavern suddenly creaked open, and a figure staggered and fell to the ground. Scram! Following this, 2 young men walked out with a prideful aura. Feng Chao and Feng Xiang, don't go too far. The young man struggled to his feet with clenched fists. He looked to be in his 20s, and there was a flame-colored mark between his eyebrows. His face was unhealthily pale, and he should have suffered some serious injuries. Going too far? The young man named Feng Chao sneered. Feng Jiuge, do you think this is still the same as it was 2 years ago? Right now, you are no longer a genius. Your bloodline has been completely burned away, and you have been completely expelled from the core. Scram, lest we make a move. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. 2 years ago, your talent and strength allowed you to strut around before us. But now, you are nothing. He was just a useless piece of trash. If you don't hurry up and leave, no one will dare to say anything even if I throw you into a beast cage. Feng Xiang snorted. Creak. Creak, the young man named Feng Jiuge clenched his fists tightly. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and left with a sad look on his face. What a pity. A few years ago, Feng Jiuge was the most dazzling genius of the Inferno Phoenix clan. However, due to an accident, his bloodline was destroyed, and his cultivation stagnated. In fact, it even regressed significantly. Eventually, he was expelled from the core of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and now, he's the target of everyone's bullying. That's how it is for the offspring of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Those who have the strength and bloodline are the core disciples that everyone respects. Without those two, their standing will plummet to rock bottom. With the collapse of the spiritual energy in the surroundings, even the Inferno Phoenix clan has limited resources. Those who aren't core disciples have no resources to support them, so their accomplishments are limited. There's nothing they can do about it. There were quite a few people in the tavern who saw this sight, and they began discussing with hushed voices. After listening for a moment, Xianxia came to a realization. 2 years ago, Feng Jioge had been one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Despite his young age, he had already reached middle-tier celestial god, and his comprehension of battle techniques was unparalleled among the younger generation. However, it was a pity that luck didn't always come to him. One time, the star of the Inferno Phoenix clan went out to train, and not only did he sustain severe injuries, his bloodline seemed to have been stripped away as well, vanishing without a trace. After he recovered from his injuries, the resources that he was provided with plummeted, and his standing in the Inferno Phoenix clan came into question. A few days ago, he had his bloodline tested once more, and the purity of his bloodline had dropped to a level that even ordinary disciples could not match up to. As a result, he was stripped of his identity as a core disciple and chased out of the clan. Unwilling to accept the humiliation, he tried his best to regain his former standing, but he ended up being injured by Feng Chao and Feng Xiang, resulting in the current situation. Back then, he was the star of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and everyone looked up to him. Even the experts on the board of potential god kings would have to address him as their brother. Feng Chao and Feng Xiang were the ones who put their lives on the line the most. Now that they have lost their status, it's only natural for them to retaliate the most. That's just how humans are. Back then, they were like dogs, but the more humble they were back then, the more vicious and arrogant they are now. The crowd shook their heads. In the firmament, one's cultivation was the strongest. Without strength, one was nothing. There was no one else to blame for this. Amidst the discussions, the injured Feng Jioge walked into the tavern and sat down not too far away, gulping down mouthfuls of wine. Xianxia turned his gaze over. The cultivation of the genius of the Inferno Phoenix clan was indeed not too high. He was only a low-tier celestial god, and his Xianxia was weak as well. From the looks of it, not only was he unable to make a breakthrough, his cultivation might even fall once more. His cultivation has fallen? What did he go through? Xianxia was perplexed. Under normal circumstances, unless one's meridians were completely destroyed due to severe injuries, it would be very difficult for one's cultivation to fall once one reached a certain level. Just as everyone had said, the other party's physical condition was similar to his. At his peak, the other party was a high-tier celestial god, just like him. However, at the moment, the other party's cultivation might even fall from the celestial god realm. Just what in the world happened to him for him to suffer such a backlash? Let me take a look. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia took a closer look at the young man before him, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Killing intent? The young man before him actually harnessed an intense killing intent. Even though he had concealed it well, it was still unable to escape the detection of his eye of insight. As long as one has been through battle, there are many people who possess such killing intent. This is especially so for soldiers and generals who have entered the battlefield. It's the same for Zhuo Feng back then, just that. Xianxia was perplexed. His killing intent is actually somewhat similar to that of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The fact that the young man named Feng Jioge harnessed the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe piqued his interest. Having been to the Master Teacher continent, the Azure, and the firmament, Xianxia was well aware of the difference between them. The spiritual energy in the firmament grew denser and denser, and this was especially so in the firmament. Not only did the flow of time change, more importantly, the spiritual energy there was far more concentrated than on the Master Teacher continent. It was for this reason that the latter were able to reach the semi-divinity realm as soon as they were born, and it was only a matter of time before they became gods. The killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe was so concentrated that it made one feel like a berserk existence. However, by absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy of the Azure, one would be able to alleviate the killing intent. This was even more so in the firmament. As the otherworldly demonic emperor, Liu Yang had been able to cultivate the simplified heaven's path divine art in reverse after arriving in the firmament. In other words, the threat of killing intent had been completely eliminated. So, why would there still be killing intent in the young man's body? Perplexed, Xianxia turned to look at the manor. There were many people walking in and out of the manor, and there were even guards standing guard at the entrance. After taking a closer look, Xianxia was certain that these people shared the same bloodline as Feng Zhouge, but they did not possess any killing intent either. The spirit god is the old ancestor of the phoenix tribe, the deathless celestial phoenix, and a god of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It's only normal for his descendants to possess killing intent, Xianxia thought. Since the otherworldly demonic tribe revered the deathless monarch as the spirit god, it was not surprising that the descendants of the deathless monarch would possess killing intent as well. Just that, why was this young man the only one who possessed killing intent? After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia picked up the wine gourd and walked over to the other party's table with widened strides. His eye of insight was unable to discern anything at all. Feng Zhouge sat down across from Feng Zhouge and drank without saying a word. Feng Zhouge frowned in displeasure. If you were sent by the Phoenix Dynasty and Phoenix Xiang to mock me, I'll have to ask you to leave now. I might be crippled at the moment, but that doesn't mean that I can be mocked by just anyone. I heard about the clan's internal competition, so I hurried over. I happened to hear about your affairs. I don't mean you any harm. I just want to accompany you for a drink. Xianxia waved his hand casually. You are from the Phoenix clan too? Feng Zhouge asked doubtfully. You can say that. Instead of explaining, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked curiously, I can see that your foundation is very good, and there aren't any serious injuries on your body. Why is your cultivation gradually declining? Humph. Initially, he still had a good impression of Xianxia, but upon hearing that Xianxia was intentionally digging at his sore spot, Feng Zhouge's face darkened. Even though his cultivation had deteriorated, he still had a sharp eye. The young man before him was even stronger than him when he was at his peak. Otherwise, he would have long fallen out with him. You don't have to worry too much. Not only am I a member of the Fire Phoenix clan, I'm also a brilliant doctor. Seeing that your situation is strange, I couldn't help but ask. Perhaps I can help you. Noticing his hostility, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before handing over his Great Shift teleportation formation token. Although it was a teleportation item, it also marked the master's achievements in a certain aspect. Feng Zhouge narrowed his eyes in astonishment. This time, the hostility in his eyes was gone, replaced by agitation. As an offspring of the Fire Phoenix clan, he knew how difficult it was to obtain the authority to use the Great Shift teleportation formation. Even when he was at his peak back then, he had been unable to obtain the authority to use it. Yet, the young man before him was able to do so with just his medical skills. Needless to say, the young man's medical skills were definitely at the forefront of the Nine Skies. I don't know what's going on either. Putting down the wine cup, Feng Zhouge shook his head and said, ever since that trial, it's as if my body has become a funnel. No matter how much spiritual energy I absorb, I'm unable to store it. I can't maintain my cultivation either, and it's dissipating non-stop. In just 2 short years, I've become like this. Unable to store it? Xianxia frowned. Can you execute a punch for me to see? Why not? Knowing that the young man before him was a formidable physician, Feng Zhouge dared not hold back at all. Clenching his fist tightly, he threw a punch forward. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, an eagle leaping out of its nest, it was a sight to behold. However, halfway through the punch's trajectory, it suddenly halted. It was as if his strength was insufficient, preventing him from executing a normal battle technique. Feng Zhouge's face paled as he let out a deep groan. Back then, he had been able to execute this battle technique several hundred times in a single breath without feeling that his strength was insufficient. Yet, before he could even execute a single punch, he had already stopped. He felt so stifled that he could explode at any moment. The Feng Zhouge from 2 years ago was indeed no more. No matter how indignant he was, there was nothing he could do about it. My apologies, I'll have to make some preparations first. Feng Zhouge sighed deeply as he turned to the young man before him. There's no need for that, Xianxia interjected as he focused his attention on the Library of Heaven's Path. A book had already appeared, and it recorded the condition of Feng Zhouge's body in detail. Based on the flaws recorded in the book, there's nothing that can affect his cultivation at all, Xianxia frowned. There were many flaws recorded in the book regarding Feng Zhouge's body, but none of them were related to his cultivation being reduced. In other words, the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to detect the reason behind Feng Zhouge's cultivation being reduced. This was truly bizarre. After ascending to the firmament, the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through even the flaws of conferred god kings. Do you mind if I check your pulse? Seeing that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to find anything, Xianxia turned to Feng Zhouge and asked. Thank you. I'm already used to it anyway, so it's fine even if I can't resolve it. Seeing Xianxia's expression, the glimmer of hope in Feng Zhouge's eyes dimmed once more. He shook his head bitterly. After his cultivation had been reduced, he had sought out innumerable physicians, including the most renowned ones in the sky of Deathless, but none of them had been able to find the reason behind it. Even though the young man before him possessed incredible medical skills, it was likely that he would not be able to change his cultivation much. It's just a look. You won't lose anything, Xianxia said. That's true. I don't have much to lose in my current state anyway. Feng Zhouge shook his head. He had already been stripped of his identity as a member of the Feng clan, so he had nothing to lose. Given Xianxia's prowess, it would only take a single thought for him to harm him. There was no need for him to go easy on him. After saying those words, Xianxia passed his wrist over. Xianxia placed his hand on Feng Zhouge's wrist, and with a thought, a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia discreetly seeped into Feng Zhouge's body. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as Xianxia placed his hand on the other party's wrist, he immediately felt the Heaven's Path Xianxia coursing through his meridians. Seemingly having noticed something, the Heaven's Path Xianxia abruptly came to a halt, intending to see what was going on. The Heaven's Path Xianxia dissipated without a trace, as if it had never been there in the first place. This, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. His Heaven's Path Xianxia had always been a force to be reckoned with, and it was even more powerful than the pathos of heaven. Yet, it had actually disappeared right after entering Feng Zhouge's body, as if it had been neutralized by something. What was going on? Perplexed, Xianxia drove his Xianxia toward the same spot. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. It was as if there was a unique energy within the other party's body that was capable of devouring his Heaven's Path Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Even a god king would find himself restricted by the Heaven's Path Xianxia when he consumed it. Yet, the young man who had infused his Xianxia into the Heaven's Path Xianxia ended up being devoured. Could it be that the reason why the young man's cultivation was constantly falling was due to his ability to devour others' Xianxia as well? Let's see how much you can swallow. Perplexed, Xianxia's competitive spirit was piqued. Driving his Xianxia, a thick surge of energy flowed frenziedly into the other party's pulse. In order to prevent the other party from noticing his presence, Xianxia had only used an extremely weak surge of his aura. It was even weaker than the God Essence pill, so it was not a big deal for it to be devoured. However, with his Xianxia rampaging through the area, he did not believe that anything would be able to devour it. A powerful surge of Xianxia gushed into Feng Zhouge's body, causing his mouth to twitch. His eyes widened in shock as he felt the pressure of the heavens crushing down on him, threatening to crush his soul into oblivion. He tried to pull his hand back, but he realized that the other party's fingers were as though a golden hoop. No matter how he tried, he wouldn't budge at all. Release, he wanted to shout, but the other party's Xianxia was simply too powerful. As soon as it entered his body, he felt as if he was being crushed by an unknown force. His mouth opened, but he was unable to utter a single word. Not knowing whether the other party wanted him to stop or not, Xianxia closed his eyes and focused his Heaven's Path Xianxia on the other party's body. It was a dark gray stream of air, and he couldn't tell what it was. He controlled his Xianxia to surge over, and the gray airflow immediately released a green radiance. It's not devouring, it's counteracting. Previously, he had thought that something bizarre had appeared in Xianxia's body and devoured his Heaven's Path Xianxia cleanly. However, at this moment, he realized that it wasn't devouring but nullification. The gray energy seemed to be able to produce a unique reaction with the heaven's path Xianxia, and eventually, the two of them fused together to form a green glow before disappearing altogether. No, the opponent can't completely eliminate my Xianxia. After a while, Xianxia noticed something and couldn't help but frown. Xianxian's heaven's path Xianxia was fusing with the airflow in front of him, but it was only a portion of it that was dissipating. According to the ratio, out of 100, there should be 1 left. This is purification? His eyes were filled with doubt. He could sense that the remaining surge of Xianxia was several dozen times purer than before. While he was unable to sense how powerful it was clear that it had undergone a metamorphosis. It's not that I'm purifying it. I'm just separating my heaven's path Xianxia from the pathos of heaven Xianxia that I have comprehended. Before comprehending the pathos of heaven, Xianxia had been cultivating the heaven's path divine art, and the heaven's path Xianxia that he harnessed was the heaven's path Xianxia. Even though Xianxia had altered the cultivation technique, it was still an upgraded version of the heaven's path divine art. As such, the two types of Xianxia were still intermingled within his body. Their strength was about the same, and it was very difficult to separate them, so he couldn't be bothered to think about these things. Who would have thought that the gray gas could actually do it? It was able to neutralize the heaven's path Xianxia, but it was completely ineffective against the pathos of heaven Xianxia. Thus, when the two of them came into contact with one another, the pathos of heaven Xianxia was left behind. I haven't used the pure pathos of heaven Xianxia before. Since you are able to purify it, let's continue. In any case, Xianxia did not mind it at all. His Xianxia roared as he furiously infused it into the other party's body. As the two collided, a brilliant burst of green light burst forth. Even though there was only a single gray gas, it was exceptionally pure. Even though Xianxia had been infusing it with his Xianxia for a long time, he had only managed to deplete a small portion of it. There was still more than half of it remaining. Just as Xianxia was about to deplete the gray gas in one go, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Sensing the other party's strength and movement, Xianxia could tell that there was no malice in the other party's actions. He frowned as he continued infusing his Xianxia into the other party's body. Turning around, he was taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people had gathered behind him. There were at least several dozen of them, and it seemed like they were here for a meal. There were a few familiar faces among them, the middle-aged man who had been talking about Feng Zhouge earlier. The one who had patted him was an old man leaning on a walking stick. What's wrong? Xianxia was perplexed by the fact that he did not recognize these people, but they had patted him instead. I didn't want to interfere in other people's business, but this is the territory under the jurisdiction of the Inferno Phoenix clan. If something were to happen and you don't speak up, it would be troublesome if the Inferno Phoenix clan were to investigate the matter. It's inconvenient for the others to speak up, but I'm slightly older than you, so I can only speak up. So, if I may be so bold as to ask, may I know what kind of grudge you have with Feng Zhouge? The old man asked as he stroked his beard. His voice was extremely refined, and it was clear that he was well-read. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. There's no grudge between us. The old man was perplexed. Then why did you grab his hand? Xianxia asked with a smile. There's something wrong with his body, and as a physician, I'm currently treating him to resolve his affliction. There's something that I don't know whether I should ask or not. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, the old man turned to look at the crowd, and seeing that there was something amiss with their expressions, he gritted his teeth and continued, Are you certain that you're saving him in his current state? In his current state? Perplexed, Xianxia turned around, and what he saw left him stunned. The person he was grabbing wasn't the handsome Feng Zhouge from before but a 2-meter-tall fatty who seemed to weigh at least 400 jin. Who are you? Xianxia hurriedly let go of the fatty's hand in shock. When did this fatty get here? How could he not know that he had swapped out Feng Zhouge? I know who he is. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm not lying. Seeing the state that Xianxia was in, the old man nodded and said, He's Feng Zhouge. It didn't take long for him to become like this after you captured him. He's Feng Zhouge? Xianxia's lips twitched. Feng Zhouge wasn't that much taller than him, and he wasn't that fat either. How did he become like this in the blink of an eye? Could it be that I have been infusing Xianxia into him non-stop? Xianxian's eyebrows shot up. Could it be that he was unable to expel the green light that he had been infusing into Feng Zhouge's body non-stop, causing the fellow to become like an inflated balloon? Surely it couldn't be that ridiculous. Taking a closer look, the giant before him was indeed Feng Zhouge++, not some stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. Xianxian was rendered speechless. In just a few short minutes, he had gained several hundred jin, but then again, given how fat that fellow was, he did resemble an otherworldly demon. The otherworldly demonic tribe was much taller than the average human. Could it be that the otherworldly demons were all expelled by the green light? Since there's no grudge between us, I don't intend to kill him. Since that's the case, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Even though Feng Zhouge has been expelled from the Inferno Phoenix clan, he was still a member of their clan. They might not say anything if you were to kill him, but if you were to disregard their dignity and torture him, they would surely intervene. I hope that you can reconsider your decision, the elder said. Xianxian rubbed his glabella. He's really an old pedant. It's really troublesome to talk. But then again, he was really here to save Feng Zhouge. Why would he torture him, knowing that the other party meant well? Xianxian clasped his fist and said, "Thank you for your goodwill. I'll save him now." After saying those words, he couldn't be bothered to listen to the other party's nonsense anymore. Instead, he turned to Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge was so fat that even his face was deformed. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxian took out a jade token and imprinted a cultivation technique into it. Cultivate this cultivation technique, and it should be able to resolve your current condition. After saying those words, he passed the jade token over. What in the world are you up to? Having been released by Xianxian, Feng Zhouge was finally able to speak, and he felt so stifled that he could explode at any moment. He thought that the other party would really be able to save him after seeing the other party's token, so he allowed the other party to take his pulse. Who could have thought that the other party would infuse his Xianxia into his body and end up in such a state? Xianxian wanted to explain himself, but he had no idea that such a situation would occur. Thus, he swallowed his words. If he were to really explain, the great displacement teleportation token that he had painstakingly obtained would no longer pose any threat to him. With an unfathomable expression, Xianxian waved his hand and said, "I've already found a way to save you. This is just the first step." The first step? Feng Zhouge was stunned. Was the first step to transform him into such a giant? He had never heard of such a method to treat an illness. If you want to resolve the problem in your body and regain your previous talent and strength, you'll have to listen to me and cultivate according to the cultivation technique that I have imparted to you, Xianxian said. Feng Zhouge paused. Over the past 2 years, he had seen countless skilled physicians, but all of them had told him that there was no cure for him. In fact, they couldn't even pinpoint the root of the illness. But the young man before him said that he had found a solution, and that he was just the first step. Was this for real? I'll go all out. He gritted his teeth. Right now, he no longer had any right to question it. Had it been in the past, the other party might have fawned over the Inferno Phoenix clan in exchange for the identity of a core disciple. But now, he had nothing at all. In fact, he had even been expelled from the Inferno Phoenix clan. At most, he would just die. There was really nothing to lose. Since that was the case, why not give it a try? Without any hesitation, Xianxian tapped his finger on the jade token and extended his perception over it. In the next instant, a complete set of cultivation technique manuals appeared in his mind. His eyebrows twitched. As a core disciple of the clan, he had a discerning eye. Even though this cultivation technique was just an ordinary one, it was far superior to all of the secret manuals that he had read before. Even the core secret arts of the clan paled in comparison to it. A technique of this level, could it be that the other party could really save him? His eyes immediately burned with passion. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly channeled his cultivation technique. It had to be said that even though this fellow's cultivation had regressed in the past 2 years, his talent and comprehension ability were indeed decent. It didn't take him long to master the cultivation technique that Xianxian had given him. Sizzle. Sizzle, every time he channeled his Xianxia, his rotund body would slimmer down a little. After 20 cycles, he had already returned to his original state. Standing up, Feng Jiuge looked at himself in agitation. He turned to look at the young man before him once more. This time, there was no longer any doubt in his eyes. May I know, what do you need me to do next? Even though he could still feel the energy in his body dissipating, Feng Jiuge still couldn't help but ask. I'll have to repeat the first step to get rid of the trauma in your body, Xianxia replied. He had no idea why Feng Jiuge's cultivation had fallen, but from the looks of it, it had something to do with the gray gas. As long as he could find a way to get rid of the gray gas, he might be able to turn the situation around. Thus, he wasn't lying to him. Feng Jiuge's mouth twitched. Was he going to continue with his rotund state? Why? You don't want to continue? Who would have thought that I would be so free? Let me tell you this in advance. Not only will this not do me any good, it'll even affect my cultivation. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he stood up and prepared to return to his seat. Bro. Elder, please wait a moment. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Feng Jiuge hurriedly stopped him. He had nothing at the moment, so there was nothing to gain from saving him. If he were to lose this opportunity, his cultivation would only continue to plummet until he was killed by his enemies. Please save me. As long as you can get rid of the trauma in my body, I'll do anything you ask of me. Feng Jiuge pleaded with gritted teeth. Xianxia nodded. If I want to save you, not only will I have to repeat the previous steps, I'll have to impart a cultivation technique to you as well. This is a huge secret. If you acknowledge me as your teacher, I'll make a move right now. Judging from the speed at which the other party comprehended his cultivation technique, he could tell that the other party was indeed a genius. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan, as well as the secrets that he possessed. If Xianxia could take him in as a student, it would be easier for him to find out more about the Inferno Phoenix clan and obtain a slot to enter the Spirit God Palace. Teacher, please save me. Without any hesitation, Feng Jiuge kneeled on the floor. He could tell that the cultivation technique that the other party had given him was extraordinary. In any case, since his clan no longer wanted him, he might as well take on a teacher instead of fending for himself. To be able to obtain the Great Displacement Teleportation Token, there was no doubt that the young man before him possessed frightening strength on top of his medical skills. Yes. Seeing that the other party had reacted so quickly, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down once more, placed his finger on the other party's wrist, and infused his Xianxia into the other party's body once more. While he had no idea whether the pathos of heaven Xianxia would become more powerful after being purified, there was no harm in driving it. Since that was the case, he might as well continue. Feng Jiuge's Xianxia surged into his body, and his body expanded once more, turning back into a fatty. From afar, he looked like little pagoda. Seeing that the other party's body had grown to the point where it couldn't sustain any longer, Xianxia stopped and instructed the other party to continue practicing the cultivation technique he had just imparted to him to alleviate the pressure. After his body recovered, he continued to infuse Xianxia into his body. After repeating this over and over again, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the gray gas in Feng Jiuge's body had been completely eliminated. Let's give it a try. Seeing that the gray gas was gone, Xianxia chuckled as he turned to look at Feng Jiuge. Without the gray gas, Feng Jiuge should be able to recover his previous strength. At the very least, he should be able to regain his previous talent. In fact, he might even be able to surpass the other party. Feng Jiuge couldn't feel the gray aura, so he didn't know that the young man in front of him had completely solved the hidden danger. He was skeptical, but in the end, he sat down cross-legged and circulated the Xianxia in his body according to the usual cultivation method. Soon, he noticed that something was amiss. Previously, the Xianxia in his body would vanish in less than a single circulation. The more he circulated it, the more it would vanish. But now, it was growing denser and denser. His shriveled dantian was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. The Xianxia that he had been cultivating diligently over the past 2 years had not dissipated. Instead, it had been concealed by that unique flow of energy. Now that he had released it, it was as if a dam had burst, and he could no longer control it. Boom, with a resounding boom, the energy in Xianxia's body burst forth. His low-tier celestial god Cultivation, which was on the verge of plummeting, suddenly soared to perfection, followed by middle-tier celestial god, and then high-tier celestial god. In less than 15 minutes, not only did he manage to recover his cultivation, he even managed to overcome his bottleneck and push for a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Feng Jiuge's eyes reddened. He understood that in this instant, he had been reborn anew, and this new life was given to him selflessly by the person in front of him. Teacher. He fell to his knees. Previously, when he had acknowledged Xianxia as his teacher, he had thought that he had no other choice. However, at this moment, he realized that it was the wisest decision he had made in his entire life. Get up. Xianxia waved his hand and turned to the Library of Heaven's Path. It seemed like the young man before him was truly grateful to him. Just like Shui Yan, he had managed to form a golden page as well. 2 golden books were displayed side by side on the bookshelf, emitting a golden light. Feng Jiuji's cultivation has recovered? Not only did it recover, it even improved. This person's medical skills are too brilliant, everyone in the hotel couldn't believe it. The pedant from before opened his mouth wide. This old man, this old man, this old man. I don't know if I should say something. In the end, it turned out that the other party was really treating his illness, and he had even rushed over to advise him against it. Furthermore, he had even taken advantage of his seniority and said so much nonsense. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit blood. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Xianxia asked, "What happened 2 years ago that caused your cultivation to plummet?" "I went to the deep pit under the imperial city." Feng Jiuge paused for a moment before replying, "I accidentally stumbled into a secret realm, and for some reason, I fell unconscious. By the time I woke up, I had already become like this." "No one knows what happened," Xianxia frowned. "The pit under the imperial city?" Spirit Origin Royal City floated above a huge crater. What was the point of participating in the trial there? Could it be that this pit involved some kind of secret? This crater suddenly appeared a few decades ago, and the entire Spirit Origin City collapsed into it. The city that we're currently in was rebuilt by the Fire Feather Conferred God King and a few other God Kings. They expended a great deal of their divine energy and used the feather of the Deathless Monarch to support it. Seeing that Xianxia was a little confused, Feng Jiuge explained. As a descendant of the clan, although these matters were confidential, he still knew a little about them. The entire Spirit Origin City will collapse? Xianxia was shocked. He had never heard anyone mention this before. When he first arrived at Spirit Origin Royal City, he had been wondering why such a huge city would be built on top of a crater and float in midair. But in the end, it turned out that the original city had already fallen into the crater. The royal cities of the 9 skies were located at the very center of their respective territories, and they were able to gather the anima of yearning and fortune of their respective territories. It was for this reason that the royal cities would not move under normal circumstances. However, when the royal cities collapsed several decades ago, in order to better stabilize their authority, they had no choice but to build a new city on top of the crater. That was how the floating city came to be. If the city collapsed overnight, what happened to the lives in it? Xianxia asked. If the city collapsed, where did the gods who lived in it go? Where did the lives in the city come from? Back then, I wasn't born yet, so I don't know much about it. However, according to the elders in the clan, even though the collapse happened abruptly, with the protection of the Deathless Monarch, there were still quite a few people who managed to escape. Only those who had reached the God realm managed to escape, Feng Jiuge replied. However, teacher, you should know that most of the people in the firmament have yet to reach the God realm. In other words, the calamity this time around caused the death of nearly 90% of the people in Spirit Origin Royal City. As for whether they are still alive or still at the bottom of the crater, no one knows. After all, the crater is simply too deep. Even a conferred God King like the old ancestor wouldn't be able to reach it. The hierarchy of the living beings in the firmament was like a pyramid. Most of the living beings in the pyramid were ordinary mortals, or in other words, semi-divinity realm cultivators. Only around 10% of them were qualified to cultivate and reach higher realms. The sudden appearance of a crater and the disappearance of 90% of the people in Spirit Origin Royal City. Xianxian's body jolted as the name City of Collapsed Space surfaced in his mind. There was a city of collapsed space in the azure, and it was said that it had fallen from the heavens several thousand years ago. Under the corrosion of the spiritual energy in the azure, the countless living beings and buildings in it had been reduced to the air of decay, making it extremely difficult for ordinary mortals to enter. Could this be related to Spirit Origin Royal City? He had seen the tomb of the Deathless Monarch when he was in the City of Collapsed Space. That was because he had seen the tomb of the Deathless Monarch. If he were to think about it further, the otherworldly demonic tribe and the inhabitants of Starchaser Palace shared the same origin, and the inhabitants of Starchaser Palace possessed the altar in the City of Collapsed Space. Could it be that Spirit Origin Royal City had fallen from the heavens, and some of the inhabitants of Starchaser Palace had given birth to new descendants? Or perhaps, some of the inhabitants of Starchaser Palace had entered the Master Teacher continent and become the otherworldly demonic tribe. In other words, the ancestors of the otherworldly demonic tribe and the inhabitants of Starchaser Palace were actually the gods of the sky of Spirit Origin. If it was really as he had deduced, that would truly be terrifying. Just what kind of power could have possibly been capable of killing the Deathless Monarch and tearing apart the barriers of the Master Teacher continent and tossing countless living beings into the lower worlds? Xianxia had experienced the difficulty of traversing through the barriers of the Master Teacher continent, so he was well aware of how difficult it was. Even an expert of Lozosi's caliber had nearly lost her life. This was truly unimaginable. Of course, this was all just his conjecture. Perhaps he would only be able to figure it out after meeting Lozosi or Kongsher. Right, little vicious, is it possible that your ancestors possess the bloodline of the gods of the sky of Spirit Origin? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Vicious, who had been sealed in the Book of Heaven's Path, had followed Xianxia to the firmament as well. Over this period of time, he had been cultivating with the god essence pills that Xianxia had given him. As a result, he had long overcome his bottleneck to become a low-tier celestial god. Vicious pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm not too sure about that. However, after coming to the firmament, I can feel my cultivation progressing significantly faster. It's as if my meridians and bloodline are more suited to this place." Back then, in order to help Xiaoya recover her meridians, Xianxia had studied the meridian network diagram, and he had noticed that the meridians of the otherworldly demonic tribe were very infrequent. It was only after coming to the firmament that he realized that their meridians were extremely similar to those of the gods. The meridians of the gods were the most accurate and aligned with the heavens. It was due to this that their cultivation grew higher and higher, far surpassing those of the Master Teacher continent and the azure. On top of that, the otherworldly demonic tribe was born with incredible strength, and their lifespan far exceeded that of humans. It was for this reason that it was so powerful. If not for the emergence of Kongsher, it would have been nigh impossible for the humans of the Master Teacher continent to chase it back to the ancient battlefield. Your cultivation progresses after coming here. Could it be that your predecessors also had the same aura in their bodies, and that's why their cultivation gradually declined like Fengjoga's? Xianxia suddenly asked. The reason why Fengjoga's cultivation gradually declined was due to him entering the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City. If his deduction was correct, the residents of Spirit Origin Royal City had also been infected by the grey aura, causing their cultivation to fall further and further. From semi-divinity realm to high immortal, true immortal, pseudo-immortal, ancient sage, great sage, and saint realm, this. I don't know either. Vicious shook his head. It seems like I'll have to find a way to enter the abyss to find out. It didn't take long for Xianxia to come to a decision. Raising his head to look at the young man before him, he asked, "Can you bring me over to take a look?" This. Fengjoga hesitated. That place was simply too dangerous. Even the current him could not help but feel a little fearful. There's no need to worry. If there's any danger, we'll just have to retreat. Your condition is a little unique, so I'm only suppressing it for the time being. If we want to resolve the problem completely, we'll have to find the source of it. Xianxia. He had no choice but to go to the abyss, so he had no choice but to say so. Of course, this could not be considered as a lie. If they did not find out what the grey aura was, it could very well repeat itself. All right, I'll bring you there. Gritting his teeth, Fengjoga nodded. However, if you want to enter, you'll need an item. That item is in the clan, so you'll have to make a trip back. Are you talking about returning to your family? Xianxia frowned. Not even conferred god kings are able to reach the bottom of the abyss, and it's extremely dangerous. So, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the 3 conferred god kings sealed the passageway with their energy, such that only those who possess a special token from their respective clans are allowed to enter. Feng Zhouge nodded. If we don't get it, even if we get here, we'll be blocked outside. Xianxia nodded. While his cultivation had improved significantly, it was still impossible for him to sneak past the seals left behind by the 3 conferred god kings. Rather than getting into trouble, he might as well follow Feng Zhouge back to the Inferno Phoenix clan. It just so happened that he was going to disguise himself as a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and if he were to barge into the Inferno Phoenix clan directly, he would definitely be suspected. After coming to a decision, the 2 of them left the restaurant and headed back to the mansion. What? You still don't want to leave? Or do you want us to look for Lord Feng Chao and Lord Feng Xiang? Seeing that Zhang Xian had just been chased away like a beggar, the guard at the entrance frowned upon seeing him return at this moment. I don't want to leave. Tell Feng Chao and Feng Xiang to come over. Feng Zhouge had regained his confidence, so he decided not to bicker with the guard anymore. You must be tired of living. The guard harumphed coldly before walking back into the mansion. Not too long later, footsteps sounded, and the 2 who had humiliated him earlier, Feng Chao and Feng Xiang, walked out. I was wondering who it was that came to look for us. Do you think that you haven't been beaten up enough? Do you want to try it out again? Feng Chao sneered coldly as he jabbed his finger at Feng Zhouge. Ever since Feng Zhouge's cultivation had stagnated, he had become the punching bag for the 2 of them to vent their anger on. Peng, before Feng Zhouge could finish his words, he was already sent flying, crashing heavily into the door. His face paled, and large mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth. I do think that I haven't been beaten up enough, but I'll be the one beating you up instead. Harumphing coldly, Feng Zhouge took a step forward and appeared before the other young man, Feng Xiang. You, not expecting that the trash whom he had been bullying would send his brother flying with a single kick, Feng Xiang hurriedly retreated in shock. However, as fast as he retreated, the other party was even faster. In the next moment, a slap came flying toward him. Pa! Under the resounding slap, the arrogant core disciple immediately collapsed to the ground. His body twitched uncontrollably, and his teeth fell all over the floor. Feng Zhouge, you have recovered your strength? That's impossible. What are you trying to do? Seeing how Feng Zhouge had defeated the 2 core disciples with just 2 moves, they swiftly retreated in disbelief. 2 years ago, Feng Zhouge had been the idol of the entire clan. They had thought that he would never be able to recover his former glory, but who could have known that in just an hour, not only had his disposition changed, his strength had also risen to a whole new level. Nothing much. I just want to regain my lost dignity. Feng Zhouge said with a sharp glint in his eyes. As one of the top geniuses of the clan, he had been sought after by countless people back then. However, after he fell from grace, he had been bullied even more severely. Now that he had recovered his strength, it was only right for him to show off to those who had bullied him. The talented Feng Zhouge whom countless people looked up to, had returned. You have lost your clan bloodline, and you have been expelled from the clan. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Inferno Phoenix clan for making a move on us? Seeing that Feng Zhouge's aura was growing stronger and stronger, Feng Xiang hurriedly retreated in fear. So what if Feng Zhouge had recovered his cultivation? He had just checked his bloodline, and the power of his bloodline had disappeared. Even if he were to return, he would not be able to enter the clan, let alone regain his identity as a core disciple. Without that identity, no matter how powerful he was, he would only be an unaffiliated cultivator. With limited resources, his future achievements would be limited as well. Becoming a god king would be the greatest hurdle that he would ever face. Feng Zhouge suddenly halted. The other party was right. Even though he had no idea why his bloodline had disappeared, the previous check had confirmed that it had indeed disappeared. Feng Zhouge turned to look at his teacher, only to see the latter smiling faintly. Since you have recovered your strength, perhaps your bloodline might be able to recover as well. The gray aura within Xianxia's body would only devour Xianxia, not alter one's bloodline. The reason why Xianxia hadn't been able to detect it earlier was probably because it had been suppressed by the gray aura. This was similar to how he had been unable to sense the bloodline of the gods from Starchaser Palace and the otherworldly demonic tribe back in the Forsaken Continent. At this moment, with the Heaven's Path Xianxia cleansed, the power of his bloodline should be able to recover. In fact, after being cleansed by the Heaven's Path Xianxia, there was a good chance that it would become even purer. Alright. Feng Zhouge nodded. Even though he still harbored doubts about whether his bloodline would still appear after the disappearance of the bloodline examination, he had absolute faith in his teacher. Ignoring the injured Feng Xiang and Feng Chao, the two of them walked into the Fiery Phoenix clan's residence. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a group of people surrounded them. It seemed like the news of Feng Zhouge regaining his strength and injuring the other party had already spread to the clan. In just a few dozen breaths, so many people had already rushed over. As expected of the head of the three great clans of the Sky of Spirit origin, news sure traveled fast. Zhouge, you've already been expelled from the family, yet you still dare to break in and injure a core disciple of the family? Do you want to rebel? The young man at the front raised his eyebrows, looking aggressive. Being expelled from the clan meant that he had nothing to do with the clan anymore. If he were to charge in again, it would be tantamount to challenging the authority of the clan. Feng Jiang, I feel that the previous bloodline test wasn't accurate, so I want to come back and retest it. Feng Zhouge glanced at Zhang Xian and said, as long as you pass the examination, you'll still be a core disciple, and you'll still be a member of our clan. A spar between clan members isn't considered a rebellion, right? Feng Jiang frowned. He carefully looked at the young man in front of him. It had only been 4 hours since they had last met, but the aura that Zhang Xian exuded was clearly different from before. It felt like he was a high-tier celestial god as well. Most importantly, the aura and confidence he exuded gave people the feeling of 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the young man before him had dominated the Zhang clan, wielding the disposition of a god king. Even he would have had to lower his head and bow before the other party, not daring to overstep his boundaries. He found it hard to accept the fact that the trash of 2 years had suddenly turned around and returned to his previous state. Retest? Narrowing his eyes, Feng Jiang harumphed, do you think that the clan's test is child's play? In order to test one's bloodline, one had to expend a certain amount of resources. Most disciples would only be given a single opportunity in their lifetime, but Feng Zhouge was an exception. He had only been tested twice, and yet, he still wanted to continue. Did he really think that it was still 2 years ago and that he could do whatever he wanted? I know that the test isn't child's play. There is a price to pay, and I will pay for it. Feng Zhouge said. Even though his cultivation had been on the decline over the years, as a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan who had once possessed the potential to become a god king, he still had a certain amount of accumulated energy. While it wasn't much, it was more than enough for him to test his bloodline. You? Harumphing coldly, Feng Jiang suddenly thought of something, and a playful smile surfaced on his face. How about this? No matter what, you used to be a core disciple of our clan, so it's fine if you want to take the test. I'll give you a chance to challenge the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation. If you can return to the clan. If you can't, then there's nothing I can do. That's right, let's break through the formation. Didn't you recover your strength? If you succeed, we'll acknowledge you. If you fail, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. The crowd burst into laughter, gloating over Feng Zhouge's misfortune. 9 Phoenix Grand Formation. Feng Zhouge narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Why? You don't dare to challenge it? Since that's the case, just admit that you're causing trouble here. Men, arrest him and bring him to the hall of interrogation. We'll see what he's up to. Feng Jiang commanded. Yes. 4 young men immediately stepped forward from the crowd and walked over with smiles on their faces. Let's go, our former young master Zhouge. Even though you've recovered your strength, you're still just an unaffiliated cultivator without a bloodline. Do you really think that you'll be able to soar to the top after losing the protection of the clan? Back then, Feng Zhouge had dominated the Inferno Phoenix clan recklessly, and many of them had suffered at his hands. As such, he wasn't particularly popular. What's the Nine Phoenix Grand Formation? Seeing the attitude of the crowd and Feng Jiuge, Xianxia frowned and sent a telepathic message to Feng Jiuge. Teacher, the Nine Phoenix Grand Formation is the only way for an expelled disciple of the Inferno Phoenix clan to gain the recognition of the clan. It's formed by 9 experts of the clan. Only by defeating all of them will one be able to clear the trial. Feng Jiuge's complexion turned awful. I've read through the 3,000 years of history of the Inferno Phoenix clan. There was a total of 317 expelled disciples who returned to challenge the trial, but in the end, only 3 of them cleared the trial. The rest died. Died? Xianxia was taken aback. Only 3 out of 300 of them cleared the trial. That was a 1% success rate. Even though they were expelled from the clan, they were still members of the Inferno Phoenix clan. There was no need for them to be so ruthless in challenging the trial. Those who were expelled from the clan usually committed unforgivable crimes. Even if they were able to return, they wouldn't be able to fit in with the rest of the clan. Thus, they aren't welcomed back. That's why those in charge of the trial aren't willing to go easy on them. Since it's so dangerous, why are there still people who insist on challenging such a difficult formation? So what if they weren't from the Inferno Phoenix clan? Wasn't it fine for them to be outside the clan? Take him for example. Before he returned to the Zhang clan, he had been leading a carefree life. Teacher, you might not know this, but the reason why those people are challenging the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation is because, regardless of whether they succeed or fail, they can be buried in the ancestral grave. This way, their descendants will have a chance to return to the clan. On the other hand, if they don't challenge the trial or back down, they will be separated from the Inferno Phoenix clan forever. Feng Jiuge shook his head. Xianxia nodded in realization. No one would want to be unable to return to the clan after death, let alone implicate their descendants. Thus, those who return to challenge the trial are those who are nearing the end of their lifespan. In other words, those who challenge the trial are those who are willing to die. For this reason, the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation is also known as the Death Formation. It's the only way for those who have been expelled to return to the clan and enter the ancestral hall. Feng Jiuge's complexion turned awful. It's clear that he wants me dead. He was only in his early 20s at the moment, and he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. How powerful are the people guarding the trial? Xianxia asked. The 9 Phoenix Grand Formation was guarded by 9 people. While the formation was important, what was more important was the strength of the 9 people. They are all of the same cultivation realm as the challenger, which means that, it's 9 against 1. Given that they possess the same bloodline and possess the same cultivation realm as the challenger, how could they possibly win? Feng Jiuge asked. Same cultivation realm? 9 against 1? Xianxia chuckled. He was still wondering how difficult it would be, but why did it sound so easy, putting everything aside? Just the difficulty of Xingyang's inceptive sage examination back then was many times greater than this. Xingyang's trial required one to challenge the dragon's tail, dragon's body, and dragon's head. Every single trial was guarded by someone with a higher cultivation than him. If he wanted to clear the trial, he would have to defeat all of them. The trial that Feng Jiuge was speaking of was clearly lacking in comparison. Even though the trial would be slightly more difficult for him to clear, if he used the formation well, he would be able to boost his strength instead. Take Feng Jiuge for example. The more formidable the formation was, the greater the backlash he would suffer once he found the flaws in it. Just like a spring, the greater the pressure, the more resilient it would be. Once we set up the formation, Feng Jiang will have to take part in it. Even though there was a difference in our strength 2 years ago, it wasn't that big of a difference. However, he has been cultivating diligently for the past few years, and I've been weakening all this while. It's already difficult for me to defeat him in a duel, let alone with the 8 of us forming a formation together. Feng Jiuge's voice was laced with uncertainty. Due to his injuries over the past 2 years, he had been unable to receive any resources from the clan. In terms of battle prowess, he was far inferior to the young man before him. Not to mention, the young man before him wasn't even the strongest of the 9. It could be said that if he were to challenge the trial, he would surely die. Seeing the state that Feng Jiuge was in, Xianxia smiled encouragingly. Jiuge, do you believe in me? Of course. Feng Jiuge nodded. If not for this teacher of his, he would have been crippled forever. It was the other party who had given him hope, so how could he not believe in him? Since you believe in him, accept his challenge and participate in the trial of the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation, Xianxia said. Accept? Feng Jiuge was stunned. But teacher, don't worry, there won't be any problems, Xianxia said with a smile. All right. Seeing how confident his teacher was, Feng Jiuge took a deep breath and waved his hand to stop the 2 young men before him. There's no need to make a move. I've decided to challenge the trial. Challenge the trial? Everyone was stunned. Feng Jiang thought that he had heard wrongly. Are you certain? Even though he had said those words earlier, he didn't think that the other party would agree to it. After all, this was something that only those who were nearing the end of their lifespan would do. Why would a 20-year-old celestial god realm pinnacle cultivator commit suicide at this point in time? Yes. Feng Jiuge said. It seems like not only have you recovered your cultivation, you've also regained your strength. Let me see if I have the qualifications to do so, Feng Jiang sneered, and with a stomp of his foot, he rushed over. As a high-tier celestial god, he was only half a step away from becoming a god king. As soon as he made his move, the air in the courtyard froze, and the energy of the world began to flow madly. To think that you would be able to comprehend the god kings to a certain extent. As expected of an expert from the fiery Phoenix clan, Xianxia nodded to himself. In terms of strength, the young man before him might not be a match for Ao Hua the Sky of Cloud Dragon, but his every move harnessed the power of the heavens. It seemed like he had comprehended the power of a god king to a certain extent. If one couldn't find a weakness, it would be extremely difficult to win. Seeing his attack, Feng Jiuge broke out in cold sweat. It was true that Zhang Xian had made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had been dejected for 2 years. Not only was he unable to adapt to his new powers, his comprehension of the power of heaven and earth was also far beneath that of the other party. If he were to continue fighting, his chances of victory would be slim. Pung! Pung! In just a few blows, he was already at a disadvantage. Even though he wasn't severely injured, he was no longer a match for Zhang Xian. How dare you challenge the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation when your strength is beneath mine? Feng Jiang harumphed coldly. You sure don't know your place. Feng Jiuge halted his attacks and looked at Zhang Xian with a look of humiliation. Even 2 years ago, he might not have been able to clear the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation, let alone now. He really couldn't understand why his teacher insisted on having him compete with him. I'm indeed not a match for you in my current state. Can you give me 2 hours? I guarantee that I'll be able to clear the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation within 2 hours. Seeing through Feng Jiuge's worry and doubt, Zhang Xian didn't bother replying. Instead, he turned to Feng Jiang and asked with a smile. Who are you? Feng Jiang frowned. He had thought that the other party was one of Feng Jiuge's subordinates, but considering how young he was, it was clear that he wasn't. I am Feng Xian, a member of the side family of the Inferno Phoenix clan. I'm here today to participate in the selection round, Zhang Xian replied calmly. Feng Xian? Feng Jiang was stunned for a moment before harumphing coldly. How dare a member of the side family boast so arrogantly? The members of the side family usually had weak bloodlines. Even if they were on par with one another, they wouldn't be a match for a core disciple. Yet, a fellow who had never entered the Inferno Phoenix clan actually dared to boast like that. So what if I'm a member of the side family? No one has ever said that a member of the side family is inferior to a core disciple, right? Zhang Xian sneered. A bunch of nonsense. You're just exaggerating. Men, take this boastful fellow down as well. Feng Jiang bellowed. Voila, the 2 young men from before swiftly rushed forward to grab Zhang Xian's left and right hands. However, before they could even reach him, the young man had already appeared right before them with a slight jolt, and he shook his shoulders twice in a row. Pung pung, with 2 deep groans, the 2 young men were sent flying. Their faces paled, indicating that they had sustained significant injuries. Feng Jiang narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He could do what the other party had just done as well, but he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Could it be that this young man from the side family was stronger than him? It's no wonder why you dared to boast so arrogantly. Let me see what you have up your sleeves then. Feng Jiang bellowed coldly as he raised his hand to grab Xianxia. Just like how he had fought Feng Zhouge earlier, he sealed off the surroundings and suppressed Xianxia with his might. His move carried the might to suppress the heavens and earth. It's good that you used this move. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to you later on. Xianxia turned to Feng Zhouge and said, "This is the move that he used against you earlier. Let me show you how you should retaliate with your current strength." After saying those words, Xianxia took a step forward as well, and when he was 5 meters away from Feng Jiang, he abruptly stopped. As soon as Xianxia stopped, Feng Jiang's attack immediately became much more difficult to deal with. Even though Xianxia was able to reach Feng Jiang's attack, it felt as if the flow of energy had been severed, causing its might to weaken significantly. Feng Jiang's palm art drew on the power of the heavens and earth, and Xianxia's position was the Ming Men of the battle technique. Once he found the Ming Men of the battle technique, he would have no choice but to rely on his own cultivation. However, as expected of one of the top experts of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Jiang's reaction was swift. He swiftly drove his Xianxia without any hesitation. This time, instead of drawing on the power of the heavens and earth, he was using his own Xianxia. Over the past 2 years, he had cultivated to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle with the help of countless resources. While he was still a distance away from reaching God King realm pinnacle, he was still not an opponent that most cultivators of the same cultivation realm could hope to match. In fact, it was hard to say whether Qiyu from the Qi clan would be able to withstand his attack. In the face of this attack, Xianxia did not dodge. Instead, he smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. Just as the attack was about to reach him, he puffed up his cheeks and exhaled. Voila, the qi in the air formed a sword light. When Feng Jiang brought out his full power, the veritable qi in the air was like a punctured balloon, scattering everywhere. It was also like a rushing stream of water falling on the umbrella. Ding 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 ding, the energy splashed everywhere, hitting the ground and creating a circular crater around Xianxia. However, none of it splashed onto his body. He walked forward slowly, taking a leisurely stroll in the park, and broke the attack in one go. Everything made him look like a tiger wandering among a flock of sheep. They were not on the same level at all. No matter how strong he is, as long as I can find his weakness, I can destroy it in one strike. He's the same, he's not that scary. Xianxia chuckled softly as he continued walking forward. The next moment, he appeared in front of Feng Jiang, less than half a meter away from him. Feng Jiang did not expect the young man before him to be so powerful that his strongest attack was completely ineffective against him. Panicking, he was just about to leap backward when he felt something tripping him. Bang, he fell to the ground and was covered in mud. The surroundings were completely silent. The reason why Feng Jiang fell down was because the young man in front of him had stretched out his leg to trip him. This kind of move only existed in battles between commoners, yet even a peak heavenly god could use it. More importantly, the effect was very obvious. Knowing what the crowd was thinking, Xianxia chuckled once more. There's no such thing as superiority or inferiority in one's moves. Winning is the way to go. Had it been any other time, putting aside Feng Jiang, even the most ordinary low-tier celestial gods would not have been hurt by such a move. It wasn't because his kick was very secretive or brilliant, but because his move had been broken by him and he had gotten so close to him. His opponent's state of mind was already in chaos, with his heart in turmoil. How could he fight? How could he win? In a duel, the stronger one's Xianxia and the higher one's cultivation did not guarantee victory. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many astonishing counterattacks. Have you comprehended anything? Returning to Feng Zhouge's side, Xianxia saw that his new disciple still had a doubtful look on his face. Cultivators in the immortal world relied too much on their martial techniques, bloodlines, and power. Although it was true that they could stun their opponents with their god power and true energy, a true battle wasn't about flashy moves. Instead, it was about one's understanding of battle. If he was fast, he might not be able to land a single punch on his opponent. Even 100 punches in a single second would be futile. But if he was able to land a single punch in half a second, as long as he could land a punch on his opponent, he would be able to claim victory. I understand, Feng Jiuji's lips trembled. He knew that since his teacher was able to obtain that token, his strength would definitely be in the top 30 of the God King potential board. It shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Feng Jiang. It was just that he didn't expect his teacher to be so powerful. However, being powerful and letting others be powerful were two different things. Could the other party really let him pass through the 9 Phoenix Great Formation in a short time? Oh, tell me about it then. Xianxia said. Feng Jiuge pondered and said, no matter how powerful a move is, it can only be called powerful if it's executed properly. Otherwise, it's just a flowery fist without substance. Not bad. You have a good grasp of it. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. From the cultivation technique he had imparted to Xianxia previously, he could tell that even though Feng Jiuge had not received any good training over the past 2 years, his talent was still outstanding. That was also why he had boasted that it would take him 2 hours. Yet, seeing how he was able to comprehend it so quickly, most probably, it would take him less than 2 hours. Are you really a member of our clan? While Zhang Xian was explaining the situation, Feng Jiang stood up. Even though he was on the verge of exploding with rage, he didn't charge forward. Instead, he turned to Zhang Xian and asked. Zhang Xian nodded. If you don't believe me, you can test my bloodline. With a disguise token, it was impossible for him to test one's bloodline. Seeing how confident Feng Jiuge was, Feng Jiang pondered for a moment before saying, wait here for a moment. I'll go in to report the matter and prepare the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. Feng Jiuge has been expelled from the clan, so he has to challenge the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. So, as long as he's able to clear the 9 Phoenix Great Formation, he'll have to test your bloodline. As long as the other party's cultivation reached a certain level, there was no need for them to challenge the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. The fact that even Feng Jiuge was unable to defeat him was a testament to his strength. Nodding, Zhang Xian turned to his new disciple and said, you have some time to learn now. No matter how fast Feng Jiuge was, it would take at least 4 hours for him to finish preparing the 9 Phoenix Great Formation. This was a good opportunity for him to impart his comprehension of battle techniques to his new disciple. Zhang Xian activated his impartation of Heaven's will and imparted his comprehension of battle techniques to Feng Jiuge. Initially, Feng Jiuge was still a little hesitant, but after hearing the first sentence, he immediately fell into a trance. The battle techniques and knowledge he was imparting to him were many times more profound than what he had learned in the past. The more he learned, the more he realized how shallow his previous comprehension was. Some time later, when Feng Jiang appeared before him once more, Feng Jiuge finally recovered from his daze, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. In less than 2 hours of learning, he had already gained a new understanding of battle techniques. Compared to this, the battle techniques he had learned previously were no different from fighting an ordinary animal. He had no idea whether he would be able to defeat the 9 Phoenix Great Formation or not, but if he were to encounter an expert of Feng Jiang's caliber once more, even if all 9 of them were to work together, he would still be able to put up a fight. Thank you, teacher. Feng Jiuge kneeled to the ground. It was only at this moment that he realized how great of a coincidence it was for him to acknowledge the young man before him as his teacher. Most likely, only the old ancestor of the Zhang clan would have such a deep understanding of this battle technique. Seeing the genius of the Zhang clan kneeling before a mere member of the side family, Feng Jiang's complexion turned awful. However, in the end, he chose not to say anything. Instead, he harumphed coldly and said, let's go. Following behind Feng Jiuge, the two of them soon arrived at a quiet location. There were dozens of massive phoenix sculptures erected in the surroundings, sealing off the dueling ring at the center. This is the sparring ground of the Zhang clan. The 9 Phoenix formation has already been prepared, so there's still time for you to back out. Otherwise, once the duel begins, there'll be no turning back. Feng Jiang paused for a moment before he said. As much as he hated the young man before him, he didn't want him to die just yet. I won't back out. Feng Jiuge nodded. Let's begin then. Feng Jiang said as he stepped onto the dueling ring. Wang, with a soft sound, the mist above the arena dissipated, and 8 tall figures appeared in their line of sight. Feng Su, Feng Yuanqing, Feng Qingyan. Upon seeing the appearances of the 8 figures, Feng Jiuge clenched his fists tightly. He had thought that the cultivators of the Nine Phoenix Formation would be on par with Feng Jiang, but from the looks of it, he had been too naive. Casually counting, there were actually as many as 5 people whose strength surpassed Feng Jiang. How was he supposed to fight them? This was especially so for Feng Su. He was the strongest existence beneath the god kings of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and he was ranked 3rd on the board of potential god kings of the sky of spirit origin. Back then, while Feng Su was known as a god king, the reason why he was valued by his clan was because of his potential, not his fighting prowess. Feng Su was already over 600 years old, and his potential had already been depleted. As such, he was no longer qualified to compete with him. However, his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. Just the fact that he was ranked 3rd on the board of potential god kings was enough to send countless people into despair. "Are you afraid?" Xianxia asked, noticing Feng Su's worry. "That's not it. It's just that I'm not that confident." Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth. As profound as the knowledge he had just learned was, he had only comprehended it for 2 hours, and he had yet to put it into practice. Thus, he had no idea how powerful it was. If it turned out to be ineffective and he was attacked by so many experts, he would not even know how he died. "As long as you execute the battle techniques that I have imparted to you, it won't be too difficult for you to breach the formation," Xianxia said. "Yes." Feng Jiuge nodded. Without thinking too much about it, he leaped toward the dueling ring. As soon as he entered the dueling ring, the 9 figures that he had seen earlier vanished into the formation, as if they had never existed in the first place. Feng Jiuge took a step forward, and he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. "My teacher said that if I were to turn back in such a situation, I'll fall into the trap that the other party has set up. The only way out is to return to my original position and attack simultaneously." Without any hesitation, Feng Jiuge began walking toward the spot where he had been standing previously. With someone sneaking up on him from behind, it was extremely dangerous for him to take a step back. If he wasn't careful, he might just bump into the other party's spear. However, he had no other choice at this point. As soon as Feng Jiuji's retreating foot touched the ground, his other foot immediately kicked out. Pung, a dull thud echoed in the air, as if someone had been struck. This, Feng Jiuge's eyes lit up. He had only intended to probe the other party's strength, so he did not harbor too much hope. After all, it was a sneak attack from the back, and the other party was in control of the formation, so it was likely that they would notice it in advance. Who could have thought that he would actually succeed? "My teacher said that if I were to succeed, the other party would surely make use of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack in order to prevent me from pursuing him. In order to prevent that from happening, there's no need for me to dodge too much. I just have to return to my original position." His teacher's words echoed in his mind once more. Just now, when he stepped out, the place where he was standing and the place where he stepped out were not attacked. This meant that there were no enemies in those 2 places. As long as he made good use of it, he would be able to achieve unexpected results. Xianxia retracted his body and returned to his original position, and he immediately felt 2 surges of energy brushing past him and colliding with one another. "It works." Feng Jiuge nodded excitedly. It was exactly as his teacher had said, as if he had predicted it in advance. After which, he twirled his body around and sent a kick toward a certain direction. Bang, there was another muffled groan. Before the other sneak attacker could make a move, he was kicked in the chest. The next few moves were just as his teacher had explained to him. Feng Jiuge no longer felt any fear from before, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes as he charged toward the person who had attacked him. Outside the arena, diagonally across from Xianxia was a pavilion that towered into the clouds, and there were a few elders standing on top of it. Not only has Feng Jiuge recovered his strength, he even intends to challenge the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation. This is really beyond my expectations. An old man with a green beard said. He was the first elder of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Danqing. Back then, he had thought highly of Feng Jiuge, thinking that he would be able to become a god king just like the clan head and raise the influence of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Who could have thought that such a genius would die in a single trial? Over the past 2 years, he had looked for quite a few people, but none of them had been able to resolve Feng Jiuge's condition. left with no choice, he had made the decision to give up. Who could have thought that Feng Jioge would return right after leaving the clan and challenge the 9 Phoenix formation? Just what in the world did this genius eat? I just asked around, and after he left the clan, he met an unaffiliated cultivator who had been wandering outside the clan for a long time. That unaffiliated cultivator treated his illness and helped him achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. An old man by the side said. He was the second elder, Feng Yuntian. I heard that the unaffiliated cultivator had a duel with Feng Jiang, and he was stronger than the latter? Feng Danqing asked. That's right. That unaffiliated cultivator is no ordinary individual, Feng Yuntian replied. He's not the only one. Feng Jioge has also undergone a complete metamorphosis. His 2 years of experience have allowed him to calm down significantly. Even if he's unable to clear the 9 Phoenix formation, he's still qualified to return to the clan. Feng Danqing said as he stroked his beard. Feng Yuntian nodded. As the head of the Inferno Phoenix clan, he did not wish for the geniuses of the Inferno Phoenix clan to die. However, he could not allow them to be expelled from the clan and return as they pleased. Thus, the 9 Phoenix formation had to continue. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, that would be up to them. Feng Jioge must be in a terrible state to be struggling in the formation. Tell Feng Su and the others to just let him suffer a little. Don't damage his foundation or else he won't be able to cultivate in the future. Feng Danqing instructed as he stood by the window and calculated the time that Feng Jioge had spent in the formation. Once the 9 Phoenix formation was activated, the thick mist shrouded the area, making it impossible for them to peer into the situation within. However, the formation had Feng Su, Feng Yuanqing, and Feng Qingyan at the same time. Putting aside the fact that Feng Jioge was only recovering from his injuries, even if he were to double, triple, or even triple his strength, it would still be impossible for him to emerge victorious. The only reason they were still doing this was to give Feng Jioge a taste of his own medicine. Alright, I'll send a message over right now. Feng Yuntian nodded and sent a telepathic message over. A moment later, a frown appeared on his forehead. They haven't responded yet. Could it be that Feng Jioge was too weak and failed to clear the primary trial and was killed? In order to beat someone up, one had to have the qualifications to do so. If one's strength was too weak and they died before they could use their strength, they could only blame themselves for not having a high enough cultivation base. There was no one else to blame. Killed? Feng Danqing frowned and ordered, "Stop the formation." "All right." Feng Yuntian replied. With a point of his finger, a stream of energy shot into the mist in front of him. Although there were 9 people managing the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation below, the true control was still in their hands. If they wanted to stop it, they could do so with a thought. The air above the arena fluctuated violently, and the mist slowly disappeared. Feng Jioge couldn't even last 3 minutes before being killed. So what if he's dead? It doesn't really matter anymore. Fearing that the first elder would be displeased, Feng Yuntian explained. However, before he could finish his words, he caught sight of the situation on the stage and his mouth fell open. By the side, Feng Danqing also widened his eyes in shock. On the dueling ring, Feng Jioge, whom they had thought to be dead, was still chasing after Feng Jioge energetically. On the other hand, Feng Su and the others were trembling uncontrollably as they retreated. How is this possible? Feng Yuntian was rendered speechless. Even he wasn't a match for Feng Su and the others. Other than God Kings, no one in the clan was a match for them. Even God Kings wouldn't be able to break through the formation formed by the 9 of them easily. How long had it been? In less than 5 minutes, the 9 of them had already been pummeled by Feng Jioge. Are you for real? Feng Danqing was dumbfounded. He had thought that Feng Jioge would be pummeled miserably this time, but who could have thought that the tables would turn? He turned his gaze back to the dueling ring, only to see an excited young man standing proudly on the stage. All of you, kneel down and hold your heads while saying that we've lost. Feng Su, Feng Jiang, and the others trembled uncontrollably. Their faces were so swollen that it was hard to tell who was who. That's more like it. Feng Jioge heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that everyone had admitted to it. Initially, he thought that he would lose without a doubt, but who would have thought that when he used the method that his teacher had imparted to him, he would be able to break through the 9-phoenix formation effortlessly. It was as if his teacher had studied the workings of a formation, how the people within it would launch a sneak attack, and where the flaws of the formation were, while others might not know anything about him. He knew them like the back of his hand. Naturally, the formation was crushed in a single blow. Even with the combined might of the 9 of them, they were still unable to withstand it. Teacher, Feng Jioge returned to Xianxia's side and looked at his teacher, who was even younger than him, in awe. All of the hesitation he had felt earlier had turned into admiration and respect. You've cleared the trial of the 9-phoenix Great Formation. Congratulations on your return to the clan, Jioge. Before Xianxian could say anything, the first elder, Feng Danqing, and second elder, Feng Yuntian, walked up to Feng Jioge. They had no idea what had happened to Feng Jioge, but it was a fact that he had successfully cleared the trial and returned to the clan. First elder, second elder. Feng Jioge clasped his fist and bowed. The 2 elders nodded in response. Feng Danqing turned to Xianxian and asked, "Are you a member of the clan who was lost?" "I am." Feng Xian. Xianxian clasped his fist. "Very good, test your bloodline with Jioge. As long as you can reach the level of an outer disciple, I'll give you the treatment of a core disciple," Feng Danqing said. According to the news, the changes that had happened to Feng Jioge had something to do with the young man standing before him. Without a doubt, the young man's strength was definitely not beneath that of Feng Jioge. As long as he possessed the bloodline of the tribe, he would be qualified to receive the greatest nurturing. After saying those words, the first elder flicked his wrist and took out a round stone. This is called the Phoenix Cry Stone. It is more accurate to test one's bloodline than the blood pool. Seeing the confusion in the duo's eyes, Feng Danqing explained, "As long as you drip a drop of your blood onto the Inferno Phoenix bloodline, an Inferno Phoenix will appear. The clearer the fire phoenix, the stronger the bloodline power." Yes. Feng Jioge took the stone. The reason why he was chased out of the clan was due to the disappearance of his bloodline during the previous test. Now that he was being tested once more, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Taking a deep breath, Xianxian cut his finger and dripped a droplet of blood on the Phoenix Cry Stone. Wang, the cry of an Inferno Phoenix echoed in the air. Following which, a distinct Inferno Phoenix suddenly appeared on the stone. The flames around it burned furiously, as if it would leap out at any moment. The manifestation of the Inferno Phoenix. The purity of your bloodline has reached grade 8. Otherwise, your bloodline might even be stronger than that. Feng Danqing couldn't believe what he was hearing. The bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan could be divided into 10 different grades. Over the years, the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan had gradually diluted. Most of the time, it would be difficult for them to even reach grade 1. In fact, there were quite a few members of the Inferno Phoenix clan who were unable to evolve due to their excessive marriage with humans. Not long after Feng Jioge was born, he had undergone a bloodline test, and the result was that his bloodline purity was grade 6. Who could have thought that his bloodline would actually surpass that bottleneck and reach grade 8, with such a bloodline purity? It was already a given for him to become a god king. This? Feng Jioge's face twitched in disbelief. His bloodline had actually risen to a higher level. He turned to look at his teacher once more, and the admiration in his eyes was so deep that it was about to overflow. Surely, this had something to do with him. To be able to alter Feng Jioge's bloodline, it meant that his teacher had already reached an unfathomable level. After Feng Jioge was done with the test, Feng Danqing turned to Xianxian and said, "It's your turn now." He was very curious about the unaffiliated cultivator, Feng Xian. Given how he was able to cultivate to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle at such a young age without the support of his clan, could it be that his bloodline was even purer than Feng Jioge's? Xianxian took the stone from Feng Jioge's hand. He didn't rush into pricking his finger. Wang, the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him came into effect. His bloodline began to resemble that of Feng Jioge's, making him a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan. After that was done, he took out the God King sword and slid it lightly on his finger. He had disguised the God King sword to the point that it looked no different from an ordinary sword. If he didn't use it, even God Kings would find it difficult to notice anything amiss. His blood dripped onto the stone. There was no change to the stone, and no Inferno Phoenix appeared either. It was as if the disguise wasn't effective at all. Do you not have the bloodline of our clan? Feng Danqing frowned. Feng Yantian was also a little perplexed. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person without a bloodline to come here so openly. Xianxia was also stunned. Could it be that the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan was so high that the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him was unable to imitate it? Should I test it again? His motive for coming here was to impersonate a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan and compete for a slot to enter Spirit God Palace. If he couldn't get in, how was he supposed to find Lozozi? There's only one bloodline test. Feng Danqing was just about to speak when the stone in his hand suddenly flickered, and a golden phoenix abruptly appeared. There were no flames or flight. Instead, the phoenix seemed to be trembling weakly. Feng Xiang, you're a grade 3 bloodline cultivator. Barely qualified to become a core disciple. Feng Danqing heaved a sigh of relief. While it wasn't as frightening as he had thought, a grade 3 bloodline was still not too bad. It was more than enough for him to become a core disciple. After all, he only possessed a grade 4 bloodline. Congratulations to Feng Xian for returning to the clan. From today onward, you'll be a core disciple of our Inferno Phoenix clan. You'll enjoy the privileges of a core disciple. Feng Yantian passed a token over and said, "This is the token that represents your identity. With this, you'll be able to receive tributes and secret manuals from the clan every month." Thank you. Xianxia nodded. While his bloodline wasn't as high as when he had impersonated Luo Tianya back then, it was better for him to keep a low profile. It was enough for him as long as he could sneak into the Inferno Phoenix clan. Everything else wasn't important. While no one was paying attention, the Inferno Phoenix suddenly swerved to the bottom of the stone. Putong. It fell from the sky and kneeled on the ground, as if it had lost all of its strength. At the same time, the old ancestor of the Inferno Phoenix clan, the Inferno Feather Conferred God King, abruptly opened his eyes. The Fire Phoenix clan's bloodline test was to test the similarity of the Fire Phoenix Patriarch's blood. As for the Phoenix Resonance Stone, it was a treasure refined using his bloodline. Under normal circumstances, testing the bloodline of a junior would have nothing to do with him. However, for some reason, he felt his heart throbbing. It was as if something was suppressing his soul, making him unable to refute. Monarch? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. As a conferred God King, there was only one person in the world who could evoke such a feeling in him. However, the God Monarch of the sky of spirit origin had already fallen. Why was he still able to feel his dense aura? Perhaps it's just my imagination. Even if the God Monarch were to come back to life, there's no way he would be able to revive so quickly. The Fire Feather Conferred God King shook his head as he recalled the words that the God Monarch had left behind. That feeling only appeared for an instant before vanishing. He focused his mind and tried to probe further, only to discover that it was as if the heavenly Daos were blocking it. Even he couldn't find the root of it. He shook his head. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be conflicted. He might as well raise his strength as soon as possible. Even God Monarchs could die, but if conferred God Kings did not work hard enough, there was a good chance that they would be killed during the next flood of spiritual energy. In the past, the firmament had been as peaceful as still water. Even ordinary God Kings would find it difficult to kill them. However, with the decline of spiritual energy, the appearance of the flood of spiritual energy, and the appearance of the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, the deaths of conferred God Kings were common occurrences, and it was no longer as safe as before. Therefore, they didn't have anything too important to do right now. They were basically cultivating in seclusion just to protect their clan and survive under the current circumstances. After confirming his bloodline, Xianxia got what he wanted and obtained the qualification to participate in the preliminaries. As for the competition, there was nothing much to say about it. Even the strongest experts of the clan were no match for Xianxia. The selections lasted for 3 whole days, and the top 10 were finally decided. As expected, Xianxia was placed in first place, and Feng Jiuge was placed in second place. To think that a person who had been chased out of the Inferno Phoenix clan would return with the strength to dominate the younger generation. Not only did this cause a huge uproar in the Inferno Phoenix clan, it even caused a huge uproar in Spirit Origin City. The competition between the three great clans will be held the day after tomorrow. I happen to be free today. Bring me to the place where you trained last time. Xianxia found Feng Jiugu. The Inferno Phoenix clan had given the Inferno Phoenix clan a day to rest and recuperate. This was a good opportunity for them to take a look at the deep pit and investigate the source of the bizarre aura in Feng Jiugu's body. Alright. It wasn't easy for him to recover his bloodline and strength, so he was unwilling to lose them again. Thus, he nodded without much hesitation. The two of them were core disciples, and their standing in the Zhang clan was even higher than that of the elders. As such, there was no one who dared to stop them. Riding on the aerial divine beast, it took them less than 2 hours to arrive at the bottom of the floating city. The enormous city floated in the air, covering the sky and covering the earth. A feather lifted it up, emitting a faint golden light like a burning flame. Activating the Eye of Insight, Xianxia noticed that the feather was yellow in color, and it looked a little familiar. However, he was unable to recall where he had seen it before. Thus, he shook his head. The deep pit under the city was pitch black, leading to nowhere. Teacher, this is where I descended from back then, Feng Jiugu said as he pointed to the cliff face. Taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that someone had dug out a long and narrow tunnel that extended downward along the precipitous cliff. Let's head over to take a look. Xianxia instructed the aerial divine beast to wait on the surface of the sand before leading the way forward. The tunnel was so narrow that it was only wide enough for a single person to pass through. On the other side was a seemingly bottomless pit, which exerted an immense pressure on one. Following closely behind Feng Jiugu, Xianxia slowly descended into the pit. The deep pit exerted a heavy pressure on him. It felt as if the heaven's path Xianxia in his body was being suppressed, making it difficult for him to drive it. However, the purified pathos of heaven did not seem to be affected at all. After descending for 2 hours, Xianxia had no idea how deep he had descended, but he was still unable to see the end. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he took out the pendant hanging around his neck. From the looks of it, Lozozi must have been here before. The pendant in his palm was emanating a faint heat, just like the blood droplet that had approached Lozozi previously. Teacher, there's no more path ahead. The last time I was here, I accidentally entered a place that caused my cultivation to plummet. Feng Jiugu said. A moment later, a hint of respect surfaced in Feng Jiugu's eyes. He had come to this place once, and it had caused him to lose his halo. He did not want to come here a second time. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw that the narrow path had indeed disappeared. It seemed like the cultivator who had dug out this path had either died or returned to where he came from. There's nothing here at all. What are you doing here? Instead, Xianxia turned his gaze over curiously. The purpose of a trial was either to head to a place with treasures or to face dangers to temper oneself. Along the way, there was nothing at all other than pitch-black darkness. There was not even a single plant to be seen. What was he doing here? Legend has it that there's a life form that can allow one to achieve a breakthrough to God King. Grass of God King. Feng Jiugu's face reddened. I believe it. I would like to take a look, Grass of God King? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Putting aside whether there was such a thing or not, even if there was no way one could achieve a breakthrough to God King just by consuming it. Reaching God King required one's comprehension of the energy of the world. It was not something that could be helped by medicinal herbs. But even so, the fact that there was an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to God King still attracted the attention of countless cultivators. An opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to God King was a fatal temptation to all life forms in the firmament. Wait here. I'll head down to take a look. If he doesn't come out within 4 hours, you should head up first. After understanding the reason, Xianxia decided not to probe any further. The unique energy flow in Feng Jiugu's body was extremely bizarre. If he were to head down there was a good chance that his cultivation would be sealed as well. Teacher, you must be careful. Seeing how his teacher was willing to take such a huge risk just to help him resolve his affliction, Feng Jiugu's eyes reddened in agitation. He was just an ordinary student, but he was willing to sacrifice so much for him, even at the risk of losing his cultivation. With such a teacher, what more could he ask for? Xianxia. Turning to look at his reddened student, a series of question marks surfaced on Xianxia's face. What's wrong with this child? I'm just going down a pit, and I'll come back after encountering danger. There's no need for you to be so moved, right? Aren't you being too sentimental? Grabbing onto the wall tightly, Xianxia slowly crawled downward. The pitch-black abyss felt as if there was a powerful force that would swallow him whole at any moment. The deeper he went, the hotter the pendant became. It felt as if it was going to melt at any moment. At the same time, driving the heaven's path Xianxia in his body also became more and more strenuous. It was as if this abyss was the nemesis of his cultivation technique. Pathos of heaven Xianxia, driving the purified pathos of heaven Xianxia, the pressure on Xianxia dissipated, and he continued downward. Tzzzzzzzzzz. A moment later, dark gray streams of energy flowed into his body through his acupoints. As expected, having expected this, Xianxia wasn't worried at all. He swiftly channeled his heaven's path Xianxia toward the dark gray streams of energy, and the two streams of energy merged together to form a green glow. Amidst the pitch-black abyss, the green glow made Xianxia look like a deity standing in the air. The deeper he went, the more dark gray streams of energy he encountered. As a result, the depletion of his heaven's path Xianxia also increased. At the same time, the surrounding space also began to show signs of instability. If this continues, I'll be in great danger. After descending for a moment longer, Xianxia finally came to a halt. Even though he was able to fly, the space around him was already showing signs of instability. If he were to proceed any further, there was a good chance that he would fall into turbulence and vortices. Judging from the strength of these vortices, it would be difficult for him to withstand them with his current cultivation. I should stop here and purify all of the heaven's path Xianxia in my body into pathos of heaven Xianxia. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia took out the God King sword and dug out a small hole before sitting down cross-legged. Since he was already here, he couldn't bring himself to leave just like that. Since the dark gray streams of energy were able to neutralize the heaven's path Xianxia, the only thing left in his body was the pure pathos of heaven Xianxia. Swiftly absorbing the dark gray streams of energy and neutralizing them with the heaven's path Xianxia, it took roughly 2 hours before the only energy left in his body was the pathos of heaven Xianxia. I only have less than 1/100th of my Xianxia reserves left. Previously, when the two types of Xianxia were fused together, the amount of Xianxia in his dantian was as vast as an ocean. Now that the heaven's path Xianxia had been neutralized, the pathos of heaven Xianxia had been purified as well. However, the amount of Xianxia in his dantian had been significantly reduced. Counting carefully, it was only 1/100th of what it was before. He didn't know whether it was good or bad that his Xianxia had decreased so much in such a short period of time. Without the heaven's path Xianxia, the pressure of the gray air current dissipated. Xianxia walked out of the crater and continued crawling downward. Not long after, they arrived at the turbulent whirlpool that they had seen before. The space here flowed like a fluid, such that even the flight of a god king would not be able to enter normally. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a high-tier celestial god artifact and passed it over. Weng, the longsword was twisted into a unique arc, as if it had fallen into a mirror. Retracting his hand, Xianxia realized that there was no way for him to recover from the distortion. The spirit within the distortion had been obliterated as well. The flow of space is distorted. Once one enters it, one will adapt to it, and eventually, one's life form will change. Knowing that he was still too weak at the moment, there was a good chance that he would end up in the same state as the sword, unable to recover from his injuries. Xianxia sighed deeply. Just as he was about to leave the area and return after his cultivation was raised, he suddenly saw something moving in the distorted space before him, reminiscent of ripples in the water. Perplexed, Xianxia activated his eye of insight to take a closer look. Within the flowing space, there were a few bizarre plants that had taken root in the cliff face, and they were swaying along with the flow of the space around them. Life can actually grow here? Xianxia could not believe what he was seeing. The flowing space before him was like a turbulent whirlpool, constantly changing its direction. Under normal circumstances, if he were to enter it, even he would be unable to recover from his previous state, just like the longsword. Even without his cultivation and constitution, he would not be able to withstand it. Yet, these plants were actually able to survive? What was going on? Could it be that, the grass of God King that Feng Zhouge spoke of really exists? Is this it? Xianxia thought. Previously, when his student mentioned the grass of God King, he had scoffed, thinking that it was impossible. However, after seeing the plants before him, he was no longer so sure. At God King realm, one would be able to comprehend the laws of space. Yet, these plants were able to survive in the flowing space around them. It was clear that they had a deep understanding of the laws of space. If he could forge them into pills and consume them, he might just be able to achieve a breakthrough to God King. But, how am I supposed to retrieve them? Xianxia frowned. These medicinal herbs seemed to be located somewhere not too far away from the flowing space, but even high-tier celestial god artifacts were no match for him here. How was he supposed to retrieve them? If he could not retrieve them, no matter how valuable they were, it would be useless. Little chick, I have something for you to do. Xianxia said as he communicated with the little chick in his dantian. The little chick was already a god king, and it possessed an immortal body. Perhaps, he might just be able to retrieve those medicinal herbs. I was sleeping. Little chick flew out of his dantian with a begrudging look. It lowered its head to take a look, and a hint of doubt surfaced in its eyes. I seem to have been here before. You've been here before? Xianxia frowned. Did you remember something? The little chick before him had always claimed that it was a divine beast that roamed the firmament, but it had never recalled what it was. Even after reaching the God King realm, it was still a complete blank regarding its race. Could it have recalled something at this moment? No, it just feels a little familiar. Little chick tilted its head to the side. After a moment of hesitation, it said, forget it, there's no need to think about it anymore. As long as I continue to raise my cultivation, I'll surely be able to recall it. Speaking of which, why did you call me out? It was hibernating in his dantian, so there was no way its master would wake it up for no reason. I suspect that the medicinal herbs in the flowing space are grass of God Kings, and they can help one achieve a breakthrough to God King realm. Given my current strength, I won't be able to retrieve them. Xianxia nodded. Those medicinal herbs? Little chick was stunned for a moment before nodding. That's possible. There's indeed something peculiar about those medicinal herbs, Can you retrieve them? Xianxia instructed. Just pluck them. Don't eat them. Little chick was a glutton. If it were to eat all of the medicinal herbs, he couldn't possibly dig them out from its mouth and eat them himself. He would rather not make a breakthrough to God King than do something so disgusting. I'm already a God King, so those medicinal herbs are useless to me. Don't worry, I won't eat them. Fine, I'll just try one. If it's not tasty, I won't eat it. Anyway, there are quite a few of them here. Seeing that little chick really wanted to eat them, Xianxia felt his hair standing on end. It was just a casual remark, but it turned out to be right. Sighing helplessly, Xianxia nodded. All right, there's something peculiar about this flowing space. If there's any danger, don't go in. We'll figure it out first. Compared to little chick, these grass of God Kings were insignificant. He would rather not have them. I've always wanted to die anyway. If this thing can kill me, I'll be very happy. The little chick flapped its wings. Previously, when he transformed, he still had a chicken head. If the flowing space before him could kill him, he might just be able to transform into a human. Even though Xianxia was worried, when he thought about how Xianxia could recover even if he were to be blown into powder, he eventually nodded his head and fell silent. Raising its claw, little chick immediately dove into the spatial vortex. In an instant, its body began to distort, as though it had entered a gigantic mirror. Its skinny frame expanded significantly, and its entire body turned golden. Surprisingly, it bore a striking resemblance to the fire phoenix he had seen in the Phoenix Cry Stone. Could it be? Little chick is from the Phoenix clan? A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. There weren't many god beasts in the world that could be named. This chicken that he was rearing had reached the God King realm, but it was still unable to transform completely. Just how strong was its true form, conferred God King, or even a god monarch? Could it be the Deathless Monarch? An idea popped up. The Deathless Monarch was said to be undying, but he had actually died. That in itself was very strange. Little Chick had suddenly appeared in a gourd on the master-teacher continent, devouring Xianxia's heaven's path Xianxia to grow swiftly. On top of that, not only did it not die even after being reduced to dust, it was even able to advance its cultivation swiftly. When it saw the tomb of the deathless monarch in the azure, it said that it would devour the skeleton guarding it. Even the heaven's path Xianxia was unable to neutralize the air of degeneration, but its bathwater could easily neutralize it. Looking at the feather that was supporting Spirit Origin City, Xianxian felt a sense of familiarity. Looking at the spatial turbulence before him, he felt a sense of familiarity as well. Back at the lucid lunar lake, Qi Meng, a conferred god king, had addressed him as god monarch. Most likely, it was because Little Chick had exploded and its blood had seeped into the lucid lunar lake. It was also because he had devoured this blood that his physical body had gained the attribute of immortality. No matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. I actually treated the god monarch as a pet beast? The more he thought about it, the more his liver and skin trembled. After entering the firmament, Xianxian learned of the standing of the god monarchs. Even Conshur would have to earn the acknowledgement of others in order to become a god monarch. A high-tier celestial god actually managed to tame a god monarch as his tamed beast. That fellow had yet to regain his memories. Putting aside everything else, once he did, would he be the first one to kill him? I don't think so. If it's the deathless monarch and Ruoxin is its successor, even if she's hiding in the Dongshu gourd, she should still be able to sense it. Based on what he had heard so far, there was a good chance that Lozozi would be the successor to the deathless monarch. Since that was the case, there was no way that she would be unable to recognize the Dongshu gourd that contained Little Chick back on the master-teacher continent. Of course, it was hard to say. Sovereign emperors would definitely have enemies. If their cultivations plummeted, they would not be able to hide well. Once they were discovered, they might be killed before they could grow. Therefore, since he was going to hide it, he had to do it thoroughly so that no one would be able to detect it. Forget it, there's no point thinking about it anymore. After the duel tomorrow, I'll be able to enter Spirit God Palace and meet Lozozi, and all the mysteries will be solved. There was no point in thinking so much. The most important thing now was to find a way to enter the Spirit God Palace. Tossing aside his thoughts, Xianxian turned his gaze back to the spatial turbulence and saw Little Chick fighting with several stalks of grass of God King. The fact that the grass of God King was able to survive in the spatial turbulence and help one achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm showed that it possessed extraordinary strength. Even if it was not as strong as a God King, it should not be too far off. However, Little Chick was a powerful cultivator, so it did not take long for it to subdue all of the grass of God King realm. With its mouth hanging open, it flew out once more. Even after leaving the spatial turbulence, Little Chick's body was still contorted. However, due to its undying body, this level of damage was nothing to it. Placing the stalks of grass of God King back into Xianxian's hands, Little Chick dove back into his dantian and went back to sleep. There were 4 stalks of grass of God King in total. Initially, there were 5 of them, but Little Chick had eaten one while it was fighting, but it had realized that it did not taste good, so it kept it. Xianxian took out a jade box and stored the stalk of grass of God King before sealing it with his Xinqi. Heaving a sigh of relief, he quickly returned to the spatial turbulence. Earlier, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to take a look at the stalk of grass of God King, and just as he had guessed, it was indeed the grass of God King. It could increase one's chances of achieving a breakthrough to the God King realm by 50%. If he were to concoct some rare medicinal herbs and forge them into pills, the effects would be even greater. With this, as long as he comprehended the God King realm Heaven's Path divine art, achieving a breakthrough would be a walk in the park. Teacher, are you fine? Returning to the place where Feng Jiuge and Xianxian parted ways, he saw the young man looking at him worriedly. Xianxian said, let's head out first. Due to the fear of danger, they did not travel too quickly. However, it was much easier to leave now. In less than an hour, the two of them were already back on the surface. They found the aerial celestial beast and returned to the Zhang clan. I have already found the reason why your cultivation has plummeted. You don't have to worry about it anymore, Xianxian said with a smile. Furthermore, I have also found the grass of God King that you mentioned previously. I'll forge it into a pill and give it to you. As long as you cultivate diligently, you should be able to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm. You found the grass of God King? Give me one? Feng Zhouge exclaimed in agitation. He had thought that it was just a hoax, but it turned out to be true. Furthermore, his teacher had actually found it. Not only so, the other party even promised to give it to him. Feng Zhouge's eyes reddened. Continue cultivating here. I'll be heading out for a while, but I'll try my best to rush back before the duel tomorrow. Paying no heed to the sentimental disciple before him, Xianxia contemplated for a moment before asking. There was still half a day before the duel, so he decided to forge the grass of God King first. Once he succeeded, he would be able to comprehend the God King realm heaven's path divine art, and he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. However, a pill that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm was not that easy to forge. The person who would have to be an incredible apothecary would have to be extremely skilled. The first person that came to mind was none other than Fu Jianchen. Fu Jianchen was known as the #1 apothecary in the firmament, and he was a God King realm expert as well. More importantly, they had crossed paths before, so he trusted Fu Jianchen's character. Otherwise, if word of the grass of God King were to get out, who knew how many people would want to hunt him down, the commotion it would cause would surely be even greater than the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. After all, an additional God King was equivalent to an additional source of support for a clan. Even a conferred God King would find it hard to resist such a temptation. Teacher, be careful, Feng Zhouge said. Knowing that his teacher had something important to attend to, Feng Zhouge did not say anything else. Xianxia nodded. He instructed Feng Zhouge not to reveal the matter regarding the grass of God King before getting on the aerial celestial beast and heading back to the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation in Spirit Origin City. With the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, he should be able to make it to the sky of Linglong to find Fu Jianchen and forge the pill before returning. The journey was uneventful, and there were no God Kings who served Little Chick as dinner or provided him with weapons or pills. Xianxia could not help but feel a little disappointed. An hour later, Linglong Royal City came into sight. The sky of Linglong was also known as the Sky of Seven Wonders. It was located in the southwest of the firmament, and its god monarch was Fairy Linglong, one of the 9 god monarchs. It was said that this god monarch was a peerless beauty, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Even when compared to the likes of the Cloud Dragon Monarch and the Deathless Monarch, she did not pale in comparison at all. Her 2 conferred God Kings, Shangguan Yunwan and Bei Qinghong, were also top-notch beauties. It was said that many conferred God Kings and God Kings in the firmament had expressed their love for them, but they were all rejected. In truth, Fu Jianchen was one of their loyal fans. Otherwise, given his understanding of pill forging, he would have been able to make a name for himself no matter where he went. There was no need for him to remain here. Just like their god monarchs, the 2 conferred God Kings were completely disdainful of men. Throughout their long lifespans, they had never gotten married, and there were no rumors that they had ever interacted with a man before. As soon as he entered Royal City, he sent a message to Fu Jianchen, and it did not take long for him to receive a reply. Not too long later, he saw the #1 apothecary of the firmament flying over to him. Young friend Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come looking for me so quickly, Fu Jianchen said as he stroked his beard. Previously, when they parted at Drifting Spectre Royal City, they had exchanged communication methods and told one another that they would pay a visit when they had the time. He had been studying the breakthrough pill for the past few days, and the more he studied it, the more impressed he became. In the firmament, his alchemy skills could definitely be considered top-notch. However, he was still unable to identify the pill that the young man before him had concocted. No matter how he examined it, it was still similar to a god essence pill. This made him wonder if he had made a mistake. However, a pill that could heal one's internal injuries and help one achieve a breakthrough was not something that a god essence pill could achieve. After a few tries, he realized that the other party's achievements in alchemy had far surpassed his own, leaving him in the dust. It was precisely because of this that she was extremely excited when she heard that he had found her so quickly. Xianxia clasped his fist and replied, one wouldn't visit without a cause. I'm here because I have a favor to ask of you. Oh? Fu Jianchen was taken aback for a moment before he replied with a smile, little friend, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. I'll do my best to help you. Thank you, Brother Fu. Since the other party addressed him as little friend, he no longer addressed him as alchemist. Xianxia paused for a moment before changing to a voice transmission. This time, I came here to ask for Brother Fu's help in concocting a pill. Alchemy? Fu Jiangchen was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Your pill forging skills far surpass mine. For you to ask me to forge a God King tier pill? The fact that the young man before him was able to forge the breakthrough pill and beauty pill meant that his understanding of pill forging was far superior to that of others of the same cultivation realm. Yet, the young man had come to ask for his help. It was clear that the young man wanted to forge a pill that was beyond his means. That's right. Xianxia did not deny it. Even though the God King breakthrough pill concocted using the grass of God King was not at the level of a God King, it was still far more valuable than ordinary God King tier pills. Let's talk about it when we get back. Fu Jiangchen knew that a pill of that level could easily attract the attention of countless people, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy wrapped around Xianxia, and the two of them immediately flew into the distance. As one of the controllers of the Greater Displacement Teleportation Formation, Fu Jiangchen standing in the sky of Linglong wasn't too low. Even though there were quite a few experts in the sky of Linglong, he was still ranked in the top few. As such, even though he was only a God King, his residence was not much smaller than Qi Meng's. He had innumerable apothecary disciples under his wing, and it had already grown into a massive sect. After arriving at his residence, he entered his room and activated the isolation formation. After which, he turned to Xianxia and said, "To be honest with you, due to my limited talent and strength, I am only able to forge 8 types of God King tier pills at the moment. If the pill you wish to forge doesn't fall into those 8, even I won't be able to help you." Forging God King tier pills involved one's comprehension of the world as well as one's understanding of the God King realm. Even though Fu Jiangchen was skilled in pill forging, he was still lacking in the God King realm. As such, he was only able to forge 8 types of God King tier pills. 8 types? Xianxia frowned. He had no idea how many God King tier pills there were in the world, but he could easily guess that there were definitely more than 8 of them. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to find anyone else at the moment. Thus, he decided to get straight to the point. I wish to forge the God King breakthrough pill. May I know if Brother Fu has heard of it before? God King breakthrough pill? Fu Jiangchen was taken aback. There's such a pill in the world? He had heard of quite a few pills, but this was the first time he had heard of one that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm. I just came up with the pill formula not too long ago, but I haven't tested it yet, Xianxia replied. At his level of mastery in pill forging, he was already able to alter and create pill formulas as he pleased. Along the way, he had spent a lot of time analyzing the properties and prowess of the grass of God King before he finally found the best pill formula that could bring out the potency of the grass of God King. However, all of that was just theory. He had yet to put it into practice. However, he had already verified the pill formula with the Library of Heaven's Path, and there was no mistake with it. As long as he followed the steps strictly, he would be able to easily bring out all of the properties of the grass of God King, thus helping one achieve a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god. You came up with the pill formula? Fu Jiangchen looked at Xianxia with admiration in his eyes. The breakthrough pill that could allow one to break through the shackles of the celestial god realm had already left him in awe. He did not think that the other party would be able to come up with a breakthrough pill that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm as well. That was a little too fearsome. That's right. Xianxia said. I'm still too weak to forge the pill at the moment, so I hope that Brother Fu can help me. As long as I can forge the pill, I'm willing to pay any price for it. You're being too polite. It's an honor for an apothecary like me to be able to witness the birth of such a pill. Fu Jiangchen said. May I know if you can allow me to take a look at the pill formula? I have never forged it before, so I'm not confident that I'll be able to succeed. Here. Since he was already asking the other party to forge the pill, there was no need for him to be stingy about it. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a jade token and recorded the pill formula on it before passing it over to Fu Jiangchen. Fu Jiangchen took the jade token and took a look at it. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. Titus. Are you certain that you'll be able to forge the pill formula? Even as a renowned apothecary in the firmament, he couldn't help but shudder in disbelief at the sight before him. He had never seen or heard of the main ingredient, the grass of God King, before, so it was one thing for him to accept it. However, the other ingredients were simply too inconceivable. Putting everything aside, just the sixth ingredient, the saliva of the azure serpent dragon, was one of the most poisonous substances in the world. Even God Kings wouldn't be able to withstand it if they came in contact with it. Yet, to use it to forge pills, would one really not be poisoned to death? There was also the 14th ingredient, the 100 leaves fragrant flower. Even though it wasn't poisonous, it had the ability to freeze one's Xianxia, preventing one from using their cultivation. Shouldn't a pill that harnessed sufficient spiritual energy be added into the formula to help one achieve a breakthrough? If one's Xianxia stagnated after consuming such a pill, how was one supposed to cultivate? Putting aside achieving a breakthrough, one might even die from it. There was also the 21st ingredient, the pure-blooded dragon's blood. Even half a drop of the pure-blooded dragon's blood would cause one to explode. With his many years of experience in pill forging, he could tell with a single look that this wasn't a pill formula at all. It was like stewing meat. If one added in pepper, onion, ginger, and garlic, it would enhance the flavor and make it more delicious. However, if one added in half a gene of ashes, a liter of soil, and half a box of wood shavings, how was one supposed to eat it? It didn't match at all. I have already gone through it once, and there's no problem at all. Xianxia nodded. You went through it once? Fu Jiangchen scratched his head in agitation. Was he really that careless, or did he have some kind of misunderstanding toward pills? No matter how formidable an apothecary was, in order to prevent wastage of medicinal herbs when creating a new pill formula, they would have to go through dozens of simulations before forging it. Yet, you went through it once, and there's no problem at all. Why does it feel like child's play to you? Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to forge it. Seeing through Fu Jiangchen's worry, Xianxia chuckled. Even the Library of Heaven's Path had confirmed that there was no problem with the formula. Since you've said so, I'll give it a try. However, I have never forged such a pill before. If there's a mistake, all of the medicinal herbs will be destroyed. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Fu Jiangchen knew that he couldn't dissuade him. If the pill forging was unsuccessful, the pill forging would be destroyed. Every single one of the God King breakthrough pill was extremely valuable. It won't be damaged. Xianxia smiled and said, as long as Brother Fu follows the steps properly when refining pills, there won't be any problems. All right. Fu Jiangchen nodded. The other party's alchemy skills were better than his. Perhaps he could really come up with a refining method that he didn't understand. Anyway, he was just helping out. Then, let's begin. Xianxia said. He only had half a day, and more than 2 hours had already passed. If he didn't hurry up, he wouldn't be able to make it back in time to participate in the competition. Yes. Fu Jiangchen flicked his wrist and took out a massive cauldron. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flames descended from the sky and began burning furiously. His special furnace for refining medicinal pills had already reached Divine King level. As for the flame, it was a heavenly flame that could easily refine God King tier medicinal herbs. Thank you so much. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the flames and cauldron. He flicked his wrist and took out a huge pile of medicinal herbs. He had obtained quite a few medicinal herbs in the sky of Drifting Spectre through Qi Ling and he had designed the pill formula based on the medicinal herbs that he had in hand. Thus, there was no need for him to search for them. Looking at the medicinal herbs floating in the air, Fu Jiangchen suddenly frowned. Young friend, you only have a single set of medicinal herbs? Most of the medicinal herbs that were floating in front of him were of the same stock. Under normal circumstances, one would have to prepare 3 sets of medicinal herbs in order to make up for any mistakes. However, if there was only a single set of medicinal herbs, there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to make up for it in time. A single set is more than enough. I'm in a rush, so I only have one chance to forge the pill, Xianxia replied. You're in a rush? Fu Jiangchen was rendered speechless. The greatest taboo when it came to pill forging was to be impatient, let alone a pill of such quality. The pill formula was a mess, and the young man only had a single set of medicinal herbs. More importantly, he was still so impatient. "Are you sure that you want me to forge a pill for you?" It was just a moment ago that he had thought that the young man before him possessed unparalleled skill in pill forging, but at this very moment, he couldn't help but think that the young man before him was a little unreliable. "Let's begin," the young man said. Following which, the young man flicked his wrist and threw a medicinal herb into his cauldron. Fu Jiangchen's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The young man was already putting in medicinal herbs before the cauldron was even fully heated up. Not to mention, his movements were so rusty. Why did it feel more and more like he didn't know how to forge pills at all? "Alright, I'll tell you how to forge the pill. Put in the medicinal herbs." Seeing that he had nearly scalded his own hands, Xianxia knew that pill forging wasn't that easy. Thus, he stopped himself from putting in more medicinal herbs. "The cauldron isn't fully heated up yet." Fu Jiangchen couldn't help but ask. "There are some medicinal herbs that don't need to be properly heated up. If the temperature is too high, it might actually cause the opposite effect," Xianxian explained. 2 breaths later, put in the woodleaf grass and golden antelope leaf. Add these 2 items into the cauldron and increase the temperature of the flames by 7%. After which, use the wood restoration spirit restoration technique to add in the woodleaf grass. Xianxian swiftly sent a telepathic message over. "You know of my wood restoration spirit restoration technique?" All of a sudden, Fu Jiangchen's heart jolted in astonishment. The wood restoration spirit restoration technique was one of the rarest pill forging techniques that he had ever practiced. In order to learn it, he had spent more than a decade learning it. However, due to how rarely seen it was, he had never used it before. As time passed, he had nearly forgotten about it. Who could have thought that the other party would actually know of his wood restoration spirit restoration technique? Knowing that this wasn't the time to be asking about it, Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth and began placing medicinal herbs into the cauldron one after another. At the same time, he channeled his Xianxia into the cauldron, causing the temperature of the cauldron to rise higher and higher. Tzzzzzz. The medicinal herbs were placed into the cauldron according to the time that the other party had instructed, and the medicinal herbs that looked like they would burst into flames at any moment were able to fuse perfectly with one another. This is the perfect pill forging technique? Fu Jiangchen couldn't believe what he was seeing. The purpose of using flames and cauldrons in pill forging was to ensure that the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs could be fused together as best as possible. However, due to the different flames and different forging techniques, there were many medicinal herbs that couldn't be fused together as expected. Under normal circumstances, it was already good enough for the medicinal herbs to fuse together within a certain range. But the timing and forging technique that the young man before him was telling him, to think that the young man was actually able to fuse all of the medicinal herbs together perfectly, this was truly the perfect pill forging technique. This was a legendary technique that even god monarchs would find difficult to pull off, and yet, it was actually coming from the mouth of a young man. The #1 apothecary of the firmament had indeed reached the pinnacle in terms of control over fire and medicinal properties. As long as Xianxian gave a precise timing and steps, Fu Jiangchen would be able to complete it perfectly. It didn't take long for the 100 or so medicinal herbs to fuse together perfectly, forming a fist-sized droplet of medicinal herbs. Initially, Fu Jiangchen was still a little incredulous when he saw the medicinal herbs fusing together perfectly. But as time went by, he was so shocked that he was already numb to it. It seemed like as long as the other party followed his instructions, no matter how difficult the medicinal herbs were to fuse together, he would be able to fuse them together perfectly. Initially, he was still a little perplexed as to why this was possible, but in the end, he realized that the young man's understanding of medicinal herbs had already reached a level that was ingrained into his very bones. Take the saliva of the azure serpent dragon for example. It was an extremely poisonous herb, but if one were to raise its temperature to 1,300 degrees Celsius within a breath, its toxicity would dissipate for half a breath. If one were to fuse it with the deepwood flower, not only would the toxicity not relapse, it would even retain the energy that stimulated one's cells. It was the same for the 100 leaves purple aromatic flower. It had the ability to freeze one's Xianxia, but if one were to fuse it with a specific medicinal herb at a specific temperature, not only would it not affect one's Xianxia, It would even stabilize one's meridians and speed up the circulation of one's Xianxia. The properties of each and every medicinal herb were brought up perfectly by the young man before him, not going to waste a single bit. He was already an expert apothecary, but it was only at this moment that he realized that there was such a way to forge pills as well. It was as if a whole new world had opened up in his mind, and he couldn't close it anymore. Wait a moment, Fu Jiangchen was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he suddenly thought of something and asked, "You have already forged 107 medicinal herbs. Why haven't you taken out the main medicinal herb yet?" Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. He didn't have the time to think about it at all, so he immediately realized that something was amiss. He had looked through the pill formula, and there were a total of 108 medicinal herbs. He had already forged 107 of them, so why hadn't the main medicinal herb appeared yet? The main medicinal herb was the core of the entire pill. It was similar to the steel bars and pillars of a building. Only with its existence could the final product be completed. Usually, the main medicinal herb would be placed at the very front, and the other medicinal herbs would be fused together. However, Fu Jiangchen had already forged 107 medicinal herbs, and they were all ingredients. "Are you sure you really want to refine this pill?" Just like stir-frying a dish, it was ready to be served. There were only garlic, ginger, green onions, pepper, 13 spices, and other condiments. There wasn't even a main dish to be seen. "Are you kidding me?" "Don't worry, continue heating." Xianxia stared at the alchemy furnace in front of him. "All right." Even though Fu Jiangchen was perplexed, he knew that it was an order from the other party. Thus, he didn't dare to hesitate. He infused his Xianxia into the cauldron furiously, and the flames on the cauldron immediately intensified. The temperature of the pill furnace increased rapidly. "Is that enough?" Fu Jiangchen's eyebrows shot up as he asked anxiously. The medicinal droplets that he had just forged were beginning to boil, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. The medicinal liquid had already fused. If he continued to heat it up and caused it to explode, all his previous efforts would be in vain. "Not enough, continue." Xianxian. Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth as he channeled his energy frenziedly into the cauldron, causing the temperature of the cauldron to rise further. "The temperature has reached the limit of my ability." In just 5 short breaths, the #1 apothecary of the firmament was already sweating profusely. With his current cultivation and strength, the temperature of the cauldron had already reached its limit. If he were to raise the temperature any higher, not only would he run out of Xianxia, he might even lose control of the cauldron and cause it to explode. "The temperature is still a little lacking." Xianxian frowned. The grass of God King was able to survive even spatial turbulence without being damaged in the slightest. It had a very high requirement on temperature. While the temperature of the flames that Fu Jiangchen was driving was not low, it was still not high enough to melt the grass of God King. "But I have already given it my all." Fu Jiangchen's face paled. "On top of that, I can only sustain my Xianxia for 30 breaths before it runs dry." As powerful as he was, exerting his Xianxia and mental strength to such an extent was extremely taxing on him. Most likely, 30 breaths was his limit. Once his Xianxia ran dry, all of his previous efforts would go to waste. Xianxian clenched his fists tightly. He had already planned everything out, but who could have thought that Fu Jiangchen's Xianxia reserves would be so weak? Furthermore, if the temperature of the flames could not reach the required level, it would be futile even if he were to persist for another 30 breaths. "There's no other way." Xianxian narrowed his eyes. "Your current cultivation is at God King Realm Advanced Stage, and you're about to make a breakthrough to God King Realm Pinnacle. While the amount of Xianxia in your body won't increase, the purity of your Xianxia will increase significantly. This way, the temperature of the flames you drive will reach the required level." Fu Jiangchen's cultivation was only at God King Realm Advanced Stage, so he was still a distance away from reaching God King Realm Pinnacle. However, there was only one way for him to avoid failure, and that was for him to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. As long as he could reach God King Realm Pinnacle, his Xianxia would become even purer, and the temperature of the flames would become even higher. By then, he would be able to melt the grass of God King and successfully forge the pill. Otherwise, all of his previous efforts would have gone to waste. Make a breakthrough? Hearing those words, Fu Jiangchen's body trembled. This isn't the time to joke around, he knew very well how high his cultivation was. If he could have made a breakthrough, he would have done so long ago. Not to mention, he was in the midst of forging the pill, so he couldn't care less about anything else. Make a breakthrough? You must be joking. I'm not joking. If you don't want your pill forging to fail, this is the only way out. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The reason why you're stuck at God King Realm Advanced Stage is because you have consumed too many pills, causing the pill poison in your body to be unable to be completely purged. No matter how good a pill was, if one consumed too many of it, there would still be various kinds of poison left in one's body. It might not be much of a problem in the short term, but as one's cultivation rose and one's Xianxia grew purer and purer, even the tiniest bit of poison would become extremely important. Take Fu Jiangchen for example. As one of the most famous Grandmaster apothecaries in the firmament, he had many more chances of making a breakthrough through pills than anyone else. It could be said that he had relied on pills to reach his current realm. It was only natural that the pill poison would accumulate in his body, making it impossible for him to purge it. No matter what he did, he was still unable to do so. I'll purge the pill poison for you now. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just focus on pushing for a breakthrough. Xianxia said as he flicked his wrist, and dozens of silver needles appeared in his fingertips. Wang, the silver needles shot straight toward Fu Jiangchen's acupoints. Fu Jiangchen's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He was just about to resist when he suddenly gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. I'll give it my all. Instead of resisting, he allowed the other party to pierce through his body. From the earlier pill forging, Fu Jiangchen couldn't help but feel deeply impressed by the young man before him. To be able to achieve such a deep understanding of medicinal herbs and pill forging, how could the other party possibly harm him? Thus, even though he knew that he would be in danger if he did not resist, he still gritted his teeth and gave in. Pu. As soon as the silver needles entered his acupoints, a surge of Xianxia gushed into his body. His meridians, which had been clogged by the pill poison previously, immediately burst open. The Xianxia that had been sealed within his body suddenly surged upward, as if a flood had broken through a dam. Kacha! In the blink of an eye, his vitality and the purity of his Xianxia underwent a drastic change. At the same time, his disposition also rose to a whole new level, allowing him to take the final step forward. I achieved a breakthrough just like that? Fu Jiangchen was stunned. The bottleneck that had plagued him for so many years had been overcome just like that. Even Fairy Ling Long was unable to solve it, and yet, the young man before him was able to do it so easily. Seeing that Fu Jiangchen was still in a daze, Xianxia anxiously instructed, "It has already been 20 breaths. Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and heat up the cauldron." Fu Jiangchen had only been able to maintain his Xianxia for 30 breaths at most, but it had taken him a total of 20 breaths to achieve a breakthrough. If he did not hurry up, his Xianxia would be completely depleted, and the pill forging would fail as well. Since he had not added the grass of God King into the cauldron, he would only be wasting a cauldron of ordinary medicinal herbs. However, Xianxia did not have that much time. It had already taken him 4 hours to forge the 107 medicinal herbs. If he could find the medicinal herbs and wait for Fu Jiangchen to recover his stamina, he would have to start all over again. By then, it would be too late for him to compete for the slots to the Spirit God Palace. Thus, he had to succeed at all costs. All right. Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth. Even though he had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, he had not had the time to cultivate yet, so his Xianxia reserves had not increased at all. Thus, he could only last for 10 breaths at most. He had no idea why the other party wanted him to heat up the cauldron, but for the time being, he had no choice but to obey the other party's orders. Xiong, as his Xianxia surged into the cauldron, the flames beneath the cauldron grew even brighter and stronger. The temperature of the cauldron began rising once more. Another 5 breaths later, he began sweating profusely. I have reached my limit. I can't raise the temperature of the flames anymore. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had yet to reinforce his cultivation properly, so there was a limit to the increase in his temperature. If he was unable to do so, there was really nothing he could do about it. The temperature is high enough. Keep it up. Xianxia's eyes were also a little red. As expected of someone who had broken through by taking medicine. Otherwise, his foundation wouldn't have been so good. He had thought that as long as he reached God King Realm Pinnacle, he would be able to easily reach or even surpass the temperature of his flames. Who could have thought that he would actually be able to reach such a level? This critical point was equivalent to the lowest temperature required to melt the grass of God King. He had thought that the pill would work with 100% success rate, but at this moment, he was no longer confident that he would succeed. I don't care. Knowing that there was no time to hesitate, Xianxia took out the grass of God King and infused his pathos of heaven Xianxia into the 4 stalks before tossing them into the cauldron. Boom! As soon as his Xianxia came into contact with the medicinal liquid in the cauldron, it immediately began to burn within the cauldron. The temperature that had just reached a critical point rose once more. Voila! The sturdy grass of God Emperor immediately melted and merged perfectly with the liquid. 3 breaths, 2 breaths, hurry up! Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Even though the grass of God King had melted, it would still take some time for it to fuse perfectly with the medicinal liquid. However, it was clear that Fu Jiangchen was on the verge of collapsing. 1 breath. I'm sorry, I really can't hold on any longer. Fu Jiangchen's face paled as he collapsed weakly to the ground. He had already expended all of the Xianxia in his body. Without the support of a God King Realm Pinnacle, the flames in the cauldron were immediately extinguished. At the same time, the temperature within the cauldron began to plummet. Boom! The fusion of the grass of God King and the medicinal liquid had also reached the final step. As soon as the energy dissipated, the fusion was complete. With a deafening rumble, 4 pills leaped out of the cauldron and shot into the sky. The God King breakthrough pill had been completed. I don't have the strength to control the cauldron anymore. Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth in despair. When Fu Jiangchen saw the elixir rushing out of the furnace, he felt both happy and sad. He was happy that Xianxia hadn't dropped the ball at the very last moment, and he had still managed to successfully forge the pill. On the other hand, Xianxia found it hard to accept the fact that a pill of this tier would possess its own sentience. If he didn't grab hold of it quickly and erase its sentience, there was a good chance that he would have failed to reap any benefits from the forging. On the other hand, Xianxia was only a high-tier celestial god. While the pills before him had not reached the level of a God King yet, they were not too far away from it. Even before Xianxia's breakthrough, it would have been difficult for him to catch 4 of them at once, let alone now that he was completely drained of energy. In other words, although he had successfully refined the pill, he could only watch as the pill flew away. In the end, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Woo. Just as he had expected, after breaking through the cauldron, the pills immediately broke through the seal of the room and flew into the sky. Why are there so few? Xianxia frowned. Based on his calculations, with the 4 grass of God King and his precise forging technique, he should have been able to forge at least 10 pills. Yet, there were only 4 of them. However, this wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he leaped into the air. A sword appeared in his hand as he tapped the air. Hula, countless strands of sword chi burst forth, forming a massive net in the air. His heart was like a net with thousands of knots in it. Knowing how formidable the pills were, Xianxia immediately executed his strongest swordsmanship right from the start. The swordsmanship that he had comprehended back in the Azure had been modified once more upon reaching the firmament. Complemented by the God King tier sword, the dense net shrouded the entire area. While the gaps in the net were huge, they would shrink as soon as they came into contact with any force. Heaven's net has a wide mesh, but nothing escapes it. GGGG. As soon as the sword chi came into contact with the net, the pills were unable to struggle free. The sentience within them was swiftly erased, and Xianxia placed them into a jade box. It's done. After catching the escaping pills, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to say something when the sight before him suddenly blurred. Yet another pill abruptly flew out of the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, it soared into the clouds before vanishing from sight. This is bad. There's another pill king. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, when forging pills in the same cauldron, the potency of the pills would be roughly the same. However, there were exceptions. Take this situation for example. The time taken for the flames to reach a certain temperature was too short, and too much grass of God King had been added into the cauldron. On top of that, Fu Jiangchen's energy had been completely depleted, resulting in the formation of a single pill king. In terms of potency, the pill king was several times stronger than the other pills. In terms of potency, it was already comparable to a god king. It was no wonder he had only managed to produce 4 pills despite thinking that he would be able to forge at least a dozen of them. It turned out that the remaining medicinal energy had been concentrated on the pill king. Not only so, the pill king's intelligence was on par with that of a human. While the other pills were rushing out, the pill king had been hiding in the cauldron, making it impossible for anyone to notice its presence. While Xianxia was distracted by the other pills, it had managed to escape. The pill king's patience and timing were indeed extraordinary. If he had succeeded, he would have lost the most precious item in the pill forging. Do you think that you can escape? Not expecting to be toyed with by a mere pill, Xianxia stomped his feet and drove his Xianxia. Boom, the air around him rippled as he dashed in the direction where the pill king had disappeared. He drove the red dust heaven ascending steps to its limits, but he was even faster than the pill king. High-tier celestial god, is capable of flight? Fu Jiangchen widened his eyes in shock. Only god kings were capable of flight. This was an unchangeable rule of the firmament, but not only did the young man before him manage to snatch away the pill king with a single slash, he was even able to fly. How in the world did he do it? For a moment, Fu Jiangchen wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The fleeing pill king did not think that a high-tier celestial god would be able to fly, much less fly so quickly. Seeing that it would not take long for the other party to catch up to it, it immediately turned around and morphed into a savage-looking young man before launching a palm strike at the pill king. A powerful burst of energy rippled through the air. The strength that the pill king wielded had actually reached the god king realm, making it on par with Fu Jiangchen. Humph! With an awful look on his face, Xianxia stopped and dodged the attack. At the same time, he raised his sword to meet the pill king's attack. Even though the heaven's path Xianxia in his body had been completely depleted by the gray energy, he realized that his fighting prowess had grown even stronger than before. It was just that his Xianxia reserves were too low, making it impossible for him to fight freely without worrying about running out of Xianxia. Thus, he had to end this as soon as possible. It wasn't just a matter of the Xianxia in his body. More importantly, the pill king's escape had caused too much of a commotion. In just a few breaths of time, there were already dozens of divine senses probing over. If he didn't settle this quickly, it would be easy for unforeseen events to occur. The silk of a spring silkworm will not be exhausted until it dies, and the tears of a candle will dry up when it turns to ashes. The sword intent of the sword techniques he had comprehended in the heavenly god realm burst forth. A tiny thread shot out from the tip of the sword, like a candle igniting its final flame, or like a silkworm spitting out its final thread before its death. With boundless profundities, the thread arrived in front of the king of elixirs and wrapped around him tightly. The king of elixirs was stunned, he could not believe it. The difference between a god king and a celestial god was like 2 completely different life forms. Xianxia thought that as long as he turned around and used his full strength, he would surely be able to kill the other party easily. Never in his dreams did he think that he would be sealed before he could even execute a single move. Were high-tier celestial gods really that powerful? Return. Knowing that his Xianxia wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. He had expended quite a bit of Xianxia to execute 2 sword arts while flying at full speed, so he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Ah! With a cry of agony, the king of elixirs shrank back into a round pill, and the spirit within him vanished. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after catching the king of elixirs. With a flick of his sword, the sword chi shrouding the king of elixirs flew toward him. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the king of elixirs, his body suddenly stiffened. The king of elixirs suddenly froze in midair, and even the Xianxia in his body seemed to be disobeying him. What's going on? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Following which, he saw a beautiful lady walking over from afar. With a light flick of her wrist, the king of elixirs that was shrouded in sword chi was caught between her fingertips. This friend over here, this pill is something that our verdant grass gazebo has paid a heavy price to forge. It just escaped a moment ago. Thank you for helping me catch it. The lady said with a smile. Verdant grass gazebo? With a thought, the Xianxia in his body burst forth from his acupoints, dispersing the energy that had been restraining him. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. On top of that, the Apothecary King had the ability to help one achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm. The allure of the Apothecary King was simply too great. He had been worried that someone would try to snatch the King of Elixirs from him, but who could have thought that it would really happen? To think that the other party would speak so confidently after snatching the possession of another. As expected of the firmament, there were no rules. Everything was decided by one's fist. That's right. The eyebrows of the lady shot up. With a flick of her wrist, a jade token appeared in her palm. This is the token of our verdant grass gazebo. Since you helped me capture the pill, I can't let you do it for free. With this token, you can head to our verdant grass gazebo and choose any cultivation technique you like as compensation. The jade talisman swayed lightly and slowly flew over. You want to snatch it by force? With a slash of the sword in his hand, the jade token was sliced into two. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know the consequences of trying to snatch my possession?" It was one thing for the other party to restrain him and snatch the pill that he had tied up, but to actually claim that the pill belonged to him, she was truly shameless. Snatch your possession? I have paid a heavy price to forge this pill. Do you think that a mere high-tier celestial god would be able to forge it? The lady sneered coldly as she flung her sleeves. What a joke. Of course I wouldn't be able to forge it. This pill was forged by Master Fu Jiangchen. I provided him with the medicinal herbs and forging technique, but he managed to escape right after I completed the forging. That's why he chased after me. You said that you were the one who forged the pill, but do you know what kind of medicinal herbs were used to forge the pill? Xianxian. Fu Jiangchen? The lady sneered. It seems like you also know that it's him. I was the one who entrusted him to forge the pill, and I even provided him with the medicinal herbs. How did it become yours all of a sudden? You shouldn't spout nonsense like that. Alright, I won't take advantage of you. I'll bring him over right now to prove to you who the pill belongs to. After saying those words, the lady lowered her head and looked in a certain direction. Fu Jiangchen, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over. Her voice swiftly traveled down like a thin thread. Xianxian narrowed his eyes. There was no one else in the area, but there were dozens of spiritual senses in the area. The fact that the lady had claimed that the pill belonged to her as soon as she opened her mouth could only mean one thing: to claim the Pill King as her own, otherwise, her reputation would be tarnished. Just from this, it could be seen that the lady before him wielded a high standing in Linglong Royal City. You dare to act so brazenly after stealing my pill? May I know how I should address you? Xianxian harumphed coldly. You know of the verdant grass gazebo, but you don't know me? The lady was stunned for a moment before she looked at Xianxian with a smile. I am Bei Qinghong. Bei Qinghong? Xianxian's face darkened. Conferred God King? As soon as he arrived at Linglong Royal City, he asked the guards in charge of the teleportation formation and learned that other than Fairy Linglong, the two strongest conferred God Kings in the city were Shangguan Yunwan and Bei Qinghong. The two of them were on par with one another in terms of strength, and they each ruled over their own territories. Due to their beauty, many experts had gathered under them. He had thought that the person who would be so shameless as to openly steal from them would only be a God King, but who could have thought that it would be this person? A single pill represented a God King, and this Pill King was even more so. As long as he could make good use of it, he would be able to raise at least 4 God Kings under his wing. It was no wonder he dared to say such words. Even conferred God Kings would not be able to do so in the face of such huge benefits. Seeing that Xianxian had already figured out her identity, Bei Qinghong placed her hands behind her back and lowered her head. Following which, she saw the feeble Fu Jiangchen slowly flying over to her side. Even though he had exhausted all of his energy, he still had plenty of pills on him. After swallowing one, he was barely able to fly. Fu Jiangchen pays respect to conferred God King Bei. Fu Jiangchen clasped his fist and bowed, not daring to show the slightest flaw in his etiquette. Bei Qinghong nodded. Since you're here, why don't you explain to everyone that I asked you to forge this pill for me? Am I the one who gave you the medicinal herbs and pill formula? This? Fu Jiangchen's face stiffened. He turned to look at Xianxia for a moment before gritting his teeth and replying, "That's right. Apothecary Fu, you." Not expecting Fu Jiangchen to speak up for the other party, Xianxia's face darkened. It was just a moment ago that he had addressed Fu Jiangchen as Brother Fu, but at this very moment, he had changed the way he addressed him. "Apothecary Zhang, this pill is indeed forged by conferred god King Bei. You should stop fooling around here," Fu Jiangchen said. "Fooling around?" Xianxian shook his head with a smile. "From the looks of it, it's the sky of Linglong who's bullying an outsider like me. He had brought the grass of God King here and paid a heavy price to forge this pill, but the other party actually claimed that it was the other party's pill. This was truly a case of twisting the truth. Conferred God King Bei is conferred God King Bei instead of God King Bei. Not only are you not grateful, you even dare to spout such arrogant words of Bei Qinghong." Fu Jiangchen shouted. Just as Xianxian was about to explode with anger, he heard the other party's voice transmission. "Brother Zhang, conferred god King Bei has always been a domineering figure. If you don't admit to it, I fear that she'll make a move on you once you leave Royal City. Since that's the case, why don't you just agree to it? If there's really no other choice, I'll report this matter to conferred god King Shangguan Yunwan and have her make the decision. However, given how the two of them are on par with one another, there's nothing we can do if conferred god King Bei insists on taking conferred god King Bei. So you're saying that I can only admit defeat and let her steal my pills?" Xianxian sneered. "I guess that's the only thing we can do. Know when to stop. You've only lost a pill king, and you still have 4 ordinary pills that you can use. If this stalemate continues, I'm afraid that she'll turn hostile and make a move. At that time, we won't be able to obtain anything, and even our lives will be in danger." Fu Jiangchen sounded worried. Not to mention, the other party was one of the rulers of Linglong Royal City, a conferred god king himself. Anyone beneath the god monarch realm was no match for him. Ignoring Fu Jiangchen, Xianxian raised his head and asked, "What if I say no?" Fu Jiangchen was a member of the sky of Linglong, so there was no way he would dare to refute a conferred god king's words. However, that was not the case for Xianxian. The woman before him was extremely beautiful, comparable to Yu Feier, Hu Yaoyao, and the others. Who could have thought that beneath her beauty would be such a shameless person? He had thought that he would keep a low profile no matter where he went, but who could have thought that the other party wouldn't allow him to do so? Since that was the case, he would just have to fight. He would let everyone know that it had only been a month since Xianxian had arrived in the firmament, but he wasn't someone who could be bullied so easily. Conferred god King Bei, right? Having made up his mind, Xianxian calmed down and placed his hands behind his back. With a cold glint in his eyes, he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the origin of this pill and tell me who it belongs to." To think that he would dare to spout such arrogant words despite knowing the identity of conferred god King Bei. Is that fellow insane? That's probably the case. Xianxian scanned the surroundings with his wills. "I've been polite to you on account of your cultivation and the fact that you helped me capture the pill. Do you think that I won't make a move on you? Or do you think that I won't be able to kill you?" Bei Qinghong narrowed her eyes. Along with her rage, an invincible might burst forth from her body, shrouding the surroundings. The entire sky above Linglong Royal City seemed to have darkened, and the air seemed to have turned viscous. Everyone in Linglong Royal City felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. Xianxian was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure. He found it hard to breathe, and the Xinqi in his body seemed to have been frozen, threatening to plummet to the ground at any moment. If not for the God King sword in his hand supporting him, he might have really succumbed to the pressure. Even a true God King would not be able to withstand such power, let alone him. That was how fearsome a conferred God King was. Xianxian drove his pathos of heaven Xinqi once more, alleviating the pressure on him. Sighing deeply, he said, "I've already given you a chance, but since you don't know how to cherish it, there's nothing I can do about it. You sure don't know what's good for you." Seeing how Xianxian still dared to say such words, Bei Qinghong's eyebrows shot up. "Why are you still acting all high and mighty at a time like this? A mere high-tier celestial god, an ant-like existence, actually dared to speak so arrogantly." Just as Bei Qinghong was about to teach Xianxian a lesson, her body suddenly froze. She felt as if she had been locked down by a powerful force, as if someone was staring at her. She quickly raised her head, only to see a golden book floating quietly above her head. Rays of light shrouded her, sealing off her surroundings. What's that? Bei Qinghong narrowed her eyes in astonishment. The golden book above her head made her heart palpitate. It was as if she had been locked down by it, making it impossible for her to escape or even retaliate. It was as if she had been shrouded by the heavens, making it impossible for her to refute. It's just a book. Xianxia shook his head. He had not intended to use the golden book, but the other party was simply too shameless. He had given her several chances, but she had still failed to grasp them. Even though he might end up offending Fairy Linglong because of this, he could not care less at this moment. How dare you refuse to repent even in death? No matter who you are guilty. You deserve to be punished. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath anymore, so he waved his hand grandly. Boom, with a deafening rumble, the golden book descended from the sky. No. Bei Qinghong had thought that it would be a piece of cake to deal with a high-tier celestial god, but who would have thought that the other party would take out such a powerful artifact? Her face paled in fright. She tried to defend herself, but under the crushing force of the golden book, her hand and arm were torn apart. She did not even last a single breath. What in the world is that? Bei Qinghong's body trembled in fear. Conferred god kings were invincible beneath the god monarchs. It was for this reason that she had the right to forcefully take something from a god monarch. It was just that, who would have thought that the high-tier celestial god before her would actually bring out such a powerful artifact? It felt as if she was being suppressed by the heavens, or perhaps it was the power of a god monarch. Even a conferred god king would not be able to withstand it. Open! Knowing that the book in front of her would not give her much time to think, Bei Qinghong roared furiously. She channeled all of her strength into her body, causing ripples in the air. It was as if the anima of yearning in the entire sky of Linglong was being drawn over to fend off the attack. In terms of strength, conferred god kings were not too different from ordinary god kings. The reason why they were so powerful was because they were able to draw upon the anima of yearning of an entire region to form their will. This power could be said to be invincible within a certain region. However, no matter how invincible it was still nothing before the heavens. With just a single strike, the barrier shattered. Pooh! Blood spurted furiously from Bei Qinghong's mouth as panic surfaced in her eyes. She had thought that she would be able to withstand the attack, but now that she realized what was going on, there was a good chance that she would be squashed into a meat patty within a few breaths. Please spare my life. I was wrong. I saw the purity of the energy contained in the pill, and that's why I thought of taking it for my own. I have no idea what kind of pill it is or where it came from. Bei Qinghong gritted her teeth furiously as she hurriedly explained what had happened. Of course, the latter was more important than her life. Conferred God King Bei stole another person's pill? I thought that she was acting so righteously earlier, but who could have thought that she would actually do such a thing? She's my goddess. Doing such a thing would only bring shame to the reputation of a conferred God King. A pill that can allow one to break through to the God King realm. If it were you, what would you do? I might do the same thing as her. Wills flickered in the surroundings, all of them shaken. Bei Qinghong appeared right after the pill was caught. Coupled with her bold and confident manner, everyone who saw this scene thought that what she said was true. Never in his dreams would he have thought that it was actually a forceful robbery. Just like that, the reputation of the conferred God King, the goddess of countless people, was completely ruined. Goddesses were also human. It was impossible for everything they did to be fragrant. I've given you a chance. It's too late to say all this now. Zhang Xian was indifferent. He had already given the other party a chance earlier, but not only did he not know how to grasp it, he even went so far as to force his hand. Since that was the case, there was only one path left for him, death. Kacha, along with the upgrade of the Library of Heaven's Path, the Book of Heaven's Path was able to remain in the outside world for an extended period of time. Zhang Xian's will pressed down on Bei Qinghong once more, and the bones in her body began to shatter. Fresh blood spurted from her shoulders and face, leaving a hideous look on her face. No matter how powerful a conferred God King was, they were still unable to surpass the heavens, so they were still helpless before the golden page. Please stay your hand. The air shook violently, and another pretty figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the other conferred god king of the sky of Linglong, Shangguan Yunwan. Bei Qinghong is a conferred god king personally conferred by His Majesty. Killing her is no different from defying the authority of a god monarch. Shangguan Yunwan said. Are you threatening me with the name of a god monarch? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. They were both conferred god kings, so he did not believe that Bei Qinghong had not noticed him stealing his medicinal herb. He did not believe that a god monarch could not see through him, yet, she chose to remain silent and allow things to develop. What right did she have to make him back down now? You must be joking. There's no need for me to threaten you. You should know that the authority of a god monarch is not to be defied, Shangguan Yunwan said. A god monarch was the strongest expert in the world. Since she had conferred the title of a god king, it went without saying that she had her own reasons. To kill a god king whom she had conferred the title of a god king was no different from challenging her authority. You're right, but it seems like Fairy Linglong isn't too good at conferring the title of a god monarch. Since that's the case, I'll clean up the mess for her. Zhang Xian could not be bothered with the other party, so he raised his hand and grabbed her. No. With a cry of agony, Bei Qinghong was crushed into a meat patty. Her soul dissipated into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. This? Shangguan Yunwan did not think that the young man would still kill Bei Qinghong on the spot even after she had brought up the name of a god monarch. She roared furiously, how dare you, but before she could finish her words, the young man glared at her coldly and bellowed, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Shangguan Yunwan's body trembled in anger, but she dared not utter a single word at all. Bei Qinghong was on par with her in terms of cultivation, but she had been killed in an instant. If she dared to say anything else, she would probably end up in the same state as Bei Qinghong. The god kings and experts who had been watching the commotion earlier had fallen completely silent. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. That was a conferred god king. Other than the god monarchs, there was no one in the world who could defeat him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one of them had been killed, and the other one had been reprimanded in public. Where in the world did this fellow come from? Fu Jiangchen was trembling uncontrollably. He had always thought highly of the young man before him, thinking that he would achieve great things in the future. Who could have thought that the young man would be able to kill a conferred god king in the blink of an eye? It was fortunate that he did not have any ulterior motives when he was forging the pill, or else he would have been the one to be reduced to a corpse. He seems to be Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian? The person who sold the breakthrough pill in the Sky of Drifting Spectre, Zhang Xian? That's right. I happened to meet him in the Sky of Drifting Spectre on the day he sold the breakthrough pill, so I remember him very clearly. Given how he's able to forge incredible pills like the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, it's no wonder that he's able to forge the pill before us. Indeed. To be able to kill a conferred god king in a single move, could he have a god monarch backing him as well? May I know who it is? Someone recognized the young man. Zhang Xian had caused such a huge ruckus in the Sky of Drifting Spectre that his name had already spread all the way here. After berating Shangguan Yunwan, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore. With a flick of his finger, he took the pill which he had trapped with his sword qi and placed it in his palm. But just as he was about to put it back into the jade box, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching him. The silent surroundings suddenly began to stir. The origin energy in the entire Linglong royal city began to gather at the center, and a powerful pressure that left one despairing suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Is the god monarch going to make a move? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as he narrowed his eyes. He had witnessed the prowess of a conferred god king with his own eyes, and he knew that he was completely helpless before the golden page. The power that had just appeared before him was even stronger and more resplendent, reminiscent of the sun in the sky. It was impossible for anyone to stand against it. There was only one possibility, and that was that a god monarch had made a move. It seemed like Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong was not as indifferent as he had thought. Seeing the conferred god king that she had conferred upon being killed, she was unable to hold herself back. A god monarch? Fu Jiangchen and the others also noticed the anomaly, and their faces warped in horror. They lowered their heads to the ground. Shangguan Yunwan also clenched her fists tightly, but there was a look of relief on her face. If a god monarch could tolerate the death of a conferred god king right in front of her, it would be too disappointing. Hong long long, as if a typhoon had descended, the gathering of origin energy suddenly stopped boiling. A massive face suddenly appeared before Xianxia, floating in the air like the sun. The god monarch did not appear personally. Instead, he had gathered a sliver of his will using his origin energy. How dare you kill a conferred god king like me? His voice pierced right into one's soul, making it impossible for one to resist. Xianxia felt as if his head was going to explode upon hearing those words. Even though the massive face before him was only a sliver of the god monarch's will, it was still not something that a mere high-tier celestial god like him could withstand. Die. Knowing that there was a good chance that he would be killed if the god monarch were to make a move, Xianxia's face darkened. The Book of Heaven's Path, which had depleted most of its energy after subduing Bei Qinghong, rose up once more and struck the massive face before him. You overestimate yourself. The massive face harumphed coldly. Puh, with a resounding boom, the golden page dissipated, as if it had never existed in the first place. The trump card that could easily crush a conferred god king was actually unable to withstand even a sliver of the god monarch's will. Zhangxian's body stiffened as he hurriedly retreated. He had thought that even if he could not injure the god monarch with the golden page, he would at least be able to stall the god monarch for a moment. Who could have thought that it would not even last a single breath? While he still had another golden page in the Library of Heaven's Path, he did not dare to use it recklessly. It's a good thing to be young and full of vigor. It's also a good thing to have talent. However, being too arrogant is a huge taboo. The giant face remained expressionless as it looked over at Zhangxian. Zhangxian's heart tightened. He anxiously raised the God King sword in his hand and unleashed his strongest sword technique. Before the sword chi could spread too far, it began to dissipate. At the same time, the God King sword in his hand flew out of his hand. Following which, he felt as if a massive hammer had struck his chest, causing his face to pale. He had sustained severe injuries. Sizzle, the thin threads in his body circulated, and his injuries healed swiftly. You're not slow at all. The massive face did not think that the young man before it would actually be able to withstand its attack. It was a little surprised, but a hint of praise surfaced in its eyes. It opened its mouth and harumphed coldly. As a god monarch, I won't bully the weak. Since you were able to withstand my attack, I can consider sparing your life. However, while I can spare your life, there's no way you can escape punishment. Despite being only a high-tier celestial god, he dares to act so arrogantly, even daring to kill a conferred god king like me. If we don't punish him, our sky of Linglong won't be able to maintain its standing in the firmament anymore. All of a sudden, a voice reminiscent of chanting echoed in the air. I hereby announce that I'll strip your cultivation. Boom, as those words were spoken, a powerful might shrouded Zhangxian, causing his body to stiffen. The Jinqi in his dantian began dissipating at a visible rate. This, Zhangxian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He wanted to retaliate, but he found that he was powerless. It was as if the other party had decided on the matter with a single word. No matter how he argued, there was nothing he could do. Am I, Zhangxian, going to die here? No, so what if you're a god monarch? As long as I don't appear, you won't be able to kill me. Gritting his teeth, Zhangxian was just about to use his final golden page to smash the massive face before him into meat paste when he suddenly felt a weight lifting off his body. Raising his head, he saw a round orb between him and the massive face. It was spinning non-stop, and the space around it seemed to have frozen. Even the might of a god monarch was unable to reach him. Zhangxian was stunned for a moment before his body tensed up. The Dimension Silencer? The orb before him was none other than the Dimension Silencer that he had seen back at the Luo clan. The Dimension Silencer, Luo Xianqing had once said that after he left the Master-Teacher continent, Luo Qiqi had left as well. He had thought that she had gone to the Azure, but there had been no news of her at all. He had guessed that she might have gone to the firmament, but he hadn't dared to confirm it. He had thought that it would be some time before he would meet her again, but who could have thought that she would appear all of a sudden and help him fend off the god monarch's attack? Qiqi, what are you doing? The giant face seemed to be very puzzled as well. It stopped attacking and spoke with a displeased tone. who, with a slight jolt, the dimension silencer morphed into a young lady with a graceful figure. Floating in the air, she clasped her fist and said, "He's the person I like. Your Majesty, please go easy on him." Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw that the young lady was none other than Luo Qiqi. It had been a few months since he had last seen her, but she was still as beautiful as ever. Even when she looked at him, her eyes were still filled with longing and complicated emotions. Her appearance and emotions were still the same, but her strength had undergone a drastic change. Taking a closer look, she had actually reached God King Realm Pinnacle. Just like Fu Jiangchen, he had been wondering why the anima of yearning in the netherworld pool had increased so quickly, but at this moment, he realized that her anima of yearning must have played a huge role in this. A God King Realm Pinnacle Dimension Silencer, in terms of fighting prowess, she was far stronger than Fu Jiangchen. In fact, she was on par with Bei Qinghong. Seeing how the young lady had stood before the god monarch without the slightest hesitation in order to save him, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. "My feelings for you are more than just love. He's the person I like. Your Majesty, please go easy on him." That young lady had gone so far as to turn against her clan and stand against the god monarch for him, and yet, he had given her no promises at all. In fact, he hadn't even given her the slightest bit of hope. "The person you can't forget, is actually him?" The massive face was taken aback. "But he doesn't like you. I can tell from his eyes that he has someone he likes. Do you think that it's worth it to refute me for someone who doesn't like you?" The massive face and Luo Qiqi seemed to have known each other for a very long time. "It's not about whether it's worth it or not. As long as I can do something for him, as long as he's safe and sound, I'll be fine." Luo Qiqi stood firmly on the spot, shielding the space before her. There wasn't much emotion on her face, only unwavering determination. "That's more than enough. Is there a need to go to such lengths?" The massive face sighed. It seemed to have known that there was a person in the depths of the young lady's heart, but it did not think that it would be this person. "I believe that you have already seen the entire matter." Conferred God King Bei coveted his pills, so he intentionally framed him. That's why he was infuriated and made a move on Xianxia. "I beseech you to let him go." Luo Qiqi raised her head. She would never back down from a matter concerning Xianxia. "Regardless of whether he's guilty or not, even if my subordinate is guilty, I should be the one to deal with him. An outsider like him killed my subordinate. If I let this matter rest, how will our sky of Linglong be able to stand at the top of the firmament?" The massive face shook its head. She knew that the other party was not to blame, but this was a matter that concerned the dignity of the entire sky of Linglong. She could not back down now. "If you insist on punishing me, I'm willing to accept it in his stead," Luo Qiqi said through gritted teeth. Not expecting the young lady to be so insistent, the massive face frowned. "Qiqi, back off. I'll deal with this matter myself." Xianxia quickly stood in front of Luo Qiqi to protect her. All along, he had been indebted to this young lady. She had already sacrificed too much for him, so how could he allow her to be harmed? Even though he was only a high-tier celestial god at the moment, he had fused with Little Chick's blood essence, granting him an indestructible body. It would not be easy for the other party to kill him. Not to mention, he still had the golden page. While he might not be able to stand against a god monarch, he should still be able to hold out against a massive face. "At least you're a man." Seeing that Xianxia had charged out, a hint of admiration surfaced in the massive face's eyes. "At least you're able to deal with your own matters. Most people, even conferred god kings, would be rendered speechless before a god monarch." Yet, the fact that Xianxia was willing to take the initiative to stand up to him showed that he was not a weakling. It was no wonder this young lady was so devoted to him. "I was intending to cripple your cultivation, but since Qiqi has pleaded on your behalf, I don't mind sparing your life. This sliver of my will is infused with the origin energy of Royal City, so it only possesses 1/100th of my strength. If you can withstand my full might, I'll let this matter rest. If you can't, you can only blame yourself for being too weak." The giant face said calmly. "God monarch." Luo Qiqi's face paled. Xianxia was right. While it was true that the massive face was a manifestation of a god monarch, it still harnessed the will of a god monarch. Putting aside Xianxia, even a conferred god king would not be able to stand a chance against it. It's settled. If he can't even withstand such an attack, then he's not worthy of your love. A powerful will descended from the sky, and Luo Qiqi, who was just about to speak, suddenly froze in midair, unable to move or revert back to her dimension silencer form. It was probably the Empyrean Lord himself who had taken action. Begin. Knowing that the god monarch had already made up his mind, Xianxia drove his Xinqi to its limits. Just 1% of a sovereign monarch's strength was not to be underestimated. Who, grabbing the god king's sword, Xianxia flicked it lightly and executed the pathos of heaven swordsmanship. The heart is like a double net, with thousands of knots in it. How could it be a sightseeing? A filial piety stirred in my heart. A silkworm's silk only ends when it dies. A candle's tears only dry when it turns to ash. 3 sword techniques were released from the tip of the sword at the same time. It was as if a huge shield had formed around his body. To be able to comprehend a sword art that surpasses the heavens at such a young age, not bad. The massive face was stunned for a moment, but before it could do anything, Xianxia saw a powerful force crushing down on him, shattering the shield formed by the 3 sword arts at a visible rate. How powerful, as expected of a god monarch. Even 1/100th of the god monarch's strength was not something that he could stand against. Screw it. Xianxia knew that he would really be severely injured if he allowed the attack to land on him, so he narrowed his eyes in determination. Even though he had been tempered by the lucid lunar lake and fused with Little Chick's blood, he should be able to recover no matter how severe his injuries were. However, he still had to rush back to the sky of spirit origin to participate in the tournament and earn the right to enter Spirit God Palace. So, it would be best for him not to get injured. Let me do it. Just as Xianxia was about to take out the golden page, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Following which, a little yellow chick abruptly appeared before him, and it opened its beak. Who, the gigantic face in the sky was instantly swallowed up, leaving only the gigantic yellow chicken floating quietly in the air like an inflated balloon. Xianxia's face twitched. He knew that Little Chick was capable of swallowing treasures that were stronger than it, but you actually swallowed the will of a god monarch just like that. Can't you at least give me some face? Xianxia was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Everyone who saw this sight had the same expression on their faces as well. The massive face formed by the will of a god monarch represented the dignity of a god monarch. To be swallowed by a chick, Luo Qiqi also stared at the little yellow chick in disbelief. If only she had known that the other party would have such a formidable trump card up his sleeves, she would not have come out. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, the massive yellow chick let out a satisfied burp and wriggled a little before shrinking back to its original size. As it shrank, it licked its lips, looking as if it hadn't had enough, as if it had eaten something very nutritious. Wang, a huge pressure formed in the air once again, followed by the appearance of the giant face from before. However, without the support of origin energy, it looked a little blurry. Nevertheless, the will harnessed within was still as lofty as ever, exerting immense pressure on those who saw it. The massive face turned to look at Little Chick with a complicated gaze. I am Xianxia's tamed beast, Little Chick. Why? If you want to make a move on my master, you'll have to get past me first. Little Chick stretched its back proudly. Tamed beast? Little Chick? The massive face's face twitched. Do you know who you used to be? Of course I do. Little Chick replied haughtily. I am the legendary beast who has dominated the world, the tyrant of chickens. The massive face's face twitched once more as it turned to look at Xianxia with a complicated gaze. If it had thought that Xianxia was an extremely talented fellow who possessed some kind of unique means, he no longer thought so at this moment. He had comprehended a cultivation technique that surpassed the heavens, killed a conferred god king with a casual flick of his wrist, and comprehended a sword art that surpassed the heavens, and now, he had even tamed Little Chick as his tamed beast and brainwashed him into thinking that he was really a chicken. Not to mention, he had even given himself such a simple-minded name and thought that he was domineering. Bro. Where in the world did you come from? Aren't you a little too overpowered? Since you have blocked my attack, I'll let bygones be bygones. As a god monarch, there was no way he could go back on his words. No matter what kind of means the other party had used, he had still managed to block the full-powered attack of his will. The massive face harumphed coldly. You can leave now. Thank you. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Little Chick was able to devour the massive face, they were still in the sky of Linglong. If the other party's main body were to make a move, even 10 of him would not be able to withstand it. Thus, it was best for him to be able to leave safely. Apothecary Fu, I am deeply grateful to you for helping me concoct pills. Previously, I helped you raise your cultivation and provided you with pointers during the pill concoction process. That should be enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life. Xianxia turned to look at Fu Jianqiu. It was true that Fu Jianqiu had betrayed him at the crucial moment to help Bei Qinghong, but it was also due to the other party forcing him to do so. Thank you, Apothecary Zhang. Fu Jianqiu bowed deeply, not daring to say a word. It was just a moment ago that he had thought of Xianxia as a junior, but after seeing how the other party was able to easily kill a conferred god king and devour the will of a god monarch, he no longer had such thoughts. Not to mention, the other party had already given him more than enough, but he dared not admit it at such a crucial moment. Chi-Chi, Xianxia turned to look at the young lady not too far away with a hint of guilt in his eyes. She had sacrificed too much for him, but there was nothing he could do for her. Unsure of what to say, the young lady looked at him intently and asked, Xianxia, can I still follow behind you and continue learning pill forging from you? Of course. Xianxia nodded. That's good. Luo Chi-Chi's smile blossomed like a blooming flower. She turned to look at the massive face in the sky and kneeled to the ground. Thank you, God Monarch, for saving me from the spatial turbulence and bestowing me with countless resources, allowing me to raise my cultivation swiftly. I'll never be able to repay you in this lifetime. The massive face frowned. Chi-Chi has once told your majesty that as long as I receive news of him, I'll head over no matter how dangerous it is. Now that he's here, I'm willing to leave with him. I hope that your majesty won't stop us. Luo Chi-Chi cowed out heavily a few times before replying. The massive face paused for a moment before sighing deeply. When he forged the beauty pill and breakthrough pill, I was already aware of it. I was afraid that you would leave, so I didn't tell you about it. Who could have thought that things would come to this? As a god monarch, how could he possibly be unaware of the huge commotion that Xianxia had caused in the sky of drifting specter? It was just that he was worried that Luo Chi-Chi would leave right after hearing the news, so he kept it a secret. Who could have thought that in less than half a month, Luo Chi-Chi would come here and cause such a huge ruckus? He really wasn't easy to deal with. I really don't know what a good girl like Chi-Chi likes about him. Go and pursue your own happiness. I don't believe that the one he likes is better than you. The giant face said. Luo Chi-Chi liked the young man before her, but the young man liked someone else. Luo Chi-Chi didn't know much about it, but she did know a thing or two about it. The young lady whom he had brought over from the spatial turbulence was the Dimension Silencer. Even in the firmament, she could be considered one of the most valuable treasures. It was due to this that she was able to reach God King Realm Pinnacle in such a short period of time. There was no one in the firmament who could match up to her talent. As long as she followed the young man, there was no need to worry that he wouldn't change his mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Chi-Chi looked at the young man before her in delight. After learning that he had left the master-teacher continent, she had risked her life to follow him. Who would have thought that she would end up in the firmament? She had thought that it would take a long time for them to meet again, but who would have thought that they would meet again so soon? Xianxia nodded at Luo Chi-Chi before standing in front of the massive face. He clasped his fist and said, I'm indebted to your majesty for saving me and taking good care of me. I'll have to repay this debt of gratitude. How are you going to repay me? Are you going to kill my conferred god king and devour my will? The massive face harumphed coldly. Not only was he not repaying the debt of gratitude, he wasn't even angry. Luo Chi-Chi was so furious that she was rendered speechless. Not only did you kill a conferred god king as soon as you arrived, you even used your tamed beast to devour a sliver of my will. While it wasn't a huge loss to her, it was still a huge blow to her reputation. Of course not. Xianxia replied with an awkward smile. If I'm not mistaken, your majesty doesn't have a good night's sleep, right? The Library of Heaven's path was unable to see through the flaws of the god monarch's true body, but it was still possible to see through her sliver of will. Fairy Linglong was one of the strongest experts among the 9 god monarchs, But she had a fatal flaw, and that was her insomnia. Under normal circumstances, with her level of cultivation, even if she did not sleep for 10,000 years, she would still be fine. However, there were many experts who relied on sleep to regulate their body and relax. After all, those who had reached the very peak of the firmament no longer had any desire to cultivate. If they continued to cultivate without rest, they would become extremely anxious. This was exactly the case for Luo Qiqi. The massive face frowned. Luo Qiqi was right. She was indeed suffering from insomnia. But, how did the other party know? One must know that even Luo Qiqi was unaware of this matter. Your Majesty, rest assured. As an apothecary, I might not know how to solve this problem at the moment, but I'm sure that I'll be able to find a solution as time passes. I'll be able to repay the favor you have done for Luo Qiqi. Xianxia clasped his fist. Given how weak his cultivation was at the moment, there was nothing he could do about a problem that even a god monarch couldn't solve. However, as his cultivation rose, the problem would no longer pose a problem to him. I'll be waiting. Hearing those words, the massive face suddenly vanished from the sky, as if it had never been there in the first place. Let's go, Xianxia said as he heaved a sigh of relief. Since Luo Qiqi was willing to follow him, there was no harm in bringing her along. Luo Qiqi nodded. With a light leap, the two of them flew out of the city. In drifting Spectre Royal City, in a massive floating palace, a young lady stood with her hands behind her back as she watched Xianxia and Luo Qiqi fly away. If Xianxia were here to take a closer look, he would have been shocked to see that she was identical to the massive face from before. She was Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong. What is love? To be able to live and die together. Fairy Linglong murmured softly. With a sigh, Fairy Linglong muttered to herself, Qiqi, I hope that this is the right choice. However, given how outstanding you are, there's no way he wouldn't fall for someone weaker than you. Humph. If I find out who that fellow is, I'll make sure to teach him a good lesson. But before she could finish her words, the space before her suddenly jolted, and a golden board materialized in front of her. Fairy Linglong narrowed her eyes in astonishment. She quickly bowed deeply, not daring to even breathe loudly. Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong, heed my orders. The golden board suddenly commanded. Head to the Sky of Freedom right away. God Monarch Lingxi wishes to meet me? Fairy Linglong was taken aback, but she dared not disobey the order. Yes. Not daring to say anything more, she swiftly vanished from the spot. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Linglong tore space apart, and following behind the golden board, she arrived at the entrance of a palace shrouded in mist. The Sky of Freedom Palace, the palace gates were tightly shut. Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong is here to pay respects to God Monarch Lingxi. Fairy Linglong clasped her fist and bowed, not daring to move at all. The Nine Skies' 9 god monarchs might sound similar, but as a god monarch, she knew that the Sky of Freedom was the true ruler of the firmament. There was no wind, and there was no chirping of birds or beasts. The air was so silent that it felt as if it had frozen solid. Fairy Linglong did not dare to breathe too loudly. The other party had released the golden board to invite her over, but not only did he not say a word, he did not even say a word. What was he up to? It seemed like she had never offended this god monarch before. Fairy Linglong has been invited here. I hope that God Monarch Lingxi can meet you. Fairy Linglong hesitated for a long time, but there was still no movement from the palace. It had been an hour since she had clasped her fist and bowed, but her posture had not changed at all. It was not that she could not, but that she did not dare to. She waited for another hour, but the palace still did not open. Just as Fairy Linglong was feeling more and more uneasy, a calm voice suddenly sounded. This is a clone formed from a sliver of my will. I'll give you 3 moves. 1. Right after those words were spoken, a white-robed figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. It was as if he had fused with nature, but at the same time, it felt as if he did not belong to this world. Fairy Linglong's eyebrows shot up. She really did not offend this person. Why would he give her 3 moves? Yes. Fairy Linglong was perplexed, but she knew that she could not change the other party's order. Taking a deep breath, she raised her palm and thrust it forward. Selah, the space before her was torn apart like paper, and a pitch-black rift appeared in the space outside the palace. The rift fell on the white-robed figure, but it was as if a ripple had fallen on a rock, leaving no trace behind. The white-robed figure said impassively. Seeing that the white-robed figure was completely fine, Fairy Linglong gritted her teeth. Not daring to hold anything back anymore, she clenched her fists tightly and struck them down. Even though she was a woman, her talent was in no way inferior to the other god monarchs of the 8 god monarchs. Even the cloud dragon god monarch would have to avoid her for the time being. Bursting forth with his full strength, his 2 fists were like a millstone that could destroy the world. Wherever they went, there were no spatial cracks, but spatial dust. In other words, with a single punch, even space itself would shatter into dust. The lifeforms that lived within it would not be able to withstand it. However, the white-robed figure remained motionless, allowing the force to land on his body without leaving a mark on his clothes. 2. The white-robed figure continued. Knowing that this was the final move, a droplet of blood flew out from Fairy Linglong's glabella and burst into flames. In the next moment, her aura surged once more, and she sent another palm strike toward Xianxia. This palm strike was more than twice as powerful as the first. However, the space did not shatter, nor did it turn into dust. Instead, it began to distort. His palm landed on the white-robed figure, but the figure did not move at all. Then, the figure raised his head, and a voice rang in his ears, 3. Xianxia flicked his finger. Bang! Fairy Linglong was immediately sent flying. Blood spurted out of her mouth as she fell heavily to the ground, her face pale. Just a single finger was enough to injure him severely. The 2 of them were on completely different levels. Thank you for your teachings, God Monarch Lingxi. Fairy Linglong dared not speak too much despite the pain she was feeling. Instead, she gritted her teeth and asked, "May I know where I went wrong?" The Sky of Freedom rarely made a move, and if she did, it would mean that she was unhappy and wanted to vent her anger on someone else. Just that. Just how in the world did I offend you? Tell me, I'll change. To be pummeled as soon as he arrived, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. If you want to teach me a lesson, you'll have to continue cultivating. Your current strength is far from sufficient. With a slight sway, the white-robed figure morphed into a droplet of water and fell to the ground. It was actually a clone that the white-robed figure had created out of water. To think that a clone made out of a droplet of water would be defeated, the Sky of Freedom was indeed the strongest existence in the firmament. There was no one who could stand against her. At the same time, Fairy Linglong was also stunned. Teach you a lesson? Given how powerful you are, even if I were to have 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson. You were the one who taught me a lesson, alright? No, that's not right. I was just muttering to myself that I would teach the woman that Xianxia likes a lesson when I was suddenly summoned here. Could it be that? Fairy Linglong's body stiffened in horror. If his conjecture was right, that Xianxia was truly too formidable, his tamed beast was that person, and his girlfriend was this person. Was he really just an ordinary high-tier celestial god? I'll just have to make sure that I don't cause that fellow any trouble in the future. Fairy Linglong did not dare to ask whether she was right or not, so she quickly returned to the Sky of Linglong. As soon as she returned to her palace, a middle-aged lady rushed up to her anxiously. Congratulations, Fairy Linglong. What's there to be happy about? She had just killed a conferred god king, slapped in public, and even had the Sky of Freedom call her over to give her a good beating. How could there be any joy in her heart? A few days ago, Fairy Linglong brought 2 people from the Celestial Mountain over from the Celestial Mountain. They have been cultivating in the space-time mirror, and just a moment ago, not only did they reach God King Realm Pinnacle, they even cleared the examination. The middle-aged lady said. They cleared the examination? Fairy Linglong widened her eyes in delight. Being continuously humiliated by others was indeed the best news he could have received. She had found those 2 people on the Celestial Mountain, and she had paid a heavy price in order to groom them. The fact that they had made breakthroughs meant that the Sky of Linglong would no longer be as passive in the flood of spiritual energy as before. She now had the right to choose. Let's head over to take a look. The stifled feeling in her heart vanished. She walked up to the space-time mirror. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary mirror, but the flow of time within it was 10,000 times that of the outside world. In other words, it had been several centuries since she had brought those two over from the celestial mountain. However, to be able to advance from God realm to God King realm pinnacle in just a few centuries was already a frightening feat. With a thought, the two figures in the space-time mirror were brought out. They were two young ladies. One of them had a gentle demeanor whereas the other was cold and emotionless. The flow of time within the space-time mirror did not leave any mark on them. As soon as they were out of the mirror, they emanated a powerful aura that threatened to tear space apart. Even though they were only at God King realm pinnacle, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary conferred God Kings. Their cultivation technique, temperament, everything about them had reached a state of perfection. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. With a smile, Fairy Ling Long looked at them expectantly. The two of you have reached God King realm pinnacle and are capable of wielding the power of a conferred God King. Are you willing to become my conferred God Kings? You want me to become a conferred God King? The two young ladies hesitated. After reaching God King realm pinnacle, as long as a God monarch recognized a God monarch and conferred a conferred God King, one's strength would rise by leaps and bounds, becoming the strongest existence beneath the God monarchs. Even if one failed to become a conferred God King, one would only be slightly stronger than most God Kings. Indeed, Fairy Ling Long nodded. After Bei Qinghong's death, she had intended to pass the position of conferred God King to Luo Qiqi, but who could have thought that the young lady would leave with Xianxia without any hesitation, since she was unwilling to become a conferred God King. As long as the two young ladies succeeded, even though the sky of Linglong had lost a conferred God King, it would gain two more conferred God Kings. Are you unwilling to become a conferred God King? Fairy Linglong frowned upon seeing that the two of them were still hesitating over her request to become a conferred God King. Of course, it would be for the best if we can raise our strength, but... The gentle-looking young lady at the front paused for a moment before asking, as your conferred God monarch, does that mean that we have to obey your commands? Even if you order us to deal with our kin, we won't be able to disobey you. Conferred God Kings are only acknowledged by a portion of the 9 skies and the anima of yearning of the populace. Through that, they will be able to better draw upon the energy of the world. Fairy Linglong thought that the two young ladies were worried about something, and she chuckled softly. If that's the case, we won't be conferred God Kings anymore. We might as well just call ourselves puppets. The two young ladies nodded in realization. If that's the case, we're willing to become conferred God Kings of the sky of Linglong. That's good. Fairy Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of her wrist, a brilliant light shrouded the two of them. At the same time, the countless life forms in the sky of Linglong heard a voice reverberating in their minds. Bei Qinghong has been stripped of her title due to her misconduct. Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan will be taking her place as the new conferred God Kings. Paying respects to the new conferred God Kings. Two beautiful figures appeared in the minds of the countless life forms in the sky of Linglong. Upon seeing them, everyone immediately knelt to the ground. The lifespan of a conferred God King exceeded 100,000 years, and the appearance of a conferred God King signified the birth of a powerful clan. Previously, there were only 2 conferred God Kings in the sky of Linglong. Fairy Linglong had thought that with Bei Qinghong's death, it would be difficult for them to stand against the other 8 skies. Who could have thought that Fairy Linglong would immediately confer 2 conferred God Kings to them? Of course, not all peak God Kings could be conferred the title. Being able to obtain a title was already a testament to one's strength. Rumble, everyone bowed in respect, and the 2 girls simultaneously felt a majestic will blessing them. It was as if they had obtained the approval of the heavens, and they were able to draw on even more power. Will of heaven and earth? The 2 of them suddenly understood. After being conferred the title of a God monarch and becoming a conferred God King, there won't be any changes to one's Xianxia or cultivation, but one's soul will be acknowledged by the will of the world. As long as one imbues the will of the world into one's body, one's fighting prowess will be enhanced by at least 100 times. Fairy Linglong explained with a smile. The reason why conferred God Kings were so powerful was not because of their higher cultivation or purer Xianxia but because of the power of their conferment. This power was the acknowledgement of the will of heaven and earth. As long as this acknowledgement was used, there was no way a godly monarch could resist it. I see. Feeling the immense power, the eyes of the 2 girls lit up in excitement. With this power, they realized that unless they were killed, they would not be able to take their power away from them. In other words, even though this power was conferred by a god monarch, the god monarch would not be able to take it away even if he wanted to. Thank you, Fairy Linglong. The two of them bowed deeply. Fairy Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at them lovingly and asked, "Aren't you going to call me teacher?" She was the one who had brought the two of them over from the celestial mountain. Even though she had not acknowledged them as her teacher yet, there was still a deep bond between them. If not for her personal guidance and the power of the space-time mirror, no matter how talented they were, it would have been impossible for them to clear the conferred God King examination within such a short period of time. As such, even though she had never accepted them as her disciples, she loved them dearly, and she hoped that they could become their teachers. Please forgive us, Fairy Linglong. We already told you that we already have a teacher. The two girls clasped their fists and pleaded. I know that you have a teacher, but how can he possibly compare to me? He's just a teacher who can help you achieve a breakthrough to the God realm. Fairy Linglong said with a frown. She had learned that the two of them had a teacher back on the celestial mountain. Back then, she had wanted to take them away, but they had been unwilling to do so, saying that they wanted to leave a message for their teacher. Back then, she had thought that they were more respectful toward their teacher, and she was even more satisfied with them. She had thought that she was just a teacher who could help them achieve a breakthrough to the God realm, and as time passed, she would eventually forget about him. Who could have thought that after so long, they would still only acknowledge that person and not her? She was a god monarch. As long as she asked, there would be countless experts in the world who would be willing to acknowledge her as their disciple. She had already done so much for him, even going so far as to confer him the conferred God King, but he was still unwilling to acknowledge her as his teacher. Just what was so good about that fellow? Speaking of the heavens, he was just an ordinary god who had given her some pointers. Was there a need for her to go so far? Fairy Linglong, please don't insult our teacher. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to return your cultivation to you, the cold lady said. Since I have already acknowledged you as my teacher, I will only have one teacher in my life, and I won't change my mind even in this life. Please forgive me, God Monarch. All right then. Seeing that the two of them were unwavering, Fairy Linglong had a helpless look on her face. She said with some pity, "Do you know about the tide of spiritual energy?" "I have heard of it before," the quiet lady replied. While they had been in seclusion all this while, they had still heard a thing or two about it. If not for the flood of spiritual energy, no matter how talented they were, they would not have been able to earn the favor of the god monarchs, allowing them to raise their cultivation to their current level within a short period of time. The flood of spiritual energy occurs once every decade, and even the 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies would go into a frenzy over it. Even conferred god kings and god kings could very well lose their lives there, Fairy Linglong said with her hands behind her back. Fairy Linglong placed her hands behind her back and looked at them calmly. You might have become conferred god kings, but you still aren't the strongest of them all. While I managed to find you on the celestial mountain, the other god monarchs have also found suitable successors. Under their grooming, they will surely grow stronger. If you don't acknowledge me as your teacher, you won't be able to learn more profound battle techniques. If you were to fight with them, there's a good chance that you might end up losing your life. Putting everything aside, have you heard of the young man known as Xianxia whom god monarch Shuiyang took away from the sky of blazing sun? He reached the conferred god king realm a few days ago, and his fighting prowess is on par with some of the veteran conferred god kings. If you don't learn the battle techniques that I have imparted to you, it'll be hard for you to defeat him. We have heard of him, the quiet lady replied. He's my 4th junior. 4th junior? Fairy Linglong was stunned. What was going on? The young man known as Xianxia had already made a name for himself in the sky of blazing Sunday. His cultivation was unfathomably powerful, and his spear art was especially so. Every time he executed his spear art, it felt as if a massive sun would appear in the sky. Even the veteran conferred god kings had been defeated one after another. Due to this matter, the god monarch of the sky of blazing sun had bragged about it for a long time. Such a formidable figure, is your junior? Fairy Linglong could not help but ask in astonishment. He's also the student of your teacher from the celestial mountain? That's right. The reticent young lady nodded. When their teacher accepted them as his direct disciples, Xingyang happened to be ranked fourth. Fairy Linglong was rendered speechless. To think that they were actually fellow disciples, Fairy Linglong had thought that her teacher from the celestial mountain was lucky enough to accept these two geniuses, but who could have thought that Xingyang would be his student as well? It was no wonder the two of them were unwilling to acknowledge her as their teacher. With such a teacher, they could indeed boast about it. But, so what, she was a god monarch, after all. Even if her teacher was lucky enough to find three geniuses, how could he possibly compare to her? No matter what, she was the one who had the upper hand. She had to make sure that the two of them understood the severity of the situation. Otherwise, how could she compete with the other skies? Fairy Linglong pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, even if he's your junior, I'll go easy on him in the future." However, the new student that God Monarch Fuming recently accepted, Xiaoya, has nothing to do with you, right? She's already a conferred God King, and it's said that she's even stronger than Xingyang. The sky of Adamantine and sky of Linglong are in the west of the firmament while the sky of Linglong is in the southwest. There's a good chance that the two of you will clash. If you don't learn from her, I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand her either. That's our first senior. The reticent young lady nodded. Fairy Linglong's eyelids twitched. Lu Chong, the conferred god king of the sky of drifting spectre, shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? He's also very powerful. He's my sixth junior, the reticent young lady replied. Fairy Linglong's face twitched as she clenched her jaws tightly. Lu Yang, Zhang Jiaoxiao, and Kong Shiyao of the sky of cloud dragon. You don't recognize the three conferred god kings, right? That's my third junior brother, eighth junior brother, and ninth junior sister. The quiet girl's face was filled with gratification. He was overjoyed to hear that his junior brothers and sisters were fine. Then, what about the newly conferred god kings of the Xianming sky, Yuan Tao, Dan Xiaotian, and Bai Wanqing? Those are my fifth junior brother, 10th junior brother, and 11th junior sister, the quiet girl continued. This girl was naturally Wang Ying, and the cold one was Wei Ruyan. Pooh. Unable to hold it in any longer, Fairy Linglong spurted a mouthful of blood. The other heavens were exceptionally excited that they had accepted a genius. They thought that they would definitely obtain more resources from the spiritual energy tide this time. After all this fuss, it turned out that all the geniuses had come from the same teacher, they were all fellow disciples of the same sect. Accepting a genius as a disciple could be said to be a stroke of luck. If it was only 2 or 3, it could still be considered a stroke of luck. However, to have more than a dozen of them, that could not be considered a stroke of luck anymore. Is your teacher really just an ordinary god? Fairy Linglong asked with gritted teeth. Indeed. When we entered the celestial mountain, we had just become gods not too long ago, Wang Ying replied. Ordinary gods aren't favored by the god monarchs, and they don't have access to the space-time mirror or a huge amount of resources. It's likely that they won't even be able to become celestial gods by now. Fairy Linglong felt her heart bleeding. That fellow was simply too formidable. Wait a moment, if their teacher wasn't favored by the god monarchs, wouldn't she be able to gain control over the newly conferred god kings of the other heavens? Fairy Linglong's eyes lit up. Is your teacher still in the sky of drifting spectre? Has his identity been exposed? Hearing the question, Wang Ying paused for a moment before replying. Our teacher has always kept a low profile. As long as we are doing well, he shouldn't have exposed his identity. As for whether he's still in the sky of drifting spectre, it has been a month since we last contacted each other, so I'm not too sure. As a disciple of their teacher, they were well aware of their teacher's character. His teacher was humble and reserved, and he never took the initiative to show off. She had never seen such an outstanding character in anyone in the 3 realms before. It was only when his disciples were in danger that he would risk his life for them. Given that his fellow disciples were doing well and had been conferred god kings, it was likely that their teacher would not reveal his identity. After all, even god monarchs would be envious of him for grooming so many formidable disciples. It's good that he didn't reveal his identity. Fairy Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. Since his teacher had not revealed his identity, it meant that the other god monarchs would not beat her to it. She suppressed her agitation and asked, "What's his name? What does he look like?" Since she knew his name and appearance, she would have to look for him first before trying to forge a good relationship with him. My teacher keeps a low profile. If he learns that we have revealed his name, he'll surely punish us. I hope that you can forgive us. Wang Ying bowed deeply. Given their teacher's personality, he did not like to reveal too much. As a disciple, it was natural for them to keep secrets. Even if your teacher keeps a low profile, once his identity as your fellow disciples with Xiaoya, Xingyang, Yuan Tao, and the others is exposed, there's bound to be people looking into it. No matter how low his profile is, he'll surely be found out eventually. If that's the case, he'll be in grave danger. I'm asking you in advance not because I want to make things difficult for you, but because I want to protect you. Fairy Linglong exclaimed. This? Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan glanced at one another hesitantly. Fairy Linglong was right. It was one thing for their names not to be known by others, but if their names were to spread throughout the firmament, there was bound to be people who would investigate the matter. Their teacher did not have the help of a god monarch, so he was unable to enter the space-time mirror. On top of that, he did not have sufficient resources either. If someone were to make things difficult for him, he would be in grave danger. If the god monarch before them was willing to help and protect them, they would be in a much safer position. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'm only saying this to protect him. As a god monarch, I won't go back on my words over such a small matter. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Fairy Linglong chuckled softly. I'm glad to hear your words, god monarch. Hearing the words of a god monarch, the duo could tell that she meant well. Wang Ying paused for a moment before saying, I hope that you can bring our teacher over so that we can pay our respects to him. Don't worry. Fairy Linglong nodded with a smile. That's good. Wang Ying smiled. I'm sure you haven't heard of our teacher's name before. He's called Xianxia. Putong, Fairy Linglong's feet slipped, and she collapsed to the ground. Fairy Linglong eventually believed that their teacher was keeping a low profile. After all, the fact that he had groomed so many incredible geniuses without any news about them meant that he was keeping a low profile. Yet, it turned out that their teacher was Xianxia, that fool. Keeping a low profile your head, ordinary gods, ordinary my ass. There was no one in the firmament who did not know that he had concocted the beauty pill and breakthrough pill in the sky of drifting spectre, but in just a few hours, he had killed a conferred god king, devoured a sliver of his will, tamed that conferred god king, and even found another incredible expert to be his girlfriend. Even the Dimension Silencer was willing to follow him around. Was this what you call keeping a low profile? Ordinary. There was probably no other high-tier celestial god in the firmament who was more high-profile than him. More importantly, he had been thinking of finding out the other party's name so that he could get on his good side, but with the current situation, what was he supposed to get on his good side? With that conferred god king as his tamed beast and the other as his girlfriend, it won't be easy to get on his good side. If it comes down to it, I should just give him a conferred god king for fun. However, it would be best if I don't leak this news. Otherwise, it'll be bad if others learn of it. Xianxia pondered deeply over the matter. After leaving Linglong Royal City, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the god monarchs had not made a move on him. It was fortunate that little Chick had intervened, or else he would have died a horrible death. You. How did you get here? How did you get to know Fairy Linglong? As long as it was not a god monarch, given the earlier display of might, no one would dare to provoke him anymore. With that in mind, Xianxia began making his way toward the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation as he shot a doubtful glance at the young lady behind him. I left the Master-Teacher continent. Luo Qiqi told Xianxia everything that had happened. She had transformed into the Dimension Silencer and entered the spatial turbulence, only to be discovered by Fairy Linglong and brought back to the firmament. The Dimension Silencer was an artifact that had drifted out of the firmament. After returning, it had grown stronger and stronger, reaching God King realm pinnacle in just a month. Even conferred God Kings might not be a match for it. Xianxia did not think that Luo Qiqi would have such a difficult time, so he sighed deeply and told her everything that Luo Xianqing and the others had entrusted to him. I've let my family down. Luo Qiqi's eyes reddened. The flow of time in the firmament was 1,000 times faster than that of the Master-Teacher continent. A month on the firmament was equivalent to 1,000 months on the Master-Teacher continent. Many of his relatives were probably already old. Moreover, there was no way to go back after coming here. If he wanted to meet the others in the future, it would already be a matter of life and death. After comforting him for a while, Xianxia changed the topic and said, "Since you followed Fairy Ling Long, have you seen my two disciples, Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan? I've never seen him before. I've only heard of him cultivating in the God Monarch space-time mirror. His current cultivation is no weaker than mine," Luo Qiqi said. Hearing that the other party did not make things difficult for his students, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After asking a few more questions, the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation appeared before him. "Do you have the token to use the teleportation array?" Xianxia asked. Without the token, it would be impossible to use the teleportation formation. If one were to fly to Spirit Origin Royal City, it would take a very long time. "I don't need it," Luo Qiqi replied with a light chuckle. The purpose of the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation was to protect the cultivator from harm. As the Dimension Silencer, she wielded the power of space, making it impossible for the teleportation formation to harm her. In fact, if she were to use her full strength, she would be able to tear open space and travel through it. Just as Luo Qiqi had said, there was a burst of energy as soon as the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation activated, and the two of them vanished from the spot. The next moment, they were back in the sky of Spirit Origin. Xianxia turned around and saw that Luo Qiqi was indeed unscathed. As soon as he returned to the Inferno Phoenix clan, he saw Feng Jioge walking up to him with an awkward look on his face. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked with a frown. "Right after you left, the duel was brought forward. I sent you a message, but you didn't respond," Feng Jioge said. Initially, the three premier clans had decided to postpone the selection for a day, but according to rumors, something had happened in Spirit God Palace. It seemed to have sensed something, causing it to glow brightly. Left with no choice, the three conferred God Kings decided to bring forward the selection. In other words, while he was away, the selection for Spirit God Palace had already been decided. "What place did you get?" Hearing that the duel was over, Xianxia frowned. No matter how fast he tried, he was still too late. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The teleportation token he was using at the moment could only allow him to send a message within the same day. Once he left the sky of Ling Long, there was no way he would be able to receive a message. He had rushed all the way to the sky of Ling Long, so it was understandable that he would not be able to contact anyone. However, as long as his disciple won the first place, it would not be impossible for him to impersonate him and sneak into the sky of Ling Long. Feng Jioge's face reddened as he kneeled on the floor. "I have let down teacher's trust. I only managed to get second place." His teacher had gone through a lot of trouble to impart combat arts to him, and he had even managed to overcome the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation. However, he was still helpless against the other party, and he ended up being defeated in the end. "Second place?" Xianxia frowned. "Who's in first place?" He had fought with all of the geniuses of the Inferno Phoenix clan before. While Feng Jioge had managed to catch up to him, he had managed to surpass all of them under his guidance. Under normal circumstances, other than him, no one beneath God King would be a match for him. Why did he only manage to get second place? Could it be that the other two clans had even stronger experts? "It's me." Before Feng Jioge could reply, a calm voice sounded. Following which, a few young men walked into the residence with widened strides. The one leading the group looked to be in his 30s, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Seeing that his teacher did not recognize him, Feng Jioge hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. "Teacher, he's the expert from the Ice Phoenix clan, Feng Hanqiu." "Feng Hanqiu?" Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he frowned. "God King?" The aura of the young man in front of him was like a drawn bow that was ready to be released, giving off a feeling of madness. It was like a massive snowy mountain that would collapse the moment it was released, unleashing a terrifying power. Without even looking, it was clear that the young man's cultivation had already reached the God King realm. Didn't they say that only those beneath the God King realm were qualified to compete? Why would a God King need to comprehend anything? "He managed to make a breakthrough during the duel with me." Feng Jioge's face reddened. The young man before him was initially on par with him, and he was even able to suppress him. Who could have thought that the other party would be able to successfully make a breakthrough and become a god king? That was why he was defeated on the spot. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Even though Feng Jioge had inherited Xianxia's true heritage, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was no surprise that he was no match for a true god king. I heard that you are the #1 genius of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Do you dare to have a match with me? Feng Hanqiu asked with a glint in his eyes. Even though he had defeated Feng Jioge, the teacher who had helped him improve swiftly had not fought with him yet. Thus, it would be unfair for him to take the first place. Thus, he had been waiting for Feng Jioge to arrive after the duel. If I win, will you give me the slot to enter Spirit God Palace? Xianxian asked. If you win, I'll give it to you, Feng Hanqiu replied with a nod. His goal in entering Spirit God Palace was to comprehend the artifacts left behind by the God Monarchs so that he could push for a breakthrough to God King. Since he was already a God King, it did not matter whether he went there or not. Thus, he was no longer looking forward to this opportunity. Besides, since Feng Hanqiu was able to defeat him, the slot belonged to him anyway, so there was no harm in giving it to him. Let's begin. Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. I'll be bullying you if I make a breakthrough to God King. In order to be fair, I'll give you a handicap of 3 moves, Feng Hanqiu said calmly. God Kings and high-tier celestial gods were two completely different concepts. If he were to fight with the latter, he would be taking advantage of the latter. There's no need for that. Xianxian shook his head. There was no need for him to give a handicap to a God King who had just become a God King. Xianxian could not be bothered to waste his breath on Feng Hanqiu, so he took a step forward and appeared right before Feng Hanqiu. With a light palm strike, the air in the courtyard seemed to have frozen. You're so powerful? Feng Hanqiu's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Not daring to put on any airs anymore, he quickly raised his hands to meet Zhang Xian's palm strike. Peng, Zhang Xian's palm strike was completely unaffected by Feng Hanqiu's attack. Feng Hanqiu's face paled as he slid across the ground. Victory was decided in a single move. Even though Feng Hanqiu had reached God King realm, he was still no match for Zhang Xian. Give me the slot. Zhang Xian said with his hands behind his back. Even though the purified heaven's path Xianqi had decreased in quantity, its might had increased by many times. Even the God King realm pinnacle Fu Jiangchen was no match for it, let alone Feng Hanqiu. Thank you for going easy on me. Even though Feng Hanqiu found it hard to believe, he knew that the other party had gone easy on him earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just been sliding along the ground. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and a jade token flew over. The token to enter the Spirit God Palace, Zhang Xian took it and heaved a sigh of relief. With this, he could enter the Spirit God Palace and search for Luozi. Brother Feng Xian, I wonder if you could tell me how you managed to cultivate to such a level? Feng Hanqiu asked doubtfully. Previously, he had been ranked first on the board of potential god kings of the sky of spirit origin, and his cultivation had been ranked among the top few in the firmament. Yet, given how powerful he was, even after making a breakthrough, he was still no match for Zhang Xian. Just how in the world did he cultivate? Zhang Xian nodded. There's no other reason. Once you accumulate enough, you'll naturally achieve a qualitative change. Accumulation? Hearing those words, Feng Hanqiu felt as if he had grasped the source of his strength. With a slightly reddened face, he asked, Brother Feng Xian, are you saying that I will have to spend more time and effort accumulating and cultivating after reaching a certain level? And not in a hurry to break through? Zhang Xian had known that he had to stay at high-tier celestial god pinnacle for a very long time before he managed to accumulate so much energy. However, it was a pity that he was still lacking compared to Feng Hanqiu. Could it be that he had not accumulated enough energy? But, back then, he had thought that he had already reached his limit. It was just like stacking boxes. No matter how skilled one was at piling them up, they would eventually reach a certain height. Everything had a limit, and once one reached the limit, it would be as if a spring was pulled to its limit, resulting in the opposite effect. Indeed. Sometimes, even though you think that you have reached your limit, you'll realize that you're still lacking a little. Zhang Xian sighed. He had thought that the Heaven's Path Xianxia was the strongest Xianxia in the world, but after cultivating the pathos of heaven, he realized that there was still a huge gap between the two. I've learned a lot. Hearing those words, Feng Hanqiu's face turned grim. With a hint of curiosity in his eyes, he asked, Brother Feng Xian, you must have put in a lot of effort to accumulate your energy, right? That's right. Xianxia couldn't help but recall the difficulties he had gone through in his cultivation. Ever since I became a high-tier celestial god 5 days ago, I have been cultivating diligently every single day. Even when I'm busy, I would still spend at least an hour to cultivate. Sometimes, I would even spend 4 hours a day to cultivate. It's only through this that I am able to reach my current level. T5 days? Feng Hanqiu was stunned. It has only been 5 days since you became a high-tier celestial god? You only cultivated for 4 hours at most? It was just a moment ago that Xianxia had said that he would grow stronger once he accumulated enough energy. He had thought that it would take him at least a decade or several decades to achieve a breakthrough, but who could have thought that it would only be 5 days? You must be joking, 5 days? What kind of hard work is that? Even a single seclusion would take more time than that. Furthermore, there was even a day where he only cultivated for an hour. Indeed. It has already been 5 days. It's about time for me to make a breakthrough. However, I don't have a suitable cultivation technique yet. Why don't I let Yoga make a breakthrough first? Oblivious to Feng Hanqiu's frustration, Xianxia sighed. If not for the fact that he had been busy studying the cultivation technique manuals in Spirit God Palace, he would have already made a breakthrough by now. It was clear that he had been slacking off. This was the greatest taboo of cultivation. Make a breakthrough? You have only reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle in less than 20 hours. Feng Hanqiu felt frenzied. I'm not saying that Brother Feng Xian's cultivation is lacking, but to make a breakthrough to the God King realm, one needs to gain the acknowledgement of the world and grasp the laws of space. This isn't something that can be achieved just by cultivating one's Xianxia. Do you want to make a breakthrough to the God King realm? Before Feng Hanqiu could finish his words, Brother Feng Xian walked up to Feng Jioge and asked, Do you want to make a breakthrough to the God King realm? Of course. Feng Jioge nodded with glowing eyes. Since we have nothing better to do, let's begin. After saying those words, Brother Feng Xian took out a pill and placed it into Feng Jioge's mouth. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and infused his Xianxia into Feng Jioge's body through his acupoints. Kacha! Kacha! Boom, a series of explosions echoed in the air. Feng Jioge's eyebrows shot up as an invincible aura burst forth from his dantian, piercing through the clouds like a sword chi. That's the cultivation of a god king. Feng Hanqiu and the others who had come with him clutched their hair in frenzy. Did he make a breakthrough? They had just said that it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough to the God King realm, and yet, he allowed someone else to do it. How could one slap one's face like that? More importantly, he was the trash who had been chased out of the clan a few days ago due to his low cultivation. He had managed to overcome the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation in just 2 hours and become the second strongest cultivator beneath the God King realm. If he had not made a breakthrough, he would not have been able to defeat the other party. Yet, with just a random pill, he had managed to make a breakthrough to the realm that he had been dreaming of for more than a decade. In that instant, Feng Hanqiu felt as if his entire world had been turned upside down. Was it really that easy to make a breakthrough to the God King realm? If it was really that easy, what had he been doing all this while? Although Feng Jioge's cultivation had dropped for 2 years, his soul and will had received excellent training. From being a genius of the clan to being chased out. The ups and downs, the fickleness of human nature, the resilience of one's soul had become incomparably resilient. It was precisely due to this that the God King breakthrough pill was able to bring out its full potential, allowing him to successfully make a breakthrough. Had it been anyone else, it would not have been so easy for them to succeed, even with the help of pills. Of course, in order to cleanse the gray aura lingering in his body, Xianxia had used his Heaven's Path Xianxia to cleanse his body for a very long time. Some time later, Feng Jioge finally managed to reinforce his cultivation. He opened his eyes and kneeled to the floor once more. Teacher, thank you for your help. If not for his teacher, he might have already been wandering around outside, waiting for death. It was his teacher who gave him a new life and bestowed him with boundless power. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Xianxia nodded. Feel how strong you are right now? Feng Zhouge stood up and examined his body for a moment before replying, my Xianxia cultivation has already reached the God King realm, but my soul is still a little weak. I'll have to nourish it for a long time before it'll be able to complement my cultivation. Even though he had experienced a lot, he was still too young, and his soul was still a little weak. Under the nourishment of the God King realm energy, his strength had improved greatly. But to a true God King, it was still a shortcoming. The soul is the most difficult to cultivate, even more so than Xianxia. Finally getting used to Feng Zhouge's breakthrough, Feng Hanqiu walked up to Xianxia. Spiritual energy could be used to nourish one's cultivation, but it was too difficult to improve one's soul. It was just like how he had also broken through to the God King realm, but his soul was the same as the other parties. He was still a great distance away from completely grasping this power. Yes, it is indeed difficult to grow. Xianxia lamented. Even after causing such a huge ruckus with the breakthrough pill and beauty pill, his soul cultivation had only reached high-tier celestial god pinnacle. He was still a distance away from achieving a breakthrough. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of anima of yearning gushing into his soul. His soul energy, which was already at high-tier celestial god level, began to soar at a visible rate. Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, the amount of power of will surging was actually 100 times, 1,000 times more than before. Could it be that a conferred God King is thinking of me? And more than 10 of them at once? He was filled with disbelief. More and more anima of yearning suddenly appeared, and it was incomparably pure. It felt as if more than a dozen conferred God Kings were suddenly thinking of him. Rumble, before Xianxia could even react, his soul suddenly went out of control, and an invincible aura burst forth from him. His soul had broken through to the God King realm. Feng Hanqiu was driven mad once more. Big brother, can your breakthrough be more childish? When he first saw the breakthrough in his Xianxia cultivation, he had thought that it was inconceivable, but he could still accept it. To be able to achieve a breakthrough in his soul so quickly and with such ferocity, what was he trying to do? Alright, I admit defeat, you have the ability to do so, but why did you go along with my words and say that it's difficult to cultivate the soul? Difficult my ass. His Xianxia was only at high-tier celestial god pinnacle, but his soul cultivation had already reached the God King realm. Could it be any more ridiculous? Trembling uncontrollably, Feng Hanqiu was at a loss as to how he should console himself when he realized that something even more ridiculous had happened. To think that Xianxia's soul wouldn't stop after reaching the God King realm, early stage God King, mid-stage God King. His soul power reached the pinnacle of the God King realm at a visible rate. Only then did his cultivation speed slow down. Feng Hanqiu's eyes turned moist, and he felt like crying. He had thought that if he could achieve a breakthrough during the duel, he would be able to show off his strength and make a name for himself. Thus, he would be able to look for the #1 expert of the Inferno Phoenix clan and have her acknowledge his strength. Who knew that when he arrived, all he could see was a huge blow, soul breakthrough. This was something even more difficult to achieve than Xianxia. Putting aside the fact that he had achieved a breakthrough, he was even able to advance his cultivation realm by realm at a visible rate. The people who came with him were also shocked speechless. It's a pity that I don't have a cultivation technique, so I won't be able to make a breakthrough to God King. Xianxia felt it was a pity that his soul had stopped advancing. He had no idea where so many conferred God Kings had come from, but it was better to make a breakthrough than to be trapped in the same place. After all, his soul had not improved much over the past 5 days, and he had only reached the peak of God King realm. This was an excellent foundation for him to break through to the God King realm. Give it a try. Xianxia sensed the seemingly substantial soul power, and with a thought, the space before him immediately rippled, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. This is the power of a God King? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Previously, when he fought with a God King, he had thought that the latter's strength was only so. However, after making a breakthrough in his soul cultivation, he realized that high-tier celestial gods were on a completely different level. Putting aside Xianxia, just the suppression of his soul was more than enough to render him immobile, rendering him incapable of exerting Xianxia at all. With this strength, even if he met Bei Qinghong again, even without using the golden page and little chick, it would still be difficult for her to kill him. While he would still not be able to defeat her, he would at least have the means to stand against her. Once I achieve a breakthrough in my Xianxia cultivation, I should be able to kill Bei Qinghong, even though there was a huge gap between a god king and a conferred god king. As long as he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he should be able to put up a real fight. In fact, he might even be able to kill Xianxia. With this kind of strength, he would be a step closer to matching up to Luozi. After sensing the strength in his body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to check on Feng Jioge to see if there were any side effects from his breakthrough when he saw an agitated middle-aged man standing before him. "Who are you?" Xianxia frowned. "I am the clan head of the Inferno Phoenix clan," the middle-aged man replied. "Clan head?" Xianxia was taken aback. He had met the first elder and second elder of the Inferno Phoenix clan, but this was his first time meeting the clan head. Junior Feng Xian pays respect to the clan head. Feng Xian clasped his fist and bowed. "You have made a breakthrough in your soul cultivation, so you are already a god king. Speaking of which, you are of the same generation as me," the clan head said. In the Inferno Phoenix clan, there were many experts with unlimited lifespans. As long as they were not directly related to each other, they could be considered to be of the same generation. Knowing this, Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to ask the clan head what he wanted to do, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at him excitedly. "Your soul cultivation has reached God King realm pinnacle. With your talent, you might be able to clear the conferred God King examination and achieve greater heights," the clan head said expectantly. The clan head looked at Xianxia expectantly and said, "Before that, are you interested in taking over my position as the clan head of the Inferno Phoenix clan?" Xianxia shook his head. "I've been used to being free and undisciplined since I was young. I hope Patriarch can forgive me, but I really can't bear such a heavy responsibility." The reason he came to the sky of spirit origin was to enter the spirit god palace, so there was no way he would be willing to become the clan head. Not expecting Xianxia to turn down his offer, the clan head was stunned for a moment. He was just about to probe further when the young man before him suddenly looked at him with a doubtful look on his face. "You said earlier that I have passed the conferred God King trial. Conferred God Kings need to undergo the conferred God King trial?" He had thought that the reason why conferred God Kings were so powerful was due to their high contributions, but if there was a test to determine their strength, it was clear that something was amiss. The so-called title is bestowed by the emperor himself. They control the power of a region and bear the power of a region. The anima of yearning isn't just a form of yearning. It's extremely impure. In order to gain full control over it, one's soul will have to become extremely resilient and powerful. In other words, one's soul will have to reach God King realm pinnacle at the very minimum. Only then will one's cultivation. The clan had explained. In order to control an area, there would be many ordinary people. Everyone had different thoughts, so naturally, there would be personal emotions mixed in with the volition. If he wanted to make better use of it, he would have to get rid of all kinds of emotional baggage. If one's soul was not pure and powerful, it would be easy for one to fall into chaos. Therefore, to obtain a title, one's soul power had to be strong. The young man before him was only a high-tier celestial god, but his soul had already reached the level of a God King realm pinnacle. Just this in itself gave him a 50% chance of becoming a conferred God King in the future. The reason why the Inferno Phoenix clan had been able to prosper so far was due to their conferred old ancestor. If another conferred old ancestor were to appear, there was no doubt that the Inferno Phoenix clan would become the #1 clan in the sky of spirit origin, or perhaps even the firmament. "Thank you for your kindness." Xianxia shook his head. Seeing how determined Xianxia was, the clan head knew that it would be futile to dissuade him. Thus, he could only settle for the next best thing. "Why don't we do this instead? There's a stone phoenix statue outside of Spirit God Palace. Firstly, it controls the formation within the palace, and secondly, it's used to test the strength of God Kings. Why don't you give it a try?" With the arrival of the flood of spiritual energy, there was no power that would not want to increase the number of conferred God Kings on their side. Given how powerful the young man's soul was, even though he had yet to reach God King realm, as long as he could hold on for some time, their clan would be able to convince the other two clans to provide him with countless resources so that he could achieve a breakthrough. If he were to succeed, not only would the Sky of Spirit Origin gain another powerful expert, but more importantly, the Inferno Phoenix clan would become even more powerful. Xianxia hesitated. You have just won a slot through the bet with Feng Hanxiu. It just so happens that you're about to head to the Spirit God Palace to take the test, the clan head said. Alright. Xianxia was speechless. It seemed that the other party had seen the conflict between him and Feng Hanxiu. The reason why he hadn't tried to stop them was because he wanted to fight for a spot for the Inferno Phoenix clan. However, there was no harm in testing it out. After all, they were heading to the Spirit God Palace anyway. The Spirit God Palace hovered above the Spirit Origin city. It followed behind the clan master for a while before arriving in front of him. At this moment, there were already two other people standing outside the palace. The patriarchs of the other two families. Feng Yuanqi, you're saying that his soul has already reached the peak of the Divine King realm? As soon as he arrived, the head of the Zhang clan walked up to him with a displeased look in his eyes. Patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, Feng Hanxiu. It should have been their clan's Feng Hanxiu who had entered the Spirit God Palace, but he was replaced by someone else. Not to mention, the other party suddenly had a God King and a Soul Realm Pinnacle God King as well. No matter who it was, they would definitely be displeased. That's right. The head of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Yuanqi, nodded. Feng Hanxiu turned to look at Xianxia, and he could sense that the latter's soul was indeed unfathomable. Even he was unable to see through the latter's soul, so he couldn't do anything about it. Let's begin the test then. Let me say this first. The test for conferred God Kings is extremely dangerous. Feng Yuanqi nodded. He turned to Xianxia and sent him a telepathic message. Your goal this time is to test whether you have the potential to become a conferred God King so that we can apply for better resources for you. If you can't hold on any longer, retreat immediately. Don't push yourself too hard. Xianxia nodded. How do I test it? There's a phoenix sculpture in front of you, and behind it is a star map that covers the entire Spirit Origin city. By tapping on your soul energy, you can light up a star map through the stone statue. If you can light up a star map, it means that you have the potential to become a conferred God King. Feng Yuanqi pointed forward. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw a massive stone sculpture of a phoenix standing right outside of Spirit God Palace. Behind it was an even larger star map. From afar, it looked like a huge phoenix soaring in the sky, deep and distant. There were innumerable stars on the star map, and there were no less than 10,000 of them. Lighting up 100 stars would grant him the right to become a conferred God King. Wasn't that a little too simple? Don't think that it's that simple. This stone statue contains the will of a God Monarch. Once one's soul tries to reach it, one's soul energy will be suppressed. Not only will it be difficult to pass through, it will be even more difficult to light up a star map with one's remaining soul energy. I have tried it with the other two clan heads, but in the end, we weren't able to light up a single star. Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Feng Yuanqi chuckled awkwardly. I see. Xianxia nodded. If it was that easy to become a conferred God King, there wouldn't be only 3 of them in the entire Spirit Origin city. Since the 3 clan heads had come to an agreement, there was nothing else that could be done. Xianxia quickly walked up to the stone statue and stretched his hand toward it. As soon as his palm came into contact with the stone statue, he immediately felt a powerful pressure crushing down on him. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he swiftly extended his soul energy toward the stone statue. Boom, a deafening sound echoed in his mind. It was as if a massive phoenix had suddenly appeared before him. Before it, Xianxia's powerful soul energy was as weak as a speck of dust. Pass through this phoenix? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. It was indeed not as simple as he thought. The pressure was simply too powerful. Even though he had just achieved a breakthrough in his soul energy, it would still be difficult for him to pass through it. In fact, it could even be said that it was an impossible task. Let's give it a try then. Since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. Above the God King realm was the conferred God King realm. If he wanted to become a God Monarch like Kongsher, he would have to clear this trial. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to avoid it. Xianxia gathered his soul energy and extended it toward the phoenix. Something's not right. A moment later, Xianxia noticed that something was amiss. He had thought that it would be more difficult for him to advance due to the pressure, but the closer he got to the phoenix, the more familiar he felt. It was as if the other party's aura was extremely close to him. Soon, he was finally able to pass through the pressure of the phoenix and arrive before the constellation. With a thought, he tapped on one of the constellations. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and all the stars in the sky instantly began to shine brightly. They have all lit up. Is it really that simple? Xianxia was stunned. Under normal circumstances, wasn't it said that it was very difficult to light even one? Why did all the stars light up with just a tap and nothing else? Xianxia was in a daze, and the three patriarchs behind him rubbed their eyes with all their might, afraid that they were seeing things. To light up 100 stars meant that one possessed the ability to earn a conferred god conferment. Yet, to light up all of them, didn't that mean that the conferred god conferment meant nothing to the young man before him? How could this be? Feng Yuanqi, Feng Hanxue, and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Not only was it completely bright, more importantly, it was too fast. It had only been 10 breaths since he came into contact with the sculpture, but he was already reduced to such a state. Even the 3 old ancestors of the 3 premier clans, true conferred god kings, were incapable of such a feat. Could it be that the star map is broken? Feng Hanxue could not help but ask. The sovereign lord's will is in it. How can it be damaged? Feng Yuanqi shook his head. This was the totem of the entire sky of spirit origin, and it contained the will of the deathless monarch. There was no way that it could be destroyed. In other words, the young man had passed the trial with his own strength. The 3 patriarchs were shocked speechless. Xianxia was also puzzled. He couldn't help but look at the phoenix statue in front of him again. He had only been paying attention to the pressure earlier, but now that he had taken a closer look, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen it before. This is the little chick's aura? Recalling something, he clenched his fists tightly. This aura was none other than the little chick's unique aura. Could it be that his previous guess was right? That fellow was really the deathless monarch from the sky of spirit origin. With this thought in mind, Xianxia sent a telepathic message over. Little chick, come out and take a look. Do you recognize this phoenix? Following which, little chick appeared. Looking at the sculpture before it, it tilted its head to look at it, and with a dazed look in its eyes, it muttered, so hungry. He leaped up. It swallowed the entire statue in one gulp. What are you doing? Feng Yuanqi and the others were taken aback. The sculpture was the totem of the sky of spirit origin, but it had been swallowed by a chicken. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. I just wanted you to come out and see if you could find some memories. You swallowed him. How am I supposed to explain this? There was no way to explain it. Turning around with great difficulty, Xianxia saw the 3 clan heads seething with rage, as if they were about to explode at any moment. The fact that the totem of the sky of spirit origin had been devoured was no different from a tight slap to their faces. No one would be able to accept such a thing. Feng Xian, hand over the chicken. You're courting death. The 3 patriarchs roared at the same time and were about to make their move. However, before Xianxia could unleash his strength, the ground suddenly shook intensely. Without the phoenix statue, the entire spirit god palace seemed to have lost the core of the array formation. Spiritual energy scattered in all directions, and even the clouds were torn into pieces. The 3 experts were unable to control their bodies, and their attacks immediately stopped. Boom, the majestic spirit god palace seemed to have suffered from an earthquake. More than half of it instantly collapsed, as if the entire palace would fall from the sky at any moment. I didn't do it, Xianxia felt like crying. Back when he was on the master-teacher continent, he had been known to tear down everything wherever he went, and people had been calling him Zhang Jiancha behind his back. While it had been a little frustrating for him, it had only been a small quarrel that did not affect the bigger picture. Yet, before he had even met Lozozi, he had already destroyed the other party's residence. It seemed like he had just arrived at his father-in-law's doorstep, but the other party hadn't even opened the door yet. This wasn't how things should be. He wanted to deny it, but Little Chick was his tamed beast, and he was the one who had summoned it. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Let's talk things over. There must be a reason why Little Chick didn't want to do such a thing. Even though Xianxia felt stifled, he still formed a barrier to fend off the attacks of the three patriarchs. He had no choice but to stop them. That Little Chick had never been reliable. It had even devoured the will of a god monarch before. Otherwise, if it were to devour the three patriarchs at once, the sky of spirit origin would probably cause an even greater uproar than the sky of Linglong. If that happened, it would be no different from provoking them. Regardless of whether there's a reason or not, let's just take it down first. The three patriarchs bellowed simultaneously. Just as they were about to envelop Little Chick, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the air. Following which, a thunderous voice boomed in everyone's ears. What's going on? Three figures suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. They had green beards, and there was a cold glint in their eyes. Paying respects to the old ancestor. The three patriarchs bowed deeply. They were the three conferred god kings of the sky of spirit origin, Huiyu, Bingyu, and Fengyu. The trembling of spirit god palace had alarmed the three of them. Let's stabilize the trembling first. Seeing that a portion of the palace had already collapsed, the three conferred god kings hurriedly made a move at the same time. Three surges of energy descended from the sky, forming a massive barrier that shrouded the entire floating palace. Under the barrier, the scattered spiritual energy slowly gathered back together. While it was impossible for the collapsed area to recover, the trembling did stop. After that was done, Xianxia returned to the sky and looked at the three patriarchs. Explain to me what happened. The fire feather conferred god king standing at the very front harumphed. Old ancestor, it's like this. Feng Xian is the most talented genius of our clan, Feng Yuanqi quickly explained. He told them about how Xianxian's soul cultivation had already reached God King realm pinnacle despite his young age, how he had come to challenge the god monarch's trial, and how Little Chick had suddenly appeared and devoured the sculpture of the god monarch. You managed to ignite all of the star maps? The three conferred god kings stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Even they would not have been able to do such a thing back then. It was a fluke. Xianxia clasped his fist and explained, Little Chick is my tamed beast. He didn't intentionally devour the sculpture of the god monarch, so please forgive me. Devouring the sculpture of the god monarch is a huge disrespect to the god monarch, and it has also destroyed the formation of spirit god palace. This is a provocation to the sky of spirit origin, and it's a crime punishable by death. The fire feather conferred god king harumphed coldly as he looked at Little Chick coldly. While devouring the sculpture of the god monarch wasn't your doing, it was still your tamed beast's doing. You have to be punished for it, the ice feather conferred god king said coldly as he looked at Xianxia. Let's do it. Two of the three conferred god kings had already made up their minds. They raised their palms, and in an instant, energy gathered in their palms. You want to kill me? Who gave you the gall to do so? At this moment, a calm voice echoed in the air like a clap of thunder. Before everyone's eyes, the adorable Little Chick shook lightly, and the silhouette of a massive phoenix appeared before their eyes. God Monarch, the eyes of the three conferred god kings narrowed as they kneeled to the ground. The figure in front of Little Chick shot out from its body and floated above everyone. Even Spirit God Palace seemed extremely weak in front of it. This is, the Deathless Monarch? Xianxian's body jolted in astonishment, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Little Chick, even though he had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. It was no wonder the chicken had always claimed that it was a mythological beast that had dominated the firmament when it was still a gourd. Back then, he had thought that it was just bragging, but who would have thought that it was actually one of the 9 god monarchs? It was no wonder why he felt a sense of familiarity when he entered the city of collapsed space in the azure. The air of degeneration had no effect on it at all. In the end, that was his city, taking in a god monarch as his tamed beast. No, that's not right. While Xianxia was still in shock, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and his body stiffened. Little Chick is the will of the Deathless Monarch, so it's easy for him to acknowledge me as his master. However, the phoenix silhouette before me clearly isn't his master. He had no idea how the deathless monarch was able to come back to life after his death, but it was clear that Little Chick's memories had been sealed. It was as if he had lost his memory. If he could make use of this opportunity to tame the god monarch now that he had regained consciousness, surely he wouldn't go on a rampage, would he? Just as Xianxia was feeling worried, the massive phoenix in the sky suddenly turned its head to look at him. Even though it didn't attack him, the immense pressure it emanated still felt as if the entire world was collapsing on him. Feeling this pressure, Xianxia's soul, which had just advanced, was actually unable to resist at all. His physical body trembled uncontrollably as though it was about to be crushed to pieces. No, the Xianxia in his body surged, and his bent back slowly straightened up. Although I, the undying celestial phoenix, am known to be immortal, I will still perish if I encounter a truly destructive blow. However, with the passage of time I will be reborn from the ashes. The silhouette of the phoenix in the sky said coldly, in order to protect itself, a reincarnated being will seal its memories, and it will only reopen them when its cultivation reaches a certain level. How dare you tame me as your tamed beast while I was still sealed? That's a heinous crime. I, the deathless monarch, don't need a master. No one is worthy to be my master. Boom, the voice came one after another. The majestic aura in the air became more and more imposing, and the surrounding space started to solidify. Xianxia felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. A violent force pressed down on him, causing his spine to bend once more. He would collapse at any moment. Even heaven and earth could not withstand the wrath of an Empyrean lord. This person actually took advantage of the celestial monarch's respawn to tame it as his pet beast? Isn't he a little too bold? How did he do it? That's right. Even if the god monarch hasn't recovered his strength, he still possesses the aura of a monarch. Aren't you afraid of a backlash if you take him in as your tamed beast? Feng Hanxue and the other two were shivering. The three conferred god kings also stared at the young man in disbelief. Every single one of the nine skies' 9 god monarchs stood at the very pinnacle of all life forms. Even though they had reincarnated, their life force remained the same. Their bloodline wasn't something that ordinary humans could stand against. Just how stupid was the young man before him to actually take him in as his tamed beast? More importantly, just how foolish must the will of the god monarch be to agree to it just like that? Knowing that this was a conflict between god monarchs, they did not dare to interrupt, keeping their mouths shut. I am Little Chick, not the deathless monarch. He is my master, no one can touch him. Boom, just as Xianxia was about to reach his limit, a roar echoed in the air. Following which, he saw Little Chick struggling furiously behind the silhouette with a determined look in its eyes. You. The phoenix was taken aback. She could not be bothered to suppress Xianxia anymore. She turned to look at Little Chick with a complicated look in her eyes. That was his consciousness after he had reincarnated. How in the world did he end up being bewitched, for one of the 9 god monarchs to acknowledge a celestial god as his master? How embarrassing was that? Kill that fellow. The phoenix harumphed coldly as she restrained Little Chick with her will. The 3 conferred god kings nodded in agreement. With a light wave, they shrouded Xianxia within. They dared not disobey the god monarch's orders. You dare. Little Chick roared with reddened eyes. It had yet to awaken its memories, so it could not understand the arrogance of a god monarch. It would not allow the other party to kill its master. You and I share the same roots. I might only be a sliver of my will at the moment, but you won't be able to stand against me. The phoenix harumphed coldly. In an instant, the charging Little Chick was frozen in place, unable to move at all. Little Chick was the will of the deathless monarch, and it shared the same roots as the deathless monarch. The latter knew all of its secrets and means, so it was not too difficult for the phoenix to trap it. Xianxia didn't panic in the slightest even though the 3 conferred god kings had him surrounded. Instead, he looked at them calmly and said, "It's the god monarch's business who I take in as my tamed beast, so I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, if you kill me and Little Chick returns to its peak, you should know what will happen to you." The 3 conferred god kings hesitated. The other party was right. Even though the deathless monarch was still there, he was only a sliver of will left in the sculpture. It was only a matter of time before he dissipated completely. On the other hand, Little Chick was their resurrected god monarch. If they killed its master today, once it returned to the world, the three of them would surely be killed, master or servant, everyone knew which was more important. Hurry up and do it. Seeing that the three conferred god kings had stopped, the phoenix flew into a rage. Do you think that I will acknowledge someone else as my master once I regain my memories? The three conferred god kings frowned. They had been with the god monarch for more than 10,000 years, and they knew the latter's temperament and personality. How could a lofty existence like him possibly acknowledge a high-tier celestial god as his master? It would be a joke if word got out. Boom! The three conferred god kings roared furiously, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a barrier of energy around Xianxia, preventing him from escaping. Seeing that they were really going to make a move, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Little Chick was currently trapped by the phoenix's will, so he could only rely on himself. Even though his soul cultivation had reached God King Realm pinnacle, his cultivation had yet to achieve a breakthrough. He was still a little lacking against a conferred God King, not to mention, there were three of them at the same time. I guess I can only use the golden page, a glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Given the current situation, he had no other choice but to use the golden page to crush all three of them to death with a single move. Just that, the three of them were standing in three different directions. If he were to use the golden page, he would be in danger as well. Unless, he could get the three of them to stand in the same direction, and they couldn't be too far apart. See la, while Xianxia was still contemplating how he could do that, a surge of energy suddenly shot toward him. He swiftly dodged it, but his clothes were torn apart in the process, revealing the pendant that Lozozi had given him. Wung, with a light buzz, the pendant began emanating warmth. Upon seeing the pendant, the phoenix in the sky immediately halted its actions of suppressing Little Chick. With a flash, it flew over to Xianxia and said, "Little tamed death pays respect to master." Ah? The four titled battle pet warriors were dumbfounded. They didn't know if they should continue or stop. Didn't the will of the god monarch say that he wanted to kill this fellow? All of a sudden, he would run over and say, "Little pet, die, die," and play dumb and act cute. Why does it feel so wrong? Is this really our cold and aloof emperor who disdains all living things? However, not too long later, a berating voice echoed in the air. The silhouette of a phoenix glared at Xianxia furiously and said, "Stop right there and then. How dare you make a move on my master?" The moment they met, all they knew was to fight, fight, fight. Could they solve the problem peacefully? Do you have any sense of civility? People still have to go to work tomorrow. Boom, the air trembled and the joint attack of the three titled battle pet warriors disappeared as if it had never been there. The three titled battle pet warriors were going crazy. Could it be that the little chick had already possessed him? They weren't the only ones with such expressions. Little Chick and Xianxia, who were competing with him, were also stunned. The moment he heard that Xianxia was his master, he wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his attitude had changed to one of extreme deference. "Deathless monarch, do you have to be so funny? Could it be that this is the deathless monarch's temperament to begin with?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow at the thought of how unreliable the little chick was. Since Little Chick was a remnant of the deathless monarch's reincarnation, it was likely that they shared a similar temperament. If that was the case, it would make sense for the deathless monarch to be so shameless. However, what he didn't understand was why it didn't recognize him as its master earlier, but now it suddenly recognized him. Could it be related to the pendant? The change in the other party's attitude was due to the appearance of the pendant and the warmth it emitted. Could it be that the other party recognized this thing? Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "You recognize this thing? Then, do you know where Lozozi is?" Xianxia had intended to head to Spirit God Palace to look for Lozozi, but after causing such a huge commotion outside and causing half of the palace to collapse, the other party still hadn't appeared. This could only mean one thing. Not here. Lozozi? The phoenix was taken aback, and there seemed to be some confusion in her eyes. "It's the owner of this thing." Xianxia picked up the pendant. This was the sky of spirit origin, and the deathless monarch was the spirit god. If he could not find Lozozi here, he would never be able to find her again. This is the blood of the gods. I get it now. The Lozozi you're talking about must be God Monarch Lingxi. Phoenix was suddenly enlightened. Emperor Lingxi? Xianxia was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that he had disguised himself as Lozozi back on the master-teacher continent, and the name that Lozozi had assumed was Xianxia. Back then, he had even happily said that no matter how far apart they were, their hearts were connected and their thoughts were connected. Yes, it's sovereign Xianxia. Where is she? Upon understanding this, Xianxia's body tensed up. He had been wondering whether Lozozi was a fake name or not, and from the looks of it now, it seemed like that was indeed the case. Even the identity of the spirit god might be fake, but the other party had already told him her real name. However, it was in the form of a pseudonym. When there is truth and falsehood, there is also falsehood. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. It was just that he was already at a loss at that time. God Monarch Xianxia is the monarch of the sky of freedom, so it goes without saying that she's in the sky of freedom, the phoenix replied doubtfully. How could the man before him not know the names of the 9 god monarchs when he had already taken him in as his tamed beast? Sky of freedom? Xianxia's face turned pale as he muttered under his breath, I should have known. The 9 god monarchs already knew the names of the 8 god monarchs, but the sky of freedom was the only one who did not know the names of the 9 god monarchs. When the other party mentioned God Monarch Xianxia, he should have immediately thought of it. In the end, it turned out that Lozozi wasn't in the sky of spirit origin. She was in the sky of freedom, which was located at the very center of the firmament. Seeing Xianxia's reaction, the phoenix suddenly recalled something, and she said, there's a life and death duel between the heaven subjugation monarch and the sky subjugation monarch, and it's going to start on the night of the full moon. Even though it was only a sliver of wool sealed within the phoenix sculpture, it was still aware of the happenings in the firmament. This was especially true for a battle between 2 imperial lords. Life and death duel? On the night of the full moon, 5 days from now? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had heard of this duel ever since he arrived in the firmament, but he had thought that Xianxia would surely emerge victorious, so he didn't pay it much heed. However, it was only now that he realized that Xianxia was going to duel with Lozozi. Furthermore, it was going to be a life and death duel. Didn't that mean that one of them would surely die in the duel? Indeed. Under normal circumstances, a duel between god monarchs shouldn't involve the death of one another, but there must be a reason behind it. Even I am not too sure about it, the phoenix explained. I'm going to the sky of freedom to stop them. Xianxia's body stiffened as he gritted his teeth tightly. Lozozi was his one and only love. Even though he had never met Xianxia before, he knew that she was his teacher, and she had been of great help to him. Without her, he would not have been able to grow so quickly and reach his current level of strength. The 2 of them were simply too important to him. He couldn't allow anything to happen to either of them. Stop them? Since the 2 of them have made up their minds, who can stop them? The phoenix turned to look at little chick and shook its head. Even I wouldn't be a match for him when I was at my peak, let alone now. Xianxia's voice trailed off. Under normal circumstances, given that Lozozi was a god monarch, she should have known about the commotion he had caused in the sky of Drifting Spectre and sky of Linglong. This meant that little chick did not want to meet him. Why would she not want to meet him? It could very well be related to the duel. Just that, why would they fight to the death? The reason Lozozi came to the master-teacher continent is to find the great codex of spring and autumn, and it's something that Xianxia spent his entire life forging. Even though Lozozi had never spoken of her purpose in coming to the master-teacher continent, Xianxia was well aware of it. After obtaining the great codex of spring and autumn, Xianxia immediately tore open a spatial rift and left. All along, he had been wondering why a god monarch would be so interested in a treasure from a remote place like the master-teacher continent. However, at this very moment, it seemed like it was to prepare for the duel with Xianxia. Why does she want to kill Xianxia? Xianxia felt as if he was going to explode on the spot. Xianxia had challenged the other 8 god monarchs one after another, and the other 8 god monarchs were still alive and kicking. Why did the duel with the last god monarch of the sky of freedom necessitate a duel to the death? Even if I can't stop her, I'll still have to find out what's going on. Xianxia gritted his teeth. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to interfere in a duel between god monarchs, but so what? No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Even if he failed, he had to find out the reason behind the duel and what was at stake. Why did they have to fight to the death? Master, regardless of whether you want to stop or dissuade them, you'll need strength. Without the strength of a god monarch, you won't be able to do anything. If you have the strength of 2 god monarchs, you won't be able to do anything. Even if you can't surpass them, you'll still need the strength of a god monarch to have the right to speak. Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, the deathless monarch said. Indeed. You'll need strength. Without sufficient strength, you won't even be able to meet them. Xianxia nodded. Without strength, everything would be for naught. His cultivation was still too slow. It had been more than a month since he arrived in the firmament, but his soul cultivation had only reached God-King realm pinnacle. If he could reach the level of a god monarch, which was on par with Xianxia, would he be able to stop the battle? But that was simply too difficult. He hadn't even comprehended a God-King realm cultivation technique yet, so how could he possibly achieve a breakthrough? Xianxian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Master, it won't be easy for you to reach the level of a god monarch within a short period of time. However, it won't be too difficult for little chick to recover, the deathless monarch said with a smile. Xianxian's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. It was almost impossible for him to reach the level of a god monarch within 5 days. However, if little chick recovered its strength and became the deathless monarch once more, even if it couldn't match up to Xianxia and Luozi, it shouldn't be too difficult for it to bring him to them. 40 years ago, I lost all of my strength, and the entire spirit origin city collapsed, resulting in the formation of that deep crater beneath the city. If I can find the city that collapsed and recover all of my strength, it won't be too difficult for me to regain my memories and return to my peak. The deathless monarch said. Xianxian widened his eyes in astonishment. That was right, as long as he could find the city and recover all of his strength, he should be able to recover little chick. And if he was not mistaken, the city that collapsed was Xiankong City of the Azure. However, the Azure and the firmament were separated by a world barrier. How was he supposed to return? How was he supposed to return? As a god monarch, you should know a thing or two about how god monarch Xianxia entered the lower worlds, right? Xianxian asked. I don't know the details. My consciousness is very weak, and I've been sleeping most of the time. I only know that not long ago, Sovereign Xianxia came here and borrowed the Great Emperor's seal, which represents the identity of a spirit god. The immortal sovereign thought for a moment and said. Great Emperor's seal? Xianxian frowned. Every monarch controlled a part of the world and gave out orders. If one wanted justice, they had to use the Great Emperor's seal. This item was similar to the Imperial Jade Seal in the mortal world. It represented supreme authority. The seal of the spirit god was the most supreme artifact in the sky of spirit origin. The seal of supreme monarch represents the sky of spirit origin and the spirit god, the deathless monarch said. This, a thought flashed through Xianxian's mind. Could it be that she borrowed your seal of the great supreme emperor and pretended to be the spirit god so that she could enter the lower realms with the help of the sacrifices of the heavens? Du Qingyuan of the Azure had once said that the spirit god had disappeared for several thousand years. Around a month ago, the spirit god suddenly contacted the spirit god and asked her to make a sacrifice before entering the lower worlds. This matter did not make much of a difference, but when combined with the words of the deathless monarch, it did make sense. Could it be that Luozi had borrowed the seal of supreme monarch and communicated with Du Qingyuan of the Azure to enter the lower worlds? That was also the reason why she had been misunderstood as the spirit god. Furthermore, he had asked Luozi whether she was the spirit god or not, and she had replied that she was not. He had thought that she was lying, but from the looks of it, that was not the case. She was indeed not the spirit god. She had only borrowed the seal of supreme monarch from the spirit god to teleport between worlds. Previously, Xianxian had speculated that the otherworldly demonic tribe might have originated from the sky of spirit origin, and they had fallen into the lower worlds and been corrupted by the crude spiritual energy of the lower worlds. That was probably the reason why their cultivation had plummeted and they had become bloodthirsty. From the looks of it now, it seemed like he was right. 40 years ago, the main city of the sky of spirit origin had fallen into the Azure, resulting in the formation of the city of collapsed space. A portion of the gods had survived and became the natives of Starchaser Palace, whereas the rest had entered the spatial rift and arrived on the Master Teacher continent, becoming the otherworldly demonic tribe. This was also the reason why both Starchaser Palace and the otherworldly demonic tribe had altars that allowed them to communicate with one another. This also explained why Little Chick, despite being the reincarnation of a god monarch, had come to the master-teacher continent. Most likely, Kongshur had been discovered by the otherworldly demonic tribe and sealed in the vicinity of the Sanctum of Sages. Luo Chichi had found it through the map and told Luo Xianxia about it. 40 years ago in the firmament, 4,000 years ago in the azure, and 4,000 years ago on the master-teacher continent. Everything made sense. If Xianxia was not mistaken, the seal of Supreme Monarch was the key to breaking through the spatial rift. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia turned to the undying monarch and asked, "Where is the seal of Supreme Monarch now?" "Lozozi. God Monarch Lingxi, can I return it to you after I'm done with it?" "It didn't take long for me to return it to you. It's right here with me." The deathless monarch harumphed coldly. He opened his massive mouth, and a circular plate the size of a token appeared out of thin air. As the circular plate floated in the air, it felt as if the energy of the sky of spirit origin was being drawn in by it. If a conferred god king ruled over a region, this token covered the entire sky of spirit origin. Not only did it cover the land, but it also covered the sky. "Can you lend it to me?" Xianxia turned to the deathless monarch and asked. "If master wants to use it, of course." The deathless monarch replied with a smile. With a flick of his claws, the token immediately flew toward Xianxia and landed in his palm. Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. The token was completely different from an ordinary token. It was circular in shape, and there were innumerable inscriptions on it. Taking a closer look, it was a miniature version of the altar of the otherworldly demonic tribe. He had not been able to make sense of these inscriptions in the past, but after spending some time in the firmament, he had gained a deeper understanding of the firmament. He could tell that these inscriptions were actually the map of the sky of spirit origin. The two of them had fused together to form this token. It turned out that the otherworldly demonic tribe's ritual to the azure and the azure were actually a ritual to the sky of spirit origin. If Xianxia had not come to the sky of spirit origin and seen the map of the sky of spirit origin and the map of the sky of spirit origin, he would not have been able to make sense of it. "Let me see if I can communicate with the azure." Exhaling deeply, Xianxia suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind before channeling his Xinqi into the seal of Supreme Monarch. Weng, the circular token glowed brightly, as if it had come to life. It was none other than the unique language that Du Qingyuan had used to conduct the ritual earlier. Xianxia had learned it before coming to the firmament. "This is the deathless celestial phoenix language of the god monarch." The fire feather conferred god king exclaimed grimly. Others might not have understood the language, but as the strongest god monarch in the sky of spirit origin, he knew a thing or two about it. It was none other than the deathless celestial phoenix language that the deathless monarch was skilled in. It was on par with the 8 notes of heavenly dragons of the dragon tribe. The disc buzzed for a moment before its radiance dimmed. Xianxia frowned. Based on what he had seen, the ritual should have been able to communicate with Du Qingyuan and the others through the altar, but for some reason, he was unable to contact them at all. If that was the case, how did Lozozi manage to contact them? Little Chick, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. "It'll be difficult for us to succeed here. Would it be better to head to the distorted space?" It knew a lot about the azure, so it understood Xianxia's motive. Distorted space? Xianxia was taken aback. That was right, his previous guess was right. The abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City was connected to the azure. Perhaps there was a barrier between worlds, but it would be much thinner than this. Perhaps it was due to this that Lozozi was able to successfully enter the azure and return to the master-teacher continent. "Let's head over to take a look," Xianxia said. Little Chick nodded as it spat out the sculpture that it had swallowed earlier. The deathless monarch's consciousness entered the sculpture once more. It was already extremely feeble after the ordeal, and it seemed like it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The will of a god monarch had acknowledged Xianxia as its master, and the reincarnated Little Chick had also acknowledged Xianxia as its master as well. Thus, Huiyu and the others could only send Xianxia off. Just as they were about to enter the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City, Luo Chichi suddenly caught up to them. "Bring me along," the young lady said with a hint of desire in her eyes. Xianxia nodded. If she could enter the azure, she would be able to return to the master-teacher continent. At the very least, she would be able to return to the master-teacher continent to pay a visit to Luo Xianxia and her family. Thus, the two of them swiftly made their way down the abyss, and around an hour later, the distorted space appeared before them once more. "I'll head down first." Having learned from the previous experience, Little Chick leaped into the distorted space. "I'll give it a try too." Luo Qiqi chuckled softly as she followed closely behind. Before she could even enter the distorted space, the space around Luo Qiqi began to warp and fuse perfectly with the space in front of her. As soon as the two came into contact with one another, she was able to easily pass through the distorted space without suffering any damage. As the artifact spirit of the Dimension Silencer, she was more sensitive to spatial energy than anyone else. On top of that, her cultivation had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, so it wasn't too difficult for her to do so. "I'm the only one left," Xianxia took in a deep breath when he saw that Little Chick and Qiqi were able to enter easily. The last time he came here with Feng Jioga, his soul cultivation had only been at high-tier celestial god realm. However, at this very moment, his soul cultivation had already reached God King Realm Pinnacle. On top of that, he also possessed the seal of the sky of spirit origin. It shouldn't be too dangerous. His powerful soul power formed a huge barrier around him before he jumped into the barrier with the Great Emperor's seal in hand. Buzz, as soon as his body came into contact with the distorted space, his entire body immediately twisted like a noodle. He was clearly standing straight, but he could easily see his heels. It was as if he had entered a haha mirror, and his body was not under his control. Luo Qiqi walked up to Xianxia and said, "Distorted space is actually no different from ordinary space." "Don't believe your own eyes, you don't believe your eyes?" Xianxia frowned. "What you see with your eyes comes from the perspective of ordinary space. Since the space here is distorted, you have to observe the world through the distortion," Luo Qiqi explained the uniqueness of the distorted space. As the artifact of the Dimension Silencer, Xianxia was able to comprehend the secrets of space very quickly. Following her instructions, a moment later, Xianxia felt the scenery before him reverting back to normal. Seeing that Xianxia had gotten used to it, Luo Qiqi pointed forward and said, "The distortions in this space are all different. Some of them are large while others are small. Even conferred god kings wouldn't be able to venture too deep into the distorted space." Following the direction of her finger, Xianxia saw the world around him distorting once more. Some of the distortions were wide while others were narrow. On top of that, the distorted space was constantly flowing. What he saw a moment ago was completely different from what he saw a few breaths later. Even conferred god kings would be in great danger if they tried to enter. It was not that conferred god kings were not strong enough, but the spatial laws here were completely different from those in the firmament. Conferred god kings were no longer able to use their powers, so they could only wield the strength of god kings. There was no way they would be stronger than Xianxia and Luo Qiqi. The two of them advanced for 2 hours before coming to a halt. In order to get used to the distorted space, they had only managed to cover a distance of 500 meters in 2 hours. The distorted space before them seemed to stretch for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, perhaps even millions of kilometers. How long would it take for them to reach the end of the distorted space? Most likely, Lozozi and Kongsher had already finished their duel, and they were still wandering around in there. "What should we do?" Xianxia asked with a frown. Even if they were to tire themselves to death, they would not be able to reach the azure. They had tried using the seal of the god of monarchs along the way, but they were still unable to contact the azure. In other words, they were still too far away. "I'll do it. The rest of you, follow closely behind me. Make sure not to fall behind." Luo Qiqi heaved a sigh of relief. "You?" Xianxia frowned. He was just about to ask Luo Qiqi what she was going to do when the young lady suddenly warped into a round dimension silencer. As soon as the round dimension silencer appeared, a surge of energy burst forth from it. As if glued together, the distorted space froze in place. "Let's go!" a young lady exclaimed. Xianxia and Little Chick followed closely behind her. With the dimension silencer stabilizing the space, the two of them were able to move at an incredible speed. 4 hours later, they had already traveled several tens of thousands of li, and a gray barrier appeared before them. Before the barrier, there were rings of gray air currents flowing around it, leaving one feeling stifled. The dimension silencer reverted back to Luo Qiqi's appearance, and her face was pale. Clearly, the flight had taken a toll on her. Xianxia took out a pinnacle god essence pill and passed it over to Luo Qiqi. It took her an hour to recuperate before a healthy glow returned to her face. The dimension silencer had the ability to maintain the stability of space. Even though she had expended a lot of energy along the way, it did not damage her foundation. There's something weird about these air currents. Luo Qiqi looked at the gray air currents in front of her. There's indeed something weird. Xianxia nodded. The gray air currents were identical to the ones that Feng Jioge had absorbed into his body previously. He had thought that it was just a small amount, but who could have thought that it would form a massive barrier here? Luo Qiqi walked up to Xianxia and stretched out her finger. Don't. Seeing her action, Xianxia's face warped in horror. However, before he could finish his words, the young lady's face had already turned ghastly pale. It was as if the gray air currents were devouring her energy. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation had already plummeted from God King Realm Pinnacle to God King Realm Primary Stage. However, there was still no sign of stopping. Her energy was still being depleted. Don't use your Xinqi to resist the gray energy. With Feng Jioge's experience, he knew that the gray energy was devouring his Xinqi. Thus, Xianxia walked up to Luo Qiqi and pointed his finger forward. Even her Heaven's Path Xinqi was unable to withstand the gray energy, let alone the Xinqi that she cultivated. The more she resisted, the faster her Xinqi would be depleted. Xianxia infused his pathos of Heaven Xinqi into Luo Qiqi's body, sealing the gray energy that was devouring her Xinqi. After swallowing some recovery pills, Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Divine Art and infused his Heaven's Path Xinqi into Luo Qiqi's body. With a burst of green light, the gray energy was swiftly dissipated. Without the gray energy, Luo Qiqi regained her strength, but her face was still pale, and her eyes were filled with horror. If not for Xianxia's swift reflexes, not only would the gray aura have devoured his cultivation, it would have even corroded his soul. Perhaps, she would have become an otherworldly demon just like the other gods in Spirit Origin City. Back then, Feng Jioge was still a distance away from the distorted space, but he was still unable to make a comeback for 2 years. In the end, he was chased out of the clan. The gray energy that had formed a barrier was at least 1,000 times denser than the gray energy that Xianxia had absorbed into his body. Don't cultivate or absorb any energy here. The gray energy will be extremely troublesome once it seeps into your body. Xianxia instructed. Luo Qiqi and Little Chick nodded in agreement. After what had happened earlier, they finally understood how fearsome the gray energy was. Even with Little Chick's rebirth ability, it was still unable to deal with it. My pathos of Heaven Xinqi doesn't fear the gray energy. Does this mean that I can withstand it? As long as it was a power cultivated by the heavens of the God world, there was nothing that could stand up to it. His pathos of Heaven Xinqi had surpassed the heavens, and he had come into contact with it before. It was clear that his Xinqi was the only way to pass through this region. Thus, he wrapped his pathos of Heaven Xinqi around his arm and infused it into the gray energy. The gray energy was parted, and his arm was completely unharmed. It works. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia turned to Luo Qiqi and Little Chick and said, "Stay closer to me." After saying those words, he released his Xinqi to form a barrier around him. Luo Qiqi and the Little Chick entered the barrier. Xianxia walked in. TSS TSS TSS, the gray mist kept attacking, emitting a corrosive sound, but it was unable to break through the power of the energy barrier. After taking a few steps forward, Xianxia noticed that Luo Qiqi and the Little Chick were unharmed. Heaving a sigh of relief, he continued walking forward. However, less than a minute later, he suddenly stopped and began backing away. What happened? Luo Qiqi frowned. After leaving the range of the gray gas, Xianxia took off the gas shield and panted heavily. In just 3 minutes, he had completely depleted the pathos of Heaven Xinqi in his body. Even though the gray energy flow was unable to destroy the pathos of Heaven's true energy, there were simply too many of them. Under the intense pressure, it was extremely taxing on one's true energy. On top of that, his pathos of Heaven Xinqi reserves had yet to recover. Given the current circumstances, it would be impossible for him to pass through this region. The only thing I can do now is to fill up my dantian. If I can make a breakthrough to God King, that would be for the best. Xianxia sat on the spot for an hour before he finally recovered. He rubbed his glabella in distress. His dantian was originally filled with heaven's path Xianxia, but it had all dissipated into green light. He needed to fill it up as soon as possible. Only with sufficient Xianxia would he be able to pass through this region. Otherwise, if he were to run out of Xianxia midway through, he would really be at a loss for what to do. However, he had only obtained 3 Pinnacle God Essence pills from Fu Jianchen, and he had fed the last one to Luo Qiqi as well. If he wanted to replenish his Xianxia ocean, it would be difficult for him to do so without sufficient spiritual energy. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to eat the pill king. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as a glint flashed across his eyes. The pill king that contained the most concentrated spiritual energy in his possession was definitely a treasure that could tempt even conferred god kings. If he consumed it, not only would he be able to fill up his dantian, he might even be able to push for a breakthrough to God King. Just that, he had yet to comprehend the God King realm cultivation technique. The pill king was his greatest trump card for a breakthrough to God King realm. If he failed to achieve a breakthrough, it could very well go to waste. I have already comprehended the bond between master and servant, brotherly bond, and teacher-student bond. If I'm not mistaken, the next realm should be the bond between parent and child. Xianxia sat on the ground and pondered. He had been an orphan in his previous life, and he had not spent much time with his parents in this life either. As such, he had already come up with a way to advance to God King realm, but he had not been able to make any headway. Due to his inability to comprehend it, he had not been able to come up with a solution either. Left with no choice, he could only give it a try. The time he had spent with the Xingming Sword Saints surfaced in his mind. In order to find him, his parents had gone through countless hardships. They were willing to do anything for him, even putting their lives on the line. The depth of their bond was comparable to the sun and moon. But even though he was thinking about it, he was still unable to comprehend the bond between parent and child. After sitting on the spot for several hours, Xianxia could only stop and look at the young lady before him. What do you think the bond between parent and child feels like? Hearing Xianxia's sudden question, Luo Qiqi was taken aback for a moment before her face reddened. I don't know either. Perhaps I'll only be able to comprehend it once I have a child. Those who did not raise their children would never understand the grace of their parents. The two of them were only in their 20s, and they had never given birth to a child before. How could they possibly comprehend the greatness of their parents? Seeing that Luo Qiqi had misunderstood him, Xianxia felt a little awkward. He was just about to explain when little chick suddenly stretched its back lazily and buried its head in its wings. Isn't it easy to conceive a child? In any case, there's no one here, and the two of you are perfectly functional. Don't worry, I won't look. I'll cover my eyes. Xianxia's lips twitched upon hearing those words. If he had known that this fellow would be so unreliable, it would have acted the same way even after knowing that he was the deathless monarch. Xianxia turned to look at Luo Qiqi, only to see that her face was so red that it seemed as if it would drip water at any moment. Shaking his head, Xianxia said, I have to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm before I can bring you through this gray aura. I don't have the time to joke around. Without a child, it's impossible for you to comprehend the bond between parent and child. In any case, as long as you have a child, you'll be able to comprehend the bond between parent and child. Little Chick replied matter-of-factly. Xianxia was infuriated by Little Chick's shameless words. He slapped Little Chick and said, Speak seriously. Even if he really wanted to conceive a child, it would still require 10 months of gestation and several years of raising before he could truly comprehend the bond between parent and child. I'm serious. Are you worried that we don't have enough time? If he didn't want it to be real, he could just have a pipe dream. As long as a suitable environment is set up, it won't take too long for a child to grow into an adult, let alone a human. Little Chick said. Imperial lords could use the space-time mirror, so they naturally had unrealized dreams special array formation. This kind of formation could allow one to quickly enter a dreamland. In the dreamland, time passed extremely quickly. After a lifetime, the golden millet in the outside world wouldn't even be cooked yet. Xianxia fell into deep thought. If that was the case, it would be fine. In any case, it was all in a dream, so it didn't matter much. However, he was only 20 years old. If he were to really do that, it would be equivalent to living his entire life ahead of time. By then, he would probably lose his temperament and passion. What's more, whether it's a dream or reality, once a child is born, there must be a wife. No matter if it's real or not, it's not fair to Lozozi. Is there any other way? He shook his head and asked once more. You don't have any children, but you have quite a few students. A teacher for a day, a father for life. The feelings between parents are even stronger than this. As long as you can understand it, there's no need for a golden millet dream, and there's no need to create a child. The little chick pouted. This master of his was really a blockhead. The lady before him was so beautiful and deeply in love with him. Yet, she did not grasp such a good opportunity. She deserved to be single. Wait a minute. I'm single too. At least there's someone who likes this guy, but he doesn't even have a female duck, let alone a female hen. The little chick immediately became resentful. A teacher for a day, a father for life? Xianxia fell into deep thought. He didn't have children, so he couldn't truly understand the love and affection of his parents, but he didn't have the slightest bit of bias towards his students. As long as it was something that belonged to him, no matter how good it was, he was willing to give it to them. As long as they could live a better life, he would not back down no matter how much effort he had to put in. His parents had sacrificed much more than this. With such thoughts in mind, the smile of the Xingming sword saints surfaced in his mind once more. Even though he knew that it was dangerous, he still followed them to the god realm without any hesitation. Even though he knew that there would be countless dangers ahead, he still defended them with all his might. This was what it meant to be a parent, the love of the world. He didn't ask for anything in return. He just wanted to give, the thread in the loving mother's hand, the clothes on the wanderer's body. Before he left, he made sure to seal the door tightly for fear of returning late. Who said that the heart of an inch of grass will be rewarded with 3 inches of radiance? A thought flowed into Xianxia's mind, and the Xinqi in his body began to flow along with his words. Surge after surge of sword chi flowed around his body, and the distorted space around him seemed to be torn apart, causing rifts to appear one after another. Comprehending sword chi and cultivation technique at the same time? Little Chick's eyes widened in disbelief. Following behind his master, he knew that his master would usually comprehend his cultivation technique first before comprehending his swordsmanship. Yet, at this moment, he was actually comprehending both swordsmanship and cultivation technique at the same time. His talent was too heaven-defying. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. The child wants to be raised, but his parents won't wait. Sword chi crisscrossed, carrying with it unwillingness and reluctance. In Zhangxian's previous life, his parents died early. He wanted to be filial to them, but he was unable to do so. In this life, he had been working hard and separated from his parents more often than not. He didn't know how deep their feelings for their parents were, but he could imagine how worried they were. It was just like how he treated his students. His 11 students were scattered across the 9 skies. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't worried about his parents. Through this state of mind, he could understand how worried and conflicted they were. For the sake of their child's future, even though they knew that it was impossible for them to stop him, they still felt a sense of reluctance in their hearts. This is what parents do. This is the love between parents, who, all of a sudden, the pill king appeared in the air and swallowed the pill. Concentrated medicinal energy surged through Zhangxian's body. Spiritual energy swiftly gathered around the pill, forming surges of pathos of heaven Xinqi that filled up the previously empty ocean. This pill contained the purest medicinal energy of several stalks of grass of God King, making it even more concentrated than a God King. As soon as it entered Zhangxian's body, the ocean that had been depleted due to his heaven's path Xinqi began to surge once more. Kacha, as the ocean filled up, the God King's barrier finally reached its limit and burst open. At the same time, Zhangxian's aura also surged into the sky, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Some time later, the energy fluctuations finally came to a halt. Exhaling deeply, Zhangxian stood up. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough to God King realm, he was still only at primary stage. It was not that the Pill King was too weak, but he had simply exhausted too much of his Xinqi. Furthermore, the pathos of Heaven Xianxia also had a high requirement on spiritual energy. If he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the God-King realm, he would probably need at least a handful of pathos of Heaven Xianxia. The fact that a single pathos of Heaven Xianxia was able to fill up the empty ocean and push for a breakthrough to God-King was already a testament to its prowess. The remaining 3 God-King breakthrough pills won't have much of an effect on me. On the contrary, they can help my parents, Sun Chang, and the others achieve breakthroughs. Xianxia thought with a smile. He still had 3 God-King breakthrough pills left in his storage ring. If he swallowed them now, it would affect his cultivation to a certain extent. In fact, he might not even be able to make a breakthrough to God-King realm intermediate stage. However, it would be different if he gave them to his parents, Sun Chang, and the others. They would be able to easily overcome the bottleneck of a high-tier celestial god and become a God-King. Xianxia lowered his head to look at his body. After achieving a breakthrough to God-King, the Xianxia in his body had become purer and purer, and the range of his ocean of energy had grown larger. His previous Xianxia reserves were like a drop in the ocean. Let's go. With his breakthrough, Xianxia did not have to worry about the gray mist anymore. With a smile, he whipped out the God-King sword and slashed it lightly. Driving his sword art, he formed a barrier around him. The pathos of the heavens, a God-King realm sword art. The tree desires peace, but the wind never ceases. The sun desires to be reared, but his parents refuse to wait. The sword chi was filled with reluctance. So what if one's cultivation was high? So what if one earned more? Once one's parents left, it would be too late for one to accompany them. Such was life. When one wanted to do something, it would be too late. What one had, one would not cherish. After Little Chick and Luo Chi-Chi entered the barrier, Xianxia immediately made his way toward the gray mist. The gray mist exploded, as if it had been pierced through by Xianxia's sword intent. After flying for an hour, the gray mist finally dissipated, and Xianxia and the others came to a halt. There was no end to the path before them, as if the spatial dimension had been sealed. Let's see if I can contact the Azure from here. However, Xianxia was in no hurry. He took out the Emperor's seal and sent a sliver of his will over. Inscriptions flickered in the air as energy flowed through the seal. It works. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He could already communicate with the Azure here, and he could even sense the message that Du Qingyuan had sent over. Have Du Qingyuan conduct a ritual. Knowing this, Xianxia sent a string of words over to Luo Ruoxin. Azure. I'm back. End of chapter 22-21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.